Chapter 1. I am Alan. Zhou Yuxuan awoke to find his body submerged in a viscous liquid. The only sensation coursing through him was akin to countless ants gnawing at his muscles and innards, a relentless amalgamation of pain and itchiness. Fortunately, the occasional waft of a faint fruity fragrance that wafted into his nostrils provided a modicum of relief, rendering the pervasive agony a touch more bearable. Suddenly, a piercing pain erupted within Zhou Yuxuan's mind. Strange images surged forth, and his eyes rolled back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Once more, my name is Alan. Alan Taylor. He murmured to himself upon fully regaining consciousness and truth. This Alan was no longer the same as soul, named Zhou Yuxuan from Earth, had awakened within this body yet. Alan found himself bewildered. Was he Zhou Yuxuan? Or was he Alan Taylor? If he claimed to be Alan Taylor, he had not forgotten a single fragment of Zhou Yuxuan's memories from Earth. Conversely, if he identified as Zhou Yuxuan, every experience that Alan had undergone in this realm unfolded vividly in his mind, as clear and unforgettable as a film playing on repeat. The memories of his past life felt more like a fleeting dream, now shattered, akin to a transient illusion, leaving him awake. In his previous existence, Zhou Yuxuan was a reclusive young man meandering through life in a metropolis often dubbed the fashion capital, where his meager salary barely sufficed to sustain him. Unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon him. Having nurtured dreams and aspirations, he regularly purchased lottery tickets, only to discover one day that he had struck it rich. Elated, Zhou Yuxuan promptly resigned from his job, cashed in his winnings, and embarked on a spontaneous journey to fulfill his dream of traversing the nation. However, after merely a month of traveling, regret washed over him as he chastised himself for being reckless, wandering alone through desolate wilderness. At that moment, the wilderness was shrouded in ominous clouds. Thunder rumbled ominously, and the earth trembled beneath the roar of lightning, leaving Zhou Yuxuan's ears ringing. The weather forecast had promised clear skies for days. How could fate be so cruel as to ensnare him in this tempest? You wretched heavens! Zhou Yuxuan exclaimed, pointing skyward. No sooner had the words left his lips than a deafening clap of thunder struck, and a bolt of lightning, as thick as a man's arm, descended upon him. It felt as though countless stars were flickering around him then. Darkness engulfed his vision, and when he regained complete consciousness, he found himself transformed into a boy on the verge of his 10th birthday in a fantastical realm. Zhou Yuxuan, he should now be known as Alan, had fully integrated Zhou Yuxuan's memories. Embracing his new identity from Alan's recollections, he learned that he resided in Middle-earth, a world where magic and martial prowess coexisted. In this realm, practitioners of magic and martial arts held a revered position among the strong. Alan's father, Randall, was a formidable martial artist, already a Black Iron Knight and a baron within the Empire, owning a small fief on the outskirts of the Black Forest in the Bordeaux province, complete with a baronial castle and a vast vineyard. A dull ache still lingered in Alan's head as he extended his hand to rub his temples, only to be taken aback by the sight of his rosy, plump right hand. This was not the frail, pallid hand from his memory. Startled, Alan leaped to his feet, noticing that beneath his tattered clothing, his skin was vibrant and his muscles firm, no longer the sinewy frame of his past. Upon discovering a red birthmark on his left hip, Alan felt a wave of relief wash over him. This was indeed his body, though its transformation after awakening left him puzzled. It was then that Alan took note of his surroundings, realizing he stood within a vast stone chamber, its azure rock walls adorned with moonstones radiating a soft, milky glow that illuminated the space. The chamber was evidently man-made, yet no discernible exits were visible. Alan found himself at the center of a circular pool, approximately 3 meters in diameter. The pool was a meter deep, its bottom and walls crafted from a lustrous black crystal, intricately carved with complex patterns resembling a myriad of pentagrams, each housing crystals of varying sizes and colors. Gently, Alan touched one of the crystals, only for it to crumble to dust. Undeterred, he examined each crystal embedded in the pool, only to be met with disappointment as they all disintegrated into ashes. Boda's transformation must be linked to this chamber and the pool within Itho. Had he arrived here? Alan furrowed his brow, straining to recall. Chapter 2. Alan's Ordeal. Scenes began to flicker in Alan's mind like frames from a film. He recalled witnessing his father, Randall, as a child, Clearing a newly cultivated vineyard, a massive boulder loomed in the field, and Randall's fist glowed white with a mere strike. The boulder shattered into a storm of debris. From that moment on, Alan often fantasized about becoming as powerful as his father, able to reshape the world with a mere gesture. Yet, in this realm, to become a practitioner of magic or martial arts, one must first undergo the bloodline awakening ritual, a process fraught with pain and peril, where many children succumb to death or madness each year. Regrettably, Alan was frail and sickly since childhood. Despite Randall's numerous attempts to bolster his health, Alan's condition showed little improvement, and he remained bedridden more often than not. As his 10th birthday approached, the time for the annual bloodline awakening drew near. Alan inadvertently overheard a conversation between his father and mother, Jennifer, expressing concern that his fragile body could not endure the ordeal of the ritual, and thus they resolved to keep him from participating, recognizing the inherent dangers. Returning to his room, Alan felt a profound sadness, recalling his father's formidable presence as he shattered the boulder, gazing at his own frail form. Determination ignited in his eyes. I cannot give up, there is still hope. Every night, after his family had fallen asleep, Alan would stealthily venture to the castle's rear mountain, practicing simple martial techniques until the stroke of midnight. After more than 2 months of perseverance, his health had not improved. In fact, he fell ill twice more. Yet, undeterred, Alan continued to train each night, resolute in his determination. On one such evening, as Alan arrived at the mountainside, he began his warm-up exercises when a massive shadow descended from above. Pain coursed through his body, his vision blurred, and he fainted. Alan felt as though he were soaring through the air, the rush of wind roaring past him, far louder than the sound of galloping horses. The gusts whipped his hair against his face, accompanied by distant cries of caw-caw. He attempted to open his eyes, but the wind was too fierce, rendering his eyelids immovable. When he reached out, he discovered he was clutched in 2 massive claws. Caw! A shrill cry pierced the air, and Alan felt the grip on his body tighten as he plummeted, the speed of his descent increasing. Caw! Caw! The cries grew increasingly frantic, and Alan felt his body swinging wildly through the air, tumbling as the contents of his stomach surged upward, a nauseating sensation enveloping him. The sound of wings flapping against the air suggested a fierce struggle between 2 massive birds. Suddenly, Alan was released, and he plummeted to the ground. He barely managed to scream before crashing into the ground, the sound of snapping branches echoing around him as he fell. Hiss! Alan gasped. The pain coursing through his body was excruciating, and he could not help but cry out. Suspecting he had broken at least a dozen bones, a chill enveloped him, and his consciousness began to fade. He feared he was nearing death. Come here, it's so warm." A familiar voice beckoned from nearby. Alan, in a daze, turned toward the sound, and a vague silhouette appeared before him. It seemed to be his mother. Mother, I'm coming. Don't go." Alan felt a surge of strength return to his body, the pain receding as he slowly rose to his feet, staggering toward the alluring voice, blood trailing behind him. Following the mysterious voice, Alan stumbled toward a cliff face, parting the vines to reveal an opening large enough for a person. The voice grew increasingly familiar and clear. Leaning against the cavern wall, Alan navigated the winding path for several meters until he arrived at a small cave. In the center of the cave, he encountered a stone pedestal from which the voice seemed to emanate. Alan's hands explored the pedestal, and amidst the thick dust, he discovered a diamond-shaped medallion. Grasping it, he felt a warm sensation radiate through his palm. Rubbing the medallion against his face, he reveled in the comfort it provided, reminiscent of his mother's gentle touch. Mother! Alan murmured how he longed to once more find solace in her embrace. At last, he could hold on no longer and collapsed to the ground. This was the final, most vivid memory before Alan arrived at the stone chamber, etched deeply within his mind now. As he reflected, he realized he possessed no recollection of how he had entered this cave. It seemed that the key to accessing this chamber lay within the medallion he now clutched tightly in his hand. Where is that plaque? Alan meticulously examined the stone cave once more, yet failed to uncover any diamond-shaped insignia. Could it be that the plaque had merged with his very blood, becoming part of his body? much like the fabled life-bound artifacts described in fantasy novels. Alan closed his eyes to sense his body. Finding no peculiarities instead, he felt an overwhelming sense of vitality, devoid of any pain. Unable to locate the plaque, Alan decided to refrain from further contemplation and began to thoroughly scour the stone chamber. After traversing the space 8 times, he discovered nothing of value nor any hidden compartments. What filled Alan with increasing dread was the absence of an exit. With the souls and knowledge of 2 individuals intertwined within him, Alan suddenly recalled the customary tropes of traversing realms. There should be a reclusive master of profound cultivation hiding somewhere, perhaps even within the recesses of his own mind. Honorable Elder, I pay my respects. Surely, you are testing me. I have diligently practiced since childhood, yet my innate talent is lacking, rendering my efforts fruitless. Nevertheless, I persist relentlessly in my training. Alan spoke, weaving fabrications and boasting. Does the esteemed elder possess any unparalleled techniques of transcendent mastery, miraculous elixirs for purging one's marrow, or enlightening insights that could be imparted to me? Alan sought favors. After waiting in silence for a spell, the stone chamber remained still. As before, Alan continued to boast, "Should I be fortunate enough to acquire your divine skills, I vow not to disappoint your expectations, to avenge your grievances, and to uphold your esteemed reputation, acquiescing to any request you may have. What say you, esteemed elder?" After an interminable wait, impatience crept in. "Elder, have you heard me? Elder, elder, can you not respond? Please utter a word." With no hidden support in sight, Alan could not help but let out a deep sigh. Is this the fate of my traverse into another realm, to perish of hunger within this stone chamber? Chapter 3. The Mysterious Elder. In the enclosed stone chamber, the passage of time was imperceptible, yet the increasingly vocal growls of Alan's stomach served as a constant reminder that if he did not venture out to seek sustenance, he would soon face starvation. Alan began to scour the ground for any signs of anomaly. Suddenly, he noticed that a small section of the circular pool's wall bore a formation that deviated from the others. Crouching down to examine it closely, he touched the formation with his hand, but it yielded no response. After a moment of contemplation, he bit his finger, wincing at the pain, creating 2 small indentations. Resolute, he bit down harder, finally drawing blood. With his bloodied finger, Alan pressed against the formation, which shimmered momentarily with a gleam of light. At last, it had reacted, prompting a sigh of relief from him. He felt a peculiar suction at his fingertip, drawing the blood toward the formation, which flowed along the engraved lines, saturating them until the entire design transformed to a deep crimson hue. As the blood continued to flow, Alan felt as though he might faint. His head began to spin. The formation absorbed at least a bowlful of blood before it ceased its ravenous pull. Pale-faced, Alan rose to his feet, his gaze fixated on the formation. It flickered several times before a figure emerged like a specter from within, materializing to a size resembling that of a real person before Alan. Startled, Alan nearly collapsed to the ground. The apparition bore a striking resemblance to Dumbledore from Harry Potter, clad in a flowing white robe, with a snowy beard cascading down to his chest, and a benevolent expression. The elderly figure spoke kindly. "Greetings, my child. Your ability to see me signifies that my efforts have not been in vain. This is an image I preserved using a projection array, and it can only be viewed once. Time is of the essence. Please listen attentively." Summoning his courage, Alan approached, reaching out to poke the elder, his finger passing through without resistance. The ethereal image was not corporeal. It resembled a holographic projection from another realm. The elderly man paused for a moment before continuing. "I am Andre Vaughn, the deputy leader of the Royal Mage Corps of the Mogul dynasty. While traversing the dusk forest in search of the flame dragon, I was suddenly beset by chaotic energies of the cosmos, which incited a tumult within my own energies. Despite my efforts to suppress this turmoil, my body had already transformed into an energy entity during my ascension to legendary Archmage, making it easier for me to resonate with the cosmic forces. Thus, my suppression is but a fleeting measure. I cannot bear the thought of my lifetime of dedication dissipating upon my demise. So I have taken advantage of this brief window to establish several rudimentary magical arrays, hoping that my descendants may be fortunate enough to inherit my legacy." The mention of the Mogul dynasty left Alan astounded. It was once the most prosperous empire prior to the Millennium Catastrophe, reputed for uniting the entire Middle-earth continent with formidable practitioners and an abundance of extraordinary masters. Yet, during the Millennium Catastrophe, the Mughal dynasty was reduced to ashes. To think that this old man was a formidable figure from 1,000 years past. Alan listened intently as the old man elaborated. Entry into this place is only possible through the teleportation tokens I left outside. There are 2 such tokens, crafted from the hardest bone of a mature holy fire dragon's skull, embedded with the standard crystal core of the holy fire dragon, which can automatically absorb elemental energies from the cosmos. I have inscribed teleportation arrays, traction arrays, and positioning arrays within the tokens. Within 100 miles, the 2 tokens can sense each other, allowing a user to teleport to the location of the other holder by utilizing their mental strength. A single token can facilitate arbitrary positioning teleportation within a 10-mile radius. Unbeknownst to Alan, numerous intact large-scale teleportation arrays from the Mughal dynasty still linger across the continent, yet they lay dormant. These grand arrays require cores powered by sacred-grade crystal cores, which can only be produced within sacred-grade beasts, their energy being purer and more potent, capable of self-replenishing through the absorption of cosmic energies. During the Mughal dynasty, sacred-grade beast crystal cores were typically utilized as the energy cores for massive arrays and powerful magical artifacts. The might of sacred-grade beast rivals that of legendary mages and beyond. However, the Middle-earth world underwent a cataclysmic shift in cosmic energies a millennium ago, the very disturbance that Andre spoke of, which led to the extinction of such formidable beings among humanity, as well as the beasts. Humanity no longer had access to sacred-grade crystal cores. It is said that the few sacred-grade cores that remain today are exceedingly rare and are often used for the defensive magical arrays of vital core cities or stored as strategic reserves in the imperial treasury. With the evolution of magical applications in Middle-earth, modern practitioners have managed to create small-scale teleportation arrays utilizing high-grade crystal cores, capable of transporting goods between cities. However, these have limitations regarding weight and volume. Suitable only for letters or small, important items. This underscores the extraordinary value of the 2 teleportation tokens, remarkable tools for evasion and survival, that I have placed restrictions on the token left outside and disguised it so that any outsider who finds it will perceive it as an ordinary token. The restriction dictates that only those possessing the bloodline of my family can activate it. Furthermore, the token outside can sense individuals with my family lineage within a certain range and guide them to its location. This disguise, along with the restrictions and bloodline sensing technique, will dissipate after a single use of teleportation. Alan was perplexed as to how he could possess the bloodline of this old man. A millennium had passed, enough for 4 to 5 dozen generations to emerge. With a few stallions in between, it was not improbable for the bloodline to spread far and wide. This reminded Alan of an old saying from his previous life. 500 years is but a family. Chapter 4. The Purity of Bloodline. Andre continued. In this stone chamber, I have constructed a circular pool, 3 meters in diameter and 1 meter deep, crafted from black crystal jade. Within it, I have inscribed arrays for cleansing the meridians, enhancing bloodline purity, body restoration, and energy sealing. These are primarily designed to improve the user's physique and aptitude, enhancing their elemental affinity. Through years of research, I have discerned that a person's cultivation aptitude hinges on 2 principal factors: the strength of their bloodline and its purity. The strength of the bloodline directly correlates with cultivation aptitude. This connection is evident. The purer the bloodline, the higher the elemental affinity, facilitating the cultivation process. A conclusion drawn from my extensive studies. I have observed that offspring resulting from the union of 2 strong bloodlines may, paradoxically, possess inferior cultivation aptitude compared to those born from the union of a strong and a weaker bloodline, primarily due to the lower purity of the strong union. Occasionally, 2 strong bloodlines may even conflict, resulting in a weakened constitution akin to that of a cripple. Upon hearing the old man's words, Alan pondered whether his own physique was a result of a clash between 2 strong bloodlines. His father, Randall, was a Black Iron Knight, a notable figure in this continent. Yet his mother, Jennifer Halley, hailed from a lineage that bore no known practitioners. The old man suddenly smirked. The bloodline enhancement array I developed is a product of my years of experimentation. To maximize its effectiveness, it carries a minor flaw. It may inflict some harm on the body. The process of purifying the bloodline can be somewhat painful, a sensation I trust you have felt quite acutely. This necessitated the simultaneous implementation of the body restoration array. The long-anticipated wish of Alan was abruptly realized, nearly bringing him to tears, filling him with an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards this elder. He understood that the changes occurring within his body were likely due to the effects of the bloodline enhancement array and the body restoration array. With this robust physique and purified bloodline, Alan could finally participate in this year's bloodline awakening ceremony, allowing him to become a practitioner like his father, Randall. The energy sealing array encapsulates the energy that will manifest from my body after my passing, as I cannot fathom how many years it may take to find someone worthy of my bloodline. Relying solely on the energy provided by the crystal core embedded in the array will likely prove insufficient to sustain for long until a suitable heir is found. The old man continued, most of what I brought with me was utilized in suppressing the turmoil within me, while the remainder was largely expended in creating these arrays. What little is left holds little value and cannot withstand the ravages of time. I fear you are left with only those 2 teleportation tokens. Each token can only be used by one individual, with daily usage limited by the energy of the crystal core, so you must exercise caution. My child, remember this. External aids, however powerful, are merely supplemental. True strength lies within oneself. Well, I have said quite enough. The projection will soon fade. My child, the path of cultivation is arduous. Although you have undergone enhancements to your aptitude and bloodline through the arrays, this merely lays a solid foundation. How far you can progress will depend on your fortune and diligence. Throughout history, many prodigies have faltered along the way, akin to stars scattered across the heavens. While those who reach the final step are often the ordinary yet resolute, take heed. While cultivation necessitates relentless advancement, it also requires adherence to the natural order. One must never force matters. At times, stepping back can provide clarity on the path ahead. Additionally, on the journey of cultivation, it is best not to walk alone. Companionship is invaluable. You must understand that some people and moments, once missed, are lost forever. The elder evidently wished to impart as much wisdom as possible during this final opportunity, sharing whatever came to mind. Alan could feel the warmth of his affection. Eventually, the old man seemed to recall someone or something, his expression tinged with melancholy. The projection flickered a few times before abruptly dissipating. Alan understood that the elder would not return. The traces of his existence in this world had completely vanished, leaving Alan with a sense of sorrow. Once the image of the old man faded, the black crystal jade inscribed with the independent array disintegrated into dust, revealing a narrow space behind it where a small token lay. This must be the teleportation token the elder spoke of. This token resembled a parallelogram with sides measuring 3 centimeters, rounded at the corners, half a centimeter thick, and gleaming with a jade hue. Intricately covered with layers of magical patterns, at its center, a hollow cavity housed a crystal core the size of a thumb, within which a small phantom of a red dragon danced, shimmering brilliantly, a sight of exquisite beauty. With his stomach growling audibly, Alan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He realized that if he did not venture out to find some sustenance soon, he would be the unfortunate soul to perish from hunger upon crossing over. Alan conducted one final inspection of the chamber, finding no overlooked items. As for the luminous moonstones embedded in the surrounding rock walls, Alan, now merged with his soul, knew these were plentiful across the continent and of little value. His own home utilized moonstones for illumination. Clutching the teleportation token, Alan remained uncertain about the nature of mental strength or how to wield it. He could only concentrate intently on the notion of teleportation. Repeating teleport in his mind. As Alan was lost in thought, a sudden sharp pain pierced his forehead. In that moment, a brilliant point of light flashed in his mind, leaving him feeling quite bewildered by its presence. Instinctively, he reached out to touch it. Suddenly, a forceful pull emanated from the token, traveling up his arm and into his consciousness. It felt as if needles were stabbing into his brain. As the crystal core of the token erupted in a dazzling glow, Alan found himself enveloped in a sphere of light, and in an instant, the surrounding scenery transformed dramatically. As the blinding radiance subsided, Alan, suffering from an excruciating headache, discovered himself once again in a small stone cave. In the center of the cave stood a stone platform, while the surroundings gradually faded into darkness, the view becoming increasingly indistinct as the light from the transmission token diminished, weak and famished. Alan surmised that this overwhelming fatigue was due to his overexertion of mental energy while using the transmission token. At nearly 10 years of age, had it not been for the merging of 2 souls, which had significantly amplified his mental capacity, and the exceedingly short distance between the 2 tokens, this journey could have led to his mental exhaustion and subsequent demise. Oblivious to the near brush with death he had just experienced, Alan continued on. Chapter 5. Peril in the Forest. Alan meticulously examined the small stone chamber, confirming that it was indeed the cave he had occupied before entering the secret room. Glancing down, he spotted a faint red dot flickering 2 meters away on the ground, the very transmission token responding to the recent teleportation. He picked up the token, wiped it clean, and discovered it was identical to the one in the secret chamber, albeit covered in a thick layer of dust from years of neglect, likely the reason it had gone unnoticed by others or animals for nearly a millennium. After a couple of minutes, Alan finally exited the cave, greedily inhaling the fresh air outside. As he looked around, he beheld towering ancient trees, their canopies casting deep shadows that obscured the sun. Occasionally, beams of sunlight pierced through the dense foliage, enhancing the forest's eerie atmosphere. Alan realized he had entered the Black Forest, the very depths of the somber woods the Elder had spoken of. Turning to gaze upward, he saw a small hill rising several dozen meters high. The secret chamber established by Andre Vaughn was likely situated deep beneath this hill. The Elder's painstaking efforts had endured a millennium of solitude, awaiting a worthy successor. With reverence, Alan knelt and bowed 3 times, expressing his gratitude for the Elder's gift of fate. Tearing a strip of cloth from his tattered garments, Alan carefully wrapped the 2 tokens and secured them around his right wrist. The discerning eye. The tokens were evidently of great value. Holding them openly in the forest could invite danger, akin to a child displaying gold in a bustling market. However, without a better place to conceal them, he had no other choice but to keep them close. After orienting himself, Alan noted that his home and territory lay to the northeast of the Black Forest. He snapped off a sturdy branch, sharpening one end to serve as a weapon, and began his trek toward the northeastern region of the forest. Having navigated the dim woods cautiously for over 2 hours, Alan had only foraged a few thumb-sized berries to quell his hunger. Though he had spotted several small animals, he wisely refrained from provoking them, considering his diminutive stature and the makeshift weapon in hand. Alan was acutely aware that the Black Forest harbored numerous ferocious beasts and magical creatures. The former included instinctual predators like tigers, bears, and wolves, while the latter possessed a degree of intelligence, with some adept enough to form crystal cores within their brains. These cores were pure nuclei of elemental energy, serving as the source of magical abilities for these creatures. Moreover, they were highly sought after by practitioners of magic, who utilized them for cultivation and the creation of various magical artifacts, thus constituting a form of currency among cultivators. Many practitioners hunted these magical beasts within the Black Forest, while the beasts themselves could enhance their powers by consuming humans. The 2 groups were locked in a perpetual struggle within the forest confines. Empoli Town, situated at the forest's edge, served as one of the primary rest stops for practitioners to replenish and exchange supplies. Alan hoped to encounter a practitioner hunting magical beasts. Given his father Landel's reputation in the northeastern region of the Black Forest as both a baron and a master of combat magic, he believed these hunters would gladly escort him out of the forest for a handsome reward. Disappointingly, after more than 2 hours, Alan had yet to meet a single practitioner. On the bright side, he had also avoided any encounters with ferocious beasts. Suddenly, an unsettling chill ran down his spine, raising the hairs on his neck as a sense of dread enveloped him. Instinctively, he darted to the right, just as a shadowy figure, accompanied by a foul wind, rushed past him from the left. Feeling a tremendous force strike his left shoulder, Alan was knocked off balance, rolling several times on the ground to dissipate the impact. He quickly regained his footing, crouching low with his makeshift spear tightly gripped, eyes fixed on the shadow ahead. Damn it, a shadow leopard. The figure before him was over 1 meter tall, with a slender body extending more than 3 meters. Its dark fur speckled with spots the size of gold coins. It crouched low, baring its 5-centimeter-long fangs while glaring at Alan with a menacing intensity. Alan recognized the creature as a shadow leopard, a master hunter known for its stealth and speed. Even seasoned hunters often fell victim to adult shadow leopards, and Alan stood no chance against this formidable foe. Beads of sweat streamed down Alan's forehead as he urged himself to remain calm. A glance at his left arm revealed 3 deep claw marks, flesh torn away, blood gushing profusely. There was no time to tend to his wounds now. A standoff ensued between the leopard and the young boy in the depths of the forest. Alan's heart raced, but he maintained a composed exterior. Realizing that hoping for rescue was futile, he could only rely on himself. Steeling himself, Alan shifted his stance, clenching his left fist near his mouth. The shadow leopard's eyes narrowed, and with a powerful leap, it lunged at him like a bolt of black lightning. Time seemed to slow as Alan observed the creature's gaping maw aimed at his neck. its sharp teeth glinting ominously. He felt as if he could see the mocking glint in the leopard's dark eyes, the stench of its breath wafting toward him. In a desperate maneuver, Alan arched backward, raising his left arm to shield his neck. Pain shot through him as the shadow leopard clamped down on his arm. With his right hand, he gripped the spear, plunging it forcefully into the leopard's abdomen. Fueled by sheer determination, Alan unleashed a flurry of thrusts. 1, 2, 3, attacking with reckless abandon. The immense weight of the shadow leopard bore down on him, knocking him to the ground, causing him to lose his grip on the spear. The explosive energy he had mustered drained him entirely. Leaving him helpless beneath the beast's body, resigned to his fate, suddenly he felt a warm, wet liquid soaking him, and the pressure on his arm lessened. After a few violent convulsions, the shadow leopard fell silent. Alan, astonished, managed to extract his arm from the creature's jaws, but lacked the strength to push the leopard's body away. Blood pooled around him, and despite its foul taste, he could not resist gulping it down. Then, faint footsteps echoed in his ears, growing ever closer, followed by a sharp cry. A beast! Alan felt the weight of the leopard's body explode, propelling him through the air. Chapter 6. A first encounter with sisters. As Alan soared through the air, he suddenly found himself enveloped by a gentle force, preventing him from crashing to the ground. As the pressure of the leopard's body dissipated, he struggled to stand. At that moment, Alan was drenched in the leopard's blood, with bits of flesh clinging to him, presenting a truly terrifying figure. Had it not been for his unmistakably small stature, the two beautiful young girls standing before him would likely have fled in terror or unleashed a magical missile, obliterating him as they had done to the shadow leopard moments before. Before him stood two clearly identical twins, around the age of 14 or 15, one peeking timidly from behind the other. They wore matching black mage robes, their deep red hair cascading in waves, and possessed the same strikingly beautiful features and bright blue eyes. The girl peeking out exuded a mischievous energy, while the one facing Alan displayed a calm and composed demeanor. "Little brother, what are you doing all alone out here? Are you hurt?" With a soft voice, the beautiful girl waved her hand, enveloping Alan in a warm stream of water. As the water receded, he emerged as a clean and charming little boy. Noticing the injury on Alan's left arm, the girl pointed again, and a sphere of white light enveloped Alan's arm. Alan felt a surge of warmth coursing through his entire left arm, and the injured area tingled with a peculiar itch. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the flesh around the wound writhing, rapidly healing before his very eyes. His astonishment was palpable. This was the extraordinary power of magic in this world, truly remarkable. Suddenly, a beautiful girl, who had been hiding behind him, leaped forward and approached Alan. She extended a delicate, alabaster finger to poke his face, curiously inquiring, "How did you manage to be completely swallowed by a beast? Surely you weren't transformed into some kind of monster?" "Tina, stop your nonsense. This young lad was not devoured by the beast. In fact, it is quite the opposite. He is the one who vanquished that ferocious creature. Isn't that right, young boy?" The enchanting woman, who had previously spoken, gently pulled Tina aside and leaned closer to Alan with a warm smile. After a moment of contemplation, Alan replied, "That was a shadow leopard, already gravely injured. It attempted to consume me, but I fortuitously seized the opportunity to slay it." He then added, "Beautiful sister, do you have any food? I'm famished." Overcome by hunger, he disregarded any semblance of decorum. The lovely girl before him smiled faintly and retrieved a piece of smoked meat from a palm-sized pouch at her waist, offering it to Alan. "I am called Vivian, and this is my sister, Tina. Here you go." Alan accepted the smoked meat and devoured it with abandon, too ravenous to maintain any semblance of dignity, choking a few times in his haste. "Here, drink some water, don't choke again," Tina said, handing him a water pouch. Alan took the pouch and gulped down several large swigs. As he consumed the meat, he felt his stomach begin to move, restoring some of his strength. "Here, have another piece," Tina offered, handing him another morsel of smoked meat. Alan waved his hand in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Sister Tina, but I am Alan. I have been hungry for far too long. I cannot eat too much at once." Vivian then asked, "Alan, what brings you alone into the Black Forest? Are your guardians unaware of the dangers here?" Alan scratched his black hair, feeling a bit embarrassed as he confessed, "My home is in Empoli, on the northeastern edge of the Black Forest. I sneaked out to play, and before I knew it, I got lost and ended up here." Tina's face fell in disappointment as she muttered, "So you were lost as well? What shall we do, sister? We cannot escape this wretched forest." Alan was taken aback. realizing that he was in the presence of two lost maidens, but he hesitated to claim he knew the way. "You two should escort me out," he suggested instead. Suddenly, an obnoxious voice cut through the air. "Hey, two stunning beauties and a little brat. Brother, it seems we are in for a treat." Two burly men emerged, wearing tattered leather armor, their unkempt beards giving them a menacing appearance. One carried a massive two-handed sword, while the other wielded a giant axe, both leering at Vivian and Tina. "Who are you?" Vivian asked, her voice tense as she stepped protectively in front of Tina and Alan, drawing a 20-centimeter-long magic wand from her waist. "Though, a magic practitioner, and with a bag of holding too. That's worth at least a few hundred gold coins." One of the men sneered as they exchanged malicious glances, their faces contorting into grimaces as they charged at Vivian, Tina, and Alan. "Sister, I'll take one." Vivian was momentarily flustered, but it was Tina who boldly drew a wand from her pocket and confronted the lewdly grinning brute wielding the great sword. Alan, on the other hand, had found the simple wooden spear he had discarded earlier and hid behind a large tree, searching for an opportunity to ambush. Tina's petite face tightened with resolve as she elegantly waved her wand, causing ripples in the surrounding space, from which countless water swords materialized. "Swift," she cried, commanding the water swords to launch toward the brute. The speed and force of the water swords were such that, if they struck an ordinary person, they would undoubtedly be fatal. However, the brute did not flinch. He swung his great sword in a defensive arc, shattering the water swords that approached him while taunting. "Little sister, your water swords lack power. They barely scratch. Soon, I'll be the one giving you a good tickle." It became evident to Alan that this man was a practitioner of Qi, and his formidable skill posed a significant threat to Tina. Chapter 7. Sisters in Battle. After initially feeling anxious, Vivian quickly regained her composure. She pointed her wand at the man wielding the axe, sending forth a serpent of flame as thick as a human arm toward him. The man did not evade. Instead, he gathered his Qi, summoning a white glow around himself as he swung his axe, cleaving the flame serpent in two and charging toward Vivian with a ferocious roar. Vivian furrowed her brow, surprised by his audacity. With a flick of her wand, she conjured 10 walls of flame between herself and the assailant. Despite Alan's considerable distance, he could still feel the oppressive heat emanating from the walls of fire. Yet, the man's resistance was astonishing. He cleaved through several of Vivian's fire barriers with his axe, seemingly unharmed, bearing down on her with an unstoppable force. Alan shifted his gaze back to Tina, who appeared enraged, conjuring even more water swords to assault the brute. Yet, they shattered against his formidable defenses. A large puddle of water began to collect around the brute's feet, soaking him thoroughly. "Let us see how much more of your energy you can squander," he taunted. "Soon, you'll be at my mercy." In a moment of desperation, Tina retrieved a black crystal plate from her bag and tossed it onto the water's surface, shouting, "Freeze!" The temperature plummeted, rapidly turning the water into ice, encasing the brute's feet and freezing him to the ground. Seeing Tina gain the upper hand, Alan began to focus his attention back on Vivian, scanning for any chance to assist her. Just as he did, a furious voice commanded, "Flame prison." The man with the axe, having shattered the 10th flame barrier, found himself ensnared within a swirling inferno. A massive, constantly rotating fireball enveloped him completely. Occasionally, a shadow of his axe would cleave through the flames, but the surrounding fire elements swiftly compensated for the gaps, maintaining the integrity of the fiery prison. The other brute, realizing he too had fallen victim, hastily attempted to harness his Qi to escape the icy bonds. However, a colossal ice spear shot toward his chest, the culmination of Tina's most potent single-target offensive spell, the ice-piercing spear. The freezing temperatures dulled the brute's reflexes, and the icy restraint deprived him of the agility needed to evade. He could only watch helplessly as the ice spear hurtled toward him. With a sickening thud, the spear pierced through his body, propelling him backward until he was impaled against a tree. Meanwhile, the man ensnared in flames let out increasingly feeble cries, until silence fell over him. Vivian waved her wand, and the fiery prison dissipated, revealing a charred and unrecognizable corpse, lifeless and beyond salvation. Tina gleefully reclaimed her black crystal plate and hopped over to her sister, embracing Vivian with a bright smile, exclaiming, "Sister, I won. Look, I pinned him to that tree." Her gaze fell upon the lifeless figure, head drooping, blood dripping onto the ground. Then, she glanced at the charred remains of the other man, and a whiff of roasted meat wafted into her nostrils. Suddenly, her face turned pale as she turned to lean against a tree and began to retch. "Vivian, too, was not much better off, clutching another tree as she succumbed to nausea. Their retching echoed through the forest. After a while, having emptied their stomachs, Tina, her face ashen, clung to Vivian, sobbing, "Sister, sister, I killed someone. I killed someone." Vivian, equally pale, tears welling in her eyes, tightly embraced Tina in return. Alan, witnessing the battle unfold, felt a profound sense of incredulity. This was the first time he had seen a confrontation between a magic practitioner and a chi practitioner. Two robust chi warriors were bested by two delicate girls in a matter of moments. Perhaps the path of magic was indeed a formidable one. For the first time, doubt crept into Alan's mind about his decision to follow in his father Randall's footsteps as a chi practitioner. With a loud thud, the body hanging from the tree fell to the ground, startling the two girls from their embrace. Vivian wiped the tears from Tina's cheeks and her own eyes, reassuring her. "They meant to kill us. We were merely defending ourselves. It was self-defense. It's all right. As Alan stood by, observing as they began to regain their composure, he could not help but remind them, should we leave this place? The stench of blood is strong, and it could attract other ferocious beasts or creatures. Alan's reminder was not just for their benefit. He too struggled to bear the gruesome scene before him. His own face had gone pale, and this was the first time he had confronted the reality of taking a life, forcing himself to suppress the urge to vomit. Vivian nodded, casting a lingering glance at the two corpses. Her expression filled with reluctance. Alan understood her sentiment, stating, "They likely came to the Black Forest to hunt magical beasts. Certainly, encountering the weak may lead one to take on the role of a brigand. For such individuals, the acts of killing or being killed are mere commonplace events. Sister Vivian need not pity them. The number of lives lost at their hands, along with the beasts, must be considerable. To perish at their hands is indeed their just desert. The corpses will be dealt with by the ferocious beasts, thus completing the cycle of natural justice." Upon hearing Alan's words, Vivian found some sense in his reasoning and ceased to dwell on how to dispose of the bodies. She took Tina by the hand, and together with Alan, they departed from that gruesome place. After leaving, as they traversed through the dimly lit forest, Alan subtly guided Vivian and Tina northeast towards the Black Forest. Both Vivian and Tina, eager to distance themselves from that terrifying location, had lost their sense of direction and thus followed closely behind Alan. The light in the Black Forest grew increasingly dim. Dusk was approaching. Nightfall marked the time when both ferocious and mythical beasts became active in their hunt. If they did not escape this vast and boundless forest soon, the night would surely not bode well for them. Alan felt a twinge of anxiety. He had no idea how far away his home was or how long it would take to exit this wilderness. Observing the demeanor of Vivian and Tina, he realized they were utterly inexperienced in surviving and spending the night in such a forest, likely having acted on a whim to embark on this reckless adventure. Chapter 8. First encounter with the wolf pack. Night had completely fallen, and the blood moon along with the elegant moon rose in the night sky, casting a hazy veil over the entire forest. Distant roars of beasts echoed, a testament to the Black Forest's eerie tranquility and peril. In the Middle Earth, 2 moons grace the sky. From the 1st to the 16th of each month, the blood moon hangs overhead, resembling the size of a teapot, casting a pale red glow, while from the 15th to the 30th, the elegant moon, akin to a silver plate, emits a milky white light, guiding nocturnal travelers on the nights of the 15th and 16th. Both moons illuminate the heavens in a splendid display. Under the guidance of the moonlight from the blood moon and the elegant moon, Alan reassessed their direction and led Vivian and Tina onward. "Alan, be cautious." With Tina's warning, a gleaming ice shield appeared before Alan, just as an icy blade shot towards it, shattering both upon impact. Alan paused for a moment, then glanced ahead, spotting 6 glowing green eyes merely 5 meters away. These were the phantasm wolves, low-level mythical beasts of the Black Forest. Almost immediately, he witnessed a barrage of ice spikes being launched. "Dante!" Alan managed to shout just in time. 2 phantasm wolves were struck by the ice spikes and pinned to the ground, struggling briefly before succumbing. The third, however, nimbly evaded behind a tree and fled into the distance. "What a pity we didn't eliminate them all. This is our first encounter with mythical beasts." Tina, now animated again, skipped forward and cleaved the head of one of the phantasm wolves with 2 ice blades. Lamenting, "It's such a shame. There's no crystal cord. I have no proof to show off back home. Run with all your might, or we may not make it in time," Alan urged as he took Vivian and Tina's hands, preparing to sprint ahead. "Alan, You must clarify. Don't think that just because you're younger, you can take advantage of me and my sister, Tina retorted, shaking off Alan's grip with a serious expression. You are dealing with phantasm wolves, which are pack-dwelling mythical beasts. Though low in rank, they are numerous, and a single pack can contain hundreds. They usually hunt in groups and harbor a grudge, as they rarely possess crystal cores. Few hunters provoke them. One has escaped, and soon the entire pack will come seeking revenge. Did you not research the mythical beasts of this forest before coming here? Alan expressed his frustration. Tina chuckled nonchalantly. My sister and I snuck out without telling anyone. Oh, what should we do now? Vivian looked at Alan with a questioning gaze. What else is there to do? We must run before the phantasm wolves find us. Alan replied sharply. With renewed urgency, Vivian, Tina, and Alan quickened their pace, racing forward. Yes, they ran. Tina muttered. That brat dares to show me attitude. I just saved his life. Once we're out of the Black Forest, I'll make sure to give him a good thrashing. The howling of the phantasm wolves echoed behind them, growing ever closer. They were closing in rapidly. Stop. Upon seeing Alan halt, Vivian and Tina followed suit. Tina anxiously exclaimed, Why have we stopped? The wolf pack is about to catch up. Alan tightened his grip on his makeshift wooden spear, his expression resolute. In terms of endurance, we cannot match the phantasm wolves. They will relentlessly pursue us until we have no strength left to flee. Before devouring us piece by piece, it would be wiser to confront them now while we still possess our strength. Perhaps we may survive. Vivian retrieved a glimmering dagger from her pouch and handed it to Alan, saying, This is for you to use. Alan accepted the dagger, feeling its weight in his hand. Its blade shimmered with an eerie light, sending a chill down his spine. A truly formidable weapon that he immediately grew fond of it, discarding his wooden spear and gripping the dagger tightly as he surveyed the encroaching phantasm wolves, their green eyes multiplying in the thicket. After a rough count, he estimated there were already over 100, with more joining their ranks, causing his heart to sink further. This was no ordinary wolf pack. Vivian, Tina, and Alan pressed against a large tree, their bodies huddled closely together. Alan could distinctly sense the tension in Vivian and Tina, their bodies trembling slightly. Most phantasm wolves can only unleash one ice blade within an hour. I'm uncertain about the magic capabilities of their leader. Wolves typically have sturdy heads and tails but fragile midsections, so we should aim to attack their flanks. Alan spoke calmly and methodically, his words appearing to soothe the sisters, whose trembling subsided as they raised their wands. Bracing for the impending brutal confrontation. A long, mournful howl echoed nearby, and the previously still wolf pack encircled the large tree behind the three, running in circles just 5 meters away. Suddenly, 5 wolves broke from the pack and lunged at the trio. Tina, having prepared her ice spike spell, immediately unleashed a barrage of dozens of ice spikes. The 5 phantasm wolves were skewered and fell lifelessly to the ground. However, 5 more quickly followed in their wake. Can you control that spell a bit, Tina? Let us conserve our magical energy by using only a few ice spikes on each wolf, Alan whispered to her. Vivian, overhearing, hesitated momentarily before conjuring 5 fireballs the size of fists to intercept the phantasm wolves. Alan noticed the fireballs would curve and track the fleeing wolves automatically. All 5 phantasm wolves were struck, igniting in flames, and they turned back toward the pack, rolling desperately on the ground, yet the flames clung to them, refusing to extinguish, their mournful howls stirring the pack into a frenzy. Soon, the 5 burning wolves ceased their struggles, yet the fire continued to smolder ominously upon their bodies. The entire pack now viewed Vivian and her companions with a hint of fear. Chapter 9. Night battle with the pack of wolves. 2 more distant howls resonated, and from the pack emerged over 20 phantasm wolves, standing before Vivian and her companions with their mouths agape. Vivian sensed the magical fluctuations and said, They are about to unleash magic. Tina, you defend while I attack. Without uttering any incantations, Tina conjured a wide arc of an ice shield that enveloped the 3 entirely. The ice blades emitted by the phantasm wolves shattered upon impact with the shield, resembling a gentle snowfall as fine ice shards filled the air. Before the wolves could reorganize, a fireball the size of a human head plummeted from above, landing in the midst of the phantasm wolves and erupting in a fierce explosion. Chunks of flesh and dirt pelted the ice shield, creating a cacophony of sound. As the dust settled, Alan discovered that the 20 or so phantasm wolves had vanished, leaving behind a 1-meter-deep crater, still emitting wisps of smoke. A furious howl erupted from the pack, and the agitated wolves parted to reveal a colossal wolf, noticeably larger than its kin, approaching slowly. This giant wolf bore a crescent-shaped white mark on its forehead, As it passed, the surrounding phantasm wolves lowered their heads, unwilling to meet the gaze of their king. Alan whispered to Vivian and Tina, "Their leader has appeared. We must take the offensive. We cannot simply wait for the phantasm wolves to attack us. Let us concentrate our efforts and slay the Wolf King. If we succeed, the rest of the pack will likely disperse." Vivian observed the 300 to 400 wolves that had gathered around them. Who knew how many more phantasm wolves were racing towards their location? As mages, they would be rendered powerless once their magical energy was depleted. The existing wolves could easily exhaust them. Vivian nodded, making a decision for both herself and Tina. "Tina and I will follow your lead. What shall we do?" Vivian felt a sensation that before them stood not a mere child of 8 or 9 years, but a resourceful and trustworthy adult. Alan inquired of Vivian and Tina, "Do you possess any magic that can temporarily confine that Wolf King?" "Indeed, but I am uncertain of the Wolf King's strength. Without that knowledge, it is impossible to ascertain how long it can be contained. A few seconds would suffice. One should prepare a powerful offensive spell, and once the Wolf King is restrained, we shall unleash our full might upon him to eliminate him once and for all," Alan suggested. Exchanging glances, Vivian and Tina made their decision. Even Alan, who had never practiced magic before, sensed an unusual disturbance in the air. The elements seemed to be in turmoil. Tina exuded an aura of extreme cold, with white snowflakes occasionally materializing around her. Meanwhile, Vivian radiated waves of intense heat, with a flicker of flames appearing sporadically. Standing between them, Alan felt the stark contrast of warmth and chill, experiencing a true sensation of being caught between fire and ice. With a flick of her wand directed at the approaching Wolf King, Tina uttered, "I sealed out." A massive orb of ice materialized, encasing the Wolf King within its confines. Subsequently, Vivian pointed her wand at the Wolf King and cast Fire Dragon. A deep crimson fire dragon, as thick as a human's waist and over 3 meters long, emanated astonishing heat as it surged toward the frozen Wolf King with claws bared. The surrounding spectral wolves, witnessing this, unleashed icy blades from their mouths. A flurry of ice shards flew toward the fire dragon, embedding themselves within it and releasing a cloud of blue smoke. The fire dragon seemed to diminish slightly in size, yet it continued its fierce advance toward the Wolf King. One of the spectral wolves howled and charged at the fire dragon, disintegrating into ash upon contact, only for another to follow suit. To Alan, Vivian, and Tina's horror, an increasing number of spectral wolves bravely charged toward the fire dragon. As more and more of these spectral wolves fell, the fire dragon's form shrank further. The orb of ice began to tremble, cracks appearing across its surface as the Wolf King struggled mightily within. All the spectral wolves that had surrounded the ice orb had sacrificed themselves for their king, while others rushed toward him from a distance. Suddenly, the ice orb vanished, and the now thinner fire dragon lunged at the Wolf King. Flames engulfed the Wolf King's body, sending the surrounding pack into a collective wail of despair. Yet, amidst the roaring flames, the Wolf King's piercing howl resounded. A flash of dark radiance appeared, extinguishing the flames enveloping him. The Wolf King, now freed from the fire, opened his jaws to command his pack to attack, but a small figure suddenly appeared before him, and a shimmering dagger pierced his mouth. Alan was drenched in the wolf's blood that sprayed from the Wolf King's mouth, and the Wolf King twitched a few times before collapsing to the ground. Alan raised the dagger in his hand, shouting defiantly at the restless pack. The wolves exchanged glances before one by one retreating, fleeing from the scene. Within mere moments, apart from the fallen spectral wolves, no living ones remained. Exhausted and pale, Tina, her eyes sparkling with excitement, said, "Alan, you are magnificent. If you were to grow another 7 or 8 years, I would undoubtedly marry you." "How charming." Tina, Alan, blushing, replied in a raspy voice, "Sister Tina, you can wait for me to grow up." Suddenly, he felt a sharp tug at his ear. As Vivian teased, "I didn't expect you to be such a little lecher, thinking of marrying at such a young age." Noticing flickering flames and shadows in the distance, Alan saw figures approaching, torches in hand. Vivian and Tina sensed it too and immediately readied themselves for any threat, having expended considerable energy in their battle against the Wolf King. They were now ill-equipped to defend against potential foes. As the torches drew nearer, Alan recognized a familiar voice call out. "Alan, Father!" Alan exclaimed joyfully, "Father, Father, I am here." A familiar figure swiftly appeared before him, and Alan rushed into his embrace. The man, undeterred by the blood covering Alan, held him tightly. After enduring a period of anxiety and tension, coupled with 2 exhausting battles for survival, Alan finally found refuge in the safest of havens. The tension that had gripped him melted away, and he succumbed to a deep sleep in his father's arms. Chapter 10, Safely Home. Awakening. Alan found himself roused by hunger. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of curtains adorned with wisteria, and he felt the comfort of lying on a soft bed. If not for the gnawing hunger in his belly, he would have gladly continued his slumber. Hearing movement from the bed, the curtains parted to reveal a beautiful young woman in a meticulously tailored blue gown, with golden hair and blue eyes. Naturally, Alan called out, "Mother." Jennifer smiled gently. "It is time to rise. The two girls who returned with you last night are about to depart, as your saviors. You ought to personally thank them and bid them farewell." "Yes, I understand, Mother." Tina, beaming, exclaimed, "Alan, I thought you might sleep until nightfall. If you do not come to see us off, both my sister and I would be heartbroken." With that, Tina made a mock expression of sorrow, only to realize the presence of Alan's parents, prompting her to shyly hide behind Vivian. Alan mused that had he not been awakened by hunger, he would have missed the opportunity to bid farewell. "How could I not see you off after the bond we forged in life and death yesterday? Why not stay a few more days? The scenery here is quite lovely," he warmly urged. Vivian replied, "We wish we could, but we snuck out this time. Our families must be worried sick, so we need to return promptly." As Alan watched the carriage retreat into the distance, he turned and followed Randall, Jennifer, and his sister Grace back toward the castle. This was a small castle, a retreat rather than a fortress, standing only 4 stories tall. Nestled amid trees and blooming flowers, constructed entirely of black jade rock, the castle featured circular towers, small windows, semicircular arches, and low, domed roofs adorned with protruding door frames, exuding a medieval European architectural style. Upon returning to the castle, Alan consumed 3 hearty breakfasts in succession to quell his hunger. Afterward, he accompanied his parents to his father Randall's study. Alan knew he was about to be interrogated. Before Randall could inquire, Alan recounted his experiences in detail. Omitting the matter of his soul's transmigration. As Randall listened, his expression remained stoic, but within, tumultuous waves surged. In truth, Randall was aware of Alan's clandestine training every night. He had chosen not to deter his son's ambition. Instead, he had silently protected him. That fateful night, Randall had been away on business and had forgotten to inform anyone else, leading to the unfortunate events that transpired. Thankfully, fate had smiled upon them, through trials of life and death. Alan had emerged with tremendous opportunities. Alan had finally resolved his physical ailments and regained his health. Not only able to partake in the awakening of his bloodline talents, but also freeing Randall from his long-standing worries regarding Alan's future adult trials. Alan was now aware that after his disappearance, many speculated he had been dragged away and devoured by beasts. Yet, both Randall and Jennifer had steadfastly believed in their son's survival. Randall had offered a generous reward, mobilizing everyone in their territory to search for him, while Jennifer had remained in Alan's room, anxiously awaiting his safe return. The weight of their parental love deeply moved Alan, whether in this world or on Earth. The hearts of parents everywhere are the same. "Father, Mother, do you have any records of Andre Vaughn?" Alan inquired. Randall and Jennifer pondered for a moment before shaking their heads. Randall replied, "The great catastrophe a millennium ago caused a gap of several decades, or even centuries. Many records were lost during that time. The level of practitioners also plummeted sharply and has yet to recover. Regardless, since you possess the bloodline of Andre Vaughn and have received his great favor, you must remember this. In the future, should you achieve success, seek out any of his direct descendants to express your gratitude." Alan nodded in agreement. Randall produced 2 teleportation tokens, saying, "This token, as you described, can be considered a holy level magical artifact. In the current world, items of this caliber are exceedingly rare. Each appearance can incite significant turmoil and bloodshed. Therefore, I shall keep it safe for you until you have attained sufficient strength." Alan nodded once more. Randall proceeded to say, "Regarding your recent ordeal, we shall declare to the outside world that you lost your way in the rear mountains and inadvertently stumbled into the depths of the Black Forest, where you encountered a peculiar red fruit that miraculously cured your ailment. After all, the Black Forest is vast and replete with countless secrets. No one has truly explored it in its entirety. Let others speculate as they wish." Within a few days, news spread through the town of Empoli that the Lord's son, Alan, had suddenly gone missing for several days, only to return from the Black Forest with a miraculous fruit that healed him of his long-standing illness. This sparked a new wave of exploration into the Black Forest, keeping the merchants of Empoli bustling with activity, much to their delight. Chapter 11. The Cataclysm of a Millennium. Upon returning home safely from the Black Forest, Alan dedicated the majority of his daytime hours to practicing horsemanship, swordsmanship, martial arts, and archery under Randall's guidance, while devoting the remainder of his time to reading, immersing himself in his father's library. Alan developed a keen interest in the cataclysm of a millennium, particularly wishing to comprehend the chaotic disturbance of celestial energies that Andre Vaughan had alluded to. He meticulously perused the hundreds of tomes in his father's library, but still could not grasp the causes of the cataclysm. However, the current flourishing Light Church had a mythical account of the cataclysm documented in its sacred texts. According to the Light Scriptures, over 1,000 years ago, the powerful Mughal Empire finally unified the entire continent of Central Earth. Basking in glory, with magic and martial energy flourishing, and legendary masters emerging in droves, the Emperor Caesar of the Mughal Empire transcended even legendary prowess, nearing the divine. Caesar no longer revered heaven and earth, challenging the gods themselves. The dark god Erebus, enraged by Caesar's affront, unleashed divine retribution, bringing calamity upon the realm. Black snowflakes, representing sin and punishment, fell from the heavens, sunlight ceased to shine, and darkness and cold enveloped the central earth. The elemental energies of heaven and earth went into tumult. Crops ceased to grow, plants withered, and animals and humans perished in despair from hunger and cold. Caesar met a tragic end, and many legendary practitioners of the Mughal Empire perished due to the backlash from the elemental turmoil. While a few who survived saw their powers drastically diminished, amidst the suffering of hunger and cold, the populace erupted in revolts, and the Mughal Empire was ultimately obliterated in the fury of the people. Reduced to ashes, the darkness and chill that blanketed the land persisted for decades, claiming billions of lives. The light god Apollo, unable to bear the suffering of the creatures and believers of Central Earth, engaged in multiple negotiations with the dark god to no avail, and subsequently led his followers in rebellion. After years of struggle, the light god Apollo transformed into the essence of light, the sun, sacrificing his life to defeat the dark god, restoring light and warmth to Central Earth. Apollo also enlisted the help of his friends, the goddess of the moon and blood, instructing them to guide the followers of the light god with their gentle glow at night, preventing them from succumbing to the temptations of darkness and losing their way. Another version claims that the light god's two eyes transformed into the moon and blood moons to commemorate the sacrifice of the light god. The people of Central Earth designated the Day of Light's return to the continent as the first day of the first month in the calendar of light, which later evolved into the Festival of Light, a grand celebration for the followers to worship the light god. In other books Alan perused, he discovered alternative descriptions of the events recorded in the Light Scriptures, such as darkness shrouding the land, stars plummeting into the seas, the sea goddess wrath, colossal waves crashing down, and the earth roaring, splitting to devour the sky. A series of bizarre accounts. Collectively, this period of calamity was referred to as the cataclysm of a millennium. Observing that various texts narrated the same event in similar terms, Alan came to the realization that the cataclysm indeed existed. Could it be that deities truly inhabit this world, now in the year 985 of the calendar of light? Nearly a millennium has passed. Might a similar cataclysm occur again? Was my crossing into this realm destined to mark me as the harbinger of a new cataclysm? Such thoughts filled Alan with confusion and deep apprehension for his future. Alan had previously inquired of his father, Randall, whether gods existed in this world. After a moment of contemplation, Randall replied with 3 words, "Perhaps they do," with a heart full of trepidation. Alan then asked Randall if another cataclysm would occur in this millennium. Randall shot him a stern glance and replied with the same 3 words, "Perhaps it will." Alan further gleaned from his readings that since the cataclysm of the Mughal Empire, Central Earth had never been unified again. Following the calamity, it took 2 to 3 centuries of recuperation, leading to the emergence of over 100 nations, which subsequently engaged in turmoil for another 200 to 300 years. Currently, the situation in Central Earth is relatively stable, with occasional skirmishes between nations. However, large-scale wars have become rare, ushering the continent into an unprecedented period of rapid development. Even so, the population of Central Earth has not returned to the levels seen prior to the cataclysm, nor do practitioners possess comparable cultivation levels. Legendary practitioners are exceedingly rare, serving as the stabilizing force for the great empires. Presently, the principal powers in Central Earth consist of 7 factions: 1 church, 2 empires, 2 alliances, and 2 guilds. The church refers to the Light Church, while the 2 empires are the Gaussian Empire and the Tulip Empire. The 2 alliances are the Arctic Bear Northern Tribal Alliance and the Hermes City Commercial Alliance. And the 2 guilds are the United Mages Guild and the United Warriors Guild. Additionally, there are dozens of kingdoms of varying sizes, all subordinate to the aforementioned major powers, acting as buffers among them. Alan resides in the Bordeaux province, which belongs to the Gaussian Empire. Closing the book before him, Alan pondered that to truly understand this continent and the cataclysm of a millennium, the resources available in his father's library were far from sufficient. He resolved to seek out the grand library in the city when the opportunity arose. "Young master, the lady requests that you prepare for dinner," Jones whispered as he approached Alan. Jones was a black slave, personally attending to Alan, and his family worked on Randall's vineyard. In this world, slavery existed, with the vast majority of enslaved individuals being black, captured from the southern continent. Randall had purchased over 100 black slaves specifically to manage the vineyard. Because Randall treated them kindly, without harsh conditions or punishments, they worked diligently for him. In the spacious dining hall, the moonstone had already begun to glow. Randall, Jennifer, and Grace were seated at the long dining table, while the servants distributed the tableware. "Brother, hurry up, you're making us wait again," 6-year-old Grace complained, clearly dissatisfied with Alan's tardiness. "I'm starving." Once Alan was seated, the servants promptly brought out the tableware, and food was distributed. Having wielded a heavy sword all morning and spent the afternoon in the library, Alan felt famished and eagerly reached for his knife and fork. "Alan, how could you forget again?" Jennifer scolded. Frustrated, Alan realized he was still adjusting to this life. He set down his utensils, clasped his hands together, with his thumbs resting against his forehead and elbows propped on the table, and said with his family, "We give thanks to the divine for the bountiful feast bestowed upon us. Let us remember that every grain of rice and every morsel is hard-earned. Praise the light God." Chapter 12. The Allen family that evening. After recounting the tale of Cinderella for Grace's bedtime story, Alan returned to his own chamber. When Alan's health had been poor, he had spent his days playing with Grace. Now that he had recovered, he was either busy training or buried in the library, leaving Grace feeling quite forlorn. Having secretly wept several times. It was Jennifer's thoughtfulness that prompted her to speak to Alan about it. Now, Alan made a point each night to set aside time to converse with Grace or tell her fairy tales. He adapted classic stories from Earth, transforming them into alternate versions for Grace. She became utterly captivated, refusing to sleep without a story, insisting that Alan stay awake with her, climbing out of his window and onto the castle rooftop. Alan gazed at the shadowy hills in the distance, the family vineyard. Under the glow of the two moons shining harmoniously, accompanied by the sounds of unknown insects, he felt enveloped in tranquility. Alan cherished this place, often seeking solace atop the roof, reflecting on the myriad pieces of information he had gathered. Randall was a Black Iron Knight and a Baron of the Empire in his early 30s, bearing a striking resemblance to the celebrity Keanu Reeves from his past life. Yet living a reclusive existence here, the former Alan would never have imagined such a scenario. The merged memories left him feeling somewhat disconcerted. Alan had already discerned that practitioners of martial energy were categorized according to their level of cultivation: martial apprentices, warriors, masters, saints, and legendary saints. Randall's designation as a Black Iron Knight was the military's classification of martial practitioners, which included apprentice knights, bronze knights, Black Iron Knights, silver knights, and golden knights. In a time when practitioners were scarce, a Black Iron Knight was considered among the elite. A person like Randall, managing a vineyard at home, surely harbored a wealth of untold stories. He typically maintained a cold and expressionless demeanor. Alan vividly recalled the time when he first embarked on the journey of reading independently, encountering a myriad of perplexing questions that Randall effortlessly elucidated with clarity and precision. During this period, Alan, combining both their memories, intentionally devised a series of intricate and peculiar inquiries to test Randall. Although Randall found it curious that the child's curiosity had suddenly surged, he consistently provided satisfactory answers to Alan's questions. However, when Alan directly probed into Randall's past, Jennifer was reluctant to divulge any details, while Randall, donning a dark expression, entirely ignored Alan. For several days, Alan persistently sought answers from old John, the family steward who had been by Randall's side since his youth. Eventually, Alan gleaned a few fragments of information from old John. Randall Taylor hailed from the illustrious Taylor family of the Empire, achieving fame at a young age for his significant contributions on the northern battlefield. He was bestowed the title of Baron and granted lands, a manor, and a castle. Discontent with his family's arrangement of marriage and driven by his love for Jennifer, he faced ostracism and suppression from his family, ultimately severing ties with them. In a moment of nostalgia, old John remarked, "Your father, alas," and refused to elaborate further. If Randall was as profound and enigmatic as the ocean, then Jennifer was as clear and vivacious as a babbling brook. Jennifer Halley was born into a humble family in the imperial city of Tiger City. Her mother passed away when she was 13, leaving behind her elderly father, Wengel Halley, and her younger brother, Jack Halley. 1819, she married Randall. Their family operated a vineyard, specializing in various wines. Alan was able to see his grandfather each year. As he came to purchase wine, he was a remarkably amiable old man. Jennifer was well-versed in the art of wine tasting and production. Under her guidance, the over 1,000 acres of vineyard flourished, producing exquisite wines. Beyond caring for Randall, Alan, and Grace, Jennifer spent most of her time in the castle's underground cellar, monitoring the temperature and humidity and observing the fermentation process of the wines. When Alan inquired about how Jennifer met his father, she chuckled and remarked that it was due to a bottle of wine, her eyes sparkling with the memory of a joyful moment. However, she was unwilling to elaborate further. Jennifer expressed that her current happiness stemmed from being with the person she loved while engaging in her most cherished pursuits. Of course, I feel incredibly fortunate, primarily because my dear Alan is a beautiful, intelligent, and well-mannered child, she added, dismissively. Alan merely pouted in response. When Alan sought further details from Randall regarding how his parents had met, Randall's countenance darkened, resulting in Alan doubling his training regimen that day, ultimately being carried back by old John due to exhaustion. Alan, displaying his intelligence, wisely chose not to dwell on the subject any longer. After dinner that evening, Randall summoned Alan to his study. Alan, in just a few days, the Unified Bloodline Talent Awakening Ceremony in the Bordeaux province will commence. I understand you have longed to participate. I must now impart some crucial information that requires your careful consideration before making a decision. The Bloodline Awakening is a process that stimulates the bloodline within the body through a specialized array. Inducing resonance. It is an agonizing ordeal. The level of suffering is difficult to articulate. Each year, numerous children succumb to the pain, either dying or descending into madness. Moreover, the number of individuals who truly awaken their talents is exceedingly rare. On average, only 1 in 100 children awakens the talent from martial cultivation, while 1 in 1,000 awakens the talent from magical cultivation. Upon hearing these statistics, Alan felt a chill run through him. Such a low ratio explained why practitioners held such esteemed status across the continent. This realization only fortified Alan's resolve to undergo the bloodline awakening. With unwavering determination, he declared, "Father, I wish to participate. I firmly believe that I can awaken my cultivation talent." Chapter 13. A chance encounter. While for a reclusive individual, what constitutes happiness? It is being in the company of a goddess. And what of suffering? It is accompanying that goddess on a shopping excursion. Presently, Alan found himself in a state of simultaneous pain and joy. After bidding a heartfelt farewell to his mother, Jennifer, and sister, Grace, Alan embarked on a 3-day carriage journey with his father, Randall, to the provincial capital of Andean Bordeaux, to partake in the annual Bloodline Talent Awakening. After a night of rest, Alan, brimming with energy, set out to visit Vivian and Tina. It was then that he learned that their father, Count Fane, was the governor of Bordeaux province. Can you guess whether I am Vivian or Tina? In a small sitting room within the governor's residence, Alan encountered 2 exquisitely dressed young maidens resembling dolls, one of whom eagerly inquired. Alan glanced at her, responding without a hint of challenge. "Tina." With a look of astonishment, Tina asked, "How did you figure that out?" Alan replied wearily, "Because Vivian would never ask me who is Vivian and who is Tina." Nearby, Vivian stifled a smile. "Alan, you've come to Andy to prepare for the Bloodline Talent Awakening, haven't you?" Alan nodded in affirmation. Tina, with a look of trepidation, cautioned, "Alan, I must warn you. The Bloodline Talent Awakening is incredibly painful. If I could do it all over again, I would never participate, even at the cost of my life. Yes, I know, my father has warned me as well. However, to cultivate like my sister, I am willing to endure any pain." Alan replied resolutely. Such a silver-tongued charmer, Vivian teased with a smile. "Alan, if you awaken your magical cultivation talent, you must come to Hogwarts Magic School. As our little brother, my sister, and I will look after you." Tina playfully patted Alan's shoulder, assuming a big sister's demeanor. "Sister, today I want Alan to accompany me on a shopping trip. You must think of a way to convince him. I am utterly bored." Tina whined, clinging to Vivian's arm. Alan soon learned that the last time Vivian and Tina had ventured out without permission, they had enraged the governor, resulting in their house arrest. They were only allowed to leave for magic school and had to remain indoors at all other times. The house arrest order was still in effect. Now, Alan found himself wandering through the bustling commercial districts of Andy. Disguised as a maid alongside Tina. He finally comprehended that the experience of girls shopping remained consistent across both his past and present lives, filled with passion and an insatiable thirst for adventure. At that moment, Tina dragged Alan into a magic apparatus shop. Once inside, Tina abandoned him and eagerly set off to admire the newly arrived and innovative magical tools. Alan promptly found a quiet corner designated for patrons to rest and settle down. Not far away, a shop assistant was impatiently arguing with a customer. I have already told you, this magic wand has cracks and has lost its magical essence. It is utterly worthless. A youthful, melodic voice interjected. This one has been passed down from my ancestors. It is said to have been crafted from the spirit bone of a high-ranking magical beast. Although it may be broken, surely it must still hold some value as magical material. The shop assistant, growing increasingly irritable, replied, I will repeat myself. This wand has been cracked for quite some time. Its magical essence has dissipated, and the spirit bone has turned into a worthless remnant. There is no value in recycling it. Oh, then thank you for your trouble. I apologize. The customer, holding the wand, turned to leave, keeping their head bowed. Alan caught a glimpse of the individual, who was slight of stature. Even shorter than him, with fiery red hair and clad in a gray robe that, while clean, was mended in several places. As the youth passed by Alan, a rumble emanated from their stomach, prompting embarrassment and a desire to flee. Alan, reminded of many memories by the sound, felt his heart soften. Hey, young man, could you please wait a moment? The boy halted, his timid voice responding, what do you want? Still not lifting his gaze. Oh, I apologize for being forward. But I overheard that you have a wand you wish to sell. My father has a rather peculiar hobby. He enjoys collecting various magical wands, irrespective of their condition, simply for admiration and play. Thus, I would like to take a look at your wand, if you don't mind. Alan fabricated a story. Oh, here you are, the boy said, extending a slender hand to present a wand to Alan while still refusing to meet his gaze. Alan accepted the wand, which measured 20 centimeters in length, possessing an antiquated design that appeared to be carved from a single bone, devoid of any magical array engravings, distinct from the contemporary styles of wands. The ends of the wand were uniformly thick, resembling fingers, yet a noticeable crack ran through its center, delving deep within, devoid of any magical radiance. The wand, a quintessential tool for spellcasting among wizards, had undergone numerous iterations alongside the advancement of magical applications. The current trend favored wands crafted from the spirit bones of magical beasts, which were ground into powder, mixed with mithril, and subsequently forged into wands, with appropriate magical arrays etched onto their surfaces. Magical beasts absorb energy elements from the world, generating crystallized cores of energy within their heads, while simultaneously enhancing their bodies, transforming ordinary bones into spirit bones. As the levels of the demon beast's cultivation ascend, the number of spiritual bones they possess increases, resulting in a more abundant energy that can be utilized to craft magical staffs, facilitating a seamless communication with the energies of heaven and earth. This magical staff is quite impressive. I find it to my liking. How much do you intend to sell it for? Could it be just 1 silver coin? The youth hesitated, fidgeting. What? 1 silver coin? Well, do as you see fit. The boy appeared somewhat flustered. This magical staff of yours, with its antiquated design, stands in stark contrast to contemporary trends, resembling an artifact of old. Though it bears some cracks, its condition is generally well preserved. The last staff my father purchased was inferior to this one, and it cost him 8 silver coins. Yours should surely be worth at least 1 gold coin. Here, take my money, Alan declared with an air of authority. The boy suddenly lifted his head, his delicate features pale, appearing to be merely 7 or 8 years of age. Gazing at Alan, tears shimmering in his red eyes, he took the gold coin and murmured, "Thank you," before swiftly turning and dashing out of the shop. Moments later, the boy returned, breathlessly standing before Alan with an upturned face, a hint of color returning to his cheeks. He bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude anew. "Thank you once more. My name is Emma Vincent," before he hurried away again. What a peculiar fellow, Alan mused to himself, though he did not dwell on the encounter. Chapter 14. Awakening of talent were it not for Tina's need to return home for dinner. To avoid revealing anything in front of her family, she would not have released Alan so early after a day filled with exploration. Upon returning to the inn room, Alan slumped onto the long bench in the sitting area like a noodle. Addressing Randall, who sat opposite him, "Father, did you and Mother often go shopping in your youth?" Randall's face displayed a mix of nostalgia and slight trepidation. "You rascal, why inquire about that?" he continued. "This is your number plate for the talent awakening ceremony. The number is 1978, part of the 20th batch, scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Keep the plate safe. Fortunately, I still have some semblance of reputation, otherwise you would have been assigned a number beyond 20,000. Alan took the number plate. Examining its dimensions, 2 centimeters wide and 3 centimeters long, black and glossy, its surface etched with intricate patterns resembling a glowing array. A small hole was located at the top, through which a white braided leather cord was threaded. Without hesitation, Alan hung the number plate around his neck. Over 20,000. So many people. Isn't this process said to be exceedingly perilous? Randall replied heavily. Once your talent awakens, your status will change dramatically. This is an opportunity many families are willing to risk their lives for. Alan understood that awakening talent would elevate him into the privileged echelons of the empire, representing a rare chance for the countless commoners and servants to rise, a gamble so significant that even the lives of children were not spared. After a hasty dinner, utterly exhausted, Alan climbed into bed and soon fell into a deep slumber. The next day at noon, Randall suddenly turned to Alan with a grave expression, saying, "Alan, your mother and I's greatest hope is for you and Grace to live a life of safety. With my abilities, I can ensure your prosperity. You need not participate in this talent awakening." Seeing genuine concern etched on Randall's face, Alan felt a twinge of emotion and feigned nonchalance. "Father, I fear neither death nor pain. You know of my recent experiences. Having survived great peril surely brings fortune, and the God of Light will protect me. Await my good news." Randall embraced Alan tightly, and the father and son shared a silent journey in the carriage towards Hogwarts Academy of Magic. Hogwarts Academy, a joint establishment of the Bordeaux province and the Bordeaux branch of the Sorcerers Guild, is located in the southwestern part of the provincial capital, covering nearly 1,000 acres, yet housing fewer than 200 students. The Awakening Array for Bloodline Talents is situated within a specially constructed magical hall at the academy. This grand hall spans nearly 1,000 square meters and is partitioned into 100 equally sized rooms. The floor is paved with black crystal jade, intricately engraved with complex patterns, serving as the finest medium for inscribing magical arrays. Due to the immense costs associated with the Awakening Array, it is funded by the Empire. The Church of Light, the Duelist Guild, and the Sorcerers Guild, collaborating to provide free talent awakenings for 10-year-old children in the region. The exceptional children who awaken their talents are eagerly taken under the wings of these factions for further cultivation. At the pinnacle of a magical tower in Hogwarts Academy, the principal and president of the Bordeaux branch of the Sorcerers Guild, Grand Sorcerer Arnold, was enjoying a glass of wine with several old friends, Count Fane, the governor of Bordeaux province, Archbishop Hagel of the Church of Light in Bordeaux, and the president of the Duelist Guild, Cislaine. "This is a new wine I acquired. It has a delightful flavor, and I specifically invited you to taste it," Arnold remarked, then added with a hint of malice, "The fighting at the northern fortress has been intense these past few days. It nearly fell down. I hear the emperor was enraged, and that, had it not been for the intervention of the crown princess, the commander of the northern army would have been replaced." Governor Fane scoffed. "Ever since Prince Philip was grievously injured and recovering, no one has managed to keep those northern ruffians in check. The current commander of the northern army is nothing but a weakling, hiding behind women. Even a small mad tiger under Prince Philip would be more suitable for the role." Archbishop Hagel quickly interjected. "Let us not speak of that. It is known that you sympathize with Prince Philip. You are aware of the intricacies involved. Be cautious, lest the emperor learns of your sentiments. You may lose your position as governor." Fane dismissed the concern. "What is there to fear? There are no outsiders present. Furthermore, I have no particular desire to maintain this governorship. Anyone who wishes to take it may do so." As Fane appeared ready to erupt into further inflammatory remarks, the ever-practical Arnold swiftly redirected the conversation. "Have you heard? Rumors indicate that the Pope intends to initiate a holy war." Instantly, all attention shifted towards the Archbishop. Even the perpetually stoic Cislaine focused keenly on him. Hagel, taken aback, nearly choked, hurriedly placing his wine glass on the table. "There is no such matter, Arnold, you old fool. Such things cannot be carelessly spoken of. It is merely a discussion among a few individuals at the Holy See. The impetus is the Pope's desire for the Empire to relocate its primary training grounds for adults to the southern fortress." A paper crane fluttered into the room, landing in Arnold's hand. He unfolded it, revealing a report on the awakening statistics of 1,500 children, with 12 deceased, 8 driven mad, 1 awakening magical talent, and 13 awakening martial talent. Though none achieved high testing levels. It seems this year's batch of children is lacking in quality. The Archbishop sighed. "The matter of bloodline talent can only be left to fate. We have no means to influence it. By the way, Arnold, that small mad tiger specifically requested a number plate from me yesterday. His son is also set for bloodline talent awakening this year. It should be the same child who nearly lost his life recently. Speaking of which, Hagel, you are most ungracious. I heard that a few years back, the mad tiger sought treatment potions for his son at the church and donated a considerable sum, yet he received only blood of tears, not even the tears of grace." Cislaine glared at the Archbishop. Enraged, Hagel bellowed. "Arnold, you scoundrel! How dare you accuse me of being ungracious? I was not present at the church at that time. When I returned, I did indeed provide him with the tears of grace. You shall find yourself in dire straits due to that loose tongue of yours. Governor Fane sighed. Ah, the mad tiger. What a pity. Chapter 15. Awakening test. Alan entered the small room marked with the number 78 and shut the door. Recalling his father Randall's cryptic instructions, he felt a mix of curiosity and apprehension but decided to comply. He removed all his clothing and set it aside, donned the jade plate around his neck, and sat cross-legged on the intricate pentagram array in the room, calming his mind and holding his breath as he awaited the activation of the array. 3 minutes later, the pentagram array beneath him illuminated, enveloping Alan in a crimson glow. Pain coursed through him, an excruciating agony. His blood felt as if it were boiling, coursing through his veins like molten iron, and he was drenched in sweat. Alan wished to scream but could not. It felt as if a great weight pressed down upon him, rendering him immobile. His muscles twitched uncontrollably, and what he expelled was no longer sweat but blood. Crimson flowed from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. How could it hurt so much? Alan could never have anticipated that the torment he had previously endured paled in comparison to this current suffering. He marveled at why he had not succumbed to unconsciousness despite the unbearable pain. Rather, he felt increasingly alert. He wished to shout, yet his body was paralyzed by agony. The number plate on his chest emitted a faint glow, surrounding Alan's upper body. Unbeknownst to him that the array inscribed on this plate was what kept his consciousness sharp and his senses heightened. His head felt as though it were swelling, as if someone were incessantly blowing air into it, growing larger and larger. I longed for my head to explode, for then the pain would cease to exist. At this moment, Alan is utterly unafraid of death. He is truly in a state of yearning for death. With a soft pop, it seems Alan hears the sound of a balloon bursting. Am I dead? Suddenly, he feels the pain dissipate and discovers a grotesquely bloodied figure sitting on the ground, surrounded by a pool of crimson. Is this me? Am I dying? This must be the scene one witnesses just before their soul ascends. Abruptly, Alan's vision fades to black, the world around him vanishing, and the excruciating pain returns once more. It feels as if an eternity has passed before the agony abruptly ceases, the sensation of being crushed under a mountain also vanishing. Alan's body collapses like clay into the blood on the ground. The door swings open, and a stranger enters, skillfully performing a cleansing spell on Alan. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he casts a fire spell that incinerates the blood and filth in the room, followed by a gust of wind that carries away the stench. The stranger produces a water pouch, pouring water into Alan, then draping his previously prepared clothes over him before casting a levitation spell. Alan floats through the air, guided by this unfamiliar figure into an empty chamber, where he is laid upon a bed and covered with a blanket. The stranger removes the identification tag from Alan without uttering a word and departs. Alan notices that although the room contains 6 beds, he is the sole occupant. After a short while, 2 more unfortunate souls, completely bare, are brought in. After approximately 10 minutes of rest, he finally regains some strength, and his body begins to feel familiar once again. Struggling, Alan dresses himself, eliciting envy from the 2 naked fellows beside him. Another 10 minutes pass, and yet another pair of bare individuals is ushered in. Alan, how are you feeling? Any better? The voice of Randall reaches him. His father has arrived, and Alan's eyes well up with tears. Under the influence of his past memories and bodily sensations, he feels as though he is transformed into a 10-year-old child. So easily brought to tears. No crying, no crying. Randall, at a loss for how to console a weeping Alan, attempts to soothe him. Come, I shall take you to meet the headmaster of the Magic Academy. Randall lifts Alan and places him into a carriage, only to find that Alan has already fallen asleep. Upon awakening, Alan realizes he is lying on a soft bed in a room furnished solely with a bed. The walls lined with bookshelves overflowing with tomes. Alan understands this is not an inn-room. Feeling a bit more restored and capable of movement, he rises and pushes open the door, discovering Randall engaged in conversation with an elderly gentleman with a head of white hair and a pair of angular mustaches. Enjoying wine together. You are awake. Come over. This is Arnold Hogg, the headmaster of the Hogg Magic Academy, and my mentor as well as a drinking companion. Greetings, Master Arnold. Alan immediately transforms into a well-behaved child. Ah, you have awakened your bloodline talent. Let us test your current level. Arnold retrieves a crystal sphere and a magical array disc from his dimensional bag. Now, drip a drop of blood onto this array disc. Seeing Randall nod in affirmation, Alan bites his finger, extracting a drop of blood that he lets fall in the center of the array disc. As the drop soaks into the disc, the pointers begin to rotate slowly, their speed gradually diminishing. Randall watches intently, his expression growing increasingly joyful as the pointer passes one number after another. It finally comes to a halt at the number 8. Arnold's mouth drops open in disbelief. 80% elemental energy affinity, high-grade superior. How is this possible? It has been decades since such a high affinity has been recorded. Surely, the array disk cannot be faulty. In astonishment, Arnold retrieves 2 identical array disks from his dimensional bag. Come now, boy, drip a bit of blood onto these 2 disks as well. Alan, feeling somewhat vexed, squeezes out 2 more drops of blood from the same injured finger. Arnold's expression is tense as he observes the 2 discs. Both pointers begin to rotate slowly, ultimately pointing to 8 once again. Coughing repeatedly, Arnold realizes he has been overly focused, holding his breath as if fearing his inhalation would skew the accuracy of the pointers. Quickly, let us test your mental strength. Place your hand on this crystal sphere, concentrate, and think of nothing. If you cannot endure, simply withdraw your hand. Alan obediently places his hand upon the sphere, closing his eyes to focus. He senses a flow of energy coursing from his arm into the crystal sphere, and as this energy is drawn out, his head begins to throb. After a while, the pain escalates to an unbearable level. Thankfully, having just experienced the awakening of his bloodline talent, Alan's tolerance for pain has significantly increased, allowing him to persist. Eventually, he realizes that the sphere has ceased to draw from his mind. Alan removes his hand and opens his eyes to see 2 ecstatic faces. Chapter 16. Reluctantly taking a disciple. Splendid. Splendid. You possess purple-grade potential for mental strength development, the best test results in several decades. Arnold exclaims, full of envy as he addresses Randall. Suddenly, Arnold's expression shifts. He grasps Randall's hand tightly, saying, "What on earth is going on?" I was aware of Alan's previous physical condition. There was no way he could withstand the awakening of his bloodline talent. Do not attempt to deceive me with prior rumors. Randall breaks free from Arnold's grasp, replying, "Old man, Alan has encountered some fortuitous circumstances, narrowly escaping death. Don't believe you. Some things can only be understood, not articulated." Arnold, in a flurry of questions, presses, "Is it possible to replicate Alan's situation?" Randall ponders for a moment, recalling that the magical arrays Alan mentioned are still intact in that secret chamber. However, the advanced crystal cores required to operate those arrays, along with the immense energy that must be drawn from a legendary master's body, are beyond what the current world can provide. With this realization, Randall shakes his head at Arnold. Disappointed, Arnold sighs, glancing at Alan, and then turns to Randall. Alan's test results need to be amended. The elemental energy affinity stands at 5, and the mental strength potential is classified as green grade. Both are mediocre. Considering these 2 factors, I would assess him as above average. Furthermore, given that you, Randall, are my old friend, I am reluctantly willing to take Alan as my disciple. Randall's eyes widen in disbelief. How could I impose upon you, a grand sorcerer? I have a friend in the Royal Mage Corps in the Imperial capital who would not hesitate to accept him. I shall seek him out instead. Arnold, incensed, lets his mustaches bristle with indignation. Randall, it seems you no longer wish to be friends. Is the Imperial capital not a place of sorrow for you? Do you truly want Alan to wade through such murky waters? Reluctantly, Randall concedes, I entrust my son to you. Just ensure he does not stray from the path. Arnold, now jubilant, waves at Alan. Come, quickly, and pay your respects to your master. Alan glances at Randall, seeing no objection, and approaches Arnold. Bowing respectfully, student Alan Taylor pays his respects to master. Arnold beams with delight, helping Alan to his feet. He searches his own robes for a moment before producing a small pouch and handing it to Alan. This is a 100-fold dimensional bag, a gift to commemorate your apprenticeship. The dimensional bag has long been an object of Alan's desire. He has seen it on Vivian and Tina, and even his father Randall possesses one. Dimensional bags are standard equipment for the elite of the Middle-earth continent, symbolizing status and prestige, and are exorbitantly priced. Typically, a dimensional bag has a standard capacity of 1 cubic decimeter, with variations based on the size of the miniaturization and weight reduction arrays inscribed on it. Ranging from 10-fold to 100-fold, 1,000-fold, and even 10,000-fold dimensional bags. The higher the multiple, the more advanced the materials and arrays required for crafting, leading to an increase in cost. The most common version is the 100-fold dimensional bag, with the cheapest costing several hundred gold coins, primarily used as wallets. 1,000-fold dimensional bags are typically only available at auctions, priced from several thousand to tens of thousands of gold coins. 10,000-fold dimensional bags are exceedingly rare, reserved for nations and large organizations. Filled with joy, Alan accepts the creamy white pouch made from beast hide, palm-sized and soft to the touch, barely weighing anything. Upon opening it, he sees limited space within. Yet this diminutive bag can hold items 100 times larger than its own capacity. Alan places a bottle of wine from the desk into the dimensional bag, then retrieves it, thoroughly entertained by the novelty. I never imagined that the Taylor family would finally produce a magician. This calls for a celebration, Randall declares, producing a bottle of wine from his own dimensional bag, uncorking it and pouring it into 2 new wine glasses. Arnold raises his glass, swirling it before inhaling deeply. Savoring the aroma, then downing it in one gulp. Good wine. Excellent, he exclaims, only to suddenly scowl. You little madman. With such splendid wine, you present me with this inferior stuff? How could you betray our camaraderie? Randall proudly proclaimed. This is the vineyard meticulously selected by Jennifer, planted in the most suitable plot of land, carefully tended to, and after maturing, the unripe and spoiled grapes have been meticulously discarded to create this exquisite wine. Arnold pointed at Alan, threatening, This little fellow will be on my territory from now on. If you wish to spare him any suffering, you shall send me 50 bottles each year. No, make it 100 bottles of such wine. Randall scoffed, If you want wine, I have none to spare, but I do have a life to protect. After all, Alan is your disciple. You can do as you please with little Alan, as long as he survives. Arnold, exasperated, retorted, This wine is crafted by Jennifer. I consider myself the matchmaker for both of you. Without me, how could you two have achieved such a good thing? Randall, equally furious, replied, Had you not mentioned it, I would have forgotten. If it weren't for you, old fool, I wouldn't have lost such a significant person. Their quarrel roused Alan, who had been playing with his magical pouch. His mouth fell agape, astonished by the sight of Randall in such a state. Ultimately, Arnold threatened that if he did not receive the wine, he would disclose all the misdeeds of Randall's past to Alan. Since he did not care about his own reputation, he left it to Randall to deal with the consequences. With no fruitful outcome from banging the table in frustration, Randall reluctantly agreed to send him a maximum of 20 bottles each year. In the end, Arnold and Randall decided that Alan would report to school on February 1st next year, joining this batch of awakened freshmen. Additionally, Arnold gifted Alan a book on mental meditation techniques, encouraging him to ponder it deeply during his time at home, after finishing the bottle of red wine. Randall and Alan bid farewell and departed from Arnold's magical tower. Randall bitterly remarked to Alan that those without shame are invincible. He advised Alan, when learning magic from this old scoundrel, to discern the essence and discard the dross. Randall solemnly warned Alan that if he were to become as shameless as that old rogue, he would no longer consider him his son. Alan felt a sense of gloom, foreseeing the trials that lay ahead. Chapter 17. Meditation Practice in the Baroness Castle. In the living room, Grace, having just been awakened after falling asleep again, clutched her plush teddy bear tightly with her right hand while holding a bobblehead doll in her left. Giggling incessantly, she planted several kisses on Alan's cheek but harbored some resentment towards her father for not bringing her a gift, continually murmuring to Randall that only her brother was good. This statement made Alan feel quite guilty. As the gifts were actually from Vivian and Tina. He had completely forgotten about purchasing a present for Grace. It was only upon arriving home that he recalled how Grace had clung to his neck before his departure, reminding him to buy her something fun and delicious. After much contemplation, Alan decided to pass off Vivian and Tina's gifts as his own and would apologize to them later. Jennifer, too, felt genuine joy at Alan's awakening magical talent. Gazing at her increasingly mature son with a sense of pride, reminiscent of a parent witnessing their child grow. Brother, did you bring me something fun and tasty? Where is it? You didn't eat it all by yourself, did you? The little girl suddenly dashed over, wrapping her arms around Alan's neck with a questioning expression. Alan was taken aback. Her mood shifted so rapidly. Due to his psychological age, he indulged Grace as if she were his daughter, and she was particularly attached to him. Picking up the squirming little girl, he apologized. I'm sorry, brother forgot. Next time, I will definitely buy lots and lots of delicious treats for the beautiful, mischievous, and adorable Grace. Then I must punish you, brother. I want to hear 5, no, 10 stories of Snow White. The little girl had learned to leverage opportunities to set conditions. Carrying Grace into the room, he placed her on the bed. Tonight, I will tell you the story of the ugly duckling. Long ago, once the little girl fell asleep, Alan returned to his own room and retrieved the booklet on mental meditation techniques given to him by his teacher, Arnold. Alan had already memorized it during the journey home and confirmed once more that he remembered it correctly before settling cross-legged on his bed, as instructed in the book. Alan placed his hands on his knees, palms facing downward, and allowed his body to enter a state of relaxation. He then focused on his breathing, gradually dispelling the restlessness from his heart and concentrating his thoughts between his eyebrows, entering a state of ethereality. A refreshing sensation coursed through his entire being. It felt delightful, akin to drinking a large glass of ice water on a summer day. The coolness spread from his limbs to his brain. To his surprise, Alan discovered he could visualize his flesh, bones, blood vessels, and internal organs, witnessing his heart beating robustly, blood flowing through his veins. It was a peculiar sensation, as if he had a pair of eyes inside his body. Moving according to his thoughts, the coolness accumulated in his head, intensifying and causing a sensation of fullness. In that instant, Alan felt as though he had finally surfaced from the stifling darkness of deep water into the bright sunlight. Able to breathe freely, the entire room suddenly brightened, and numerous images flooded into Alan's mind. A black-haired youth in pajamas sitting cross-legged on the bed, it was himself, engaged in meditation. The sensation of his bloodline talent awakening felt akin to his soul leaving his body once more. Now, Alan felt no panic at all. He had already learned from the meditation techniques that this was the external view of mental power, a means of external exploration. However, what Alan was unaware of was that during the apprentice stage of magic, mental power could only be used for internal viewing, examining the details of one's own body. The ability to extend mental power beyond the confines of the physical body was a crucial step from apprentice to magician. To his astonishment, Alan had effortlessly accomplished this. Watching himself practice felt somewhat strange. Alan extended his mental power outward, 1 meter, 2 meters, when suddenly a sharp pain shot through his head, causing all images in his mind to vanish. Alan understood that this was due to excessive consumption of mental power. He continued practicing the meditation technique, savoring the comfort in his body. He realized that cultivating could be so pleasurable, and he gradually became enamored with this feeling. A series of knocks interrupted him. "Young master, it's time to rise." The voice of Jones came from outside the door. Opening his eyes, Alan discovered that daylight had broken. Unknowingly, he had practiced throughout the night, yet he felt no fatigue, only a sense of refreshment. Alan noticed that his vision was clearer, as if the dust that had obscured his sight had finally been brushed away. Pushing open the window, Alan found the world outside particularly bright and vivid. The sensation of cultivation was truly wonderful. He arrived at the dining table, where Randall, Jennifer, and Grace were already seated. Grace still clutched her plush teddy bear tightly, exclaiming, "Brother, don't be shy. You're still sleeping in." Randall instructed a servant, "Pour a glass of wine for Alan as well." Grace chimed in, "I want to drink grape wine too," only to receive a glare from Randall. In his past life, Alan had a rather uncouth disposition and held no genuine affection for wine. In this life, perhaps due to the dual inheritance from Randall and Jennifer, his body's memory filled him with a longing for wine. He had secretly tasted it a few times, and the experience was truly memorable. Lifting the wine glass, Alan gazed at the bright red wine emanating a subtle fragrance. He took a sip, experiencing a tartness laced with a hint of sweetness, swirling it in his mouth before swallowing. He found the texture smooth and the aftertaste rich and lingering. This is quite a fine wine." "Father, is this the special wine crafted by Mother?" Randall replied, "This is a fine wine I found at the Ander market. Your mother's special brew cannot be wasted." He lamented. "What a pity it is that I shouldn't have flaunted it in front of that old fool Arnold. What a significant loss this has become." Jennifer chided, "Isn't Arnold just as infatuated with wine as you are? Rest assured, the wine I brew is more than enough for you two wine enthusiasts." Randall no longer regarded Alan as a child. He dedicated time each day to teach Alan how to discern wines and appreciate their nuances. Naturally, this included ample practical lessons in wine tasting, resulting in a dramatic increase in Alan's capacity and appreciation for wine. Under Randall's indulgence, Alan became inebriated several times, prompting Jennifer to become quite irate and impose a ban on alcohol for both father and son. In the evenings, Alan diligently practiced his meditation techniques, gradually expanding the range of his mental perception outward. Within the realm of his mental awareness, he noticed a dense array of transparent particles, most of which felt familiar and welcoming, while a small portion seemed indifferent to him. This must be the mysterious elemental energies that exist in the world. This discovery filled Alan with immense joy. Chapter 18. The family pendant. In recent days, Jennifer appeared particularly cheerful, her lips often curling into a smile as she went about her tasks. This was due to the impending arrival of her father, Wingal Halley, who would come to purchase wine, and he would stay at the castle for some time. Alan was also quite fond of his amiable and astute grandfather. Seizing the opportunity, Randall sought permission to indulge in wine, while Alan remained under a strict prohibition against drinking. Randall cast a helpless glance at his son, choosing instead to indulge in this long-awaited moment of liberation after days of repression. One afternoon, as Alan accompanied Grace back from her horseback riding lesson, they arrived at the castle gates just in time to hear a joyful burst of laughter emanating from within. "Grandfather has arrived." The little girl exclaimed, scampering inside and calling out, "Grandfather, grandfather, you've finally come. I've missed you so much. I've been thinking about you for days." It was likely the sweet delicacies from the imperial city that she longed for. Alan followed her into the parlor, where he beheld a man in his 50s, his hair a striking mix of white and gray, with a handsome visage, blue eyes, a prominent nose, and a slight beard. He appeared somewhat fatigued, perhaps from a lengthy journey. Randall stood beside him, watching as he lifted Grace onto his lap, beaming with delight. "My dear Grace, you have grown even more beautiful. I know exactly why you missed me." The confections had already been sent to the kitchen by a servant, and soon Mother would bring them to you. "Greetings, grandfather," Alan said, bowing respectfully. "Splendid. Your father informed me that you have awakened your innate magical affinity. And to hear that your talent is quite remarkable fills me with joy. I had intended to present you with a fine sword as a gift, but that now seems inappropriate. Well, here, take this." He removed a pendant from around his neck and handed it to Alan. "This has been passed down through our family for generations. It is said to be a powerful magical artifact. Though it has been examined, it appears to serve no extraordinary purpose other than enhancing clarity of mind during meditation, thus improving one's meditative efficiency." Alan accepted the pendant with gratitude and scrutinized it closely. It was black and lustrous, warm to the touch, seemingly imbued with a hint of his grandfather's warmth. Approximately 2 centimeters in diameter, it featured a large hole in the center, set with a striking ruby-like gem. Intricately engraved with layers of magical patterns, the edges were adorned with 2 intertwined dragons, their tails entwined, with a flame depicted between their heads, and a small hole within the flame through which a silver chain passed. Sensing that this object might possess some significance, Alan briefly scanned it with his mental energy but found nothing particularly unusual. He paid it little mind and hung it around his neck. Immediately feeling a subtle clarity in his thoughts. In recent years, the wine produced by Alan's family had been primarily reserved for personal use and gifts, with the remainder sold through Wingle. Additionally, Randall had assisted Wingle in acquiring some high-quality wines from his estate, leading to a modest reputation for the winery established in the imperial capital, with business flourishing steadily. When Jennifer spotted the pendant around Alan's neck, she exclaimed, "This pendant has been in the Harry family for several generations." "I can't believe it was given to you," Alan asked. "Is it very valuable? Should I not have accepted it? Did the Harry family have any mages in the past?" Jennifer chuckled. "It's not particularly valuable. Since your grandfather gifted it to you, wear it proudly. It is said that once upon a time, the Harry family was a formidable magical lineage, though it has been generations since a practitioner emerged from them. Such claims are hardly remarkable. Any family can trace back to notable figures if you look far enough. Son, we are counting on you to become a great person, so strive diligently." Dinner was a joyous and lively affair. Yet Alan found himself unable to partake in wine, as Jennifer was resolute in her discipline. After the meal, the family gathered by the fireplace in the parlor, enjoying dessert and tea while engaging in conversation. Wingle remarked, "When I departed from the Empire, a new prime minister had just taken office. The former prime minister was reportedly dismissed for embezzling military funds. The newly appointed prime minister is Winterburn Vincent, a cardinal of the Church of Light." Randall inquired, intrigued, "And what of the Empress Dowager? She is said to be unwell and has not been seen meeting with court officials during that time." Wingle replied. Randall mused, "It seems the emperor has come of age and wishes to assert his own voice. However, appointing a cardinal as prime minister suggests that the old emperor's efforts may have been in vain." Wingle continued, "It is said that the emperor has accepted Prime Minister Vincent's counsel and has ordered that from next year, the empire's adult training will primarily take place at the southern fortress, which is largely under the church's influence. I wonder what this implies, as previously it was mostly conducted at the northern fortress. However, there seems to be a rumor circulating in the empire that the church intends to reignite the Holy War." Though this gossip has quickly dissipated, Randall furrowed his brow in contemplation. This must be a trial by the church to gauge the reactions of the empire's elite and the populace. Currently, the northern front is embroiled in fierce conflict. Historically, every holy war has ended in disastrous defeat, severely crippling the empire. Unless the minds of the empire's leaders have been addled, they will not consent to such a venture. Wingle hesitated before continuing. In early October of this year, Temple Taylor was promoted to the commander of the Imperial Tiger Legion. Randall raised an eyebrow but remained silent, observing Randall's disinterest in the topic. Wingle shifted the conversation to light-hearted anecdotes about the empire's customs and curiosities. Charming both Alan and Grace with his tales, old Harry stayed at the castle for over half a month, spending his days attending to various matters and returning each evening to share stories and jokes that kept Grace in fits of laughter. When the time came for old Harry to depart, Grace clung to his leg, sobbing inconsolably, much to the chagrin of her mother, Jennifer, and Alan. Alan, immersed in his training, made remarkable progress in his meditation techniques. Feeling each night that his range of perception expanded slightly, the pendant evidently enhanced his meditative practice. Gradually, he transformed into the bad brother in Grace's eyes. Randall had procured numerous adorable little creatures for Grace. Blue-eared rabbits, hopping mice, and speckled chickens, capturing her attention immensely. However, this came at the cost of adhering to a rigorous training regimen prescribed by Randall, leaving Grace exhausted and crying daily, with Bad Daddy becoming a frequent refrain that surpassed her complaints about Bad Brother. At last, the time arrived for their departure to Andahog Magic School for registration. Randall and Jennifer prepared their belongings, placing them into a spatial pouch. Randall also gifted Alan a beautifully ornate yet somewhat impractical wand, claiming it was a trophy from a previous wager. Chapter 19. The Essence of Magic. As Alan approached the magic tower, he was greeted by a servant who said, "Young Master Alan, Lord Arnold requests your presence. Please follow me." Following the servant up the stairs to the 6th floor of the tower, he found Arnold seated behind an enormous desk, a smile gracing his face. Arnold inquired with genuine concern, "Have you completed the registration procedures and arranged your accommodation?" Alan replied respectfully, "Thank you for your concern, teacher. I have taken care of those minor details." Noting Arnold's silence, Alan stood respectfully to one side, refraining from further conversation. After a moment of silence, Arnold grew impatient. "Alan, your father has reneged on his promise to provide wine, has he?" Realizing the oversight, Alan promptly retrieved 20 bottles from his spatial pouch, grinning as he said, "These are from father, specifically for you. He also asked me to inform you that this is all there is for the year, so enjoy them sparingly." Alan then produced 10 additional bottles, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Teacher Arnold, these are a special gift from Mother, 5-year-old dry red wine that Father cherishes too much to drink. Mother secretly gave them to me without letting Father know." With a sly grin that belied his age, Arnold snatched the 10 bottles, poured himself a glass, and savored the wine for a good 5 minutes, exclaiming, "Delightfully tangy, smooth, and with a rich aftertaste. Jennifer's skills have certainly improved. I must keep this wine hidden. I can't let those old geezers find out." With a wave of his hand, all the fine wines on the table vanished. Jennifer has a good heart, far superior to your unscrupulous father. I do not regret my attentiveness to your mother in those days. However, young man, these wines are a gift from your mother to me, out of our shared history. They have no bearing on you. What of your apprenticeship gift?" With considerable reluctance, Alan produced 2 more bottles from his pouch. "Teacher Arnold, these are my special tribute to you. 10-year-old dry red wine that I secretly retrieved from the cellar. There are hardly any bottles left." Arnold's eyes sparkled with cunning as he grinned mischievously. I knew you had something hidden away. Good, you have potential. You'll do well following me." Alan couldn't shake the feeling that he had just pledged allegiance to a crime lord, as the assurances of such figures are often unreliable. "Today, I happen to have some free time, so I'll give you your first lesson, the essence of magic." Arnold propped his feet on the desk, leaning back comfortably in his chair, wine glass in hand as he spoke to Alan. In our world, there exists a mysterious elemental energy pervasive throughout the universe. This is the source from which we draw our magical and martial powers. Only those who awaken a connection to these elemental energies can wield them. Research indicates that this affinity originates from one's bloodline. Descendants of practitioners have a higher probability of awakening than ordinary folk. Once a talent is awakened, one can cultivate martial energy. However, the practice of magic requires an additional crucial factor, mental strength. Arnold took another sip of wine and continued. "The cultivation of martial energy involves drawing energy into the body, akin to a vortex absorbing elemental energies, thus allowing for practice regardless of one's mental strength. In contrast, the cultivation of magic requires the manipulation of energy elements in space, arranged according to specific rules, where greater mental strength is decidedly advantageous. The more powerful your mental strength, the larger the area you can influence. The higher your affinity for energy elements, the greater the quantity you can manipulate within the same space. The relationship between elemental affinity and mental strength is multiplicative, which makes your potential for both exceptionally rare." Alan. Finishing his drink, Arnold gestured for Alan to refill his glass, which Alan promptly did with great eagerness. After another sip, he elaborated, "To cast magic, one must not only possess elemental affinity and mental strength but also adhere to certain rules. The wisdom passed down from our predecessors states that although all things differ in shape and manifestation, at their core, they are composed of the same minuscule energy elements. The variations in their final appearances arise from the differing arrangements and combinations of these elements. our forebears have tirelessly worked to deconstruct these arrangements, currently having identified 980 fundamental magical array patterns. For instance, when energy elements are arranged according to the water magical array, they transform into water. If arranged according to the lightning magical array, they become lightning. These fundamental magical arrays can be further combined and arranged, for example, by merging the wind, lightning, and water magical arrays under specific rules. One can create the phenomenon of a thunderstorm, given sufficient mental strength. Arnold sighed, magic is both a rigorous science and a realm of imagination. The cultivation of mental strength also necessitates mastering the arts of mental control and distraction. Regarding mental control, Alan, do not perceive your mental strength as an abstraction. Since all things are composed of tiny energy elements, why could not mental strength also be formed from even smaller components? Imagine your mental strength as being made up of tiny figures with complete limbs, which you command in your mind to act according to your will. This requires extensive practice. The first step is always the most challenging. Once you surpass this initial hurdle, it will become progressively easier. As your mental control grows stronger, you will be able to accomplish numerous tasks with your mental strength. Alan was astonished to see a wine bottle on the desk levitate, as Arnold used his mental power to pour himself another glass. This was the telekinesis that many in Alan's past life had boasted about, yet none had witnessed. As for the technique of mental distraction, it is crucial for executing combinations, area effects, and powerful magic. In a space of the same dimensions, casting one magical array versus two results in a geometrically increasing power of magic. The key lies in multitasking. Simultaneously drawing magical arrays and releasing them is essential to achieving this exponential increase in magical potency. Arnold then conjured over 100 water spheres, each the size of a fist, surrounding his body. With a whistle, the spheres burst forth like blossoms in spring, transforming into a myriad of exquisite flowers, their petals crystal clear and lifelike, leaving Alan utterly amazed. Chapter 20. The advantages of magic. My boy, what I have just conveyed is metaphysical in nature. It is best if you can comprehend it. If not, hold onto it and gradually seek understanding. Now, let me share some specifics. Magic practitioners can be classified into 5 levels: apprentice, mage, archmage, magic tutor, and legendary magic tutor, each further divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced tiers. As for whether there exists a level beyond legendary magic tutor, I have not encountered it, but there are tales of such beings before the great calamity a millennium ago. Alan thought to himself. I have seen one, though not in person. Arnold continued proudly, your teacher is an advanced archmage, merely a step away from becoming a magic tutor. I hope, Alan, that you will at least reach the status of an advanced magic tutor in the future. Preferably a legendary one. That would reflect greatly upon me, and I would take you to the imperial capital to confront those who doubt you. At that moment, Arnold seemed to recall something, his face breaking into a rather mischievous grin. Teacher, Alan called, snapping Arnold from his reverie, who quickly regained his composure and continued, you have already received a wealth of theoretical knowledge on magical cultivation in your textbooks upon enrollment. You are welcome to browse the library here at any time. This Magic Tower's training room is also available for your practice, and you may approach me with any questions whenever you wish. Arnold then produced a small pouch from his dimensional bag, stating, inside this pouch is Milio pollen. This pollen is incredibly fine and can float in the air for several days without settling. Its vibrant red color is striking, and you can use it to practice mental control and distraction techniques. The effects are quite evident. As he spoke, Arnold opened the pouch, and a cloud of fiery red dust erupted, forming a three-dimensional likeness of Alan in midair, complete with his nose, lips, and eyes spinning around him continuously. Soon, the replica shrank and split into 2, which then became 4, then 8, until the entire room was filled with tiny versions of Alan, each the size of a pinky finger, all distinctly clear and performing various actions. Some danced joyfully, while others wept profusely. Alan even witnessed 2 tiny Alans bickering, with a multitude of others engaged in dance. Arnold's display thoroughly captivated Alan. The extent of one's mental strength could achieve such feats left him in awe. Suddenly, the myriad tiny Alans transformed back into dust, vanishing into the pouch held by Arnold. He handed the pouch to Alan, saying, this is for you. In the future, you will surpass me. All it requires is constant practice. Do you have any questions for me now? Alan inquired about a long-standing curiosity. Which is more formidable, a martial energy practitioner or a magic practitioner? Without hesitation, Arnold replied. These 2 cultivation systems each possess their strengths and weaknesses. Martial energy practitioners boast superior physical qualities and defense, yet their combat methods are relatively straightforward. Conversely, magic practitioners wield a diverse array of spells with unpredictable attacks. though they tend to have frail bodies. Once their mental strength is depleted, they become vulnerable. Thus, the outcome of a confrontation between equally matched martial energy and magic practitioners often hinges on their individual combat experience and situational adaptability. Rendering the victor uncertain. Oh, Alan pondered, then why not cultivate both martial energy and magic? That way, one could possess the formidable physique and endurance of a martial energy practitioner along with the unpredictable magic of a spellcaster, making one invincible. However, once a practitioner absorbs energy elements to the extent that they fortify their skin, they lose the ability to manipulate these elements with mental strength, thereby rendering them incapable of practicing magic. Generally, if a person can practice magic, they will not choose to pursue martial energy. This is primarily due to the advanced research and applications of magic available today, such as magical arrays, magical tools, magical potions, and magical weapons, all of which require individuals with knowledge of magic. Even an apprentice magician enjoys promising career prospects. Moreover, it is noteworthy that magic practitioners, who cultivate their mental strength to guide and harness the elements of nature while using their mental power to enhance their bodies, typically enjoy longer lifespans than ordinary individuals. Ordinary people generally live until their 80s, whereas even the most basic magic apprentices typically exceed 90 years of age, while higher-tier magic practitioners enjoy even longer lifespans, with legendary magic tutors potentially living up to 200 years. In contrast, martial energy practitioners, who absorb energy into their bodies and stimulate their physical potential, often sustain hidden injuries from constant combat, leading to a rapid decline in bodily functions after the age of 60, resulting in an average lifespan shorter than that of ordinary people. Only upon reaching the Saint of Combat stage can they undergo a process that purges their hidden injuries, significantly extending their lifespan to be comparable to that of magic practitioners of the same tier. Arnold added, "Do not be deceived by my age in comparison to your father, Randall. If he does not exert himself, it is he who will meet an early demise, not I. By the way, how have you found the mental meditation technique I provided? Is there anything you do not understand?" Arnold inquired. Alan candidly responded, "After taking the meditation technique home, I have practiced diligently, and my range of mental projection has now reached just over 2 meters. Arnold appeared utterly astonished. "You are meditating already? Let me sense your progress." Alan promptly seated himself on the ground to meditate, extending his mental range 2 meters, 2.5, reaching his limit. "All right, rise," Arnold's voice called, and upon hearing it, Alan concluded his meditation and stood up. Arnold fixed his gaze upon Alan, remaining silent, which only heightened Alan's anxiety. With a deep sigh, Arnold exclaimed, "I am astounded to discover that your level of mental strength has already reached that of a beginner magic practitioner. Generally speaking, this cultivation process requires at least 3 to 5 years, and some individuals may never attain it in their lifetime. I am astounded by how swiftly you have achieved this. Could it be the speed of a genius in their training? Or perhaps the result of that fortuitous encounter you experienced?" Arnold then remarked, "This is also a matter of your own serendipity. Just be aware of it within your heart. It would be somewhat inappropriate for you to attend the mental fortitude classes alongside those students. Instead, while the other students are in their mental fortitude lessons, you may come to my magic tower. I shall offer guidance when I am available, and should I be occupied, you can practice on your own." Suddenly, Arnold smirked and said, "To facilitate your swift growth, I have specifically assigned the 3 finest teachers at the academy to instruct your class. Do not squander my goodwill. However, you were fortunate enough to escape the torment of one of the teachers." A sense of foreboding washed over Alan. Chapter 21. The 3 exceptional teachers. As Alan stepped out of Professor Arnold's magic tower, twilight had already descended, and the sun had dipped below the horizon. In a drunken haze, Professor Arnold showed no inclination to invite Alan for dinner and unceremoniously ushered him out. Guided by memory, Alan navigated past several buildings of varying sizes and traversed a densely shaded grove, finally arriving at his dormitory after a winding path. The structure was an aged castle-like edifice, its exterior walls adorned with verdant vines that obscured some of the windows entirely. Ascending the creaking wooden staircase, Alan reached his single room on the 4th floor. This journey to the Bordeaux province's Hogwarts Academy had seen Alan resolutely decline the company of Randall and Jennifer, opting instead for a simple carriage ride with the family servant, young John. Initially, Jennifer had wished for Jones to accompany Alan for personal care, but this notion was unanimously dismissed by both Randall and Alan. Upon arrival, Alan was led by a janitor, and with a mere glance, he instructed young John to unload the carriage's contents into his room before sending him back home. subsequently departing to visit Professor Arnold. Now, Alan truly surveyed this little haven of his. The room was unkempt and somewhat chaotic. Although it spanned only a modest 20 square meters, it was adequately furnished with a bed, desk, chair, and bookshelf. What pleased Alan most was the presence of a small washroom. Content with his surroundings, he began to tidy up, extracting his daily essentials from his storage bag and arranging them neatly, while also placing the magical tomes he had received today on the shelf. There was quite an array of books. Many substantial volumes, such as Fundamentals of Magical Array Patterns and Detailed Explanations, Illustrated Botany and Pharmacological Insights, and Illustrated Fauna and Pharmacological Insights, each at least 10 centimeters thick. Why couldn't it be like in those fantasy novels, where one could press a jade tablet to their forehead and instantly absorb all knowledge? Grumbling inwardly, Alan organized the books, grateful for the storage bag, as he pondered how he would otherwise transport these hefty tomes from the reporting room to his own. He glanced at the course schedule for the year, which primarily included classes on mental fortitude training, magical array studies, potion making, magical artifacts, history of the Middle World, geography of the Middle World, and linguistics of the Middle Continent. As he regarded the books crowding the shelf and the course outline in his hands, a nostalgic sensation washed over him, reminiscent of his days in university in a past life, feeling as though he were not honing magical skills but rather delving into scholarly pursuits. Additionally, Alan had received 5 gold coins. Upon inquiry, he learned this was a benefit granted by the Empire to those pursuing magical cultivation. Should Alan's level of magical training increase, he could receive even greater monthly stipends. He recognized that in the provincial capital of Bordeaux, a modest household of 5 would average a monthly expenditure of about 2 gold coins. To receive 5 gold coins as a monthly allowance upon merely qualifying for magical training was astonishing. No wonder so many families sent their children to participate in the bloodline awakening ceremonies each year. A series of knocks interrupted his thoughts, and upon opening the door, Alan was greeted by a short, stout fellow with a round head adorned with short brown hair, exuding a comical charm. "Hello. I'm also a new student this year, having reported just the day before yesterday. I lived next door and heard some commotion in your room, so I thought I would come over and introduce myself. My name is Rice Glenn, from the small town of Levi in the southwest of the province. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I just arrived today. I'm Alan Taylor from the town of Empoli. Please, come in." With Alan's invitation, Rice comfortably entered, taking a seat and surveying the room. "Help yourself to some fruit," Alan offered, placing a selection from his home on the table before Rice. "Since you arrived the day before yesterday, you must be aware of some things. I'm completely in the dark here. Of course, I've become quite familiar with the staff at the new student reception over the past couple of days, so I know a fair bit. Let me share it with you," Rice responded while munching on the fruit. "This year, our cohort consists of 23 students, 15 boys and 8 girls, all of whom have already arrived. You were the last one." It appeared that Rice was quite the socialite. Rice leaned in, a conspiratorial gleam in his eye, and whispered, "Let me tell you a big secret. This took quite an effort to obtain as insider information. Do you know who our main instructors are? It's enough to send shivers down your spine. They are quite the notorious figures at our school. Their names alone are daunting. We are destined to endure a rather grim existence henceforth." He seemed to envision the hardships ahead, his face a portrait of despair. Alan recalled Professor Arnold's earlier remarks about the teachers and felt a pang of curiosity, hastily inquiring, "What makes our new instructors so special? Are they particularly strict?" Rice nodded gravely. "They are known as the 3 titans of the campus. Think for yourself, practice on your own, and observe yourself." Intrigued, Alan asked, "Such peculiar names for teachers," Rice continued. "These are nicknames given by former students. The Think for Yourself teacher is Jim Hanks, a senior wizard, who teaches mental fortitude training, but he claims that the nuances of mental cultivation cannot be articulated. What he wishes to convey might not be clearer than what is written in books. He demonstrates while leaving the rest to the students to contemplate. The practice on your own teacher is Linda Stewart, a junior grand wizard, who instructs magical array studies. She insists that one must cultivate a natural instinct through practice, as only through repetition can one achieve mastery. The Observe Yourself teacher is Sean Smith, a senior wizard, who teaches potion making. He states that he has no patience for dull students, whom he refuses to teach. The clever ones need no instruction, as all the knowledge is found within the texts. Students should simply read for themselves." Alan found himself amused by Rice's descriptions, remarking, "So essentially, these 3 instructors are simply delegating self-study to us, preferring we not burden them with our queries. This hardly seems alarming." Rice wore a pained expression, saying, "If only it were that simple. They frequently assign tasks, and the consequences of failure are singular, grim. 2 words. Very grim. 3 words. Exceedingly grim. Previous cohorts have claimed that having even one of these instructors is a stroke of luck, offering a taste of hellish trials. When they learn that our year's teachers are these 3, they urge me to die early and be reincarnated. Alan and Rice exchanged tales about the Academy's myriad happenings. Alan learned that Rice hailed from a common background, his family owning several bakeries. Rice, in turn, discovered Alan's noble lineage as the son of a baron, a detail Alan had no desire to conceal. In this new realm, where they were now all aspiring wizards, Alan's aristocratic status bore less weight. And it was no longer necessary to yield, evade, or bow before nobility. Gazing out the window, Alan noted that the sun had vanished beyond the horizon, with the evening glow casting a warm hue across the sky. Rice enthusiastically invited Alan to join him for dinner in the Academy's dining hall, and Alan, eager to experience the communal fare of this new world, readily accepted. The dining hall was modestly sized, with a few scattered students partaking of their meals. The Academy provided complimentary meals for its students. Alan and Rice each collected a serving and found a place to sit, after taking a sip of the vegetable soup. Alan grimaced at its excessive saltiness and hastily bit into a piece of bread to soothe his palate. The meal was utterly unpalatable, and had he not wished to maintain an air of noble elegance before Rice, he would have expelled it immediately. Look at that pained expression on your face. Rice chuckled, relishing Alan's discomfort. Free food is always the worst. You see that staircase over there? It leads to the second floor, where the meals are refined, and you can order from a menu, though it will cost you. You must eat what you have. Wasting food will earn you penalties. Alan shot Rice a glare, fully aware that he had intentionally withheld this information. Steeling himself, Alan began the arduous task of vanquishing the meal before him. To speak candidly, the meals are not as unpalatable as they seem. Rather, it is that Alan has become accustomed to savoring meticulously prepared delicacies during his time at home. Thus his palate has become quite discerning. After dinner, Rice escorted Alan on a leisurely tour of the campus, pointing out various landmarks. This is the principal's magic tower. That is the potion laboratory. And over there is the magic training hall. It was quite impressive how, in just a few short days at the school, Rice had already familiarized himself with the surroundings. That in itself is a skill. The campus is expansive, and Rice took his responsibilities seriously as he guided Alan on their exploration. Upon returning to their residence in the castle, they discovered that the other 21 students from their year were congregated in the first-floor hall. Engaging in introductions and conversation, naturally gregarious, Rice quickly became the focal point of the group, introducing Alan to each unfamiliar peer. Under Rice's deft orchestration, the atmosphere in the hall truly came alive. The 23 students gathered together, while Rice animatedly recounted the formidable histories of the 3 notorious teachers, leaving the young ones feeling anxious and pale. Alan scrutinized the 8 girls, all aged 10 or 11, still in their youthful bloom, possessing a certain delicate charm. Lacking any inclination for the peculiar fascination of lowly culture, he refrained from further attention. Initially, Alan had intended to visit Vivian and Tina that evening, but given the circumstances, that was now impossible. Tomorrow, they would commence their studies in the art of magical sigils, under the tutelage of Linda Cox. He sincerely hoped that, in light of Rice's terrifying embellishments, these children would not be plagued by nightmares tonight or develop a dread of attending class. Alan wished that these 3 instructors would not be excessively unreasonable. He pondered whether, in the future, should his classmates discover that these 3 teachers were specifically assigned to him by Professor Arnold, they might come to resent him profoundly for being the unwitting cause of their plight. In truth, Alan himself harbored a certain anticipation for such eccentric and characterful instructors. Chapter 22. The Sigil Teacher. On the morning of February 1st, 986 of the Light Era, the students donned blue robes emblazoned with the Academy's emblem and arrived promptly for class. Today's lesson focused on the study of magical sigils, with instruction provided by the junior archmage, known as Linda Stewart. Alan observed that each desk was adorned with a black crystal slate, measuring 20 centimeters square, its surface smooth and faintly revealing intricate sigils, accompanied by a quill and a vial of purple potion. All students felt a flutter of trepidation as they awaited the lesson, occasionally stealing glances towards the classroom door, silently praying that the rumors of their teacher were exaggerated, merely the product of sensationalism. The rhythmic click of heels resonated in the air, echoing like a heartbeat in the silence. They turned their gazes toward the entrance, where a wisp of purple flame drifted into the classroom, taking its place at the lectern. With cascading waves of purple hair, matching lip gloss, a violet robe, and purple shoes, she possessed a strikingly alluring figure. Her beauty was of a more rigid kind, with features that were not particularly soft. "Hello," Students. I am Linda. You may call me Teacher Linda. I will be instructing you in the art of magical sigils. Alan found her voice to be surprisingly gentle and melodious. It was evident that her favorite color was purple. While her attire was somewhat ostentatious, she was undoubtedly far more benevolent and aesthetically pleasing than the demonic image he had conjured in his mind. Alan distinctly heard several classmates release the breath they had been holding in. He continued to listen intently as Teacher Linda elaborated. Magical sigils are essential for casting spells, creating magic circles, and crafting enchanted artifacts. The precision and intricacy of your sigils, along with the speed at which they are inscribed, are critical factors that influence the efficacy and potency of your magic. To achieve perfection in sigil inscription, to enhance success rates, and to increase speed, the only path forward is through personal practice, and more practice. Alan mused that it was truly fitting for her to be his instructor. It seemed that assignments were about to be issued. Today marks your first day of class, and as such, you are being introduced to the most fundamental sigil, the pentagram. The requirement is straightforward. It must be drawn in a single stroke without lifting your quill, maintaining even thickness throughout. Once you have successfully drawn a pentagram that meets my standards, the black crystal slate will emit a purple glow. Those who succeed may conclude their studies for today and pursue other endeavors. Those who do not will continue practicing until midnight, at which point, should you still be unsuccessful, a surprise awaits you. I must caution you, however, that you will not wish for this surprise. Why are you all staring at me? Begin practicing. I have the black crystal slate on my face. With that remark, Teacher Linda's gentle demeanor belied her formidable nature, causing the students to hastily lower their heads and concentrate. The students resumed their anxious efforts, for rumors are often rooted in truth. During his time at home, Alan frequently utilized a quill for writing. Randall had high expectations for Alan's education. Although Alan's health had been frail, Randall had intended for him to pursue a scholarly path. Consequently, Alan was imbued with the knowledge befitting a noble: heraldry, dance, etiquette, fashion coordination, and languages. Fortunately, despite his previous weakness, Alan's memory was commendable. Otherwise, achieving even half of this education in just a few years would have been a formidable challenge. Alan had originally believed that this sigil would be easily completed, but after some practice, he discovered it was far more challenging than anticipated. Many of his lines varied in pressure and thickness. At times, they broke unexpectedly, failing to be drawn in one stroke. Frustratingly, just as he felt he was on the brink of success, his quill ran dry, igniting a desire to slam his desk in exasperation. Even more vexing was Linda's incessant pacing around the classroom. The sound of her heels striking the floor echoed in Alan's ears like the incessant buzzing of a fly. Setting down the quill, Alan took several deep breaths, striving to quell his agitation and regain his composure. He mentally reassured himself. Focus is essential. Creating sigils requires patience and a tranquil mindset. I can do this. He felt his state of mind stabilize. He picked up the quill once more and resumed his task on the black crystal slate. Mistakes were erased and redrawn. Errors repeated, only to be corrected again. In this cycle of repetition, Alan gradually entered a meditative state. The classroom around him fading into insignificance. The presence of classmates and the teacher dissipated, leaving only the sensation of the quill gliding across the slate and the soft sound of its friction against the black crystal. Time lost all meaning. Whether it was a fleeting moment or an entire day, he could not tell. Suddenly, the black crystal slate emitted a brilliant purple glow, jolting Alan out of his ethereal reverie. Instantly, all eyes in the classroom turned toward him, and even Linda regarded him with surprise. Linda approached Alan. "And who might you be?" "I am Alan Taylor, Teacher Linda," he replied respectfully. Linda scrutinized Alan anew. Recognizing him as the protege of Principal Arnold, the little brother frequently mentioned by her cherished students, Vivian and Tina, to accomplish her task so swiftly indicated a certain talent. Well done, well done." Linda praised generously. "You are among the quickest in my years of teaching to complete this task. You may now leave. As you have fulfilled today's assignment. I shall inform you in advance that for our next class, you will be required to draw 10 perfect pentagrams in succession to avoid idleness at the end of class. The other students were instructed to continue their practice. Do you think simply watching will suffice?" Alan bowed respectfully to Teacher Linda and, amidst the envious gazes of his classmates, departed the classroom. Upon exiting, he noted that lunchtime was approaching, and he made his way directly to the second floor of the dining hall. He spent 5 copper coins on steak, fried eggs, potatoes, hearty vegetable porridge, and white bread. Though the flavors paled in comparison to the culinary delights of home, it was at least palatable. After lunch, Alan returned to his dormitory, where he dedicated his time to practicing his mental control techniques. The following morning, He encountered Rice at the door, who startled Alan with his disheveled appearance and dark circles under his eyes. On their way to the dining hall for breakfast, Rice lamented, "I hardly ever wrote at home, and I managed all right, but many of my classmates only began learning to read and write after their bloodline talents awakened last year. They struggle with the basics, and now they are expected to draw intricate sigils under such demanding conditions. By midnight last night, including myself, a total of 12 students had not completed the task. Look at my right hand. It's swollen from drawing. In this era, literacy rates remained dismally low. Apart from the nobility, only the wealthier commoners received an education, and even then, it was merely sufficient to read and write at a basic level. A significant number of servants, underlings, and slaves were entirely deprived of educational opportunities. The Academy was aware of this situation when talented children were identified during the awakening of their bloodlines. Those from underprivileged backgrounds were often granted financial assistance to facilitate a crash course in learning before the academic year commenced. After the commencement of the new semester, the Academy introduced a course in language and literature, allowing students to continue their studies, observing Rice, who was pitifully raising his swollen right hand. Alan chuckled and suggested applying some ice and massaging it. That should suffice. It seemed you all have experienced the delightful surprise from Teacher Linda. What exactly was that surprise? Upon hearing the word surprise, Rice involuntarily shivered, his voice tinged with a hint of tears as he replied, "Experiencing this surprise once is enough. I never wish to endure it a second time. Teacher Linda is truly ruthless. She subjected each of us to a shocking electric magic baptism, sparing even the girls. 5 of them wept in agony on the spot. Teacher Linda cheerfully declared it to be beneficial for us, claiming it was part of a course the Academy is researching to enhance our mental fortitude." After breakfast, everyone clutched hefty tomes on magical potion studies as they entered the classroom. Rice noticed that the appearance of a dozen or so fellow students was hardly better than his own, which instantly lifted his spirits. However, Rice felt his perception of Alan had suddenly soured. He found Alan somewhat irksome, often aloof in his interactions. It felt akin to witnessing a friend's failure, which was disheartening. Seeing a friend succeed was even more so. The classmates had lost all illusions about their so-called potion instructor and merely hoped he would exhibit a modicum of gentleness. As the classroom door swung open, Alan beheld a graceful beauty gliding in. With her medium-length black hair, heart-shaped face, prominent nose, and delicate lips, clad in a white robe of magic, her tall figure was striking. This enchanting teacher must have taken a wrong turn, for Alan remembered that their potion instructor, Sean Smith, was a man. The beauty approached the lectern, her red lips parting, and Alan was taken aback as a deep, resonant, and magnetic voice echoed in his mind, causing him to nearly slip off his chair. "Greetings, students. I am Sean Smith, your potion instructor. You have all heard about my teaching style, I presume." Upon noticing the nods from the students, he continued, "Very well. Each of you is to collect 10 samples from me. Today's task is to identify these samples. Fear not, they are all from your potion textbooks, before the end of the school day. Each student must report back to me with the names, properties, and primary uses of these 10 samples. Unlike Teacher Linda, I will not resort to lightning. That would be too violent." The students collectively exhaled in relief, only to witness the beautiful man flash a charming smile as he produced dozens of porcelain vials from his material pouch and placed them on the desk. "Should you answer incorrectly, you will be required to randomly select one vial to consume. Rest assured, it will be beneficial for you. No one will perish from it." The students exchanged worried glances, feeling a chill run down their spines. These teachers were far from benevolent. In Chapter 23, Potion Instructor, the magical potion class commenced with students lining up to collect their samples. Alan observed that each student received a different sample, effectively eliminating any chance for collaboration. Alan received 10 samples, 2 resembling hawthorn berries, 1 red and the other yellow, accompanied by 3 leaves and 4 root-like tendrils, as well as a mushroom-like fungus. All were merely fragments of larger specimens, undeniably complicating the identification process. Alan sighed as he began to peruse the thick tome detailing plant illustrations and potion properties, flipping through the pages in search of comparisons. The classroom was silent save for the rustling of pages. Alan hastily skimmed through the illustrations, taking a couple of hours to utilize his reasonably good memory. He noted that each sample provided by Sean Smith had at least 2 or 3 very similar plants, heightening the challenge of identification, necessitating meticulous detail comparison. Was this red-fruited dragon fruit or a fiery fruit? They were identical in size and appearance, and the fragrant aroma was remarkably similar. Upon reviewing the descriptions in the book, he found that both fruits were illustrated the same way. Their identification relied primarily on the shapes of their leaves, one resembling a palm and the other resembling a duck's foot, but he found no leaves to reference. How to distinguish them? Alan felt a headache coming on. He could only choose one at random. With a 50% chance of being correct, he glanced at Sean's smiling, elfin face and sensed that this individual was cunning. The contents of those porcelain vials were likely not favorable to at best, he mused. They might contain a laxative, but what if he were allowed to damage the samples? He suddenly realized. The book detailed that ripe dragon fruit is sweet, while fiery fruit is sour. Alan grinned, took a small bite of the red fruit, and upon tasting its acidity, he rejoiced inwardly, having identified the first fruit. When lunchtime arrived, not a single student ventured out to eat. Every moment was precious, leaving no time for meals. Leveraging his past experience in research and his commendable memory, Alan methodically eliminated possibilities. He successfully identified 9 samples but was utterly stumped by the yellow fruit. Despite flipping through the book multiple times, he found no clues. Was it not among the textbook specimens? Yet Sean had asserted that the samples would not exceed the textbook scope. As a teacher, he surely would not deceive his students, but Alan reconsidered. These teachers were not to be judged by ordinary standards, and it was quite possible they would play tricks on their students. As afternoon approached and dismissal loomed. 3 confident classmates had already approached Sean to present their findings, but alas, none had answered correctly. The best performer identified 8 samples, while the least successful managed only 6. Consequently, each had to select a vial to drink on the spot. The results were bizarre. One student's head transformed into that of a dog, another emitted a revolting odor, while the last erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Witnessing this, the other classmates suppressed their impulsive thoughts and retreated into their shells. At that moment, all eyes were on Alan, filled with eager anticipation. Under the weight of his classmates' expectations, Alan steeled himself and approached Sean. He confidently recited the names, properties, and primary uses of the 9 samples. The handsome instructor listened with a smile, nodding encouragingly, urging the hesitant Alan to provide the final identification. Holding the yellow fruit, Alan hesitated, his tone wavering. This fruit does not seem to be in the textbook. Does it? The handsome instructor's expression hardened. Are you questioning my integrity? Alan dared not engage on that topic, retreating in silence. He admitted his inability to identify the yellow fruit and resigned himself to the consequences. Although he spoke words of submission, he felt a twinge of defiance within. I know you feel unsatisfied. I will ensure you are thoroughly humbled. This is a dragon fruit, Sean remarked, observing Alan's incredulous gaze with a sly grin. This is a dragon fruit that has not been properly preserved, resulting in a loss of its energy elements. Clever indeed, Alan thought, grabbing a vial and drinking its contents. To his relief, nothing happened. Joy surged within him, and he considered leaving. However, with a loud thud, he collapsed, feeling as though his entire body had turned to stone, rendering him immobile. Sean's infuriating voice echoed in his ears. This is a petrification potion. TSK. You will be solidified for an hour. Alan cursed the handsome instructor, wishing for him to endure a lifetime of misfortune. Among the 23 students in the class, none succeeded, all consumed the potions, resulting in an array of bizarre transformations. Some itched uncontrollably, others were chased around the campus by flocks of birds, and one male student found his voice had turned feminine. The unscrupulous instructor laughed heartily at their plight. Alan was carried back to the dormitory by a few classmates who had recovered. After a long day, he had yet to eat lunch or dinner. Rice, displaying camaraderie, kindly brought Alan a packed dinner. After an hour had passed, Alan finally regained his mobility, though his body ached, and it took some time to fully recover. After enduring the torment of 2 sadistic teachers, Alan resolved to forego the mental training class the following day. He surmised that if Jim Hanks was esteemed alongside those 2 instructors, it indicated he was no less formidable himself. Besides, with the prestigious endorsement of teacher Arnold backing him, there seemed little reason to subject himself to unnecessary hardship. The next morning, while having breakfast with Rice, Alan disclosed that his situation was somewhat unique. Another instructor was guiding him in the art of mental meditation, thus necessitating his individual attendance for future classes. Alan could distinctly sense the envy and resentment radiating from Rice. Upon arriving at teacher Arnold's magical tower, it appeared that Arnold had forewarned the servants, for they did not impede his passage. Alan proceeded directly to Arnold's study, only to find it vacant. Consequently, he retreated to the training chamber to meditate and hone his mental control. He quickly found himself slipping into a meditative state with remarkable ease, suggesting that the tower's environment was indeed conducive to such practices. Time passed swiftly in meditation, and before he realized it, afternoon had arrived, bringing with it a slight hunger pang. Venturing into Arnold's reception room, Alan's eyes lit up upon spotting a selection of wines displayed in a cabinet. It had been quite some time since he had indulged in wine. And now, faced with the alluring bottles, he felt an irresistible craving. After wandering about the 6th floor of the tower without encountering Arnold's return, he chuckled to himself and returned to the reception room. Eagerly opening the cabinet to pour himself a generous glass. As he turned around, he was startled to find a middle-aged man standing before him, nearly causing him to drop the wine glass in fright. "Greetings, esteemed senior. Teacher Arnold is not present. How may I assist you?" The sudden appearance of this figure, akin to a ghost, suggested he was a person of considerable prowess, prompting Alan to immediately highlight his close association with Teacher Arnold. "You must be Alan, the son of Randall, the new apprentice of Arnold," the expressionless middle-aged man inquired. "Indeed, esteemed senior. Do you have any instructions for me?" Alan deduced that this man was likely one of Arnold's old friends. Given his unencumbered access to the tower, the imposing figure scrutinized Alan, and an overwhelming pressure enveloped him, akin to being scrutinized under X-ray. "This must be the aura of a master," Alan mused, determined to withstand it with unwavering resolve. "Quite impressive. It appears your health has indeed fully recovered. Should you encounter any insurmountable challenges in the future, feel free to seek me out at the Guild of Warriors in the city. I am Sicilian." With that, he flew out of the tower's window. Truly an extraordinary individual, unbound by conventional means, Alan thought, filled with admiration, savoring the wine and indulging in pastries retrieved from his storage bag. Alan relished the comfort of his small life, wishing fervently that every day could be spent in such bliss. He remained in the magical tower, practicing until nightfall, yet Arnold had still not returned. As darkness enveloped the world, he made his way to the 2nd floor of the dining hall for dinner, finding no classmates in attendance. Upon returning to his dormitory, he contemplated first knocking on Rice's door. Hearing a feeble voice beckon him to enter, he pushed the door open, only to be taken aback by Rice's disheveled appearance. Half of the short hair atop his round head had been singed away, and his face bore an array of bruises. Upon seeing Alan, Rice burst into tears, looking as pitiful as a long-suffering wife finally reunited with her mother. Alan, startled, quickly inquired, "Wasn't it just a mental training class? Was it merely meditation, or did you engage in sparring? Did Jim lay his hands on you?" After all, they were still just children of 10, and Rice had been severely bullied over the past 3 days. Tears streaming down his face, Rice sobbed. "Teacher Jim Hanks looks like a fearsome giant, his face adorned with a bushy beard. We were all frightened at first. However, we soon realized that despite his loud voice, his temperament was relatively amiable. In the morning, he used his mental prowess to simulate the meditation pathways within each of us, leaving traces for us to contemplate and practice on our own. We thought we had lucked out with this teacher." Rice continued to sob, "But by afternoon, we discovered we had truly descended into hell. Teacher Jim took us to the training room and subjected us to electric shocks. Leaving us smoking. He claimed it was an effective method for enhancing our mental strength through high-intensity stimulation. An old man with a thin mustache beside him even complained that the shocks were insufficiently powerful. Each of us endured 3 strikes of lightning." Rice's wails grew louder. "Do you know what that old man said in the end? He told Teacher Jim it was effective and quite evident. But further research was still necessary. He insisted that Jim take us to be shocked every class. I don't want to practice magic anymore. I want to go home." Alan understood that the old man Rice referred to was undoubtedly Arnold. This was a clear case of child abuse. Arnold was truly ruthless, and at that moment, Alan felt grateful for his wise decision to skip class that day. Observing Rice's tear-streaked face, Alan, not adept at providing solace, could only provide silent companionship. After a moment of contemplation, he mustered a few words. "After enduring so much suffering, wouldn't he returning now render it all in vain? We must persist, if we hone our skills to surpass them. We shall one day repay the grievances we have endured today." Though Rice was small, he understood that such opportunities for magical training were coveted by many who would cry out for them. After venting for a while, he began to feel considerably better. Suddenly, Rice perked up, mysteriously whispering to Alan, "Do you know? I received quite an astonishing piece of news today." Chapter 24. The Holy War of the Church. Rice's revelation piqued Alan's curiosity. "What news? Pray tell." Men, too, possess an innate penchant for gossip. Rice leaned in, speaking in hushed tones as if fearing eavesdroppers. "It is said that teachers Linda and Sean hail from the imperial capital, and their parents arranged a betrothal for them in childhood. However, as they grew older, Teacher Linda was reluctant to marry Teacher Sean, who, in turn, was unwilling to break off the engagement before their wedding. Teacher Linda fled to our academy to become an instructor. Eventually, Teacher Sean arrived as well, persistently pursuing her. In a fit of exasperation, Teacher Linda declared she would neither marry a man more handsome than herself nor one she could easily defeat in combat. Consequently, Teacher Sean decided to remain at our academy, claiming he would marry her once he surpassed her in skill, but until then, he would keep a watchful eye on her to prevent her from being taken by another. Alan burst into laughter upon hearing this. How amusing. They truly are a pair of star-crossed lovers. But given Teacher Sean's looks, what girl wouldn't he feel pressure? The dynamic of beauty and talent seems to have shifted. In the following days, the classes resumed with the teachers behaving normally, much to the relief of Alan and his classmates, reaffirming that there were indeed more reasonable individuals in this world. One day, after completing a lesson in the geography of the Middle-earth, Alan returned to Teacher Arnold's magical tower. As he ascended to the 6th floor, he overheard Arnold's booming voice. Hegel, that is absolutely impossible. Hogwarts Academy is a joint institution of the Empire and the Mages Guild, not a school of the Church of Light. Do you think my mind has been addled by a mule's kick? However, I would be willing to allow you to teach the healing arts of your church, though I fear your church may not wish to make that public. Alan then heard another unfamiliar voice respond. You have such a foul temper. Was it not merely a suggestion? No need to be so irate. If you disagree, so be it. Old man. I know you have acquired some fine wines. Do hurry and bring me a few bottles. Stop lurking outside and eavesdropping. Come in and listen openly, Arnold's voice called out. Caught in the act, Alan sheepishly pushed open the door to the reception room, offering an awkward smile as he entered. Hello, teacher. I just arrived and happened to overhear. It was not intentional and no need to explain. The moment you entered the magical tower, I sensed your presence. Arnold gestured to a middle-aged priest clad in a white robe, appearing to be in his 50s. This is Archbishop Hegel of the Church of Light, from the Bordeaux province. You should meet him. Upon hearing Arnold's introduction, Alan promptly bowed respectfully. I am Alan Taylor. Greetings, Your Excellency. Archbishop Hegel, displaying great poise, replied. Rise. You are the child of Randall, are you not? I did not expect your health to truly be restored. This is indeed a divine arrangement and blessing. As long as you maintain your faith, the divine will surely bestow blessings upon you. Arnold interjected. Enough with your platitudes. This lad is already my apprentice. Though his innate talent may not be remarkable, I had no choice but to acquiesce due to Randall's incessant pleas. Alas, we have shared some experiences, and it would be impolite to dismiss him. Listening to this, Alan felt his face flush with embarrassment, wishing fervently for a crevice in the ground to swallow him whole. As Alan observed Hegel exchanging a knowing glance with him, while Arnold was momentarily distracted. He felt a sense of relief wash over him. Alan noticed a bottle of wine on the desk, and promptly poured a glass for both Professor Arnold and Archbishop Hegel, understanding that only fine wine could temporarily silence Arnold's incessant chatter. Arnold raised his glass and took a sip, wearing a satisfied expression before setting it down and changing the subject. Hegel, do you have any concrete information regarding the Holy War? What exactly is the stance from the Holy Emperor's residence? Hegel, in a leisurely manner, replied, I have indeed acquired reliable information, which is the very reason I sought you out today. The Emperor of the Empire has expressed his disapproval of initiating a holy war. Just the day before yesterday, the Pope publicly stated that there are no plans to reignite the holy war in the coming years. From what I have gathered through other channels, it was merely a few members of the Council of Elders causing a stir. Now, it is clear to everyone that there will not be an 11th holy war. Arnold scoffed, stroking his small mustache. You mentioned the Pope's public declaration that there are no plans for a holy war in the near future. In the near future, that does not equate to forever. The commencement of the 11th holy war is merely a matter of time. However, if it can be postponed for a few years, that would allow the Empire to regain some vitality. This was the second time Alan had heard the term holy war. The first was when his grandfather Wengal mentioned it, and he recalled his father, Randall, saying it was the church testing the Empire's resolve. Noticing Alan's bewildered expression, Hegel chuckled. Alan, you are unaware of the holy war? Surely you are acquainted with the Millennium Calamity? Alan nodded. I know a bit. Primarily from what I read in the Holy Scriptures, the Millennium Calamity ended because the God of Light defeated the God of Darkness. Hegel nodded and continued. After the God of Light, Apollo, banished the God of Darkness, Erebus, to the southern continent, he did not lose hope but continued to cultivate his power, intent on attacking the Middle Continent and reclaiming the realm of light. Erebus has tainted the entire southern continent with his dark divine energy. Now, it is completely occupied by his earthly manifestations, the Dark Children. The God of Light requires us to purify these embodiments of darkness and evil, restoring brightness to the southern continent, thus completing the unfinished work of Apollo. The Holy War is, under the leadership of the Church of Light, a campaign to eradicate the Dark Children that infest the southern continent. This is the God of Light's unfinished battle against the God of Darkness. Arnold interjected sarcastically, since the commencement of the First Holy War over 400 years ago, there have been a total of 10 holy wars. Each time, we faced catastrophic defeats, driven back in disgrace. The wars have drained the populace and resources, with countless soldiers from the Empire perishing in foreign lands. Yet we have barely inflicted any harm upon the southern continent. Hegel did not contest this. This is a trial set by the God of Light for his followers. We cannot shy away from it simply because it is arduous. The God of Light is with us, and we shall ultimately triumph over darkness. Dark children. Aren't they the demon kin? Alan recalled that in the days following his memory integration, he had believed this to be a world of magic and martial prowess, also inhabited by various exotic races. After several indirect inquiries with his father, Randall, he finally understood that this world lacked beautiful elves skilled in archery and nature magic dwelling in great forests. Nor were there dwarves adept at mining and weapon crafting hiding underground, and certainly there were no brutish, uncivilized orcs. This world was solely inhabited by humans, albeit with numerous ethnicities, now with the emergence of a new race. The Dark Children. Alan was taken aback and quickly inquired. Professor Arnold, Archbishop Hegel, what do the Dark Children look like? I have yet to see one. Arnold regarded Alan with a look of incredulity, disdainfully retorting, You mean to say you have never encountered a dark child? Who do you think manages your family's vineyard? Don't tell me it's just your father, Randall, doing it all alone. Those dark children he employs were actually facilitated by Hegel. Alan felt a wave of realization wash over him. The people in his household, including his personal maid, Jones, were indeed the Dark Children, the earthly manifestations of the God of Darkness. They were unmistakably of the darkest skin tone, the holy war of the Church of Light. The prolonged conflict between the northern and southern continents was in essence a racial war between the white and black races. This Church of Light was indeed adept at manipulation, invoking the names of divine beings to further its agenda. As Alan processed this overwhelming revelation, he remained baffled, losing track of when Professor Arnold and Archbishop Hegel had taken their leave. Upon regaining his senses, he found himself alone in the expansive reception room. Alan promptly made his way to Professor Arnold's library in search of relevant texts. The library, more extensive than that of the baronial castle, boasted over 1,000 volumes. Alan discovered several books concerning the Holy War and the Dark Children. Noting that their contents aligned closely with what Archbishop Hegel had described, the text recounted that prior to the Millennium Calamity, the southern and northern continents did not share a land connection. Separated by the ocean, during the Millennium Calamity, a narrow land corridor unexpectedly emerged, bridging the two continents. This corridor stretched several hundred kilometers in length, averaging about 20 kilometers in width, with its narrowest point measuring less than 5 kilometers. The Church of Light claimed this was a bridge forged by the God of Light's unparalleled divine power, guiding the denizens of the Middle Continent to eradicate the Dark Children on the opposite side of the bridge. This corridor was also referred to as the Blood Red Corridor. Over the past 4 centuries, the Church of Light has initiated 10 holy wars against the southern continent, with over 1 million warriors from the Middle Continent perishing within the dense jungles of the southern continent in the narrow corridor between the two lands. It is said that every inch of this corridor is stained with the blood of these warriors, hence the name Blood Red Corridor is indeed fitting. Now aware that the so-called Dark Children were merely the black race, Alan felt an overwhelming aversion towards the Church of Light, recognizing their deception in the name of divinity. He speculated that the church was likely the orchestrator behind the slave trade of black individuals, instigating the holy war merely for profit. Currently, in the Middle Continent, black slaves were highly sought after for their resilience and willingness to work, with their rebellions being relatively mild. A healthy black individual could fetch a price of 10 to 20 gold coins, a considerable sum. Alan was aware that his father, Randall, owned over 1,000 acres of vineyard and a prosperous estate in the town of Empoli, generating an annual income of only 2,000 to 3,000 gold coins, which was already substantial for a baron. Although now enlightened to the truth about the Dark Children, Alan had no intention of disclosing this knowledge. He was not foolish. For one, no one would believe the words of a 10-year-old child. And secondly, he did not wish to attract the attention of the Church of Light, lest he be branded a heretic and burned at the stake, as Alan exited the magical tower, having taken only a few steps. He felt a sudden, forceful pat on his left shoulder. Turning to the left, he was met with the furious yet beautiful visage of Tina. With her hands on her hips, Tina chastised, "Little brother Alan, you have been utterly remiss. School has been in session for several days now, and you have not come to find me and my sister to play. I am quite upset." Alan quickly sought to explain. "Sister Tina, I wanted to come find you both sooner. You have no idea. We have been tormented by 3 eccentric teachers in our class, leaving us with no free time at all." Tina, upon hearing Alan's grievances, burst into laughter and, as if recalling something, seized Alan's hand and exclaimed, "Today is the day you referred to as the duel between those 2 eccentric teachers. Hurry. If we dawdle, we will miss the thrilling spectacle." Chapter 25. Magical Combat. Tina cast the levitation spell on both herself and Alan and then unleashed a gust of wind magic, propelling them toward the Academy's magical training hall like a whirlwind. Tina dashed into the training hall, ignoring the advances of several young suitors, and pulled Alan directly into a training room marked as number 1. A few youths attempted to follow, but were halted by the shimmering barrier that enveloped the door. The training room was exceptionally spacious, with an area of no less than 500 square decimeters and a ceiling height of 10 meters. In the center of the room stood 2 familiar figures, Professor Linda and Professor Scene. Vivian, observing the hurried arrival of Tina and Alan, smiled and remarked, "No need to rush. It hasn't started yet." "Alan, hello. It's wonderful to see you again." Alan promptly greeted her with a charming smile. "Sister Vivian, hello. You have become even more beautiful than before." Alan had become increasingly adept at charming and appearing obedient, causing Vivian's cheeks to flush. In the center of the room, Linda, clearly exasperated, exclaimed, "Scene, will you never tire of this? Why do you persistently harass me? If you're not annoyed, I certainly am. There are plenty of girls, indeed, even boys, who pursue you. For heaven's sake, just tell me what it is about me that you find appealing, and I shall endeavor to change." Scene replied without hesitation, "I simply enjoy that you do not like me. So change, will you?" As Linda was momentarily rendered speechless from choking, she drew forth her wand and fiercely declared, "This time, if I do not incapacitate you for 3 days, I shall take your surname." With a flourish of her wand, a fire dragon, as thick as a human arm and radiant in purple, surged toward Sean. However, Sean was well prepared. He unleashed a water dragon, as thick as his waist, which roared and devoured the purple fire dragon whole. In an instant, the dragon's head and body vaporized rapidly, enveloping the entire training room in a mist. A gust of wind swept through, dispersing the vapor. Surrounding Linda were dozens of ice spikes, while Sean was encircled by a dozen diamond-shaped earth shields that layered around him like petals, providing a formidable defense. Tina, with starry eyes, exclaimed, "Teacher Sean is so beautiful even in battle." With a commanding shout, Linda launched the ice spikes toward Sean. The earth shields clustered in front of him, absorbing the onslaught, accompanied by the sounds of shattering ice and crumbling shields. After firing a volley of ice spikes, Linda conjured another batch and released them once more. Sean meticulously orchestrated the earth shield's defense, maneuvering them deftly to counter the ice spikes coming from all directions. Each time a shield shattered, he quickly summoned another to replace it. The 2 were now engaged in a battle of attrition. Yet, Linda's magical prowess surpassed Sean's by a significant margin, leaving him at a clear disadvantage. It was evident he would exhaust his mental energy first, becoming an easy target for Linda. Reaching into his storage pouch, Sean retrieved a vial of potion and drank it, causing his protective spells to dissipate. Like a gust of wind, he slipped through the barrage of ice spikes, gradually closing the distance to Linda. With a cold chuckle, Linda dispelled her ice spikes and waved her wand again, conjuring a wall of flames that surged between her and Sean. The ends of the wall then curled toward Sean, enclosing him within. The fiery circle rapidly constricted, transforming into a blazing sphere, where deeper shades of purple flames danced like playful dragons along its surface. Even from a distance, Alan, Vivian, and Tina felt the oppressive heat emanating from the fireball. This was the fire magic known as the Blazing Prison, a spell Alan had witnessed Vivian conjure before. But he had not anticipated such versatility in its application. A wave of concern washed over Alan. Was the clash between Teacher Linda and Teacher Sean truly a matter of life and death? Vivian reassured him, They always engage in such duels from time to time. Do not worry. Teacher Sean will be fine. Just as Vivian finished speaking, to Alan's astonishment, a towering earth ball, adorned with luminous magical runes, erupted from the fireball, thundering towards Linda. Taken aback, Linda floated upwards, avoiding the impact. The earth ball suddenly split apart, transforming into 18 earth shields that encircled Teacher Sean. Upon closer inspection, Alan noticed some of Sean's dark hair had been singed, indicating that resisting the blazing prison spell had not been an easy feat. Looking down from her elevated position, Linda remarked, "Sean, I hadn't imagined that in just a few months, you would make such significant progress. However, today I shall demonstrate how laughable that progress is in my presence. You will forever trail behind me, choking on my dust." With that, Linda closed her eyes, raising her wand toward the heavens, as if sensing the slight tremors of the wand. Tiny flames flickered at its tip. A sudden shiver of dread coursed through Alan's body as he looked up. The training room was now suffused with fiery red clouds. The clouds thickened, their hue deepening ominously. Sean's expression shifted dramatically as he prepared defensively. Taking another vial of potion and summoning earth shields, now totaling 36, some even materializing from the air, solidifying rapidly, Linda opened her eyes, which now glowed with the intensity of two black flames, directing her wand at Sean and the fiery clouds. Alan observed in horror as the space above Sean appeared to rupture, transforming into a deep purple fire cloud, akin to molten lava spilling from a chasm, cascading down upon the densely layered earth shields protecting Sean. As the lava-like fire cloud met the shields, they offered no resistance whatsoever, dissipating into wisps of smoke. One after another, Sean's face turned ashen as he stared at the encroaching fire cloud, seemingly surrendering any hope of resistance. The last shield crumbled to smoke in the air, and the fire cloud was poised to engulf Sean. Alan, alarmed, shouted. Teacher Linda, Vivian, and Tina echoed his cries, "Auntie," as the room filled with the oppressive heat of the dissipating fire clouds. Alan's magical robe was drenched in sweat. Linda descended to the ground, approaching Sean, who appeared visibly shaken. With a tone of reluctant compassion, she said, "Return to the Imperial City. There are still some lovely girls waiting for you there. We are simply not suited for one another." Upon uttering these words, Linda turned to leave, and as she reached the door of the training room, she noticed Sean remain motionless, lost in despair. She instructed the three accompanying her. "Vivian and Tina, follow me. Alan, you are responsible for escorting Teacher Sean back to his residence." Tina opened her mouth, soundlessly mouthing a few words, which Alan clearly understood as a suggestion for him to take his time to seek her out. He nodded in acknowledgement. Tina bounced along behind Linda and Vivian. Approaching Sean, who remained unmoved, Alan realized the depth of his dismay that he worried that Sean, seeing no hope of catching up to Linda, might succumb to despair. Alan held a strong belief in the potential of their pairing. Unable to contain himself, he attempted to console Sean. "Teacher Sean, Teacher Linda truly cares for you. She specifically asked me to look after you, which indicates her feelings for you." Seeing Sean still unresponsive, Alan pressed on. "Teacher Sean, a great man need not fear the absence of a partner. Within 100 paces, there must be fragrant blossoms. Why must you fixate on Linda? That wisteria flower? Teacher Sean? Teacher Sean." Alan thought to himself, there is no greater sorrow than a heart that has given up. It seems Teacher Sean's hopes have been dashed, and his zest for life extinguished. No, I must reignite his fighting spirit. After pondering, Alan suggested, "Teacher Sean, while Teacher Linda's magical prowess far exceeds yours, overcoming the strong with the weak is not impossible. I have a few ideas that may involve some sacrifice. But you might consider trying them." Noticing Sean still unresponsive, Alan continued, "Teacher Sean, you excel at potion making. I observed that during the battle, you consistently used potions to augment your strength, since there are potions to enhance power. Surely there must be those that diminish it as well. If we could somehow have Teacher Linda ingest a potion that makes her feel unwell before the battle." Alan's thoughts flowed freely as he continued. "The only advantage Teacher Linda holds over you is her magical level. What if we could negate that advantage? I wonder if there are any anti-magic arrays. If neither you nor Teacher Linda could use magic, it would devolve into a melee. Men generally have an advantage in such encounters." Suddenly, Teacher Sean coughed violently, hastily retrieving a water pouch from his storage and gulping down several mouthfuls. Gradually, he sat down, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded Alan with amusement. Feeling awkward, Alan chuckled nervously. Teacher Sean, are you all right? Sean raised his alabaster hand and patted Alan on the shoulder. Little Alan, I never expected such clever ideas from you. However, I quite like it. Previously, I always thought I should defeat Linda with honor. Now, it seems I must change my strategy a bit. Alan, help me up. I need to stretch my limbs that I've just recovered from the petrification potion, and my body feels somewhat stiff. Sean observed Alan's astonished expression and, somewhat displeased, remarked, Little Alan, you don't truly believe that this defeat has shaken me, do you? If I were so fragile, I wouldn't have pursued Linda from the Imperial City to Ander for years. I merely consumed a petrification potion. Besides temporarily immobilizing the body, it significantly enhances one's resistance. This defeat has finally shown me that Linda does care for me. She holds a place for me in her heart. With her in my sights, I feel emboldened. Alan, let us delve into the specifics of that anti-magic array that I relish the thought of a physical confrontation, Sean declared, his face adorned with a mischievous grin. Chapter 26. Pain and Pleasure. The intense academic life continued unabated. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Alan was now a second-year student at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Alan's journey of cultivation over the past year can be succinctly encapsulated as a blend of anguish and joy. The teachings of the esteemed Sanjay instructor have consistently maintained their usual high standards, leaving the students utterly exhausted, often in tears and lamentations. Nevertheless, the cultivation levels of the classmates have risen swiftly. As for Alan, he spent a month at the Baroness Castle during the Festival of Light, while the remainder of his time was devoted to his studies at the Magical Academy. Aside from attending classes, the majority of his days were spent training in Professor Arnold's magical tower, where, under the occasional guidance of the professor, his magical prowess has advanced remarkably. 9 months ago, he had already acquired the ability to manipulate energy elements with his mental strength. After 3 more months of rigorous training, he could arrange energy elements in various basic magical formations, casting simple spells such as fireballs, water spheres, and gentle breezes. Last month, Alan had become proficient in unleashing low-level spells like Fireball, Ice Blade, and Wind Blade, elevating his abilities to that of a high-level magical apprentice. His pace of magical cultivation has far surpassed that of his classmates, even rivaling the levels of students in their 3rd and 4th years. Currently, Alan dedicates his time primarily to mastering the art of distraction. He has achieved a remarkable level of concentration, capable of using Morrowa pollen to simultaneously depict 10 different magical formations in the air. In contrast, high-level magicians can manipulate dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of different magical formations concurrently. Such rapid progress has naturally thrilled Professor Arnold, igniting within him a greater ambition to mold Alan into the youngest magus of the Gozan Empire, leading him to impose even stricter demands on Alan's studies. Since the duel with Linda last year, Sean had enjoyed a brief period of tranquility before challenging her to another bout. This latest confrontation was shrouded in secrecy. With no spectators present, Alan learned from Tina that immediately after the battle, an irate Linda stormed out of the magical training room and returned to her residence, ignoring everyone in her path. In contrast, Sean emerged with a bruised visage yet wore a broad grin, delighting in his victory. The following day, Alan seized the opportunity to discreetly inquire about the outcome after Sean's class. Sean, still radiant with excitement, replied, Well, I lost again. You see, Linda's combat skills were unexpectedly formidable, and I left the encounter with quite a few bumps on my head. However, I did get to hold her little hand and embrace her. She smelled so lovely and felt so soft. Observing Sean's satisfied demeanor, Alan realized that he was likely more focused on the benefits of the encounter rather than the essence of the duel itself. Such tactics must be executed with surprise and decisiveness. Once Linda is on guard, defeating her will be no easy feat. True to this, in subsequent challenges, Sean faced even harsher defeats at Linda's hands. Yet he remained ever pleased with the moments he spent in her company. Alan, feeling a mix of pity and exasperation, decided to let Sean continue enduring Linda's torment. However, matters did not conclude as simply as Alan had anticipated. Linda discovered that the strategies Sean employed were concocted at Alan's behest, igniting her ire and placing Alan in dire straits. In every class taught by Linda, Alan found himself subjected to special treatment. Facing double the assignments and stringent requirements, his classmates regarded him with sympathetic glances, reveling in his struggles to meet Linda's various magical punishments. Simultaneously, Linda, perceiving Alan as a cunning little rascal, prohibited Vivian and Tina from associating with him. Consequently, Alan's attempts to meet with Tina and Vivian felt akin to clandestine rendezvous, requiring disguises and secret codes. Ironically, this only piqued Tina and Vivian's interest, and they relished the escapades. Tina frequently urged Alan to devise even better and more inventive ways to evade his rigorous training and enjoy outings. Sean, too, praised Alan, especially after the latter's recent exploits had yielded positive results, treating him more like a close companion. Yet, in the classroom, his expectations of Alan remained exceedingly high, justifying his strictness as a means of ensuring Alan's future success and not allowing his intellect to be squandered on frivolities. Thus, Alan's academic life became a continuous struggle, devoid of any rays of sunshine. Professor Arnold would occasionally stoke the flames of his adversity, claiming to offer guidance while actually delivering harsh criticism, particularly when his own wine reserves were running low. Fortunately, Alan's father, Randall, and mother, Jennifer, would visit him every month or two, and upon witnessing her son's dismal living conditions, Jennifer would shed tears of concern. In contrast, Randall remained indifferent, believing that a strict teacher would yield a remarkable student, and felt that such rigorous discipline was the best approach for Alan's somewhat cunning nature. One day, Alan awaited his father, Randall, at the school gate. After some time passed without sight of his mother, Jennifer, he grew curious and inquired, "Father, why hasn't mother disembarked from the carriage yet? I will go check." Randall halted Alan, revealing, "Your mother cannot come this time. She will be unable to visit for quite a while." Upon hearing this, Alan's heart tightened, yet he discerned no negative expression on Randall's face. Instead, there was a subtle hint of joy, pride, and satisfaction. With a pang of jealousy, he remarked, "Is mother expecting another little brother?" Randall burst into hearty laughter. "Indeed, your mother is pregnant again and must rest at home to recuperate. I came to see you briefly before departing. Your mother's condition is somewhat serious, and I need to procure some of her favorite foods and supplies." Alan accepted various items from Randall, including food and some wine meant as a bribe, watching as his father eagerly boarded the carriage, disappearing into the bustling city. A sense of emptiness washed over Alan. He felt uneasy at the prospect of competing for his parents' affections with another sibling. However, a thought crossed his mind that perhaps if it were a son, he would truly be regarded as Randall and Jennifer's legitimate child. Alan aimlessly wandered the campus, eventually noticing Rice dutifully trailing behind Sean. Rice exhibited a notable aptitude for potion making and was diligent in his studies, prompting Sean to offer him additional guidance. Whenever Rice had a moment, he would cling to Sean's side, not only seeking answers to his queries, but also assisting him with various menial tasks. One day, Sean remarked to Alan, "In truth, you are more suited for potion making than Rice. But your talent for magical cultivation is evidently more pronounced. If it weren't for that old coot Arnold getting to you first, I would have taken you on as my disciple. What a pity. Learning more about potion making can only benefit you. A diverse skill set is never a burden." Sean noticed Alan's obvious despondency and promptly sent Rice away, leading Alan to his modest two-story villa, where Alan had previously spent a few nights. Once settled in the living room, Sean inquired, "What troubles you, Alan? You seem different from your usual self. Even when burdened, you typically wear a smile. Today, however, you appear somewhat glum. Though we are teacher and student, I consider you a dear friend. If something is bothering you, please share it with me, and perhaps this elder brother can lend you a hand." Alan retrieved a bottle of wine from his storage pouch, pouring a glass for himself and Sean before taking a sip and murmuring, "It's nothing much. My father visited today and informed me that my mother is pregnant again, which unsettles me a bit." Sean couldn't help but chuckle at this reasoning. Typically, Alan presented himself as a little adult, and Sean often unconsciously overlooked his age, treating him as a peer. Now, however, he recognized that Alan was still a child, troubled by such matters. "Alan, though I am neither married nor a parent, I understand that parents love each child equally. The arrival of new siblings does not diminish their affection for you." Sean seemed to reflect on his own parents, downing his glass of wine in one go before pouring himself another. Only then did Alan notice the troubled expression on Sean's face. "Sean, do you have a dilemma of your own, as you just mentioned? Feel free to share. Perhaps I can help you devise a solution." Sean, not one to hold back, replied with a furrowed brow, "Alan, I actually intended to seek you out. I received a letter from home. My mother's health is deteriorating. My father has issued an ultimatum. If I cannot resolve my situation with Linda this year, I must obediently return to the imperial capital and accept an arranged marriage. Otherwise, he will no longer acknowledge me as his son. Alan felt a headache coming on. It was the same old dilemma. Prolonging the issue indefinitely was not a solution, and it appeared he would need to devise a bold plan. Leaning closer to Sean, he whispered a few ideas that Sean's face registered surprise. Are you certain this plan will work? What if Linda, in a fit of rage, decides to do away with me? Alan exuded confidence. Although Linda has been quite fierce in our recent encounters, you emerged unscathed, indicating that she still harbors feelings for you. Therefore, you must resolve to take decisive action this time. Failure to succeed is tantamount to self-sacrifice. It is an act of desperate survival, where choices are rendered null. Teacher Linda has no alternatives either. Once a woman has overcome her emotional defenses, she will remain steadfastly devoted to you. Sean downed the fine wine in his hand with a flourish. Proclaiming with bravado, let us go all in. Our fate hinges on this moment. Come, let us seek out Linda. Alan, filled with trepidation, instinctively recoiled, stating, Teacher Linda's impression of me has not improved yet if she sees me accompanying you and you succeed. While I am left unscathed, I may find myself in dire straits. Despite Sean's threats and enticements, Alan remained resolute, refusing to budge. With no other recourse, Sean embarked alone. After a brief interval, Alan reconsidered, feeling a twinge of concern. Although he had feigned confidence when suggesting the plan to Sean, the outcome of the execution was shrouded in uncertainty. Stealthily, Alan approached the mage training hall, where he spotted Vivian and Tina standing before the entrance of room 1. Alan surmised that Sean and Linda had already entered. Concealed at a distance, he watched intently, silently praying that Teacher Linda would not harm Teacher Sean. Half an hour passed, then an hour, and still no one emerged. Alan, hidden away, was a bundle of nerves, unable to remain still. Vivian and Tina, waiting at the door, began to grow anxious as well. With a creaking sound, the door to room 1 swung open, and out walked Teacher Linda. Her face flushed, head bowed, offering no greeting to Vivian or Tina as she hastily exited the mage training hall. Shortly thereafter, Sean emerged, locating Alan, who had been peeking from afar, and gave him a thumbs up. His face alight with happiness and pride. Vivian and Tina exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the scene. Chapter 27. The Holy Church's Divine Elixirs. On December 16,990 of the Light Era, Baron Castle, having turned 15 and spent 4 years studying at Hogwarts School of Magic. Alan returned home once more. 4 years had wrought significant changes in him. Alongside numerous events, Alan now stood at a height of 1.85 meters, his customary short black hair framing a face that had shed its youthful innocence. Coupled with his deep blue eyes and the inherited beauty from his parents, Alan had blossomed into a charming young man, capable of captivating countless young ladies. His magical prowess had also experienced tremendous growth. Alan had ascended to the rank of advanced mage, with his mental probing range extending to 40 meters that a novice mage could only probe 10 meters, while an intermediate mage could extend their range to 20 meters. With each advancement, the probing distance doubled. Given Alan's current abilities and age, he had already entered the ranks of the elite within the Empire. Under the rigorous training of Teacher Linda, Alan had not only memorized the 980 basic magical array patterns, but could also skillfully utilize and combine them into various spells. During practice duels with his classmates, they often fell victim to Alan's seemingly endless and bizarre combinations of magic. Although not particularly adept in potion making, Alan could concoct some uncomplicated beginner potions using basic tools. And he exhibited a keen sense of identifying magical properties. He could discern even the subtlest aromas in magical potions, a talent that left Sean troubled, as he could not accept Alan as his apprentice. Harboring resentment towards Arnold for having taken away his prodigious disciple, under the combined pressure of the 3 outstanding teachers, all of Alan's classmates had made remarkable strides in their abilities, although Arnold, the Academy's headmaster, had intended to facilitate Alan's growth. His efforts had inadvertently benefited Alan's peers. Out of 23 students, 8 had reached the level of beginner mages, while the rest had attained the status of advanced apprentices. Mere steps away from breaking into the ranks of full mages. Previously, it was unimaginable that more than 2 or 3 students could achieve the level of mage, as the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Magic. Arnold had contemplated continuing this effective teaching model, but was compelled to terminate it due to the departure of teachers Linda and Sean. The previous year, Linda and Sean had finally wed, with Sean's persistent courtship culminating in Linda accepting him. The handsome gentleman, a behind-the-scenes contributor, Alan was invited as a special guest to their wedding. In subsequent classes, teacher Linda no longer targeted Alan with undue scrutiny, though her standards remained unwavering. This year, upon discovering that she was expecting, the ecstatic Sean could not resist boasting in his correspondence with families in the imperial capital. Subsequently, Sean's father personally traveled to the Bordeaux province, inviting Sean and Linda back to the capital for her to rest and prepare for childbirth. While returning to the capital, Sean sought the opinion of Rice and brought him along to Alan's surprise. Vivian and Tina also decided to return to the capital with their Aunt Linda. Over the years, Alan had forged a deep friendship with Vivian and Tina, as they frequently shared meals and leisure activities together. Considering that Vivian and Tina were approaching the age for marriage and that the capital was rife with eligible bachelors, Count Finn entrusted them to his sister Linda for their return. Although Alan harbored some personal sentiments, he recognized the disparities in their family statuses and the inappropriateness of their ages. While he outwardly treated them as older sisters, he inwardly regarded them as younger siblings. Before departing, Vivian presented Alan with a dagger as a farewell gift, a pair to the one he had received during their confrontation with the wolves in the Black Forest. Tina, on the other hand, embraced Alan and wept uncontrollably, leaving his eyes red-rimmed. Alan repeatedly assured them that he would visit them in the capital once he matured at Hogwarts School of Magic. Nearly all of Alan's acquaintances had departed, save for Headmaster Arnold. As for Alan's classmates, the significant differences in their psychological ages had led to little interaction between them. Other than minimal exchanges during classes, Alan devoted virtually all his time to training, with only scarce leisure moments spent with the Vivian sisters. Although Alan could have left the school to explore the outside world and broaden his horizons, the vain Headmaster Arnold insisted that Alan participate in the annual exchange event between the School of Magic and the Academy of Combat. The exchange and competition between Hogwarts and the Academy of Combat occurred annually, with each school sending 10 students to participate in alternating hostings. This year, the event was hosted by the Academy of Combat. Headmaster Arnold dispatched a team primarily composed of Alan's upperclassmen along with students from his own year, selecting 10 mages to represent Hogwarts. The outcome brought laughter to Headmaster Arnold, as not only did Alan secure the championship, but the other 9 finalists were also from the School of Magic. This left the newly appointed president of the Academy of Combat, who also served as its headmaster, humiliated and in a fit of rage. He challenged Arnold to a duel. Onlookers had anticipated a thrilling showdown between two masters, but were disappointed when the two flew off to a remote wilderness to battle. If Arnold emerged victorious over the head of the Academy of Combat, the students of the School of Magic would rejoice. Conversely, if Arnold were to be soundly defeated, the students of the Academy of Combat would revel in their triumph, while those from the School of Magic would find joy in their rival's downfall. Having endured years of torment under Arnold, the students harbored a deep desire for vengeance, though they lacked the strength to confront him. Witnessing their nemesis being vanquished by another would suffice. However, upon seeing Arnold's smug expression, their dark fantasies of revenge were dashed. As for the former president of the Academy of Combat, Sis Lane, whom Alan had only met once or twice, Arnold sourly remarked that he had gone to train at the Combat Master Association. Grace, at the age of 10, underwent the bloodline talent awakening that year, but alas, no miracles occurred, and she failed to awaken any talents. Randall paid little heed to this, but Grace was heartbroken, having longed to cultivate like her brother. Alan took Grace on a tour of the entire city of Ander, treating her to a plethora of delicious and entertaining delights, which helped to lift her spirits. In May of last year, Jennifer gave birth to a baby brother, much to Randall's delight, naming him Patrick Taylor. However, Jennifer's condition was less than favorable. The delivery of Patrick had been fraught with difficulties. Although she emerged unscathed, her body was left severely weakened. Following treatment from the priest in Empoli town, she remained bedridden, but her recovery was slow, and she continued to lose weight, causing Randall significant concern. He carefully transported Jennifer to the help of the Hagel family in Ander. After a thorough examination, Archbishop Hagel was astonished to discover that Jennifer's vitality was inexplicably waning. After other remedies proved ineffective, Archbishop Hagel was left with no choice but to resort to the final remedy: the 3 divine elixirs of the Church of Light. The Church of Light currently thrived across the continent, enjoying immense public trust. Beyond the legendary tale of the God of Light, a more significant reason for its prominence lay in the 3 divine elixirs: Tears of the Moon Goddess, Tears of the Moon Goddess's Grace, and Tears of the God of Light. These 3 elixirs exhibited progressively potent effects, and their efficacy had been corroborated by numerous accounts. The Church of Light proclaims that the tears of the moon god, moon goddess Ya, and the benevolent sun god Apollo alleviate the suffering and maladies of their faithful followers, unable to bear witness to their pain, and thus, through divine power, they have condensed miraculous elixirs for their relief. These 3 sacred remedies can only be bestowed upon devout adherents of the Church. However, it is known that a donation of 2,000 gold coins grants a vial of the moon god's blood tears, while a contribution of 10,000 gold coins yields a vial of moon goddess Ya's tears. As for the tears of the sun god, no one has ever truly beheld them. Archbishop Hegel first administered a vial of the moon god's blood tears to Jennifer, resulting in a noticeable effect. She could feel a partial restoration of her vitality, yet her life force continued to wane. Hegel estimated that the vitality replenished by the moon god's blood tears could only compensate for 5 days of Jennifer's life force depletion. Afterward, Jennifer consumed the tears of moon goddess Ya, but the outcome was similar. Hegel surmised that the vitality restored by these tears could only replenish a month's worth of her life force loss. As Hegel gazed at the vial of the sun god's tears in his hand, he pondered that this was his last opportunity. The tears of the sun god are immensely valuable, rumored to revive the dead from mere bones, and their supply is exceedingly scarce. Currently, there exists but a single vial in the entirety of the Bordeaux province, which Hegel fortuitously acquired at the sacred site of the Church of Light. A cherished treasure of his, were it not for the regard he held for Arnold, Sicilian, Finn, and others behind Randall, as well as Randall's connections to someone in the imperial capital. Hegel would never have considered relinquishing the tears of the sun god, as they represented his very lifeline. With immense reluctance, he watched as Jennifer consumed the extraordinarily precious tears of the sun god. A radiant, milky light enveloped Jennifer, her emaciated form gradually regaining fullness, a healthy flush returning to her cheeks. It was truly a miracle. Both Hegel and Randall could not help but express their admiration and reverence for the sun god in their hearts. "My dear, I am restored," Jennifer exclaimed, acutely aware of the vibrant life energy surging within her, tears of joy streaming down her face. After half a year of languishing in illness, she could finally feel strength returning to her body. Yet, Hegel remained composed, stating, "I must conduct a thorough examination." Of Hegel's immense mental power delved into Jennifer's being. Scrutinizing with meticulous care, the more he examined, the more troubled his expression became. Could it be that there exists an ailment even the sun god cannot heal? To him, the sun god was omnipotent. The Church's supreme remedy had not completely cured Jennifer's affliction, which dealt a blow to Hegel's faith. After a thorough examination lasting nearly half an hour, he had no choice but to halt and inform Randall. Jennifer's life force continues to diminish. It is merely that the vitality contained within the tears of the sun god is so potent that it has not only restored all the life force she previously lost, returning her body to its original state, but has also amassed a substantial reservoir of life energy within her. However, her ailment remains unhealed, and her life force continues to dissipate. I estimate that the vitality from the tears of the sun god can sustain her in this condition for 3 years. Beyond that, the future is uncertain. Randall, you should also be aware of the rarity of the tears of the sun god. Obtaining another vial will be akin to scaling a mountain. Thus, during these 3 years, you must seek alternative treatments. Randall's expression darkened. He replied, "Thank you for your assistance, Archbishop. I shall forever hold your kindness in my heart and will spare no effort in fulfilling any future requests." Afterward, Alan finally learned of his mother's condition and diligently researched at the Magic Academy. Yet he could not find an effective remedy. The hope of a miraculous cure within the fleeting 3 years seemed bleak. Ultimately, the hope to sustain his mother's life rested upon the tears of the sun god. Currently, the only publicly accessible means to acquire the tears of the sun god was through the southern fortress of the empire, where one could exchange a substantial amount of military merit for them. Chapter 28. A contest between father and son. The atmosphere in the dining hall was warm and lively, the table laden with sumptuous dishes, all of which Alan adored, lovingly prepared by Jennifer throughout the afternoon. Now a spirited young lady, Grace chattered incessantly, prompting a gentle rebuke from Vivian. "Grace, why do you have so many questions for your brother? Allow him to eat first." Meanwhile, Patrick, nestled in his cradle, occasionally let out a few cries to assert his presence. Randall savored his wine, his heart brimming with affection as he observed the scene. If only Jennifer were not afflicted by that strange illness, everything would be perfect. Seeing his mother, Jennifer, still radiant and healthy, filled with vitality, Alan felt a slight easing of his worries. After dinner, Alan used magic to take Grace on a few exhilarating flights around the castle. Her body trembling with excitement as she clung tightly to his arm. Upon returning to the ground, Grace erupted into exuberant cheers, marveling at the experience. This was always the case when they returned home. Although Grace was fearful each time, she would still insist on flying in the sky with Alan. After countless questions from Grace, her curiosity was finally satisfied, and she yawned her way off to bed. In the study with his father Randall, Alan said, "Teacher Arnold mentioned that I need to venture out to broaden my horizons. Remaining solely in the academy hinders my growth." After a pause, he continued, "I have researched extensively and discovered that the Southern Fortress is the only place where one can openly exchange military merit for the tears of the sun god. Furthermore, in a year, my coming-of-age trial will also require a journey to the Southern Fortress. Therefore, Father, I wish to participate in the coming-of-age trial ahead of time." Randall regarded Alan with a complex expression, sighed, and said, "It seems you have made up your mind. I shall consider it. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning, we will head to the back mountain. I wish to see what skills you have truly acquired." The following morning, the back mountain of the baronial castle lay empty and expansive. Randall, donned in fitted warrior attire, bore no weapon, while Alan held the ornate magic wand gifted by Randall, dressed in a blue magic robe. The two stood 10 meters apart, facing each other. Randall confidently declared, "Boy, unleash your full potential. Do not hold back, and let me see your true abilities." Alan thought to himself that he had no intention of restraining himself. Randall was a black iron knight, equivalent to a grand sorcerer. And without full effort, it would be impossible to strike him. Alan understood this was a test and focused all his energy. The freezing magic came forth effortlessly, encasing Randall in a massive block of ice. Alan knew this would not contain Randall for long and immediately conjured dozens of iron spikes the size of human heads, engulfed in a swirling inferno. This was Alan's intermediate combination spell, Fire Meteor. The Fire Meteor inflicted tremendous tearing or penetrating wounds upon the enemy, accompanied by intense burns. Randall, encased in ice, suddenly shimmered with a radiant white light, shattering the massive block of ice into countless fragments that shot outward like cannonballs. Alan dodged the incoming ice shards and wielded his wand, directing the Fire Meteor rapidly towards Randall. Randall swiftly evaded, but Alan's eyes could hardly keep pace with Randall's movements. Closing his eyes, Alan envisioned a three-dimensional representation of his surroundings within a 40-meter radius. Allowing Randall's swiftly moving figure to form a continuous line in his mind. At last, he grasped Randall's trajectory, instructing the Fire Meteor to strike where Randall would appear, with no time to evade. Randall enveloped his fist in battle aura and braced for impact. The resounding collision echoed as the Fire Meteor was expended, forcing Randall back several meters, carving a deep trench into the ground. "Now it is my turn to attack," Randall declared, rapidly altering his course towards Alan. Alan quickly erected a dozen earthen shields at his predicted position while simultaneously preparing his most potent single-target spell, Black Dragon Break. However, Randall's strength was overwhelming. The sturdy earthen shields shattered before him like thin ice. Sensing Randall's swift advance, Alan employed wind magic to propel himself backward while continuously constructing new earthen shields to buy himself some time. With that brief moment of respite, Alan's Black Dragon Break spell was finally complete, manifesting as a small purple fire dragon, no larger than a forearm, yet brimming with astonishing energy. This was the result of energy elemental fire magic being compressed to its utmost limits. When fire magic reaches its peak of compression, it turns black. Currently, Alan could only compress it to purple. The purple fire dragon shot forth like lightning towards Randall, who had just breached the last earthen shield. Followed by a tremendous explosion as the dust settled, Randall stood in a large pit, no longer the suave, handsome figure he once was, his face marked with black and white splotches and several holes torn in his warrior attire. Floating in the air, Alan stifled a laugh at Randall's disheveled appearance, only to have Randall suddenly vanish from the pit, a fist materializing before Alan, growing larger by the moment. There was no time to evade. Before he could even register the pain, Alan's body was sent flying, tumbling across the ground. Dazed, Alan took a moment to gather himself before rising. What terrifying speed! It seemed his father had been holding back all along. A sudden pang of pain surged through his right eye. Without even glancing, he knew it was undoubtedly swollen and darkened once again. "Hurry up and get up, you little rascal." "I hardly exerted any force," he said, Yet, within, Alan grumbled about the effort he had indeed expended. Rising to his feet, Alan discovered that his magical robe had been torn to shreds during the scuffle, leaving him in a rather disheveled state. The father and son exchanged glances, taking in each other's appearance, and erupted into laughter. Indeed, your studies over the past few years have yielded remarkable progress. Your spellcasting speed is impressive, your magical prowess formidable, and your reactions in battle are quite swift. The only aspect that requires improvement is your physical agility, Randall mused, contemplating for a moment before continuing. During your time at home, I shall provide you with special training to enhance your evasion speed. That last burst of speed I demonstrated was not typical of a Black Iron Knight. It was a knightly skill, achievable only through a full-body surge of fighting spirit, and can be utilized but a few times. Thus, with your current abilities, while you may not be able to best a Black Iron Knight, you should be able to retreat unscathed. With this revelation, Randall felt a sense of relief regarding Alan's imminent participation in the adult trial at the Southern Fortress. The father and son shared jovial banter as they made their way toward the castle, encountering old John, who had come to investigate the commotion, which had been quite deafening for some time. Upon seeing the duo, old John immediately deduced that they had been engaged in a friendly contest. Aware of Randall's capabilities, he was taken aback by the realization that Alan's prowess had also grown to a level where he could face his father head-on. Upon returning to the baronial castle, they were met with Grace's complaints, lamenting how such a splendid event could transpire without her presence. Grace had persistently pestered Randall until he finally promised to bring her along next time, at which point she relented. Jennifer, upon seeing the new appearances of both father and son, particularly noticing Alan's dark, swollen eye, felt a pang of sympathy and incessantly scolded Randall. Randall, embarrassed, thought to himself how humiliating it was to be so bested by his son's magic, and he felt the urge to deliver a punch for some sense of retribution. Every morning, Randall, Alan, and Grace, who struggled to keep her eyes wide open and often dozed off, would venture to the back mountain. Randall would launch concentrated orbs of fighting spirit at Alan, who skillfully dodged the onslaught, though occasionally he would be struck, sprawling on the ground in disarray. Grace watched from the sidelines, laughing heartily. After 2 hours of evasion training, Randall set up various traps in the dense forest for Alan to navigate, often leaving him covered in dirt and dust. In the evenings, Randall imparted survival knowledge relevant to the battlefield to Alan. One dedicated to instructing, the other earnest in learning, Alan understood that with each tidbit of knowledge he acquired, he gained another card to play. Mornings were spent training alongside his father, while afternoons were devoted to accompanying his mother, Jennifer, and his mischievous sister, Grace. Occasionally, he would hold little Patrick, who, like Grace, had inherited Jennifer's golden hair and blue eyes, while he himself bore the most resemblance to his father. Little Patrick was remarkably well-behaved, sleeping soundly after meals, which relieved Jennifer considerably. Currently, Patrick was primarily cared for by Alan's former maid, Jones. Jennifer would often remark that Patrick was the most well-behaved among the three, inciting jealousy in Grace, who only felt appeased when Jennifer subsequently declared that Grace was indeed the most well-behaved. On one occasion, Jennifer voiced her worries to Alan, lamenting that Grace was excessively pampered, with all three of them indulging her. What will become of her if her future husband treats her poorly? She fretted. Alan had to console his mother, assuring her that as Grace matured, she would undoubtedly become more sensible and obedient. Besides, perhaps her future husband would cherish her even more than they did. Thus, the days passed in a serene rhythm until the arrival of January 1 SD, the Festival of Light in the Middle-earth continent. On this day, Randall and Alan were invited to the small town of Empoli within his fiefdom to co-host the Festival of Light alongside the town's priest. All the neatly attired congregation gathered in the town's church, which had been beautifully adorned, exuding an atmosphere of solemnity. As the representative of the faithful, Randall offered an abundant sacrifice to the god of light, while the priest and the surrounding congregation sang hymns in praise of the deity, extolling his magnificent deeds. After the ceremony concluded, the priest bestowed blessings of light and healing upon the faithful, who expressed their gratitude for the god of light's generosity, offering their tributes in return. Alan found little interest in such ceremonial festivities. He preferred the Harvest Festival, celebrated on July 15, also known as the Moonlight Festival or Daughter-s Festival, which spanned 5 days of jubilant revelry. This occasion celebrated the bountiful harvest, prayed for favorable weather for the coming year, and honored the moon goddess, Ya, and the blood, thanking them for guiding the lost in the darkness. On the night of July 15, under the luminous glow of the twin moons, Unmarried young ladies adorned themselves elegantly, gathering around massive bonfires, singing and dancing with their beloved suitors, sharing whispers under the moonlight, or enjoying the company of friends while admiring lanterns, all the while keeping an eye out for potential suitors. Alan cherished this festival, not only for the abundance of delicious food but also for the opportunity to behold many beautiful young women. Chapter 29. The Crimson Trial. One day, Randall summoned Alan to the study and handed him a beautifully crafted parchment, inscribed in elegant noble script. Herein lies the decree from Baron Randall Taylor of the Empire, designating his eldest son, Alan Taylor, to report to the military department of the Southern Fortress by April 1st of the year of Light 991, to partake in the adult trial, without delay, the Committee on the Inheritance of Titles in the Bordeaux province of the Empire. Upon seeing the black ink and the vivid red magical seal on the parchment, Alan exhaled deeply, relieved that the day had finally arrived. Randall regarded Alan, who had grown to nearly his height. Though his visage still bore a youthful innocence, his eyes emanated steadfastness and maturity. Since the great upheaval 5 years prior, Randall had observed many transformations in Alan. He had become less attached to his parents and increasingly independent in his thoughts. Randall suddenly realized that the little fledgling who had once sheltered beneath his wing had matured and was now ready to soar into the vast skies and face the storms alone. A mix of pride, melancholy, and heartache welled within him. Shaking his head, he dismissed these complex emotions and addressed Alan. This decree for your adult trial was arranged by Count Finn. Spend this time accompanying your mother in grace. In the evenings, come to my study, and I shall enlighten you on matters concerning the Southern Fortress. Emperor Gozan VI of the High Forest Empire, witnessing the upper echelons of the Empire's youth reveling in luxury. Oblivious to the struggles of the common folk and the hardships endured by their ancestors, feared that the once valiant and industrious nation might ultimately be governed by a lineage of debauched and feeble descendants. In his sorrow, Gozan VI enacted an imperial decree. Any family within the empire possessing hereditary titles must have their eligible heirs enter the military for training upon reaching the age of 16. Continuing until they turn 18, those who refuse to participate in the trial or fail to meet its standards shall forfeit their rights to inherit their family titles. This decree has been upheld by successive emperors of the High Forest Empire and remains a looming sword of Damocles over the heads of many noble heirs. The nobility of the empire held a complex relationship with this decree. They appreciated it for reforming numerous wayward sons into worthy heirs under its compulsion, yet despised it for the many heirs who had tragically perished on the battlegrounds of the adult trials. Statistics indicated an average mortality rate of approximately 20% during these trials, which could soar to 40% in years of heightened conflict. This decree has come to be known as the Blood Trial Decree. Randall, having attained his hereditary barony through military merit, had thus secured Alan's eligibility to partake in the blood trial. That evening, within the spacious study of the baronial castle, Randall began to share insights regarding the Southern Fortress with Alan. Since the Empire decided to relocate the adult trials to the Southern Fortress, I have taken it upon myself to gather information about the Southern continent. However, understanding of it in the Middle-earth continent is quite limited. Yet, Alan, I trust you recognize that the Southern continent is not as feeble as the Church of Light and the Empire would have you believe. The two continents have been embroiled in conflict for centuries, currently locked in a stalemate along the blood corridor, which indicates that the practitioners of the Southern continent are not inferior to those of the North, as for the holy wars previously waged by the Church of Light. The outcomes were not nearly as glorious as they proclaimed, merely resulting in the abduction of some dark-skinned populace. One could even argue that the Holy War was a failure, as they were ultimately driven back from the Southern continent. The Southern continent lacks the structure of nations. It is composed of tribes, with larger tribes boasting populations in the millions or even tens of millions, while smaller tribes may consist of only a few hundred individuals. The leaders of these tribes are known as chieftains. They worship the totems of their tribes, which may include animals such as snakes, elephants, and leopards, drawing a parallel to the nomads of the North. They believe that these totems are the source of their strength. The practitioners of the Southern continent are primarily categorized into two distinct types. The first type involves those who practice witchcraft, excelling in the arts of the mind. In their tribes, they hold a revered status, often serving as the Grand Elders, responsible for rituals and healing. Their individual combat prowess is enigmatic, yet they are generally accompanied by numerous followers. Moreover, Some witch doctors possess the ability to command venomous creatures, wielding poison in a manner that is both mysterious and formidable. The art of the mind, I surmise, is a manifestation of mental prowess. It is said that those who master this art can subtly manipulate others for their own purposes without their awareness. The second type of practitioners are the druids, who belong to the realm of martial energy cultivation. They are robust of body and closely attuned to nature, fighting in the jungles with the grace of a tiger. They have the ability to transform their bodies into ferocious beasts, combining human intellect with the strength and agility of predators. Additionally, they can summon various beasts to aid them in battle. As for the magical beasts, they possess a degree of intelligence and are known for their volatile temperaments. No records have yet surfaced of any being tamed. Regarding the druid's capacity to subdue these magical beasts, my collected data reveals no pertinent information. Nevertheless, one must remain vigilant upon arriving there. The druids are indeed considered close combat practitioners of the southern continent. Their levels of strength remain ambiguous, with significant disparities in power before and after transformation. It is rumored that high-ranking druids can transform specific parts of their bodies at will into those of fierce beasts. The ordinary warriors of the south do not differ greatly in strength from those here. They are adept at wielding short spears, which serve as both melee and throwing weapons. However, one must be cautious. For among the ordinary warriors, some are reportedly blessed by tribal totems, enabling them to unleash a surge of power for a brief period, reaching the might of our own fighters. This phenomenon is referred to as frenzy. Akin to our potential awakening technique, the duration of this explosive state is short-lived, and once the frenzy subsides, the individual enters a phase of weakness that requires considerable time to recover. There are also additional materials regarding the southern continent, which you should study diligently for future reference. Now, allow me to elaborate on the situation at the southern fortress. The southern fortress is situated on the side of the blood-red corridor facing the central continent. Guarding the gateway from the central continent to the southern continent. It was constructed 400 years ago as a logistical base for the First Holy War and has since undergone annual expansions. Now ranking as the largest military stronghold in the central continent, it is currently jointly administered by the Empire and the Church of Light. The garrison comprises 100,000 soldiers from the Empire's Southern Legion, 50,000 knights from the Church of Light, and 5,000 priests, alongside various logistical personnel, civilians, servants, and slaves. It is rumored that the population of the southern fortress has surpassed 1 million. Warfare on the battlefield differs fundamentally from personal conflicts. Once one steps onto the battlefield, it is a matter of life and death, devoid of justice, camaraderie, or compassion. It is a ruthless pursuit of survival, where one might resort to using the corpses of comrades as traps or deliberately sending allies to their demise. To ensure one's own survival, one may turn against and slay even their own brothers. Such occurrences are not uncommon on the battlefield. Sometimes, the most terrifying threat does not come from the enemy's blade, but from the sword of a friend behind you. Therefore, Alan, in order to return alive, do not place your trust in anyone upon reaching the southern battlefield. Keep one eye open while you sleep. Jennifer is also aware that her son Alan is about to embark on his journey to participate in the blood-soaked coming-of-age trial. Though she secretly sheds tears, she has no choice but to accept it. During this time, she prepares a multitude of delicious meals for Alan daily and lovingly crafts several sets of clothing for him each night. Grace, too, has learned of her brother's impending venture into the life-and-death battlefield and suddenly becomes much more obedient, under Jennifer's guidance, personally making a set of undergarments for her brother. During this period, Alan made a special visit back to Hogwarts Magic Academy to bid farewell to Professor Arnold, informing him of his forthcoming journey to the Southern Fortress for the coming-of-age trial. Upon hearing this, Professor Arnold did not express surprise but merely nodded, acknowledging that a trial of life and death would indeed enhance one's strength significantly. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse must endure the tempests to thrive. Your choice is anticipated, and I have a letter for you that I share a connection with the wizard Griffith of the Southern Legion. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges at the Southern Fortress, seeking his assistance may prove beneficial. Professor Arnold handed Alan an envelope bearing his unique magical seal and retrieved a wand from his storage pouch. After a few gentle caresses, he presented it to Alan, stating, "This is a wand I acquired in my early years, capable of reducing the caster's mental energy consumption by 20%. Use it well. Do not embarrass yourself with that gaudy wand of yours. A reduction of 20% in mental energy consumption classifies it as a fine wand." Alan accepted the wand with delight, noting its length of 25 centimeters. Its entirely black shaft and the indiscernible materials from which it was crafted, adorned with intricate and meticulous runes that exuded a unique beauty in Alan's eyes. The grip was slightly thicker and uneven, providing a comfortable hold when wielded. Using the wand, Alan cast a fireball spell and, upon experiencing its effects, discovered not only a decrease in mental energy expenditure, but also a slight enhancement in casting speed. In contrast, the wand gifted by his father, Randall, was dazzling in appearance but only managed to reduce mental energy consumption by a mere 5%, proving to be of little practical use, merely a flashy trinket for the frivolous. With this new wand, he could finally set aside the old one. Alan also noticed that this wand was impeccably maintained, as if it were new, recognizing it as a cherished possession of Professor Arnold. He understood that while wands could be purchased from magical equipment shops, finding one that truly resonated with oneself was a rare endeavor. Many wizards often sought out magical beast bones to create a wand tailored to their needs. At considerable expense, commissioning master craftsmen to customize their wands. For a wizard, a suitable wand is often a lifelong companion, sometimes valued even more than a spouse. As these thoughts crossed Alan's mind, his eyes became slightly moist. "Professor, this wand is clearly your treasured possession. I cannot accept it. Please take it back." Professor Arnold gazed at the wand with a hint of sadness, remarking, "This wand was prepared for her during my early years. With her gone, keeping it here serves little purpose. Better for it to fulfill its function. If I give it to you, then so be it. Do not dawdle." Professor Arnold, too, is a man with a story. Alan placed the wand into his storage pouch and respectfully expressed his gratitude. The teacher and student conversed for quite some time, but as the hour grew late, Alan had to bid a tearful farewell. "Wait a moment," Arnold called out to Alan as he was about to depart. Alan assumed Professor Arnold had a few parting words of wisdom to impart and turned around, attentively listening to his mentor's guidance. "Go back and tell your unscrupulous father that even though you are no longer studying under me, the yearly tribute of wine must not be less than 1 bottle. Chapter 30. The journey begins on February 20th. In the year 991 of the Light Era, after a tearful farewell with his family, Alan mounted the magnificent steed that his father Randall had specially prepared for him and set off on his journey to the southern fortress. Thousands of miles away, leaving his family behind to embark on this solitary trek, he faced the uncertainty of the battlefield, causing a twinge of anxiety within him, regardless of how mature his spirit might be. This was his first venture onto the battlefield. Alan touched the area over his heart, where 2 tokens were pressed against his chest. One was an unknown pendant gifted by his grandfather, Wunger, which enhanced meditation efficiency, while the other was a teleportation token he had acquired 5 years prior from the Black Forest. Randall had intended for Alan to take both, for any unforeseen circumstances. After some contemplation, Alan decided to carry only 1 token, the one that allowed for teleportation within a 10-kilometer radius. It would suffice for escape and self-preservation. Randall, after some consideration, agreed and had Jennifer sew a beautiful little pouch from durable magical beast hide, adorned with a pattern of peace and prosperity, to hold the teleportation token. Alan now traversed the fringes of the Black Forest to reach the southern fortress from his home. One would typically need to take a lengthy detour around the vast expanse of the Black Forest, a journey that would take approximately 15 days at Alan's pace. However, he opted for a more direct route, intending to cut through the forest, thus saving nearly 10 days of travel, confident in his abilities. Having navigated the Black Forest before, he surveyed the sparse trees ahead. There was a faint path winding through the woods, and with a gentle nudge of his steed, he departed from the main road and ventured along the narrow trail that led into the outskirts of the Black Forest. This area belonged to the periphery of the Black Forest, where wild beasts occasionally roamed, yet magical beasts were largely absent. The dangers along this route were minimal. However, it was not well traveled, primarily frequented by adventurers and cultivators who considered themselves capable. The caravans and common folk typically follow the main road southward. After 3 days, Alan found himself somewhat disheartened. Not a single beast, let alone a monstrous creature, had crossed his path. He yearned for an opportunity to hone his skills, but had only been able to vent his frustration on the startled wild chickens, hares, and unknown birds that took flight along the way. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he sipped from his water pouch and retrieved the remnants of last night's roasted hare leg. Perched upon his steed, Alan leisurely indulged in his midday repast, allowing his horse to follow the faint traces left by previous travelers, trotting into a relatively dense thicket. Suddenly, he heard the twang of a bowstring, and a shadowy projectile shot towards him from the right. Years of training, coupled with Randall's meticulous instruction, had endowed Alan with remarkable reflexes. In an instant, A wall of earth materialized in the path of the approaching dark projectile. Producing a soft thud as it was intercepted, from behind a large tree, another shadow flitted past, and a voice called out, "Watch out for the hidden weapon." Almost simultaneously, a dark object hurtled towards him, exploding upon impact and enveloping him in a cloud of white powder. Such tactics, typically effective against ordinary individuals, were far too rudimentary for Alan. With a mere wave of his hand, a gust of wind dispersed the powder towards the assailant. An adept, the two bandits seemed to realize they had encountered a formidable opponent and promptly turned to flee. Alan conjured two fireballs and pursued them, with his mental focus locking onto their forms. They had no chance to evade, and were struck directly by the flames, their bodies pierced and collapsing to the ground, convulsing before lying still. Alan rode up to the fallen figures, observing the grotesquely contorted faces of two men in their 30s. It struck him how easily two lives had been extinguished. A wave of nausea surged over him, and he dismounted, clutching a nearby tree as he retched, expelling not only the remnants of his morning meal, but also the bitter bile from his stomach. I have taken a life. I have finally killed someone. Alan had long prepared himself mentally for the possibility of killing, yet the reality of the moment overwhelmed him. The natural response of his body revealed that he had not yet truly acclimated to the act of killing. A task that seemed so simple to practitioners in this otherworldly realm. The two men had coordinated their attack with remarkable skill, suggesting they had engaged in such deeds frequently, likely having taken many lives. Had he been an ordinary person, he would surely have perished under their assault. Thus, they deserved their fate, and he had acted in self-defense. Alan repeated this reasoning to himself, finding some solace in the process. He utilized fire magic to incinerate their bodies, ensuring they would not be devoured by beasts, thus paying them a measure of respect. Reflecting on the encounter, Alan recognized his oversight. He had been caught unawares by their close approach. Had they been practitioners, an ambush at such proximity might have left him with no chance to react. Randall's teachings echoed in his mind. One must always remain vigilant while traversing the world. Alan acknowledged his own hubris. The enhancement of his abilities had instilled a sense of pride within him. The value of guidance could only be fully appreciated through personal experience, he mused wryly. As he mounted his horse and surveyed his surroundings before continuing on his journey, the attack by two ordinary individuals had imparted a crucial lesson. A lack of caution could lead to perilous consequences. Thus, another day passed as he neared the edge of the Black Forest. Alan's mental alertness detected the presence of a beast lumbering into his vicinity. A smile crept across his face. A meal was fortuitously presenting itself. It was a low-tier monster, a rock boar, an earth-type creature known for its ferocity and defensive prowess, clad in a thick armor of stone to resist attacks, relying primarily on its formidable tusks for offense. Its vulnerabilities lay in its eyes and mouth. The rock boar soon noticed Alan and charged, baring its fangs. Remaining calm, Alan waited until it was within 5 meters before unleashing a fireball the size of a pigeon's egg. The orb zipped through the air like a bolt of lightning, piercing the beast's eye and penetrating its brain. The rock boar, propelled by inertia, collapsed before him, the earth elements it had gathered dissipating, and its heavy armor of stone shattered to reveal tender flesh beneath. Concentrating fire elements, Alan shaped them into a blade and cleaved open the boar's head, fortune smiling upon him as he discovered a small, peanut-sized yellowish crystal core, worth several gold coins, a rarity among low-tier monsters. He also severed 2 tusks, each about half a meter long, which he estimated to be worth around 5 coins. Alan was acutely aware that his father Randall had nearly depleted their family fortune in seeking treatment for his mother, Jennifer's strange ailment. During this journey to the southern fortress, Alan had declined his father's offer of gold coins. Currently, he possessed less than 100 coins, accrued from the magical benefits provided by the Empire over recent years. Now, Alan's monthly benefit had increased to 20 coins, though he was uncertain whether he could continue to receive it upon reaching the southern fortress. Nevertheless, he recognized the necessity of budgeting judiciously and earning money diligently. After stowing his spoils in a storage pouch, he harvested 4 legs from the rock boar and sought a shaded clearing, gathering dry twigs and foraging for a handful of juicy wild fruits. He meticulously applied salt, spices, and the juice from the fruits to the meat, employing the outdoor grilling techniques taught by Randall, and kindled a fire to roast the boar's legs. Since the day he had taken a life, Alan had not enjoyed a proper meal. The aroma of the roasting meat made his stomach rumble with hunger. Though his grilling skills were somewhat lacking due to inexperience, the tender meat of the rock boar, infused with the fragrance of wild fruits, yielded a delightful flavor. Ravenous, Alan savored the taste, consuming 2 roasted legs and storing the remaining 2 in his pouch. Content, he patted his belly, let out a satisfied belch, and ate a few wild fruits to cleanse his palate before orienting himself and riding out of the Black Forest. Emerging from the forest and returning to the main road, he estimated he was still 20 days away from the southern fortress, with ample time ahead. Setting off at dawn, he planned to rest at an inn in a small town he encountered along the way. The pristine natural scenery he passed through was a feast for his eyes. The further south he traveled, the hotter the weather became. Although Alan's practitioner physique rendered him indifferent to fluctuations in temperature, the influence of his past life made him uneasy with the oppressive heat. Unhurried, he occasionally cast cooling spells or conjured ice blocks to alleviate the warmth, making his journey rather pleasant. As he journeyed southward, he encountered no arrogant ruffians tormenting delicate maidens, allowing him to showcase his abilities and win the hearts of fair ladies. He faced no haughty nobles demanding his seat or room at the inn, nor did he stumble upon a beautiful damsel ensnared by a treacherous senior, who required his sacrifice for her salvation. There were no treasure maps leading to a bloody conflict where he would emerge as the sole beneficiary. Thus, Alan traversed 5 provinces in a calm and unremarkable fashion, arriving at the southern fortress on the morning of March 25th. Before him lay the immense southern fortress, resembling a great black dragon coiled in the distance. Compared to the provincial capital of Bordeaux and other cities Alan had passed through, the southern fortress was far more imposing. Its walls towering over 30 meters, constructed of massive bluestones stretching into the horizon. The city gates appeared diminutive, barely accommodating 3 large carriages side by side that a modest queue awaited at the gates, where guards scrutinized individuals entering and exiting the city, seemingly ignoring the latter. The guards were clearly divided into 2 factions, one clad in the Empire's standard armor, presumably military personnel, and the other adorned in the armor emblazoned with the sigil of the Light Church, likely belonging to its warriors. As Alan approached the city gates with his horse, he felt a powerful wave of mental energy sweep over him, suggesting that the fortress had established a surveillance array at the entrance. Gradually merging with the flow of entrants, Alan observed the guards inspecting newcomers with a commanding presence, exuding an aura of hardened resolve, indicating they had seen the brutality of battle at last. It was Alan's turn. A guard inquired, "Who are you? Where do you hail from? What is your purpose here?" Alan presented his adult training permit and replied succinctly, "I am Alan Taylor, from the Bordeaux province, here for adult training." The guard examined the permit closely, turning it over several times before returning it with a smile. "Welcome to the southern fortress, my brother. Present your training permit at the military's adult training department. They will provide you with specific arrangements. We shall be comrades henceforth. A friend of mine, Hugo, hails from your Bordeaux province." Hearing the name of a fellow townsman in this distant land brought Alan joy, and he thought it wise to inquire about his friend's current whereabouts. However, the guard hesitated, saying, "I am aware of your name, and the recent arrangements concerning you. It is not a convenient time for discussion. If the opportunity arises, I will introduce you to Hugo." Alan was acutely aware that his counterpart remained skeptical of him, and thus he bid farewell to the city guard. Following the guard's directions, he rode southward toward the military's adult training department at the southern fortress. The life of Alan Taylor at the southern fortress was about to commence in earnest. Chapter 31. Military Achievements Redemption at the Southern Fortress. Within the military's adult training management department, Alan received a warm reception. After all, those who came to participate in the training possessed the hereditary rights of the Empire's nobility. As long as they survived the training, they were likely to ascend to the ranks of nobility. Every young trainee reporting here was treated with meticulous care, akin to being at home. In a lavishly decorated small room, Alan was greeted by a rotund gentleman, Captain Pike, who was in his 40s. Captain Pike's exuberance was almost overwhelming, reminiscent of the hot and humid weather, which left Alan somewhat taken aback. However, it was evident that this grand military management department had established a cooling magic array within the castle, providing a refreshing and pleasant temperature. Under Captain Pike's guidance, Alan filled out several forms and accepted 2 small black crystal identity tokens, each measuring 2 by 3 centimeters. Captain Pike explained, "These are identity tokens. Please leave a drop of blood on each. Point 1 will be connected to your essence and must be carried with you at all times, serving as identification for entering and exiting the fortress and its key departments. This token will also record your future training information, such as enemy kills, task completion status, and military achievements. The information recorded here will serve as the primary basis for evaluating your training progress. Please safeguard these tokens. If lost, report immediately to the military for replacement. Alan pricked his finger and allowed a drop of blood to fall onto each token. The blood gradually seeped into the tokens, and a glimmer of light flickered across the engraved magical array, causing the bloodstains to vanish. Captain Pike returned one of the tokens to Alan while keeping the other for the military's records, embedding its information into the vast magical array of the fortress. Subsequently, Captain Pike handed Alan several booklets and a simple map of the southern fortress. According to Imperial regulations, a minimum of 500 military achievements was required to deem the training successful. The more achievements one earned, the better their evaluation would be, with outstanding performers receiving rewards from the military and the Empire. Military achievements could primarily be obtained through slaying enemies and completing tasks assigned by the military and the church. These tasks included designated missions and bounty tasks. The booklets primarily provided information about the main enemies on the southern continent and the corresponding military achievements. The military and the Church of Light offered valuable rewards for those who valiantly fought against enemies, all of which could be exchanged for military achievements. The booklets contained descriptions of the main items and achievement redemption standards. For the most current and comprehensive information, one would need to visit the Military Achievement Redemption Hall. Captain Pike then cautiously inquired, "Your Excellency Alan, may I ask if you are a practitioner or possess any special skills?" Alan, dressed in rather ordinary attire during his journey south, found it difficult for others to discern his identity as a magician. "I am a magician, a novice magician," he replied, recalling Randall's advice to always keep a trump card and not reveal the full extent of his abilities. Captain Pike's demeanor became even more respectful. "You are indeed a person of noble status as a magician. It is unexpected that you have attained such a high level of cultivation at such a young age. Your future accomplishments will undoubtedly be remarkable." The military and the church understood that practitioners preferred freedom, which is why, at the southern fortress, they were granted a choice: to join the unified military or church practitioner teams, or to participate in training as a free practitioner independently. Alan had another critical objective for coming to the southern fortress, aside from undergoing adult training. To obtain the tier of the God of Light, he understood that the military achievements required for redeeming the tier of the God of Light would be astonishingly high. Yet this was the only opportunity he knew of to acquire it, and he could neither afford to abandon nor overlook it. Alan then inquired, "What are the differences between being a free practitioner and joining the military or church teams?" Captain Pike patiently responded, "Those who join the military or church as practitioners will have their cultivation resources provided uniformly by the military and the church, and they need not worry about earning military achievements, as they will immediately redeem 500 achievements after 2 years of service. However, they must obey orders like regular soldiers and cannot retreat in the face of battle. Of course, any achievements earned through personal valor in combat or tasks will belong to them. As for free practitioners," he continued, "they are not bound by the military or church and can earn military achievements by hunting the children of darkness in the bloodied corridor or by completing bounty tasks from the military or church. However, free practitioners may occasionally be summoned for designated or compulsory missions, for which the military or church must provide appropriate compensation, besides offering free accommodations. All other necessities will require military achievements or gold for exchange." After contemplating this, Alan recognized that to amass a significant number of military achievements, he would need to regularly participate in hunts and bounty tasks. Joining the military would impose considerable constraints, so he declared, "I choose to be a free practitioner." Captain Pike then handed Alan a key adorned with a pendant. "Very well. I have noted your choice. This is the key to the room allocated by the military for free practitioners participating in adult training. Shortly, I shall have a soldier escort you there. Practitioners enjoy better treatment. Ordinary individuals participating in adult training must reside in the barracks." Captain Pike continued, "to ensure the safety of adult trainees, whether practitioners or ordinary individuals. The military provides a certain period for training upon arrival at the southern fortress. Your batch of practitioners will begin training on April 1st at the number 10 military camp training ground. So please be sure to attend. This is crucial for your future adult training. Your Excellency Alan, there are many practitioners and soldiers at the southern fortress, and conflicts are inevitable, which previously caused some chaos. The military and the church subsequently issued a strict decree. Any violence within the southern fortress is strictly prohibited, and violators will face severe punishment, with the instigator facing execution. All grievances must be resolved outside the fortress or in the bloodied corridor." Captain Pike kindly advised as Alan prepared to take his leave. With Captain Pike personally seeing him off, Alan exited the military's adult training management department, leading his horse out of the stable. Accompanied by a regular soldier, he arrived at a relatively tranquil area, shaded by trees, where neat rows of three-story villas stood. Observing the number on the key pendant, Alan approached the first villa on the third row. Although the room was small, it was well-structured, featuring a bedroom, living room, kitchen, restroom, and balcony. Moreover, it was furnished and equipped, marking it as Alan's base for the next few years. Standing on the balcony of the third floor, Alan looked at the spirited horse pawing the ground below, feeling a twinge of concern. There was no stable here, and the dense forest of the bloodied corridor was unsuitable for riding. It seemed he would need to find a suitable new owner for the horse. Noticing the soldier who had escorted him still lingering below, carefully feeding the horse with grass he had procured from somewhere, Alan returned to the ground floor. I am quite satisfied with the room, and there's no need to add anything else. Please convey my gratitude to Captain Pike upon your return. Do you have a fondness for horses? The soldier, still youthful and somewhat shy, replied, I came from the northern provinces of the Empire, and before joining the army, I took care of horses in a noble household. It seems you have a genuine affection for horses. You have your own horse here at the southern fortress? No. Captain Pike sometimes allows me to care for his horse. If I were to gift you this horse, would you promise to take good care of it? The soldier's eyes lit up in surprise, then dimmed slightly. Really? But I have no money to buy your horse. It's not for sale. I am giving it to you. However, you must ensure that you care for it well. Absolutely. I will cherish it as my most treasured possession. The soldier fervently promised. Having spent countless days in the horse's company, Alan felt a pang of reluctance as he prepared to part with it. He affectionately rubbed the horse's neck before resolutely tossing the reins to the soldier. Take it away, and please care for it well. Alan stood on the balcony, watching the jubilant soldier lead the horse away until they gradually disappeared from his sight. Turning back inside, he began to organize the room. Unpacking his personal belongings from the storage bag, he set up several concealed alarm-monitoring magical arrays at various discrete locations in the room and inscribed a cooling magic array throughout the space. The crystal core harvested from the dark forest served as the energy source for the cooling array, sufficient for a year's use. Alan picked up the booklet provided by Captain Pike and studied its contents meticulously. Earning military achievements was no easy feat. A typical Southern soldier earned 1 military achievement. A regular berserk soldier earned 10. Tribal chiefs began at 100, depending on the size of their tribe and their capabilities. Sorcerers started at 100, with higher amounts based on their level and abilities. Druids also began at 100, similarly dependent on their cultivation level and capabilities. The brochure specifically noted that military merits could be doubled for capturing live targets. Alan perused the pamphlet regarding item exchanges once more, marveling at the abundance of goods available, most of which pertained to the cultivation of practitioners. These included various grades of crystal cores, magical tools, enchanted weapons, weapons enhancing fighting spirit, magical potions, healing elixirs, magical array discs, knightly skills, and fighting spirit techniques, among others. The military merits required for these items varied significantly, with the lowest exchange being a single military merit for a low-level beast crystal core. To his astonishment, Alan discovered the exchange requirements for the 3 divine elixirs of the Church of Light. The Tear of the Moon Goddess required 200 military merits. The Tear of the Moon Goddess of Elegance demanded 1,000. While the Tear of the God of Light necessitated a staggering 100,000 military merits. Upon seeing this figure, a chill swept through Alan's heart. To obtain just 1 vial of the Tear of the God of Light, he would need to slay 1,000 of the lowest tier practitioners from the southern continent. The road ahead was long and fraught with challenges. After reviewing the brochure, Alan gained a clearer understanding of the adult trials and the operations of the southern fortress. He then retrieved pen, ink, and paper, and began composing his first letter home, primarily to assure his family of his safe arrival at the southern fortress, while also sharing some of his observations from the journey and the circumstances of the fortress. As he completed his writing, the earlier feelings of anxiety and frustration began to dissipate. No matter how difficult a task may be, diligent effort holds the promise of success. Conversely, even the simplest of tasks will not accomplish themselves without action. For his mother's sake, Alan resolved to strive forward. He continuously encouraged himself. Though the journey had not been rushed, it had left him utterly exhausted. As his eyelids grew heavy, he decided to rest, quickly succumbing to a deep slumber. Chapter 32. The charming neighbor. Upon awakening, refreshed and invigorated, Alan discovered the moonlight shining brightly outside, with the graceful moon hanging high in the night sky, feeling a bit hungry. He washed up and donned a simple warrior's attire. Guided by a rudimentary map, he made his way to the bustling area mentioned by the soldier who had led him earlier that afternoon. This street was undoubtedly the liveliest in the southern fortress at night. Even from a distance, Alan could hear the vibrant sounds of merriment. As he drew closer, he noticed that moonstone lamp posts lined both sides of the street, illuminating it as brightly as day. The thoroughfare was teeming with people, bustling to and fro, most clad in comfortable casual attire, predominantly young adults. The signs hanging from the buildings suggested that many establishments catered to dining and entertainment, with various balconies adorned with scantily clad beauties playfully engaging with the men below, punctuated by the occasional whistle and burst of laughter. Alan also observed several balconies where dark-skinned beauties posed enticingly. Strolling along the long street, Alan deftly sidestepped the exuberant advances of some of the women. Following the enticing aroma of food, he arrived at a lively restaurant. Its sign reading Bari Restaurant. The establishment was divided into two sections. The eastern side featured a bar area, already filled with patrons enjoying their drinks, red wine, white wine, beer, and more, while engaging in loud conversations and hearty laughter. The western side was the dining area, with a few tables occupied by a handful of diners. Alan settled into the dining section, ordering a signature steak set and a glass of red wine, taking the time to observe the clientele. Judging by their military boots, most appeared to be regular soldiers. Perhaps with a few practitioners among them, an alluring young woman approached, carrying a tray of food and a glass of wine. Setting them down on Alan's table, she spoke softly, "Enjoy your meal." Upon seeing her, Alan felt a sudden rush of brilliance. It seemed as if the world around her faded in color, the light focusing solely on her. Her beauty was captivating, with golden hair elegantly styled, and her neck was long and delicately fair. Alan caught a whiff of a faint, refreshing fragrance. After placing the items down, the woman turned gracefully to leave, and Alan found himself stirred with a surge of excitement, feeling a rush of warmth coursing through him. The men at the bar noticed her beauty and began to whistle loudly, prompting a burly fellow to shout, "Hey, gorgeous, come over and have some fun with me. I just took down a druid today, big rewards await you." Another man quickly interjected, pulling him aside, "She's the woman of the short tiger. You must have a death wish." He tossed a gold coin at the counter and hurriedly led the hairy man away from the crowd. This steak is quite delectable," Alan mused. Although the red wine paled in comparison to what he had at home, it was still of good quality. He suppressed his primal urges with the delightful meal and slowly savored his dinner. Later that night, Alan found himself lost in a vivid pink dream, the enchanting woman from earlier occupying his thoughts, evoking a sense of yearning within him. As dawn broke, Alan awoke, recalling the alluring visions of his dream, a delightful sensation lingering in his mind. After a moment of reflection, he noticed the day had brightened considerably. He changed into another set of simple warrior attire and descended the stairs to find breakfast, coincidentally encountering a fellow resident from the second floor who was just stepping out. The tall, slender figure appeared to be around 16 or 17, with long limbs, short golden hair, and striking blue eyes. Clad in a simple white robe that radiated a sunny demeanor, making him feel approachable and warm. "Hello, I am Alan Taylor from the Bordeaux province. I happen to live just above you. I arrived yesterday to participate in the adult trials." Alan introduced himself. The tall, sunny young man smiled broadly. "Pleased to meet you, Alan Taylor. I am Daniel Lawrence, from the Nalindo province, also here for the adult trials. I've only been here a few days. I am heading out for breakfast. What about you?" Knowing that the Nalindo province was adjacent to the sacred land of the Church of Light, Alan replied, "I'm also looking for a place to eat breakfast." With a radiant smile, Daniel invited him, "Then let us go together. I know a great spot that serves excellent breakfast and offers a lovely view." Daniel and Alan made their way downstairs, strolling along the shaded path of the lodging area. A few meters ahead, they spotted a figure ahead, with flowing orange-red hair and a graceful posture. From behind, she appeared stunning, and Alan hoped she would not disappoint. The two men leisurely followed the beautiful silhouette, admiring her elegance. Suddenly, Daniel remarked, "Her shoulders are slender, her waist petite, and her thighs toned, giving her a light, bouncy gait." A practitioner of fighting spirit, likely an agile assassin or scout. Noticing Daniel's keen observation, Alan scrutinized the figure further. Her fingers are delicate, and her knuckles are not pronounced, suggesting she is skilled with short weapons, such as daggers. I surmise her lethal strikes predominantly come from her left hand. Daniel smiled with satisfaction, but then quickly added, "However, her light step suggests she is still a maiden." Alan was taken aback. Nonetheless, he refused to concede in this regard as a man, drawing upon insights gained from interactions with online acquaintances in his past life. He noted, her upper body leans slightly forward, and her arm swings are minimal, indicating she is not particularly endowed. Daniel turned to Alan, suddenly grinning widely. You are quite the hidden talent. Alan chuckled awkwardly, returning the compliment. I am merely observant. The woman seemed to have overheard their banter and turned, glaring at them. What a stunning face, Alan thought. At least a solid 9 out of 10, though her large blue eyes were a tad too wide. Run, Daniel exclaimed, pulling Alan into a side street, lamenting, this is disastrous. Today, in my moment of excitement, I let my guard down and was caught red-handed. My glorious image is ruined. After a pause, he added, she lives on the first floor below us. Her name is Angelina, from the imperial capital. Tiger, I had hoped to strike up a rapport with her for potential further developments, but now that's completely out of the question. This predicament is of your own making. You have no one to blame but yourself, Alan thought, realizing that running into a neighbor on the first floor would surely lead to an awkward encounter in the future. Daniel led Alan through several streets until they arrived at a restaurant on the 3rd floor. Across from a cluster of imposing buildings, they settled into a window seat. Daniel's earlier gloomy expression transformed into one of delight as he pointed out, this spot offers the best view of the most beautiful women in the southern fortress. Did you know? The building across houses the Church of Light's clergy, renowned for their beautiful members. Look, there's one now. What a figure. Alan could only chuckle as he listened to Daniel critique the women while enjoying his breakfast. After finishing their meal, Daniel prepared to linger there, continuing his admiration for the lovely sights. Alan needed to find a place to send his family letter back home, so he departed alone, agreeing to meet again for dinner. He arrived at the largest commercial district within the southern fortress, and, as expected, discovered the Hermes Trading Guild. The Hermes Guild is the wealthiest and largest under the commercial alliance of the city-state of Hermes. Renowned as the preeminent trading company across Middle-earth, their establishments are scattered throughout major and minor cities across the continent, boasting that anything available in the Middle-earth realm can be procured at any of their stores. Rumor has it that the guild also engages in trade with the southern continent. Utilizing their extensive network, the guild also offers services for sending letters and parcels, albeit at exorbitant prices that ordinary folk cannot afford. Alan paid 2 gold coins for the delivery of his thin family letter, a sum equivalent to the monthly expenses of an average household. After meandering through the commercial area, Alan found the array of goods truly impressive. A dazzling assortment that included numerous specialties from the southern continent. He also noticed many merchants from distant lands who had opened shops here, with storefronts displaying signs that explicitly advertised the acquisition of local specialties. It was evident that practitioners were frequently entering and exiting these establishments, in a secluded corner. Alan even stumbled upon a small advertisement for transferring military merits. With negotiable pricing, he purchased various necessities for daily living, only to realize that the prices here were significantly higher, by several degrees, than those in the Bordeaux province. After wandering for a while, Alan lost interest and returned to his lodgings to meditate. During this period, he had been preoccupied with travel, neglecting his training. To thrive in the southern fortress, enhancing his own strength was imperative. Alan resolved that henceforth, whenever he had the opportunity, he would seize the time to practice meditation and continuously elevate his abilities. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts, and upon opening it, he found Daniel entering without ceremony, a look of regret on his face as he spoke. Today I discovered that the clergy of the Church of Light has sent a new batch of priests, and among them is a fiery-haired priest with a stunning figure and striking features. You missed quite the sight. Alan couldn't help but find humor in the lecherous demeanor of this fellow. He observed that Daniel's eyes sparkled at the mention of beauty, yet he was merely a man of words with no real intentions. Otherwise, Alan would certainly not indulge in his antics, gazing at the moonlit sky outside. Alan felt a stir in his heart, and said, "Let me take you to a delightful place for dinner." Leading Daniel to the long street they had visited the previous night, Alan was astonished to see Daniel blushing and flustered by the enchanting women along the way. Had Alan not been holding him back, he would have undoubtedly fled in embarrassment. Daniel was indeed an amusing character. In Chapter 33, titled Hugo, the Fellow Villager, they returned to the same Bari restaurant that they entered. Daniel realized it was a respectable establishment for dining and drinking, his expression gradually calming. Observing Daniel's restored composure, Alan couldn't resist teasing him. "Did you not proclaim this morning that you have encountered countless flowers without ever being touched?" How then did you falter at such a minor display? Daniel's face flushed with indignation as he retorted, I appreciate beauty, unlike certain individuals who only think of debauchery. Noticing Daniel's rising ire, Alan swiftly shifted the conversation. The food here is genuinely excellent. I had it last night, Dio, give it a try. After placing their orders, they chatted while waiting, and soon the alluring lady from the previous evening approached with their meals. Daniel gazed at her several times before turning to Alan with a knowing look, finally finding a topic for retort. Wow, she is truly exquisite. So, Alan, it seems you have a preference for mature women. Alan shot him a disapproving glare. Do not speak nonsense, I brought you here solely for the delectable food. After savoring a few bites, Daniel nodded in agreement. Indeed, the flavors are remarkable. Not only can we enjoy gourmet dishes here, but also the company of beautiful women. This Bari restaurant shall serve as our primary dining venue for dinner. However, we still need to find a suitable place for lunch. Daniel's frivolous demeanor returned. As Alan and Daniel exchanged banter over dinner, they remained blissfully unaware that, not far away in the bar area, two individuals were observing and discussing them. One pointed at Alan and remarked to his stout companion, That's the lad from the Bordeaux province here for the adult trial. Dio, you know him? The speaker was none other than the city guard officer who had interrogated Alan upon his arrival at the southern fortress, while the stout man was evidently Hugo. Hugo pondered briefly. I have no recollection. It has been 5 years since I left the Bordeaux province, since we crossed paths, and as fellow townsmen, I shall introduce myself. Hugo traversed the bar section and approached Alan's table, sensing someone nearing. Alan looked up to see a sturdy young man with very short brown hair and a light scruff on his face. The stout man spoke in a friendly hometown accent. I am Hugo Alfred from the Bordeaux province. I hear you are also from Bordeaux. May I ask your name? Alan promptly stood up. I am Alan Taylor, from the Bordeaux Hog Magic Academy. He then introduced Daniel. This is Daniel Lauren, a new friend of mine who has also come to participate in this year's trial. Daniel, this is Hugo, a senior from the Bordeaux province. Hugo smiled. What a coincidence. I graduated from the Bordeaux Academy of Combat. I have been in the southern fortress for 5 years now. Fate has brought us together. Once you finish your dinner, let us chat. Alan and Daniel hastily concluded their meal, and the trio, Alan, Daniel, Hugo, and Hugo's city guard companion, found a quieter corner, ordering 2 bottles of red wine to engage in leisurely conversation. Alan learned that Hugo's city guard friend was named Colkin, a squad leader responsible for military defense, an ordinary imperial soldier. Reflecting on the adult trial, Hugo shared. I too participated in the adult trial alongside a friend named Locke. Sadly, he perished within the first year. As Hugo recalled his friend, his expression darkened momentarily, but quickly shifted back to the present. Cole interjected, It's quite normal for people to die here in the southern fortress. Daily, numerous practitioners venture into the bloodied corridor to earn military merits, and one can only wonder how many fail to return. Hugo sipped his drink, a hint of despondency in his tone. Had I not been rescued, I too would have met my end. He then cautioned Alan and Daniel. Both of you have chosen the path of free practitioners. I offer this advice. Do not team up with unfamiliar practitioners in the bloodied corridor for the sake of earning military merits. The dangers there extend beyond the children of darkness. Your fellow practitioners can also be treacherous. It is not uncommon for them to ambush one another for merits and loot. Hugo continued. If your aim is merely to gather sufficient military merits to return home safely, that is relatively easy. For a price, one can find individuals willing to sell military merits in the black market, typically ranging from 15 to 20 gold coins per merit. However, if you genuinely seek to train and enhance your abilities through combat, the bloodied corridor presents an excellent opportunity. Despite the dense jungle within, where centuries of slaughter have eradicated the larger beasts, there remain ample subjects for practice, primarily practitioners from the southern continent, notably druids and a few sorcerers. With rare sightings of berserkers, Hugo sighed. The bloodied corridor has become a battleground for practitioners from the northern and southern continents to hunt one another. Many prominent families from the north utilize it as a training ground for their heirs, honing their skills to create deadly enforcers. Yet, the majority of those in the bloodied corridor are independent practitioners without family ties or backgrounds, fighting desperately to earn resources for their training and livelihoods. Naturally, this also attracts a fair share of nefarious individuals. In summary, Hugo cautioned, once you step into the bloodied corridor, remain perpetually vigilant. Consider everyone you encounter a potential enemy. Only within the southern fortress can you rest with some degree of peace. Hugo then lowered his voice conspiratorially to Alan. In truth, Among the heirs participating in the adult trials, the number of those who have actually fallen to the hands of Southern practitioners is quite low. More often, they meet their demise at the hands of their own kin through betrayal, exploitation, or even assassination. After all, every family has numerous heirs, yet only one can inherit the title. Hugo gave Alan a knowing look. Alan understood all too well. Every prominent family has its share of sordid affairs. Brother against brother, treachery from within, and conspiracies have persisted throughout every era and realm in a large family. The individual who ascends to the position of patriarch, even if not the most formidable in strength, is undoubtedly the one with the most ruthless heart. Alan recalled his younger brother, Patrick, and pondered whether, had they been of similar age, their sentiments towards each other might have diverged. Alan recognized the futility of such hypotheticals. The reality of their circumstances was known only to fate. Deep within, perhaps influenced by the mindset of a past life spent in idleness, Alan had never harbored grand aspirations nor considered himself a savior of humanity. His father's life, that of Randall, epitomized the ideal existence Alan yearned for, residing in a picturesque locale, owning a grand house, possessing his own estate, living without worry, and having a beautiful wife and adorable children. What a perfect life it would be. Reaching this juncture was initially propelled by Alan's fervent desire for cultivation, followed by the intense pressure from his teachers at the Magic Academy, Arnold, Linda, and Sean. His arrival at the blood-red corridor was dictated by imperial decree, compelling him to come, and also to procure the life-saving elixir, Tears of the God of Light, for his mother, Jennifer. To amass significant military merit, he had to engage in the brutality of battle and to survive against adversaries. He could only strive to enhance his own prowess. Although Alan's camaraderie with Hugo was not profound, Hugo's reminder of this step could be seen as an act of friendship stemming from their shared origins. After a casual conversation, having drained their glasses of red wine, they parted ways. In the days that followed, Alan remained mostly indoors, engrossed in his training. Daniel barged in without knocking, unapologetically pouring himself a glass of the red wine displayed in the living room. This wine is even better than what I had at the bar in Bari. Alan, where did you procure this? I must get some for myself. With a sense of pride, Alan replied, this is homemade wine from my family. Surely you know that my hometown, the Bordeaux province, is renowned for its wine production. Noting the time, he added, why are you here at this hour? Lunch has passed, yet dinner is still not upon us. Daniel, adopting an overly familiar demeanor, exclaimed, wow, then I shall frequently visit you for red wine. You mustn't be stingy with your treasures. The reason for my visit extends beyond merely sharing a meal with you. Today, I encountered an acquaintance who is well-versed in the southern fortress. From him, I learned that your fellow townsman, Hugo, has garnered a modicum of fame there, though not a favorable reputation. Intrigued, Alan inquired, what do you mean by that? What have you heard about Hugo? Daniel took a hearty sip of wine before elaborating. Your compatriot, Hugo, upon arriving here, chose to become a free cultivator. He teamed up with a few others to form a hunting squad, engaging in battles within the blood-red corridor. After a year of this existence, he emerged alone from a sortie. The rest perished. Subsequently, he joined the military's ranks of cultivators, abandoning his life as a free practitioner. During several military missions, he displayed fierce combat prowess, earning the nickname Little Tiger from his comrades. However, there exists another narrative surrounding the demise of Hugo's hunting squad, one suggesting he betrayed his comrades during a skirmish. He allegedly sacrificed his teammates and took the wife of one. Fearing retribution, he sought refuge in the military. That very wife is the stunning woman from the Bari restaurant that has captivated your thoughts. Alas, she belongs to another, and your longing is in vain. Surprised by such rumors, Alan responded, Daniel, from my interactions with Hugo last night, I sensed he is not of that ilk. Perhaps there are those with ulterior motives spreading such slander. We ought not to propagate unfounded hearsay. Many matters should not be believed lightly without first-hand evidence. Sometimes, even our eyes can deceive us. What we perceive may not be the truth. As for Hugo, whether he is virtuous or vile bears little consequence to us. He is now a soldier, while we are free cultivators. Our paths will likely not cross frequently in the future. Let us refrain from disseminating rumors about him, as they remain unverified and merely speculative. Observing Daniel's attentiveness, Alan further encouraged him. Daniel appeared contemplative after hearing Alan's words. Alan then mused, tomorrow, I must participate in the military's newly arranged recruit training. I wonder what it will entail. Chapter 34. Recruit training. On the morning of April 1991 of the Era of Light, at the training ground of the Southern Fortress's number 10 barracks. Alan and Daniel arrived early to survey their surroundings. They discovered that the vast training ground was sparsely populated, with only a meager 20 to 30 young individuals, similar in age to themselves. Daniel scanned the few girls present with disdain, remarking to Alan, "The quality here is abysmal, utterly unappealing." Alan, finding humor in Daniel's reaction, patted his shoulder and gestured towards the entrance of the training ground, where a captivating beauty was gracefully entering, capturing the attention of all the young men. Angelina. Angelina bypassed both Alan and Daniel, quietly standing in a corner of the field. Daniel lamented to Alan, "Such beauty considers us beneath her notice." Alan thought to himself that she likely regarded Daniel as little more than dirt. As time passed, more individuals trickled in. By 7 o'clock, a familiar figure appeared. Hugo Alfred, clad in military standard combat attire. Alan and Daniel exchanged glances, acknowledging the serendipity of their encounter. Hugo was likely to be their training officer for this cohort. Hugo positioned himself at the center of the training ground, and his demeanor transformed dramatically. The simplicity and despondency of their previous meeting vanished, replaced by an aura of ironclad determination that evoked images of blood-soaked battlegrounds. He bellowed, "Everyone, gather around me." Veterans of bloodshed often inspire a sense of reverence, and all present quickly assembled before Hugo. He scanned the assembly with a piercing gaze that discouraged direct eye contact. "Excellent. All 35 of you are accounted for. I am your training officer, Hugo Alfred, a military combat cultivator. You all have come to the Southern Fortress for your adult trials, having chosen the path of free cultivators. Your primary battlefield will be the blood-red corridor, where you will fight for at least 2 years. No, perhaps not 2 years, as some of you may be claimed by the children of darkness before that time. I can share a grim reality. In recent years, the mortality rate for cultivators participating in adult trials at the Southern Fortress has reached 30%. This means at least 10 of you will not survive this experience." Upon hearing this, a wave of unease swept through the assembly. Yet, under Hugo's stern gaze, silence quickly ensued. "Today, I will not teach you the art of killing, but rather how to survive within the blood-red corridor. If you wish to avoid being among the 10 who perish, you must diligently heed every word I say. The first training session we shall commence today is one that the military has invested considerable resources in to ensure your survival. Before we begin, you will need to form 5 teams of 7 individuals each. You have half an hour to organize yourselves. Commence." Naturally, Alan and Daniel gravitated towards each other when 2 young men approached them. "Hello, Alan. We are from the Bordeaux Provincial Combat Academy. I am Gavin, and this is Gordon. We witnessed your prowess during last year's inter-school exchange. May we join your team?" Recognizing his fellow townsman, Alan readily agreed. Another individual named Benedict, also from Daniel's hometown, expressed his desire to join as well. Unexpectedly, Angelina approached, requesting to join their team. Alan had observed several young men inviting her to join their teams moments prior. Since their last encounter, during which he had audibly critiqued her, this was their first meeting again. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he glanced at Daniel, who wore an expression of delight and offered no objections, prompting Alan to eagerly consent to her inclusion. Training alongside a celestial beauty would certainly be a delightful experience. "Angelina, I have already gathered 5 members over here. Come with me," called out a towering figure exceeding 2 meters in height, striding over to her. This muscular giant had dark skin and a head full of short hair, his physique dwarfing Daniel's. While not unattractive, his imposing stature was rather intimidating. Such blatant attempts to poach a teammate, especially a striking beauty, were intolerable. Alan, unreservedly, declared, "Angelina is already a formal member of our team. You ought to return whence you came." "Theodore, cease your pursuit of me. I will not join your team," Angelina interjected, her voice crisp and melodious. Alan thought to himself, her voice is indeed pleasant, but it seems they are already acquainted, which is not an encouraging sign. "Angelina, only I can protect you. These fellows are all like reeds. I could best them all with a single hand. Join our team instead." Theodore cast a disdainful glance at Alan and his companions. This provoked the members of the squad, who glared at Theodore with eyes sharp as blades, their gazes slicing through his robust frame. "The choice of which squad to join is my prerogative, Theodore. Furthermore, I require no one to shield me. I am more than capable of safeguarding myself," Angelina retorted, her anger palpable. It appeared that everyone had successfully formed their teams. "We are about to commence our first training exercise. However, before we do, I have a question for all of you. and I expect honest answers. Have you ever taken a life? Raise your hand if you have. Hugo noticed that these individuals had already divided into 5 teams and wasted no time in posing his query. Alan, Daniel, Angelina, and Theodore were taken aback. Glancing around, they saw that the other 4 teams had assembled, each consisting of 7 members. They too were now a group of 7. Upon hearing Hugo's question, Alan hesitated for a moment before raising his hand, followed by Daniel, with 1 or 2 individuals from the other teams doing likewise. Hugo counted. A total of 8 individuals have taken lives, more than I had anticipated. However, there are still 27 among you who have yet to shed blood. Today's initial training involves killing. Yes, you heard correctly, killing. Here, you must understand that it is either the enemy who slays me, or I who slays the enemy. There is no third option. That he then bellowed. Bring them in. A contingent of Imperial soldiers escorted a group of tightly bound dark children into the training grounds. The stench of blood and decay pervaded the air as these captives, evidently ordinary Southern soldiers captured by the military, were herded into a line before the assembled crowd. Many bore injuries or disabilities. Some had severed limbs, while others were missing ears or noses, and several were still bleeding profusely. The crimson droplets stained the ground, indistinguishable from the blood of Northern soldiers. Flies, drawn by the scent of blood, flitted about the dark children, occasionally landing on their wounds to feast. Alan noted the eyes of the dark children, brimming with hatred and fear. Centuries of ethnic enmity had seeped into their very bones, rendering reconciliation nearly impossible. Hugo then retrieved a pile of weapons from his pouch and tossed them onto the ground. Each of you, every single one, may use a weapon, your fists, or magic. In any case, you must kill the dark children before you. Who will step forward first? The young practitioners exchanged uncertain glances, none daring to take the initiative. Hugo scoffed. Is this all the courage you possess? You cannot even strike down those who are utterly defenseless? With such cowardice, you might as well scurry home and save your lives. Otherwise, you will only meet your demise in the Crimson Corridor. But he emphasized, remember, the dark children before you are sinners. They are the enemies that the God of Light commands us to purify. Now, you timid souls, for heaven's sake, pick up the weapons before you and slay them. Kill them. I'll do it. Angelina cried, brandishing a one-handed sword as she advanced toward one of the dark children. She strode confidently to stand before the captive, raising her sword high, its tip trembling increasingly with each passing moment. The dark child beneath her blade did not plead for mercy or evade. Instead, he merely closed his eyes and murmured softly, "Well done. Why do you all cower in fear before a woman? You should feel shame. Oh, foolish woman, merely holding the sword is of no use. Strike downwards. Yes, quickly. You idiot. Why are you retreating?" With a clatter, Angelina cast aside her sword and dashed behind Alan, her face a mask of anxiety and terror. Theodore, incensed, charged forward and landed a punch on one of the dark children. With a resounding thud, akin to striking a tattered cloth, the dark child was sent flying several meters, rolling to a halt, motionless. The remaining dark children, sensing their imminent fate, erupted into a cacophony of curses and pleas, the scene descending into chaos. With Theodore leading the charge, others began to step forward, wielding swords and casting spells to eliminate the dark children before them. The training ground quickly turned into a gory spectacle, with many participants succumbing to nausea, their faces pale and drawn. Alan was deeply troubled by this blatant disregard for life. While he could rationalize his previous actions against the 2 bandits, the act of slaughtering those who posed no threat was indefensible. This damned world of another realm. For centuries, blood feuds have festered. If I do not kill them, they will surely kill me. I came here to kill. Alan repeatedly reassured himself. Lacking the power to resist this world, he resolved to adhere to its brutal laws. Gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes and unleashed a powerful fire spell, incinerating the dark child before him in mere moments. He stifled his discomfort, striving to acclimate to this harsh reality. Now, Angelina was the only one in the training ground who had yet to kill a dark child. Hugo approached her, his tone menacing. You have 3 choices. Leave this place and forfeit your adult training to return home. Kill this dark child immediately, or die here yourself. Which will you choose? Tearfully, Angelina responded, I choose none of them. I want to go back. I want to kill, and I don't want to die. Very well, Hugo declared. I shall make the choice for you. He picked up a one-handed sword and approached the lone dark child, addressing him. So many of your brethren have been senselessly slain by these people. Are you not enraged? Do you not desire vengeance? I offer you a chance. Kill that woman, and I will grant you the opportunity to avenge yourself upon me. Hugo untied the dark child's bonds and handed him the sword. The dark child, filled with rage, dashed toward Angelina, raising the sword to strike. In an unexpected move, Angelina stepped forward, turning to align herself with the dark child. Her right hand seizing his arm and her left elbow thrusting back. With a sickening crack, the dark child's left chest caved in, blood spilling from his mouth as he collapsed, convulsing briefly before dying. Chapter 35. The contest for leadership. The training ground resembled a slaughterhouse, strewn with the lifeless forms of various dark children, blood pooling on the ground, the stench overwhelming. Military personnel began to collect the bodies, tidying up the training area, laughing and commenting on the efficiency of one method versus another. Alan observed the faces of the young practitioners, all pale and haunted, acutely aware of the vast disparity in fortitude when compared to the seasoned soldiers who had engaged in combat for years. Thus concluded the morning training session. The young practitioners, having just taken lives, lacked the appetite for lunch. Alan, Daniel, Angelina, Gail, Gordon, Benedict, and the unwelcome addition, Theodore, sought refuge in a tavern to drown their sorrows in drink. After a few rounds, their spirits lifted considerably. Theodore proclaimed with an air of arrogance, "Though I am not fond of you all, I must remain in this squad since Angelina is part of it. Rest assured, as your captain, I will dutifully protect and look after everyone." The group exchanged exasperated glances at the boastful brute. Alan regarded Theodore with an incredulous stare. "You consider yourself the captain? Do you truly believe anyone will heed your self-proclaimed authority?" Theodore looked down at them with disdain. "I am the strongest, therefore, I am the captain, and you will all listen to me." Daniel, eager to stir the pot, chimed in, "I choose Alan as our captain. I will follow his lead." Gail echoed, "Me too. I vote for Alan as our captain." Gordon, Benedict, and Angelina quickly voiced their agreement to select Alan as the leader. Enraged, Theodore shouted at Alan, "I challenge you. Whoever wins shall be the captain." Daniel, Angelina, Gail, Gordon, and Benedict, eager for chaos, began banging their cups on the nearby table, chanting, "Challenge, challenge, challenge, beat him." The patrons around them, oblivious to the cause, joined in the ruckus. Alan, observing the tumultuous excitement of his companions, helplessly glared at Theodore, whose eyes blazed with fury. "If you wish to fight, we ought to find a suitable venue. That I have heard that brawls in the southern fortress are strictly punished." Theodore, seemingly aware of the southern fortress's rules, pondered for a moment before replying, "Tonight, I will take you to a place specifically designated for combat training, where no one need fear capture." The afternoon training session proved straightforward, primarily consisting of Hugo discussing the geographical and botanical characteristics of the Crimson Corridor, as well as common edible plants and animals. In the jungle, various common venomous creatures pose a threat. Thus, understanding how to prevent encounters and administer antidotes is crucial. Furthermore, knowledge of how to ascertain direction when lost in the wilderness is invaluable, among other practical skills. Indeed, prior to arrival, everyone possesses some degree of understanding regarding the blood-red corridor, albeit none as systematic, specific, and pragmatic as Hugo's teachings. These insights likely stem from Hugo's personal experiences within the blood-red corridor over the past few years. Everyone listened intently, aware that their survival in the blood-red corridor depended on it. As the afternoon training session concluded, Theodore intercepted Alan, seemingly fearful that Alan might attempt to slip away unnoticed. This infuriated Alan, who resolved to teach the lumbering Theodore a lesson. Leading the way, Theodore was followed closely by Alan and a dozen others, including Angelina, Daniel, Benedict, Gail, and Gordon, along with a few other curious onlookers. After meandering for approximately half an hour, Theodore arrived at an imposing structure where each individual paid a silver coin for entry. A wave of heat engulfed them, accompanied by a cacophony of voices that resonated deafeningly within the vast space. A platform stood at the center, where two individuals were locked in a bloody battle, continuing their fierce struggle amidst the throngs of cheering spectators, whose shouts of encouragement and curses filled the air. At that moment, a provocatively dressed woman adorned with striking makeup approached, leaning against Theodore's frame, and welcomed them to the southern fortress arena. "Are you here to compete or to wager? I possess some insider information," she purred. Theodore awkwardly evaded the woman, tossing her 2 gold coins and requesting a private training chamber for their own amusement. The woman, noting Theodore and his entourage, beckoned, "Please, follow me," with a graceful twist of her waist. She led the way. The woman guided them into a room spanning 300 square meters, explaining, "The walls are specially crafted, inscribed with reinforced magic arrays and soundproofing spells. You may create chaos within, and the outside world will remain oblivious. Theodore waved his hand dismissively, prompting the woman to exit, closing the door behind her. Stepping into the center of the room, Theodore retrieved his massive two-handed sword from his storage bag and silently pointed it at Alan. By heavens, is that truly a two-handed sword? Alan thought, as he beheld the imposing weapon, over 2 meters long and nearly a foot wide, the largest he had ever seen. Its formidable design exuded an air of intimidation. Bet on Theodore to win at 2-1. Bet on Alan to win at 1-1. Hurry, minimum 1 gold coin. Unlimited maximum. Time is of the essence. Angelina, the stunning beauty, called out the odds as Alan turned to assess the situation. He approached Angelina, inquiring, "Can I place a bet on myself?" She glanced at him and replied, "You may only wager on your own victory." "Very well, I bet on my own success for 50 gold coins." Alan produced the coins from his storage bag and handed them to her. Others soon followed suit, placing their bets, most of which favored Theodore, igniting Alan's frustration. Alan moved directly opposite Theodore, when suddenly Angelina shouted, "Hold on, you two. Wait until I finish here before you begin. You little rascal, may you lose everything," Alan muttered as he stepped forward, wagering all his remaining gold coins, totaling 12. Alongside his 50. Theodore regarded Alan's slight frame with disdain, declaring, "My fighting style is always all out, regardless of my opponent. Thus, you need not ask for leniency. However, you may concede before we start." Alan chose not to engage in banter, retrieving his magic wand from his bag, saying, "Why not bet more on me? That way, should you lose, you won't leave empty-handed." Taking a deep breath, Theodore replied, "I have no interest in a guaranteed victory. It seems you possess some self-awareness. Rest assured, once I collect the bets, I shall grant you a gold coin as a token of goodwill," Theodore retorted, his anger palpable. Before he could respond further, Angelina announced, "All right, you may begin now." With a fierce battle cry, Theodore raised his two-handed sword and charged at Alan. Suddenly, he slipped, nearly falling into a split, as a cold sweat broke out on his brow. Fortunately, his solid foundational training allowed him to stabilize himself swiftly. He noticed that the ground within a 10-meter radius of Alan had been silently encased in a thin, mirror-like layer of ice. Theodore's anger intensified upon seeing the mocking smile on Alan's face. Summoning his combat energy, he began to advance steadily towards Alan, leaving deep imprints in the ground with each step. Meanwhile, the air around Alan shimmered with energy fluctuations, and the temperature plummeted sharply as dozens of gleaming ice spikes materialized, hurtling towards Theodore. With unwavering resolve, Theodore defended himself with his sword, skillfully deflecting the ice spikes that shattered against its surface. Yet, the force of the impact momentarily halted his advance, causing him to feel a flicker of trepidation. Observing Theodore's dazzling swordplay, Alan silently admired his formidable strength and solid fundamentals. That sword must weigh at least 100 pounds. Yet Theodore wielded it with ease, showing no signs of fatigue. As Alan continued his assault with ice spikes, he began to conjure a new spell, the Ice Fireball, a creation he had perfected after numerous trials. This spell featured a core of searing flames enveloped in a thick layer of frigid ice, which would explode violently upon impact or when triggered by Alan himself. As the ice spikes were expended, several ice fireballs followed in swift succession. Theodore maintained his defense, but the explosive sounds of the detonations filled the air, sending him soaring into the sky. Before he could land, additional ice fireballs detonated beneath him, propelling him directly in front of Angelina. Just as Theodore attempted to rise, he felt the icy tip of a spike pressed against his throat. Alan approached Angelina, extending his hand to collect a total of 124 gold coins. Dazed, Angelina counted the coins and watched as Alan nonchalantly tossed 1 gold coin to Theodore before turning to leave. Later that night, Alan was meditating in his bedroom when he was startled by a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found a pale Angelina in her night clothes. "I can't sleep. Would you mind keeping me company for a while?" Alan welcomed the seemingly vulnerable Angelina into the living room and poured her a glass of red wine. Angelina took a sip and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "I apologize for disturbing your rest. You may return to your room. I can manage here. Please do not close the bedroom door. I feel a bit frightened." Understanding her feelings, Alan reassured her, "As a mage, I can meditate here in the living room. You can rest on the couch while I keep you company." Perhaps it was the effect of the wine or simply the comfort of Alan's presence, but Angelina soon drifted off to sleep on the couch. Observing her curled up, fists clenched, and bearing an expression of lingering fear, Alan fetched a blanket from his room to cover her. The coolness of the enchanted air in the room made it somewhat chilly for a restful night. The subsequent days of training unfolded in a rather uneventful manner, primarily consisting of Hugo sharing his experiences from the Blood Red Corridor and organizing several mock combat activities. Whenever Theodore encountered Alan, he obediently addressed him as captain, and the other team members showed Alan a newfound respect. On the afternoon of April 5th, Hugo announced, "Tomorrow marks the commencement of the final training exercise. In groups, you will be taken to the Great Forest Bay for 4 days of field training. Though the Great Forest Bay is part of the Blood Red Corridor, it is closely adjacent to the Southern Fortress and remains under the control of the Empire and the Church of Light. The area is densely forested with abundant streams, resembling the Blood Red Corridor and the Southern Continent closely. This hands-on training will expedite your acclimatization to the environment of the Blood Red Corridor and the Southern Continent." Hugo further cautioned, "Historically, the greatest casualties among soldiers in holy wars have not come from enemy attacks, but rather from the oppressive heat and humidity of the dense forests, as well as the omnipresent venomous creatures that lead to illness and eventual death. Though you are all cultivators with superhuman physiques, vigilance is paramount." Lastly, he added, "Although the Great Forest Bay is under the Empire's control, dark forces frequently infiltrate the area. Thus, once you leave the Southern Fortress, exercise utmost caution. In the following nights, Angelina would slip into Alan's living room to rest, departing before dawn. Aside from Angelina and Alan, no one else was aware of this matter. Chapter 36. A sudden turn in training in the evening. A group of 8 emerged from the dense rainforest, each bearing a weary expression. This was Alan and his 7 companions, who had been engaged in practical training in Daling Bay for 2 days and nights, accompanied by Boris, the military practitioner leading the expedition. Before their departure, due to the potential for combat, everyone introduced their capabilities. Boris, a senior fighter; Alan, a novice mage; Daniel, a junior bronze knight; Theodore, a mid-level bronze knight; Angelina, a novice fighter and rogue assassin; Benedict, a novice mage, and both Gale and Gordon were senior fighters. The team leader, Boris, was primarily responsible for the safety of the group, only intervening in the face of threats that the entire team could not withstand or if a member's life was at stake. At other times, he acted as an observer, evaluating the actions and decisions of each team member. The impenetrable jungle presented no clear path, with the 7 individuals taking turns to forge ahead with swords, knives, or axes, utilizing magic to clear the way through the thick vines, occasionally fending off attacks from snakes and other creatures. Furthermore, they had to remain vigilant against ambushes from ferocious beasts or the children of darkness. Although all team members were practitioners, with the weakest being a senior fighter, they were not afraid of such minor animal disturbances. However, the bites were bothersome, and the need to maintain prolonged mental focus and vigilance around them left them all feeling exhausted. Finally, they emerged from the thicket. The team found themselves at the foot of a small hill, where the trees were sparse and the sunset's glow bathed a large stone platform, covered in moss. Beside a small clear pool of water, adjacent to the pool was a vast expanse of wisteria, blooming with clusters of purple flowers that resembled flames, creating a breathtaking sight. Boris harnessed his fighting energy, leaping approximately 7 to 8 meters onto the stone platform to survey the surroundings. Upon landing, he declared, "This place is relatively open. We shall camp here for the night. Tomorrow morning, we can set off towards the Southern Fortress." Upon hearing this, Alan and the others felt a wave of relief, grateful to finally be heading home. Angelina, in particular, rushed to the pool's edge to play in the water, likely tempted to jump in if not for the presence of her companions. Alan also cast a cleansing spell on himself, feeling refreshed and free from any sticky residue. After a brief rest, they began preparing dinner. According to the training requirements, they were not allowed to consume any pre-packed food. Everything they ate or drank had to be foraged from the jungle. Gordon commenced cleaning a wild boar he had hunted earlier by the pool, while Gale ignited a campfire on the stone platform to roast the boar meat. Gordon cut the meat into large chunks with a dagger, seasoning it with fine salt, and skewering it on branches near the fire. Soon, the rich aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air, causing everyone's stomachs to rumble. As they lounged on the stone platform, eagerly awaiting their feast, Boris retrieved a bottle of wine and several cups from his storage bag. "Your performance over the past 2 days has been commendable, and I have taken note of it. As we have completed half of our practical training, it is time to celebrate. I have procured an exquisite bottle of wine, and given our fatigue, I suggest we all partake in a glass to rejuvenate ourselves." Upon hearing the prospect of fine wine, the group erupted into a flurry of excitement around Boris, clamoring for a taste. Alan, unable to contain his eagerness, exclaimed, "Let me have the first sip. My family hails from Bordeaux, where we specialize in winemaking. Allow me to assess the quality of this wine. Do not let Boris deceive you with inferior vintages. Very well, you may sample it first. Let us see if you can discern its origin and vintage. However, should you fail to identify its flavor and merits, you shall face consequences," Boris replied with a smile, pouring a glass for Alan. Alan, holding the cup with professionalism, gently swirled the wine to release its bouquet. Bringing the glass to his nose for a careful sniff, seemingly uncertain before taking another whiff, the others watched, captivated by his rapturous demeanor, urging him, "What do you think, Alan? Do not keep us in suspense. Is it good wine? We are all waiting." "Indeed, it is quite splendid. The aroma is delightfully sweet." Suddenly, Alan shouted, "Who is hiding over there?" The group instinctively turned towards the direction of his call, including Boris at that moment. Alan sprang into action, his right hand tapping several times on Boris's body, and 5 purple fireballs erupted from his fingers, embedding themselves within Boris. Caught off guard, Boris could only react after Alan had completed his actions. As he examined his body, panic surged through him, and he shouted, "Alan, what are you doing? Why are you attacking me? Are you betraying the Empire?" The others quickly recognized the gravity of the situation. Daniel, Theodore, Benedict, and Angelina hastily drew their weapons from their storage bags. Daniel, Theodore, and Benedict stepped back from Alan and Boris, cautiously encircling them, while Angelina positioned herself closely beside Alan, wary of Boris. Gail and Gordon appeared bewildered, glancing between Boris and Alan, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening?" Alan signaled for everyone to remain calm, then spoke slowly. "Boris, I have implanted 5 purple fireburst devices within you. The moment you channel your fighting energy, I will trigger them, and you know what that entails. Everyone, remain calm. I harbor no ill intentions. I simply wish to pose a few questions to Boris. If I am proven wrong, I shall apologize and accept full responsibility." Hearing Alan's words, the team members felt somewhat reassured. Alan continued, "Boris, the wine you produced is indeed of fine quality. However, I detected an unusual scent within it. You know what it is, the scent of divine water. This divine water does not grant immortality, but 10 minutes after consumption, it causes a man's blood to surge, prolonging certain activities, while leaving women feeling ethereal. Moreover, this potion does not harm men and is considered a miraculous elixir. However, this potion carries a tangy flavor, and if mixed into ordinary wine, it would likely go unnoticed. Unfortunately, the hallmark of fine wine is its purity. Any added flavor would be detectable. That I happen to be quite knowledgeable about wines." Boris's complexion paled slightly as he instinctively countered, "Alan, what kind of scheme are you concocting? Even if what you say about the divine water is true, you mentioned it is harmless and merely enhances a man's experience. Perhaps it was merely a jest from a friend who gifted me the wine. You could have simply told me. There was no need for violence. Are you planning to eliminate me and then take out the other team members?" Boris then turned to the others, Theodore, Daniel, Benedict. "Alan undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives. Subdue him first and interrogate him thoroughly." Alan raised a hand to the wavering teammates. "Do not rush. Allow me to finish. The divine water is indeed harmless, but if consumed alongside the pervasive pollen from the wisteria in this air, it becomes quite dangerous. The combination forms a potion that induces lethargy, leading to a deep, unending slumber. Wisteria is not found everywhere. After traversing the jungle for 2 days, this is the only patch we have discovered by this pool. Boris, prior to our departure, Commander Hugo explicitly forbade us from consuming any external food or drink, especially alcohol. We are still within the blood corridor, where danger lurks at every corner, and yet you knowingly offered us wine. As an experienced practitioner, you must understand the consequences of drinking in such perilous conditions. Furthermore, why did you choose to camp here? Do not claim it was mere coincidence. Do you intend to argue that offering us wine was coincidental? That the divine water in the wine was coincidental? And that the presence of wisteria here was coincidental? Under Alan's scrutiny, Boris began to falter, but he quickly formulated a counterargument. "Alan, your allegations are tightly woven and logical. These points must have been brewing in your mind for some time. However, do not forget that these are merely your assertions. Does your claim that the wine contains divine water make it true? Just because you say the divine water and wisteria pollen create a sedative does not mean it is so. These are merely your concocted excuses to eliminate me." Boris shouted. "Theodore, Daniel, Benedict, Alan, they are deceiving you. First, eliminate me, the strongest among us, and then dispatch you one by one. You should all act together to subdue him. I know you don't fully trust me. Thus, you can jointly restrain both me and Alan. And upon returning to the southern fortress, have us examined. Theodore, Daniel, Gale, Gordon, and the others exchanged glances, pondering who among Boris and Alan was speaking the truth. However, Boris's suggestion seemed to present a sound solution. Alan then remarked, "In fact, there is no need for such complexity. I have an excellent resolution that does not require us to return to the southern fortress. An elixir derived from the combination of divine water and wisteria flower pollen produces an antidote known as the bitter vine fruit. This fruit is black, the size of a fingernail, and tastes bitter. Theodore, could you check Boris's storage pouch for any bitter vine fruit? If none are found, we can simply have Boris or one of us drink a glass of wine. It is merely a sedative, no one will perish, and a good sleep will suffice." Boris fell silent, gazing at Alan for a considerable time before suddenly breaking into a smile. "I never expected the most threatening member of the team to be you. I have underestimated the world. I should not have been so clever as to spend a fortune on a fine bottle of wine." Boris then glanced at those nearby, just a group of doomed souls. "You will soon join me." Chapter 37. The night attack. Alan, Daniel, and the others were momentarily stunned before realization struck. They understood that Boris intended to take his own life. Suddenly, black blood flowed from Boris's mouth. And with a fierce glare directed at Alan, he slowly collapsed, struggling and convulsing briefly before drawing his last breath. Alan felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Boris's mouth had contained poison, indicating he was a death warrior. This implied that he was backed by a significant power or a grand family, for the cost of nurturing a high-level warrior as a death soldier was not something an ordinary family could bear. Was he targeting the entire training squad, or was it aimed at me? Or perhaps at someone among the squad? Alan scanned the faces of Daniel, Theodore, Angelina, Benedict, Gale, and Gordon, aside from some signs of panic and astonishment. Nothing particularly stood out. Boris had thus taken poison in front of the group, and the squad members sensed that they were embroiled in a significant conspiracy. Theodore took Boris's storage pouch, examined it thoroughly, and indeed discovered the bitter vine fruit. Gale hastily asked, "Now that Boris is dead, what shall we do next?" Alan replied, "Boris mentioned before his death that we would soon join him. This indicates that they have a follow-up plan. There must be others waiting for him. We must leave this place at once." Alan placed Boris's corpse into the storage pouch and secured the bottle of wine he had discarded, ensuring to erase all traces of their presence. The training squad set a course northward and sprinted for several kilometers until they reached a secluded grove. By this time, darkness had fully enveloped the sky, and a blood moon cast a faint crimson glow. The group sat in silence, striving to calm their anxious hearts while attempting to recover the physical and mental energy expended. None knew where Boris's accomplices were hiding or who they might be. They seemed to lurk in the dense shadows of the forest, their gaze fixed intently upon the group. Awaiting them at dawn might very well be a fierce battle. Alan harbored a secret worry that among them, one or more individuals might harbor ulterior motives. The forest was deep and dark, with the sounds of animals growling and screeching echoing around them, accompanied by the incessant chirps of insects. Suddenly, a wave of unease washed over Alan, prompting him to open his eyes and scan his surroundings carefully. Yet he found nothing amiss. Nevertheless, he could not shake the feeling of something being off. Alan recalled Randall's warning. On the battlefield, one must trust their instincts. Better to strike wrongly than to let a threat pass. He understood that his father was referring to the sixth sense, often known as intuition. His earlier sensation was a manifestation of this mysterious sixth sense. Alan concentrated, extending his mental energy to meticulously survey everything in the vicinity. Suddenly, he detected subtle, unusual fluctuations in the air from all four directions, and he immediately grasped that someone was stealthily encroaching, seemingly utilizing some skill or magical array to conceal their presence. Had it not been for the current moment, with his mental faculties fully engaged in detection, he might not have noticed the 8 indistinct figures slowly approaching them. With a silent gesture, Alan indicated to his team members that they were being infiltrated, 2 from the front, 2 from the back, totaling 8, and to prepare for battle. The squad members nodded in acknowledgement, quietly drawing their weapons. Alan also retrieved his magic staff, ready to unleash his customary ice spike spell as subtle ripples began to form around him. As this fluctuation occurred, the temperature around Alan plummeted. And from that very spot, hundreds of glistening ice spikes materialized. hurtling toward the 8 indistinct figures with a piercing whoosh. A chorus of pained cries and the clash of weapons ensued as the figures clad in dark attire became visible. Appearing disheveled against the night sky, the squad members, brandishing their weapons, charged at the dark-clad figures, and chaos erupted. Alan hovered in midair, closely monitoring the battlefield while remaining vigilant against any unexpected intruders. Theodore charged boldly at the 2 dark figures ahead. Wielding a massive sword shaped like a door, reflecting the blood moonlight menacingly, with a single swing, he struck one of the dark figures, who attempted to block with a dagger. A resounding crack echoed as the figure, along with his weapon, was sent flying 10 meters away, crashing into a nearby tree with a thunderous thud that caused leaves to rain down, a sure sign that the dark figure would not survive. After dispatching one foe, Theodore let out an exhilarated roar, leveraging the recoil from his strike to pivot and raise his sword high, bringing it down upon another dark figure with the force of a mountain. The second dark figure, seeing the overwhelming might of Theodore's blow, cleverly sidestepped to evade the strike, preparing to engage Theodore in a dance of combat. However, unexpectedly, halfway through his swing, Theodore twisted his wrist, rapidly changing direction and aiming the blade at the figure's waist. The dark figure had no choice but to raise his short sword to block, but with a sharp crack, the sword shattered, and he was cleaved in 2, blood and entrails spilling onto the ground. With brutal efficiency, Theodore had dispatched 2 dark figures in a bloody and decisive manner. Daniel, meanwhile, engaged the 2 dark figures to his left, holding a one-handed sword in his right hand. He moved with a light and fluid grace, devoid of any hint of aggression, yet his angles of attack were unexpectedly deceptive. The 2 dark figures attempted to strike at Daniel, but he consistently preempted their assaults, targeting their vital points, leaving them with no opportunity to counter or evade. Easily breaking through their defenses, Daniel accelerated suddenly, piercing one dark figure's neck, then swiftly lunging forward to stab another through the heart. Daniel's method of killing was characterized by its swiftness and decisiveness. Benedict faced off against the 2 dark figures from behind. With his magic staff, he summoned 2 wind dragons, casting a mid-level binding spell that ensnared the 2 figures within a whirlwind of wind columns. Their girth akin to that of dragons, rapidly rotating around them, leaving them unable to escape the binding. Within the swirling wind dragons, Alan could faintly discern countless tiny wind blades. Gradually, the entire vortex transformed crimson, and the anguished cries of the dark figures soon fell silent. When Benedict dispelled the binding spell, remnants of bones and flesh littered the ground, a sight too gruesome to behold. Angelina's battle with the dark figures was even more perilous. Characterized by the stealthy and lethal style of an assassin, her daggers aimed relentlessly at the throats and hearts of her foes, seemingly disregarding her own defenses. The dark figure, injured by ice spikes, fought desperately to defend himself, but his occasional counterattacks were sharp and direct, causing Alan, who was keenly observing the battlefield, to feel a pang of alarm. Just as he considered intervening to assist Angelina, he noticed her left hand conjuring several phantoms with her dagger. The dark figure appeared bewildered by the illusions, and by the time he regained his senses, Angelina's dagger had already pierced his throat. Gale and Gordon teamed up to confront the last dark figure. Gale took on a defensive stance with a shield while Gordon wielded a sword offensively. Their coordination was commendable, evenly matched against the dark figure. However, as the last dark figure witnessed his comrades fall one after another, panic set in. With a powerful strike, he forced Gordon back several steps, launching a series of attacks, prompting Gale to step forward with his shield to protect Gordon. Unexpectedly, the figure cloaked in black did not advance but instead retreated, turning to flee at a few of Alan's ice spikes swiftly soared through the air, and the last of the shadowy figures was pinned to the ground. The entire skirmish was intense yet remarkably brief, with all 8 black-clad assailants dispatched in less than 10 minutes. Angelina meticulously examined the bodies of the fallen foes and remarked, aside from their clothing and weapons, they bear no possessions. There are also no tattoos or marks to ascertain their identities. They possess poison sacs, indicating they're likely assassins or death warriors trained by some faction or family. She then handed the weapons to the group for inspection, stating, "These are standard daggers and short swords produced by the Stuart family of the Empire. They are indeed exquisite and quite costly. It can be acquired with sufficient funds. However, discerning the identity of the perpetrators from these weapons proves to be a formidable challenge. Upon examining one of the daggers, Alan noted that it bore a resemblance to the 2 gifted to him by Vivian. Though sharp, This dagger was clearly several tiers inferior to the one nestled within his dimensional pouch. Realizing that their group had been tailed by these individuals, Alan and his companions understood that there was no opportunity for regret after having taken so many lives. The eyes of the team converged upon Alan, who had inadvertently become their pillar of strength. Alan detested complications and the burden of responsibility, but now he found himself ensnared in this quagmire. Compelled to take charge, gazing at his companions, he observed Theodore, whose face radiated a fervor for battle, a true warrior who thrived in conflict. Daniel and Benedict remained calm, their expressions inscrutable. These two either concealed their depths remarkably well or possessed formidable trump cards that rendered them unafraid of any challenge. Angelina looked at him with unwavering trust, her large, beautiful eyes making it difficult for him to refuse her. Despite the recent violence, the pallor and confusion that once marked her face had vanished. Gale and Gordon exhibited clear signs of anxiety, seemingly placing all their hopes upon Alan. "Let us tidy up. We need to relocate to a safer place," Alan commanded. "Thinking of escaping? None of you shall leave. You will all pay with your lives." Another shadowy figure descended from above, looming over them. Chapter 38. The Grand Sorcerer. Alan sensed an overwhelming mental pressure emanating from a high-ranking sorcerer, silently lamenting that this new arrival was at least of the Grand Sorcerer caliber. Gradually, he descended to the ground, joining his comrades. The team members fixed their gazes upon the floating dark figure, gripping their weapons tightly. Any sorcerer bold enough to confront them from the air was no weakling. They understood that survival hinged upon standing united against a Grand Sorcerer of a level 1 or 2 tiers above them. To flee would only lead them to doom, given the sorcerer's superior mobility in the air. Suddenly, Alan felt a wave of magical energy ripple through the ground beneath him. The earth became treacherously soft, as if he were burdened by the weight of several mountains. His feet gradually sank into the ground. Descending deeper, swamp spell, gravity spell, "We must vacate this area quickly," Alan shouted urgently. Utilizing all his strength, he cast a levitation spell upon himself and his comrades to counteract the encroaching pressure. The shadowy sorcerer's magic clearly exceeded Alan's capabilities, and they continued to sink. Theodore struggled with all his might, yet the more he fought, the faster he descended. The earth had already enveloped him up to his knees. In desperation, Theodore cried, "The ground beneath me is unstable. I cannot gain traction. Alan, think of something." "Benedict, unleash your full force against the black-clad sorcerer." Upon hearing Alan's command, Benedict unleashed a barrage of fierce wind blades toward the shadowy figure. The sorcerer dismissed the attack effortlessly, conjuring several earthen shields that deflected the wind blades with ease. Absolute zero. Alan concentrated his mental energy and unleashed a mid-level ice magic spell across the area where his team stood, freezing the soft ground into solid ice. Theodore, Daniel, and the others infused their legs with fighting spirit, shattering the ground beneath them. Seizing the opportunity to escape the swamp spell's grasp, Angelina pulled Alan and Benedict along, utilizing the explosive force to propel them out of the mire. Though Theodore and Daniel emerged shivering, they exhaled puffs of white vapor, shouting at Alan, "Excellent strategy." The shadowy sorcerer, realizing his magic had been thwarted and his quarry escaped, erupted in fury. Meteor shower, countless stone spheres, each the size of a human head and trailing luminous tails, rained down from the sky toward them. High-level earth magic. Meteor shower. Do not resist. Evade. Alan utilized all the skills honed during his training with Randall, rapidly shifting his position on the ground. The meteors, locked onto by the sorcerer's mental energy, relentlessly pursued Alan, yet his evasion speed was astonishingly swift. It resembled the agility of a martial artist rather than a sorcerer. The meteors crashed behind him, creating deep craters in their wake, though Alan sustained numerous cuts from the shrapnel. Theodore, the towering brute, initially relied on his size and strength to cleave through the first meteor with his massive sword, only to be sent flying by the second, rolling several times before scrambling to evade the falling stones. No longer boldly confronting them with his weapon, he resorted to using his sizable sword to deflect blows only when absolutely necessary. Daniel kept his eyes fixed on the incoming meteors, dodging at the last moment just as they were about to strike. The meteor passed through Daniel's afterimage, crashing into the ground behind him, creating a heart-stopping spectacle. Benedict seemed to dance like a gust of wind, skillfully avoiding the meteors stirred up by the storm. Angelina, akin to a kangaroo, leapt across the ground in unpredictable directions, making it nearly impossible for the meteors to find their mark, which only resulted in a chaotic barrage of strikes that sent dust billowing into the air. Being bombarded like this is not a sustainable strategy, Daniel shouted as he evaded. We must find a way to draw the shadowy sorcerer down to the ground. We need to counterattack. Benedict, how long can your wind-binding spell restrain him? Alan inquired loudly, at most 3 seconds. That will suffice. Prepare yourselves, and follow my lead for the counterattack, Alan commanded. The meteor shower raged for several minutes, leaving the ground riddled with craters as they scattered like rabbits fleeing from hounds. While dodging, Alan kept a watchful eye on the shadowy sorcerer, who appeared to be straining under the expenditure of mental energy, reaching for a potion to consume. Now, Alan bellowed urgently. Benedict pointed his wand at the shadowy figure, summoning several colossal wind dragons that spiraled rapidly around the sorcerer. Yet, the wind dragons were swiftly shattered, and the wind-binding spell lost its effectiveness as Neil collapsed from mental exhaustion. Freeze! Alan summoned all his mental energy to prepare this spell that a 3-meter diameter ice sphere enveloped the shadowy sorcerer. The meteor shower spell lost its precision as the sorcerer's mental guidance faltered, causing the remaining meteors to crash indiscriminately upon the ground. Enduring excruciating pain from a severe headache, Alan recognized it as the consequence of exhausting his mental energy. He witnessed the ice sphere encasing the shadowy sorcerer plummeting to the earth and shouted, "Theodore, Daniel, it's your turn." Theodore raised his massive sword, while Daniel brandished his one-handed sword, rushing toward the point of impact. The ice sphere struck the ground but did not shatter. A red glow emanated from within, as the intense heat of fire elements began to melt the ice, revealing the silhouette of the black-clad sorcerer. At that moment, Theodore approached the ice sphere, felling 1,000 mountains. He roared, and his double-handed sword emitted a dazzling light as a massive blade of light cleaved toward the shadowy sorcerer. The sorcerer summoned a circular shield of light to counter the strike. But with a resounding crack, it seemed the protective magic array surrounding him shattered, vanishing along with the shield. Unfortunately, the sword light also dissipated. Theodore, having channeled a fighting spirit beyond his limits, collapsed from exhaustion. Night technique, cross-slash. Daniel swung his one-handed sword, unleashing a cross-shaped beam of light toward the shadowy sorcerer. The cross-slash shattered the hastily erected earthen shields and finally struck the figure. Daniel, having exhausted his energy in the battle, collapsed onto the ground. The dark-clad sorcerer was finally felled by the radiant cross-sword. Alan relaxed. He too felt the weight of fatigue and was on the verge of succumbing in a moment of despair. He witnessed the dark sorcerer staggering back to his feet. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind the sorcerer, wielding a dagger that swiftly cut his throat. It was Angelina. At that moment, Alan could no longer hold on and fell to the ground, beginning to gradually recover his mental and physical strength. After a while, he heard footsteps approaching and opened his eyes to see Angelina. "What about the others?" he inquired. Angelina replied nonchalantly, "They're all in a similar state to yours, exhausted and fatigued, with only minor injuries and no life-threatening dangers. However, I searched the entire battlefield and could not find Gale and Gordon." Alan understood that Gale and Gordon had likely seized the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos, recognizing it as a wise choice for them. Yet he couldn't shake the uncomfortable feeling in his heart. With great effort, Alan rose to his feet and said, "They must have fled ahead. The commotion from the battle could attract others. We must leave this place." Angelina quickly tidied the battlefield, helping Theodore, Daniel, and Benedict to their feet. Together, they stumbled in one direction. After persevering for several miles, they discovered a concealed, desiccated tree hollow nearby, and all squeezed inside. Once Alan had set up a rudimentary concealment and alert magic array, he joined them. As Alan settled down, he felt his left arm brush against a soft object. He retrieved a moonstone and embedded it above the tree hollow, illuminating the space, only to realize that Angelina was sitting to his left. Theodore, Daniel, and Benedict had already fallen into a deep slumber, their bodies instinctively seeking rest to recover from their exertions. With an apologetic smile, Alan glanced at Angelina, only to receive a fierce glare in return. Embarrassed, Alan settled into a meditative posture to restore his mental energy. When Alan next opened his eyes, he realized a significant amount of time had passed. He felt his mental strength had improved considerably. Indeed, the experience of life-and-death combat was the quickest path to enhancing one's abilities. He sensed the world outside the tree hollow. The night had faded, and dawn was breaking. The alert magic array they had set up remained undisturbed. Inside the hollow, Benedict was still immersed in meditation, while Theodore and Daniel slept soundly beside each other. Angelina, however, had rested her head on Alan's left thigh. Drooling and dampening his pants, he shifted his arm. Alan felt the ache throughout his body that he recalled that he had yet to treat his wounds after the battle. Just as he was about to gently lift Angelina's head, he noticed she was awake, her striking azure eyes locking onto his left hand, creating an awkward moment that suggested he was attempting to touch her face while she slept. Alan chuckled awkwardly and whispered, "It's not what you think. I merely wanted to lift your head." Sitting up, Angelina noticed the damp stain on his pant leg and her face flushed crimson. Alan offered her a smile before crawling out of the hollow. Gazing at the soft light in the sky, he inhaled several breaths of fresh air and slowly shed his outer garment. The blood had congealed, adhering his clothes to his wounds, gritting his teeth against the pain. He removed his shirt, revealing numerous cuts across his body, all scabbed over from stone abrasions. Utilizing magically conjured clean water, he wiped his body clean and, despite the discomfort, reopened the scabbed wounds to eliminate the small stones embedded within. He then retrieved the healing salves from his storage pouch and began applying them to himself. "Let me handle the wound on your back," Angelina offered, emerging from the hollow. She took the salve and gently cleaned Alan's back, applying the ointment with a soothing coolness that brought him considerable relief. For Alan, treating his wounds generally meant applying salves to allow for natural healing, unless absolutely necessary, as a cultivator's body was constantly nourished and revitalized by the energies of the world, enabling recovery at a pace far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. Moreover, healing magic served to stimulate the body's latent potential and functions, promoting rapid cellular regeneration. However, once a body's potential was fully expended, subsequent cultivation would become exceedingly difficult. Premature and excessive stimulation of potential might yield temporary gains but would ultimately deplete future growth, rendering it a poor trade-off. "Have you taken care of your wounds? Do you want me to help?" Alan inquired kindly after finishing with his salves and donning fresh clothing. "That I can manage on my own, thank you," Angelina replied with a stern glance before disappearing into the thicket. Chapter 39. Identity Revelation. Alan roused the team members and prepared breakfast, utilizing provisions he had purchased at the southern fortress prior to their training expedition. Under normal circumstances, for the training, they were required to source their food locally. But now that rule was no longer applicable. After a while, the dawn had fully brightened, and Angelina returned, clearly refreshed and clad in a new outfit. The first order of business for everyone was to tend to their wounds. Theodore bore the brunt of the injuries, especially on his arms and hands, a consequence of his bravado in attempting to cleave a falling star. Daniel and Benedict also bore varying degrees of injuries. Angelina meticulously applied salves and bandaged their wounds. Once breakfast was finished, Alan gathered the team and produced Boris's storage pouch, signaling Angelina to reveal the spoils from the previous night's battlefield. Angelina first presented the corpse of the sorcerer, which had begun to emit a foul odor due to the heat, clad in a black robe and appearing to be in his 40s. He bore an ordinary visage. Alan glanced at the others, who all shook their heads, indicating they did not recognize him. Alan then utilized magic to imprint the sorcerer's visage onto a piece of parchment, intending to investigate further upon their return to the southern fortress. Subsequently, he incinerated the body to ashes. Angelina then produced 2 additional storage pouches, both belonging to the dark sorcerers. Boris's remains had also been reduced to ash, and his pouch contained primarily clothing, provisions, a modest sum of gold, a few crystal cores, and miscellaneous items of little consequence. However, the contents of one of the dark sorcerer's pouches astonished everyone. Inside were 3 corpses of dark sons and 8 beast corpses, all sealed in ice to prevent decay. Daniel scrutinized the dark sons' corpses and remarked, "They are druids. The tattoos on their left arms signify their allegiance, with the animals depicted representing their transformation forms." Alan observed the tattoos as well, noting a bear, a fiery lion, and a flying tiger inked on their arms. Benedict interjected, "Could it be that Boris and those individuals from last night intended to use these dark sons and beast corpses to fabricate a false narrative of our demise at their hands?" Everyone pondered this for a moment, realizing the plausibility of such a scheme. This would not only cast blame upon the dark sons, but also allow the true culprits to evade accountability. Angelina proceeded to empty the contents of the dark sorcerer's other pouch onto the ground, revealing food, clothing, several hundred gold coins, a magic staff, numerous potions, several spell books, dozens of crystal cores, and an assortment of miscellaneous items, likely the sorcerer's personal belongings. Upon seeing these items, Alan noticed Benedict appeared distinctly dazed, his gaze vacant. "Benedict, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Alan asked. Benedict snapped back to reality and hurriedly replied, "It's nothing. I just didn't expect a powerful sorcerer's possessions to be so underwhelming. I thought we might strike it rich," Theodore remarked. "Most of a cultivator's wealth is typically invested in resources for their own training. Truly wealthy individuals are quite rare." Alan accepted this without suspicion and said, "Having eliminated those individuals from last night, we should be safe for the time being, but we must remain vigilant. Greater dangers likely await us at the southern fortress. For now, let us utilize what is immediately useful from these storage pouches. We will leave the rest in Angelina's care until we return to the southern fortress. We should also collect the bodies of the dark sons and beasts. They may serve as our military merit." Alan selected several potions for mental recovery and other magical elixirs. Benedict took a magic staff and curiously picked up a small black crystal figurine, explaining, "My little sister loves such dolls." Alan thought of his own adorable little sister, who adored stuffed toys, realizing that Benedict, like himself, was fond of younger sisters. Theodore and Daniel each took some crystal cores for their training purposes. The remaining items were collectively stored by Angelina in her pouch. "Now, shall we discuss our next course of action?" Angelina proposed. Daniel contemplated. "We may no longer be in the Great Forest Bay. Boris likely led us to an unfamiliar location, and regrettably, we are unfamiliar with the terrain of the Crimson Corridor. However, there should still be a certain place within the Blood-Red Corridor. As long as we continue to walk northward, we will surely find our way out." Alan reminded everyone, saying, "I believe it is imperative for us to engage in an open and honest discussion at this juncture." He continued, "In my personal opinion, Boris and the conspirators from last night are likely targeting one among us rather than the entire team. Otherwise, the military would have surely received some prior warning. Boris's method of poisoning last night, I surmise, was primarily due to 3 reasons. Firstly, it is less labor-intensive. Secondly, they may have had limited manpower. And thirdly, they likely wish to eliminate us all at once to prevent anyone from escaping and revealing their plot." Alan continued, "While the other team members listened quietly to his deductions, that I speculate their general plan might be as follows. Boris poisons us to incapacitate and eliminate us, and then he intends to bring our bodies, along with those of the Dark Sons, back to the southern fortress as evidence, claiming that we were slain by the Dark Sons. Of course, it is possible that Boris himself is destined to be the sacrificial pawn in this scheme. The sorcerer from last night was likely there to assist Boris. He and the assassin were responsible for initially hunting down the Dark Sons. Naturally, if Boris encountered any misfortune and failed to carry out our assassination, they would then be tasked with finishing us off. Their desire to prevent any leaks indicates that the individual they are pursuing possesses considerable backing, as they fear potential retaliation." Alan glanced at everyone, stating, "At this moment, we are all in the same boat and must support one another. I suspect we have all found ourselves on the enemy's list for silencing. There is no longer any need to conceal our identities. This way, we can clearly understand the enemies we will face upon returning to the southern fortress." Alan proceeded to clarify his own circumstances. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Alan Taylor, the son of a minor baron from the Bordeaux province, without any official position or power, managing the family estate and producing wine." Theodore gruffly interjected, "I never intended to hide my background from everyone. I simply did not state it outright. Angelina is already aware of my lineage. I am Theodore Gosson, grandson of Prince Philip of the Empire." Alan, taken aback by Theodore's noble heritage, quickly responded, "Oh, the Taylor family of the imperial capital. My father hails from that family, but we have since distanced ourselves and now live independently in the Bordeaux province, with no ties to the imperial capital's Taylor family." The others were momentarily stunned. In this era, the significance of family often surpassed that of the state, and severing family ties seemed almost unfathomable to them. Angelina tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and spoke, "I am Angelina Ford, granddaughter of the current head of the Ford family in the imperial capital, Marquis Ford, and my father is a major general and commander of the City Guards Division." Theodore, Alan, and Angelina then turned their attention to Daniel and Benedict. Daniel rubbed his nose and, with a solemn expression, said, "I apologize. It is I who have brought trouble upon everyone. The conspiracy last night was likely directed at me. My name is indeed Daniel, but my surname is not Lauren. It is Joseph. I hail from St. Emperor's Hill." Theodore, Alan, and Angelina stared at Daniel in disbelief. "You are from the Joseph family, which has produced 5 popes, 18 cardinals, and hundreds of cardinals." "Indeed, I am the grandson of the current pope, one of the heirs of the Joseph family," Daniel proudly replied. The reason I am so certain that this conspiracy targets me is that there should have been two individuals secretly protecting me. However, in such a perilous situation last night, they both failed to appear. I can only assume they have either been killed or lured away. It was astonishing to discover that the biggest fish had been hiding right beside him. This was truly a case of deep concealment. The grandson of a pope, how fortunate would it be to seek his favor and acquire a few vials of the tears of the god of light? That would surely bring hope for my mother's illness and spare me from such hardship. I must hold tightly to this advantageous connection. Alan thought to himself, filled with delight. Benedict, what about you? Everyone turned to inquire of the young man who had been absent-mindedly toying with his magic wand. Benedict smiled slightly. My situation is rather simple. I actually wish for all of you to descend into hell. With Benedict's furious outburst, dozens of wind blades shot forth towards Alan, Theodore, Daniel, and Angelina. Given the close proximity and their complete lack of defenses, Alan had no chance of evading the attack. His body instinctively lurched to the left, attempting to shield Angelina behind him. Alan felt several blades pierce through him, and he could even hear the sickening sound of the blades penetrating his flesh. The muffled sounds of Angelina's and Theodore's gasps and cries reached his ears, collapsing to the ground. Alan thought to himself that he must surely have been turned into a sieve, as he found himself surrounded by a pool of his own blood. His vision began to fade to darkness, and the light seemed to dim, while blood filled his mouth, trickling down his chin. Strangely, he felt no pain whatsoever. His body was numb to the sensation. Am I dying? At that moment, rather than fear, images of his parents on earth surfaced in his mind, as if they were saying to him, "Child, do not wander anymore. Return home." Moments later, the smiling face of his mother, Jennifer, and the silhouette of his father, Randall, emerged in his thoughts, and he could almost hear Grace's tinkling laughter in the background. Mother, Father, Grace, I miss you all. Mother, I am sorry, but I can no longer procure the tears of the god of light for you. Alan murmured, his consciousness finally plunging into an abyss of darkness. Chapter 40. Unexpected reunion in the southern fortress, within the bright treatment room of the Cathedral of Light. A radiant young maiden clad in a gray clerical robe stood by the bedside, gazing at the unconscious youth. His complexion had improved significantly since the previous day, no longer appearing so pale and weak. The maiden thought, he should awaken soon. I wonder if he will recognize me upon waking. She examined the youth's features closely. They had changed little compared to years past, perhaps appearing even more handsome and mature. Suddenly feeling a flush of warmth on her cheeks, she turned away to avoid looking at him. Yet, she couldn't help but steal a few glances, noticing the slight furrow of his brow, and she felt a strong urge to smooth away the worries etched upon his face. Emma, your cousin is here again. You should go see him. I will keep watch here." A round-faced, slightly plump girl rushed into the room. Emma quickly withdrew her outstretched hand, saying, "Becky, you wouldn't dare tell him I'm not here, would you? Have you been bribed by him again?" The round-faced girl approached, wrapping her arms around Emma's, and sweetly replied, "Emma, I'm so sorry, but the crystal cakes he brings are simply delightful." Emma couldn't help but feel exasperated by this little glutton. "Fine, I will deal with my cousin. You keep an eye on things here. If he awakens, come find me immediately." "All right, Emma," the round-faced girl chirped in response. Once Emma left, she settled down beside the bed, swinging her legs back and forth. Alan seemed to be lost in a very long dream. Walking endlessly along a pitch-black path that appeared to have no end, his legs felt heavy and sore, and he struggled to quicken his pace. Days, he found himself amidst the ocean, his body swaying with the waves. A massive tidal wave approached from the distance, and Alan longed to run, but his legs were too tired and aching, rendering him immobile. The colossal wave loomed like a mountain descending from the heavens. Suddenly, Alan jolted, his eyes open, and the terrifying wave vanished, replaced by the sight of pristine white walls surrounding him. Feeling the movement of the bed beneath him, he glanced down to find a brown-haired maiden in a gray clerical robe sitting at the edge of the bed, her body swaying rhythmically. Alan gently cleared his throat, and the girl turned to him, her round face lighting up with joy. "You are finally awake. You have no idea how much effort Emma has put into caring for you. Since the day you were brought here, she has stayed by your side without rest. The sisters all say that you are her little sweetheart. However, you do have a significant rival. Emma's cousin frequently comes to see her. If you could bring me delicious treats often, like those crystal cakes from the street vendor, I would be willing to help you out." "Oh dear, I almost forgot. I must go tell Emma." Alan listened to the round-faced girl chattering away like a little bird, still dazed from his awakening, only able to grasp a few words. "Emma, sweetheart, crystal cakes. before she suddenly exclaimed and dashed out, leaving him utterly bewildered. Alan took a moment to calm himself, first confirming that he was still alive and had not crossed over. Then using his mental energy to inspect his body. He found that his injuries had nearly healed, and the teleportation token and pendant were safely hanging around his neck. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from afar. Drawing closer, Alan gazed towards the doorway, where a joyful visage appeared. What a delightful young lady she was, radiant and pure. Her fiery red hair cascaded down like waves, and her bright eyes sparkled like dazzling rubies, captivating all who beheld her. With long eyelashes, a pert and delicate nose, and soft, full lips, her rosy complexion glowed faintly, as if illuminated by a sheen of perspiration from her hurried entrance. The more Alan looked, the more he found her exquisite and the more comfortable he felt. It was as if a string within him had been gently plucked. Noticing Alan's mesmerized stare, the vibrant girl nervously touched her face. Wondering if there was something amiss, Alan, startled by her melodious voice, replied, "Oh, there's nothing wrong. That I was merely struck by your beauty. Truly, you are enchanting." The young lady blushed at Alan's candid compliment, slowly approaching his bedside and softly saying, "You have been unconscious for 3 days. Your external injuries have healed completely, but you lost a significant amount of blood, leaving you weakened. However, with ample rest and nourishment, you will recover swiftly." As Alan regarded this gentle, doe-like beauty, he felt a surge of joy. From what that cheerful, round-faced girl just told me, you have been diligently caring for me these past few days. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have recovered so quickly. And I find myself at a loss for how to express my gratitude. The vibrant girl, hearing Alan liken Becky to a little bird, couldn't help but chuckle. When he mentioned gratitude, she hurriedly waved her hands, saying, "No need for thanks. Truly, it's my duty. Moreover, if anyone should be expressing gratitude, it is I who should thank you. Alan, do you remember me?" Alan scrutinized the face of the radiant girl. It was so beautiful, so captivating. Yet, he struggled to recall where he had encountered someone so striking, as such a visage should be unforgettable. Perhaps this vibrant girl had mistaken him for someone else. Noticing Alan's furrowed brow in deep thought, she lowered her head and gently introduced herself. "My name is Emma Vincent." In an instant, a flash of recognition struck Alan's mind. He recalled a slender, red-haired boy who had once said to him, "I am Emma Vincent." Seeing Alan's astonished expression, Emma smiled shyly. "Yes, that would be me. Wow, how could I have not recognized you as a girl back then? I never imagined that years would pass and you would transform into such a stunning, enchanting young woman." Emma's cheeks flushed deeper at Alan's flattery, though she seemed pleased. Suddenly, Alan remembered he was not alone. What of Theodore and the others? He felt a pang of guilt for having momentarily forgotten his friends in the presence of such beauty. "Emma, how did I end up here? What happened to my companions?" Emma's expression became more serious as she responded, "You all arrived via a floating magic airship. Along with you, there were 2 others who were gravely injured. One was Theodore, reportedly a prince's grandson, and the other was Angelina. Your injuries were the most severe, and while Theodore was also badly hurt, Angelina's injuries were minor, and due to their superior physical condition, they were able to return to recuperate on their own yesterday." Upon hearing this news, Alan felt a wave of relief wash over him, knowing that he and his companions had been rescued, and that both Angelina and Theodore had survived. Yet, he wondered why there was no word of Daniel. Meanwhile, Daniel Joseph sat in a luxurious chamber within the southern fortress's Cathedral of Light, facing Archbishop Rupert Joseph, who was responsible for the cathedral's affairs. "Young Master Daniel," Archbishop Rupert began, "the Pope was infuriated by the events of 3 days ago and ordered a thorough investigation. However, the trail went cold when it led to Cardinal Sidon, who has since taken his own life. Those connected to this matter have either been silenced or have committed suicide. Today, the Pope issued a decree to cease our inquiries." Daniel replied with resignation, "It seems we have no choice but to accept this. With the loss of a cardinal, I imagine they will remain subdued for quite some time." Archbishop Rupert continued, "Thanks to your guard Rudy, who risked his life to convey the message, we were able to mobilize personnel and magic airships to locate you. The operation was conducted under the pretense of Prince Philip searching for his grandson Theodore, ensuring your identity remained undisclosed. Additionally, the military's classification of this incident still requires you and your friends to verify your statements to prevent any leaks. Yes, I am aware of that if there is nothing more, I shall go visit my friends. Please allow those who have been watching over them to withdraw. They are my dear friends, do you understand? Also, Let the guards assigned to protect me keep their distance. I understand. I will see to it immediately, Archbishop Rupert replied respectfully. During Alan's conversation with Emma, he learned that she and her mother had traveled to Andy City for a bloodline awakening ceremony. Unfortunately, Emma's mother fell ill, and to secure treatment, they spent all their savings, ultimately selling the only valuable item they had, a magic wand. When Emma encountered Alan, she had already gone 2 days without food and had visited several magic shops. Yet no one would purchase her wand. Sitting beside Alan's bed, her eyes glistening with moisture, Emma said, "If it weren't for that gold coin you gave me, my mother and I would have starved. Even if we hadn't perished from hunger, we might not have survived the subsequent awakening process. Therefore, Alan, you are our savior." Seeing the gravity of Emma's words, Alan replied with a light-hearted tone, "How will you repay your savior? A small kindness deserves great gratitude. And what of a life-saving deed? Given your radiant beauty, perhaps you could offer yourself to me that I would never turn you away." Emma rose indignantly. "Alan, how can you say such things? I am upset with you. I shall ignore you now." She turned and dashed away, nearly colliding with Daniel, who was just entering. Emma glanced at Daniel, aware that he had been visiting Alan frequently, but she said nothing and hurriedly exited. Daniel wore a mischievous grin. "What did you do to upset that lovely girl? She has been tirelessly caring for you day and night. If you're not interested, I would gladly take her off your hands." "She caught my eye from the very beginning." Alan quickly warned him, "You better not entertain any thoughts about her. She is kind-hearted and quite timid, though. How quickly you have taken a protective stance." "Well then, let's not dwell on that. Knowing you are safe brings me relief." Daniel's expression turned serious. Alan looked at him. "I am unaware of what transpired afterward. You must tell me everything, especially concerning Benedict." Chapter 41. Alan's team. Daniel settled beside the bed and began to recount. "What happened that day was beyond my imagination. After all, Benedict had fought alongside us when he launched his surprise attack. You, Theodore, and Angelina were all gravely injured. Fortunately, I happened to possess a self-protective magic disc that could withstand a lethal attack, which spared me from disaster. In the ensuing chaos, I had to unleash my ultimate trump card, the thunderous invincible sword, to inflict critical damage upon Neil. Just before his demise, Benedict revealed that he had been sent to gain my trust, to become a long-term operative embedded within my circle. He had remained alongside us in danger to earn my complete confidence and become my ally." Alan regarded Daniel skeptically. If what he said is true, then why did he suddenly turn against us? Daniel's expression grew somber. "You would never guess the reason. The dark-clad sorcerer we fought that night. Do you know who he was? He was Benedict's father. At that moment, he must have employed some form of transmutation, preventing Benedict from recognizing him by appearance. However, the items within his dimensional pouch revealed his true identity. In his dying moments, Benedict clutched a black crystal figurine, saying it was a toy hand carved by his father when he was a child." Sighing, Alan lamented, "Such is the cruelty of fate." Daniel continued, "At that time, you were all severely wounded, on the brink of death. Fortunately, I still had a few vials of tears of the moon goddess to keep you alive. Once the church and military received the message Rudy risked his life to send, they mobilized the floating magic airship to search for us. It was sheer luck that they found us swiftly, allowing the Archbishop of Light to provide you with medical care. That is the basic outline of what occurred." Emma re-entered, this time carrying a clay pot. She glanced at Daniel and said, "The patient has just awakened and needs rest. He cannot speak too much or exert himself." Daniel promptly acquiesced. "Understood, I shall take my leave for now. Once you return, we can discuss in detail." Before departing, he mischievously winked at Alan with a sly grin. "This is the pigeon soup I've prepared with purple ginseng. It is the best for restoring one's vitality. Drink it while it's hot." Emma, with a beautiful yet frosty expression, coldly remarked that she still seemed to harbor some anger. "Oh dear, my body feels weak, and I lack the strength to lift anything." Alan feigned a state of weakness and nearly toppled the clay pot. "Then do not move. I shall feed you," accompanied by the beauty. Alan's spirits lifted, and with the delightful nourishment of the revitalizing soup, his body began to recover rapidly. Initially, Alan had wished to linger a while longer. That afternoon, an elderly priest in a white robe meticulously examined Alan's condition and kindly stated, "All your injuries have healed. The lost vitality can only be restored gradually. You may return to recuperate immediately." Alan, feeling somewhat anxious, inquired, "Respected priest, did I not suffer grave injuries? Is it not necessary for me to stay here for a few more days to prevent any potential aftereffects?" The white-robed priest confidently waved his hand, assuring, "Young man, there is no need for concern that I can guarantee that you will not experience any aftereffects." Alan, vexed by the priest's lack of sensitivity, bit his teeth in frustration. While Emma, observing from the side, could hardly contain her laughter. "Teacher Engel," Emma respectfully interjected, "Alan may still be somewhat weak. Allow me to escort him home." This time, the priest Engel nodded understandingly in agreement. That afternoon, though Alan was physically sound yet still somewhat frail, he returned to his residence under Emma's personal escort. Emma meticulously surveyed Alan's room, discovering no signs of the usual disarray, nor any prohibited or suspicious items. After advising Alan to rest well and nourish himself, she took her leave with a smile. Alan, unable to persuade her to stay, expressed his eagerness for Emma's future visits for guidance and examination. Emma, feeling quite bashful, subtly indicated that despite her busy training and church duties, she would make occasional surprise visits for Alan's health. Their farewell was filled with warm exchanges. Alan stood on the third-floor windowsill, gazing after her. "Stop looking. She's long gone," Daniel remarked sourly. Alan, with a blissful smile, replied, "Ha! You too shall experience such a day." Shortly thereafter, Theodore and Angelina arrived at Alan's place. Having shared life and death experiences, their bonds now felt distinctly different from before. Alan examined Theodore and Angelina's appearances. They looked well, albeit slightly pale from blood loss. Thankfully, with no limbs missing. In a few days, they would be as lively as ever. Theodore boasted, "Of course, I am still strong enough to cleave meteors with my sword." Angelina scoffed dismissively. "Such grandiose claims." Daniel interjected, "Enough with the banter. Regarding Boris, the military hopes we can maintain a unified narrative. Boris harbored ill intentions and was killed by our combined efforts. For the druid and beast corpses we submitted, the military has awarded us 600 merit points that I do not require them, so I shall distribute them evenly among you. You now possess 200 merit points each." Daniel continued, "As for the conspiracy incident from that day, I can only inform you that it stemmed from internal power struggles within the church. Such occurrences will not happen again, and there will be no retaliation. You can rest assured. Additionally, I wish for you to keep my identity confidential and refrain from discussing this matter externally. If you have any requests regarding the harm you suffered, I will do my utmost to accommodate." This was a golden opportunity for bargaining, and Alan quickly chimed in, "Daniel, I do not seek much. I have heard that the tears of the God of Light from the church are treasures. Could you procure a few bottles for each of us?" Daniel, taken aback in disbelief, retorted, "Are you out of your mind? A few bottles? Do you not understand that the tears of the God of Light are coveted even among the church's higher-ups, only awarded to those who have made significant contributions? They are controlled by the elders of the church, and even the Pope cannot easily access them. With my current standing, I cannot even catch a glimpse. However, I could manage to procure a few bottles of tears of the Blood Moon Goddess." Theodore disdainfully scoffed. "At this stage in our cultivation, the tears of the Blood Moon Goddess would not be of much use to us. You might as well keep them for yourself." Although Alan had jokingly requested the tears of the God of Light, he had not held out much hope, but upon hearing Daniel's words, he felt deeply disappointed. Such treasures were indeed hard to come by, leaving him with no choice but to earn merit points through battle. Angelina interjected, "In the past few days, I sold all the spoils from that day, aside from the crystal cores and mental recovery potions. The total came to 5,436 gold coins. We can split the crystal cores and gold equally among the four of us, while the potions can all go to Alan. How does that sound?" Everyone agreed, gathering their shares of gold and crystal cores. Theodore suddenly proposed, "Now that we are all free cultivators, it is time to venture into the bloodied corridor to earn merit points. Shall we form a hunting party?" Alan hesitated, saying, "Theodore's suggestion is indeed commendable. However, I must inform you that due to personal reasons, I require a substantial amount of merit points, and thus I must continually engage in battles within the bloodied corridor. You all have unique identities and only need to earn the basic merit points. There is no need to push yourselves as I do." Theodore boldly declared, "Though my identity is that of a prince's grandson, my pursuit lies in the ultimate mastery of combat, and my aim is to become a legendary combat sage, or even surpass that. To achieve this, extreme slaughter is indispensable." Angelina firmly stated, "What I desire is my own freedom. I want to prove that I am not inferior to any man, that I refuse to let my family dictate my marriage or control my destiny. Therefore, I must grow stronger, surpassing all men." The group turned their gaze toward Daniel, Why do you all look at me? He inquired. You know all the circumstances of that day, while my status is esteemed. It is fraught with peril if I do not continuously enhance my strength. I may find myself eliminated by those around me. Strength is paramount, and I will certainly join the hunting party. What shall we name our hunting party then? Angelina asked. Alan glanced at Angelina and Theodore and jested. How about the Beauty and the Beast hunting party? Daniel and Theodore's expressions darkened, while Angelina beamed with delight. Then let it be called the Alan hunting party. Alan was promptly ushered into his bedroom to rest by the three of them, who remained behind to continue debating the significant matter of their party's name. After a brief nap, Alan awoke to find Daniel and Theodore with grim expressions, while Angelina cheerfully informed him, the name of the hunting party has been decided. It shall be the Alan hunting party. I cast a crucial vote for you. What? Alan, still groggy from sleep, struggled to comprehend. Daniel grumbled. We all insisted on using our own chosen names and opposed any others. In the end, unable to reach a consensus, we decided on a vote. Angelina voted for the Alan hunting party, and with your vote added, you emerged victorious. What name did you propose? The Daniel hunting party. In the following days, Alan dutifully rested at home, while Emma visited nightly to prepare delicious meals for him. Daniel, Theodore, and Angelina also used the pretense of needing nourishment to come over for free meals, which left Alan seething with frustration. Emma, however, was delighted to have met Alan's friends and formed a close bond with Angelina. Under Emma's attentive care, Alan's health eventually returned to its former state, with his abilities even heightened, leading him to the brink of a breakthrough to become a great mage. One evening, Daniel, Theodore, Angelina, and Emma gathered in Alan's living room to celebrate the recovery of Alan, Theodore, and Angelina, as well as the official establishment of the Alan hunting party. Emma personally prepared a sumptuous feast. While Alan brought out several bottles of fine wine from his collection, they all sat together, sharing laughter and merriment, enjoying a truly joyous occasion. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks reverberated through the door. Alan, taken aback, thought that aside from the few present, he had no other friends in the southern fortress. Before he could rise to answer, the door swung open forcefully, and a stocky figure burst in. Hugo, the training officer. The group was astonished to see a visibly anxious Hugo Alfred. Upon seeing Alan, Theodore, Daniel, and Angelina, Hugo hastily exclaimed, Alan, Theodore, Daniel, Angelina, I need your help. Come. We must save someone. Chapter 42. The rescue mission. Alan rose to offer a seat to the visibly anxious Hugo. Hugo, please sit down. Do not fret. Have a sip of water, and let us discuss this matter calmly. Alan gently reassured him. Hugo took several deep breaths to steady his nerves before he spoke. Joanne. She is the sister of my former hunter squad leader. Recently, she and 3 members of their squad ventured into the bloodied corridor to hunt the Dark Suns. Unfortunately, they fell into an ambush. Joanne and 1 other were captured, 1 was killed, and another managed to escape, but was injured. Just an hour ago, the injured survivor informed me of this dire situation. Alan, my life was saved by the captain's sacrifice. And I must rescue Joanne. I am aware that my reputation may not be the most flattering, but those rumors are unfounded. Hugo continued, I have very few practitioner friends, which is why I have come to seek your assistance. I know about your encounters with Boris. He is a formidable fighter, yet you managed to defeat him. This demonstrates your exceptional strength. That I possess 400 military merits and some gold coins. I am willing to offer them all. I implore you. Alan gazed at Hugo, whose eyes brimmed with desperation and were reddened with emotion, yet he had to speak with a heavy heart. Hugo, I understand your feelings. However, given the time that has elapsed since Joanne's capture, she is likely dead. Moreover, the bloodied corridor is vast. Even if Joanne is still alive, it is possible that the Dark Suns have taken her back to the southern continent. Therefore, our chances of reaching her in time are exceedingly slim. Hugo hastily countered, speaking with conviction. They will not kill Joanne. Just as the living, robust Dark Suns are considered valuable commodities, our beautiful female practitioners are the most coveted slaves among the chieftains of the southern continent. To them, Joanne represents immense wealth. They would not dare to slay her. After a brief pause, he continued, I interrogated the escaped survivor thoroughly. He stated that their squad was not particularly strong and did not venture deeply into the bloodied corridor. Their operational range was less than 2 days' journey from the southern fortress, and the Dark Suns could not move swiftly with their captives in tow. If we set out now, we may have a chance to catch up with them. Alan surveyed the group. Daniel wore an indifferent expression, as if he deferred to Alan. Theodore's face was alight with eagerness. Angelina's eyes shone with fury and combat spirit. Only Emma looked at him with profound concern. Hugo, what is the strength of Joanne's squad? What were the opposing forces like? How many were there? Hugo promptly replied, Joanne is a high-level magic apprentice. One of the other 3 is a junior fighter, while the remaining 2 are advanced fighters. The squad is quite weak. The survivor who escaped is an advanced fighter, and 1 fighter was killed. The survivor mentioned that the adversaries numbered around 5 or 6, accompanied by 7 or 8 beasts. Upon realizing they were surrounded, the captain fought valiantly to allow the others to escape, but only he returned. Their squad is so weak, yet one managed to escape amidst the ambush. Either the Dark Sons are not as formidable as presumed, or it is another trap designed to lure us into a rescue, Daniel interjected. After a moment of contemplation, Alan gravely addressed Hugo. Hugo, we are willing to agree to your request to rescue Joanne. This is not for your military merits or gold coins, but because we are all inhabitants of the Middle-earth continent. However, you must agree that this rescue mission will be led by us, and you must adhere to our plans. If the situation becomes untenable, we reserve the right to withdraw, should you disregard our orders. Do not blame us for being unyielding. With resolute determination, Hugo replied, I am fully aware of the risks involved. I will comply with all your arrangements if we find Joanne and cannot rescue her. Then we must ensure she does not suffer at the hands of the Dark Sons. Very well, time is of the essence. Everyone, prepare yourselves that we shall gather at the southern gate of the southern fortress in 1 hour. Alan issued his first command as the leader of the Hunter Squad. As everyone dispersed to make preparations, Alan could not resist embracing the worried Emma. Initially startled, she stiffened, but soon relaxed and returned his embrace. Alan held Emma tightly, inhaling her fragrant hair, and whispered softly in her ear, I have always been fortunate, and I shall not perish, no matter the peril. Emma, have faith. I will return safely. Wait for me at the southern fortress. Emma stood at the entrance, her heart heavy with concern as she watched Alan, Daniel, and Angelina vanish into the shadows cast by the blood moon. The jungle beneath the blood moon loomed like a colossal beast, consuming all in its vicinity and exuding an aura of danger. The distant howls of beasts echoed, amplifying the eerie tranquility of the forest. 5 dark figures darted through the jungle like swift birds, the towering trees swiftly fading behind them. Stop, Alan commanded, and everyone halted. Rest for 2 hours. We must recover our strength. Alan then turned to the anxious Hugo, sternly admonishing him. Hugo, you must understand that we need to maintain our combat readiness to save Joanne. We cannot compromise our safety for her rescue. After setting up a defensive magical array, Alan sat down to meditate and replenish his mental energy. The others gripped their crystal cores to restore their spent fighting spirit. 2 hours later, as dawn broke, they resumed their journey. Along the way, they encountered several returning hunter squads, but Hugo's inquiries yielded only disappointment. Theodore queried, Is it possible that these Dark Sons have escaped by boat across the nearby sea? Hugo responded affirmatively. Though the bloodied corridor is narrow and flanked by the sea, the shallow waters are riddled with treacherous reefs, making navigation perilous. It is far safer to traverse by land. 3 more hours passed, and at last, Alan and his companions arrived at the site where the ambush had been reported as expected. The traces of the Dark Sons had completely vanished, leaving only signs of struggle and chaos in their wake. Alan gathered everyone together. We must now disperse and search the southern area. This is a magical token exchanged by Theodore for our registration as a hunter squad, serving as our team's identification. It is effective within a radius of 1,000 meters. Each of you must drop a drop of blood on it. Remember to exercise caution. The distance between each of you must not exceed 1,000 meters. If you encounter any unusual circumstances, do not investigate alone, that we must regroup and discuss before making any decisions. Seeing everyone nod in agreement, Alan distributed the bone tokens, each engraved with his name and measuring 3 centimeters in diameter. Ensuring that each dropped their blood on it before setting off to search. As evening approached, they had yet to uncover any valuable information and encountered several returning hunter squads, none providing useful intel. Alan repeatedly called back the increasingly distant Hugo, insisting he slow his pace. He understood that the longer they delayed, the slimmer their chances of rescuing Joanne became. Hey, everyone, I've spotted a large beast, a flying tiger. I plan to capture it and roast it for dinner. Its tail is quite nutritious. Theodore's voice suddenly crackled through the magical token. Do not act recklessly. Alan quickly admonished him. This area has long been the battlefield for practitioners from the north and south. Large beasts have long since been exterminated, but a sudden appearance of such a creature is likely the doing of a druid. Everyone, gather close to Theodore. Before long, they all congregated around Theodore and discovered a 3-meter-long, 1.5-meter-high black tiger with wings, prowling 100 meters ahead. After careful observation, Daniel remarked, "This beast must have been brought here by a druid. Such creatures only exist in the southern continent and are not native to the bloodied corridor. It likely has been released by the druid to hunt for food, that if we follow it, we will surely find the druid." After a day and night of toil, they finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Invigorating their spirits, as night fell, the black tiger caught several wild chickens and rabbits, apparently sated, and ceased its circling, moving deeper into the jungle. Alan and the others trailed at a distance. The black tiger advanced for several thousand meters before arriving at a decayed, massive log, roughly the diameter of several men embracing. Lying across the ground, It let out a low growl and then laid down before the log to rest. Alan and the others found a concealed position about 100 meters from the black tiger. Angelina observed closely. That log has been hollowed out. The druid must be hiding inside it. However, with the black tiger on watch, the beast serves as the druid's eyes, ears, and nose if the black tiger detects us. It signals that the druid has noticed our presence. It will be challenging to evade the black tiger's senses. What shall we do? Alan sniffed intently and inquired, "Do you detect something?" The group grew alert and took a moment to inhale deeply. Yet the air appeared devoid of any peculiar scent. Could it be that someone was attempting to poison them? Alan softly interjected, "A fragrance, a floral scent." Theodore, irate, retorted, "Do you assume everyone possesses a nose like yours? That floral aroma is so faint that no one could possibly detect it." With a sense of pride, Alan replied, "It is the scent of wisteria. There must be a patch of it nearby. I owe this ability to discern such subtle fragrances to the rigorous training of my former potion instructor. I have a plan." Subsequently, Alan retrieved a bottle of wine from his bag of holding. Theodore, exasperated, exclaimed, "At a time like this, you still wish to indulge in wine? Oh, Boris's wine. You still have some?" Daniel expressed his surprise. Alan, with a sense of accomplishment, affirmed, "Indeed, that divine elixir is quite precious. Moreover, it is truly a fine wine." Angelina muttered, "Not a single man is worth a damn." Theodore cautiously explained to Angelina, "I am a good person, that I have no need for such things." Angrily, Angelina shot back, "What does your need or lack thereof have to do with me? Why don't you just go die?" Daniel, Hugo, and the others watched as Alan employed an extraction technique to draw a colorless liquid from the wine, which he then contained in a small porcelain vial. "Wait for my return," Alan instructed before casting an invisibility spell and stealthily making his way toward the black tiger. When he was approximately 40 meters from the beast, Alan paused, seeking refuge behind a large tree. Advancing further, he could not guarantee he would remain undetected by the black tiger, and this position was ideal for casting magic. Alan extracted the vial containing the divine elixir, pouring its contents out. The elixir split into droplets, gradually transforming into a mist. Alan guided this mist toward the black tiger, allowing it to drift slowly downwards, expanding until it enveloped the massive tree and the surrounding space. Silently, Alan returned to his companions, stating, "Now we must wait for 1 hour." Chapter 43. Divided for rescue. After a tense hour of waiting with Hugo, Alan instructed everyone to consume a bitter vine fruit before they stealthily approached the black tiger. The beast lay in a deep slumber, showing no signs of disturbance, confirming that Alan's potion had taken effect. Without hesitation, Theodore swung his sword, severing the black tiger's head. Angelina, meanwhile, broke open a hollow in a tree, discovering 3 individuals and a battle wolf within, all of whom remained unresponsive. Among them were 2 dark suns and a wounded woman from the central continent, bound with special ropes. Hugo hurried over to inspect, only to find that the woman was not Joanne, which left him deeply disappointed. Angelina crushed a bitter vine fruit and poured its essence into the mouth of the freed woman. Slowly, she began to awaken. Upon seeing Alan and the others, she was initially startled but quickly grasped her situation, realizing she had been rescued by her fellow countrymen. She promptly expressed her gratitude. "I am Katerina, a solitary free practitioner and mid-level fighter from the southern fortress. I am eternally grateful for your rescue." Hugo, anxious, interjected, We are here to rescue another captured woman from the central continent named Joanna D. Oh, you know anything about her? Katerina pondered for a moment before replying. I have not seen any other captured women. Today, I was hunting dark suns when I was ambushed by these two, leading to my capture, and I have not encountered any other women from our continent since. Katerina continued. However, I do possess some information that may be of help to you. From their conversations after my capture, I learned that their tribe's chieftain is celebrating a significant birthday, one of his sons. Knowing the chieftain delights in tormenting women from the central continent, brought his men here to capture them as a gift. Upon capturing me, they intended to return tomorrow morning to present me as a token of loyalty to the chieftain's son. Upon hearing this, Alan's spirits soared. Hugo, you must interrogate these two dark suns to ascertain their rendezvous point and time. Hugo took 2 bittervine fruits and menacingly led the dark suns to a secluded area. Katerina volunteered. Allow me to assist with the interrogation. I possess some experience. I will make them divulge anything, even their childhood bedwetting. Seeing Alan nod in approval, Katerina, brimming with determination, followed Hugo. Before long, the air was filled with chilling screams, sending the surrounding night birds into frenzied flight. Half an hour later, Hugo and Katerina returned, dragging 2 bloody dark suns with them. Hugo reported, both have perished, but we have obtained the information. They plan to wait for the chieftain's son tomorrow morning at the Shilleen Valley. They fortuitously overheard the chieftain's son's withdrawal plans and knew he intended to return from there. Katerina interjected, I know that location. It is approximately 5 hours from here. Allow me to accompany you. Though I am wounded, I can recover significantly overnight. That I specialize in poison, which should prove beneficial to you. Alan scrutinized Katerina, who appeared to be in her 20s, with a somewhat pale complexion, tall stature, brown curly hair, and brown eyes. Possessing a fair countenance with high cheekbones and thin lips, Katerina maintained a resolute gaze on Alan. Turning to Daniel, Alan instructed, Daniel, provide Katerina with a vial of moon goddess's blood tear. Everyone should eat and rest to recover. We shall depart in 2 hours. Daniel grumbled, You're making me dig into my pockets again. Nonetheless, he produced a small porcelain vial and tossed it to Katerina. Alan employed ice magic to freeze the black tiger and battle wolf killed by Theodore, along with the 2 dark suns' corpses, instructing Angelina to secure them, for such military merits must not go to waste. Katerina reclaimed her bag of holding and consumed the moon goddess's blood tear to begin her healing process. The group hastily consumed some provisions brought from the southern fortress to stave off hunger, then settled down to meditate and recuperate. 2 hours later, Alan and the 5 others, accompanied by Katerina, dashed toward the Shilleen Valley under her guidance. Why haven't those dark suns arrived yet? Theodore lay on the ground, gazing at the sky while chewing on a root, boredly calling out. They were positioned behind a rock a few hundred meters from the northern entrance of the Shilleen Valley, affording them a clear view of the scene unfolding to the north. Last night, Alan and the others had sprinted for 4 hours to reach this spot, selecting it as their observation point. As noon approached, Theodore and Angelina were on watch. Hush, there's movement. Do not make a sound. Angelina suddenly noticed shadows stirring in the thicket, quickly cautioning the restless Theodore. Moments later, several fierce beasts emerged from the underbrush, followed by a group of dark suns dragging a string of bound Central Continent girls. Alan, they indeed approached from this direction. 8 dark suns, 7 beasts, and 4 bound Central Continent women. Angelina relayed the situation to Alan through the team's magical communication token. Hearing the number of 8 sent a chill down Alan's spine. They would be challenging to confront. The group cautiously maneuvered behind the rock to observe the dark suns. Hugo closely inspected the bound women, his excitement mounting as he exclaimed, Joanne is right there. Alan noted that the group comprised a young man in his 20s and an older man in his 50s, with the other dark suns scattered around them for protection. While the 4 Central Continent women were being dragged along, Alan fixated on their slow advance into the Shilleen Valley. Angelina anxiously inquired, Alan, what do we do? We seem ill-equipped to handle so many. Alan was tempted to suggest abandoning the mission, but the pleading gaze of Hugo and the sight of the 4 stumbling women stirred his resolve. 8 dark suns are formidable opponents. If only they could be separated. Alan murmured to himself. Katerina volunteered. Since they seek to capture Central Continent women, I can distract a few. You can then rescue them. Alan's eyes brightened with a sudden idea. It would be unwise for you to lure them alone. If you approach, they would likely send only 3 to pursue you, leaving 5 behind. still a formidable challenge. Moreover, if you attempt to lure them, they may realize it is a feint. Instead, Katerina, Angelina, and Daniel, you three can masquerade as a hunting party. If they detect you, they would need to send at least 5 to capture you. Then the remaining 3 kept watch over the captives. The 3 of us can confront the 3 who remain. With that, Alan's face was once again clouded with concern. However, this way, our strength is also dispersed. The 3 acting as bait and those coming to rescue are both in great peril. A moment's negligence could lead to our complete annihilation. Can we think of a better plan? After a moment of contemplation, Theodore proposed the simplest solution. Alan, your plan is sound. Let us proceed with it. Hugo quickly concurred, stating, I agree, let us do this. Alan glanced at Angelina, Katerina, and Daniel, and they all nodded in agreement. Very well, it is decided. Katerina, Angelina, and Daniel, you 3 will disguise yourselves as a hunting party to lure them if the number of pursuers they send after you is fewer than 5. Lead them away as far as you can, and we will converge to eliminate them. If they send 5 or more, lead them a distance, then flee with all your might. Do not look back. And make for the southern fortress. Do you understand? Angelina, Katerina, and Daniel nodded, indicating their comprehension of Alan's instructions. Hugo, Theodore, and I will rescue those women from Middle-earth. Once the number of guards falls below 4, we will strike with full force, aiming to dispatch the enemy in the shortest time possible. Is that clear? Alan then turned to Theodore and Hugo. Both nodded gravely, affirming that they understood Alan's directives. Suddenly, a weight settled on Alan's heart. He realized he bore the trust of 5 individuals. Their lives might hinge upon his brief words, and he felt the weight of responsibility. Being a good captain was no easy feat. Alan took a moment to scrutinize Angelina, Daniel, Theodore, Hugo, and Katerina before finally saying, This is our hunting party's inaugural mission, and I hope fortune favors us. Let this not be the final task of our team. Remember, do not force matters. Preserving your lives is the foremost priority. May the God of light protect us. Prepare yourselves, and let us depart immediately. Angelina, Katerina, and Daniel needed to change direction to create an illusion of encountering the Dark Ones. Just before they set off, Daniel handed each of Alan, Theodore, and Hugo a bottle of Moon Goddess's tears, jokingly saying that if they did not use it, they must return it to him. Alan and Theodore playfully struck him, threatening that if he handed over his belongings, he should not expect to retrieve them. They silently watched as Daniel, Angelina, and Katerina swiftly departed, their figures disappearing into the dense forest. Then Alan and the others began their own actions, closely trailing the footsteps of the Dark Ones. After a while, the Dark Ones noticed Daniel, Angelina, and the other 2 lurking on the eastern side of the small valley. Upon seeing so many Dark Ones, Angelina and the others immediately turned and fled without hesitation. Alan, observing from behind, noted a young black man seemingly arguing with an older black man in his 50s. Soon, the older man led 4 other Dark Ones and 4 fierce beasts to chase after Angelina and her companions. The remaining 3, led by the young black man, halted in place, while the 3 beasts patrolled their surroundings vigilantly. Alan, Hugo, and Theodore stealthily approached them, closing in within 20 meters. Alan felt a surge of anxiety. His voice trembled slightly as he swallowed hard and whispered to his companions. The one on the left, Theodore. The one in the middle, myself. The one on the right, Hugo. Follow my lead, and remember to strike with all your might to eliminate them in the shortest time possible. Chapter 44. Swiftly defeating the enemy. Having made the decision, there was no room for retreat. They could only press forward with all their strength. Alan gripped his staff tightly, invoking the ice spike spell. The temperature around him plummeted, and dozens of large, glistening ice spikes coalesced in the surrounding space, targeting the 3 prowling beasts and the young black man in the center with a sweep of his staff. The massive ice spikes hurtled through the air towards the beasts and the young man as he shouted, Action! As Alan's voice fell, the ice spikes struck the beasts and the Dark Ones. The 3 beasts had no time to evade, each being struck by multiple spikes, either impaled or pinned to the ground, rolling in agony. However, the ice spike aimed at the young black man was suddenly blocked by a red glow that emanated from him, shattering the spike without causing him harm. Theodore and Hugo, wielding their weapons, charged fiercely at their respective foes like tigers descending a mountain. That I detest protective magical arrays, Alan muttered to himself, quickly casting another powerful attack spell. The Black Dragon Break. unleashing a purple flame dragon directly at the young black man. The young man opened his mouth, howling in pain as he began his druid transformation. The red glow and the purple flame dragon vanished simultaneously, and the young man completed his transformation into a shadow panther. Alan was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed a shadow panther. Information about it flashed rapidly through his mind, revealing its astonishing short-distance movement speed, which was the bane of mages. Before Alan could cast Levitate to ascend, the shadow panther suddenly vanished, and he sensed a dark shadow lunging directly at him. The speed was too swift. Instinctively, Alan erected a dozen air shields around himself. Hearing the sound of them shattering one after another, he then felt a tremendous recoil, propelling him into the air. Utilizing the force of the impact, Alan somersaulted several times in midair, barely managing to suspend himself. Shaking his dizzy head to see the shadow panther glaring hungrily at him from below, gradually lowering himself to the ground, Alan knew he must attract this shadow panther's attention to prevent it from attacking Theodore or Hugo. Once on the ground, Alan promptly conjured dozens of earth shields around himself, swirling like petals to encircle him, both to obscure the panther's line of sight and to slow its attack speed through the shield's obstruction. Observing his surroundings, he noted the shadow panther circling him, seemingly searching for a gap between the shields to strike. Theodore was grappling with a ferocious bear barehanded, having lost track of his greatsword. Hugo, wielding a broad-bladed axe, was fending off a flying tiger's relentless assaults from above. His body was drenched in blood, uncertain whether it was his own or that of the tiger. The situation was dire. They needed to conclude the battle swiftly, or else they would be in serious trouble when the Dark One's reinforcements returned. Alan felt a sense of urgency. He needed a quick resolution. Suddenly, an idea struck him regarding the teleportation token hanging around his neck. Alan adjusted the swirling earth shield slightly, leaving only a single pathway for entry and exit, one that would be nearly undetectable to a careless observer. The shadow panther's figure vanished again. Alan merely caught a glimpse of a shadow darting past. With no strength left to evade, his brain's frantic processing transformed everything around him into a slow-motion world, as the panther nimbly navigated the sole available path, charging at Alan. At that moment, Alan was surrounded by earth shields on both sides and behind, seemingly with no escape. Just as the panther's jaws were poised to clamp around Alan's neck, a flash of light appeared, and the panther, bewildered, found that its enemy had vanished, as if it had existed only as an illusion. Realizing the shift in circumstances, the panther attempted to flee, but discovered that the surrounding earth shields swiftly converged into a sphere, encapsulating it within. Suddenly, the panther felt a searing pain as long, sharp spikes protruded from each earth shield, piercing deep into its body. With a heart full of resentment and confusion, the panther slowly closed its eyes. As the shields dissipated, the young Dark One transformed back into his human form, revealing his lifeless body. With Alan standing triumphantly before it, the moment the panther was about to seize Alan's neck, he activated the teleportation token, setting the destination just 5 meters outside the earth shields, effectively swapping places. The panther had been lured into the heart of the earth shields, whereupon they closed in, constraining its speed and rendering it helpless to escape its fate. Though the process was simple, the timing had to be impeccably precise. With the panther's incredible speed, any misstep could have resulted in Alan's neck being severed or the panther evading the trap he had meticulously designed. Fortunately, fate smiled upon Alan today. Now, Alan finally had the opportunity to assess Theodore and Hugo's situations. Theodore was atop the ferocious bear, hammering its skull with fists as large as bowls, while Hugo struggled against a grounded tiger that had lost one of its wings. Alan summoned dozens of ice spikes once more, directing them at the bear and the flying tiger. Before long, with Alan's assistance, Theodore and Hugo vanquished their foes. Realizing that the Dark One's reinforcements might return at any moment, Alan urgently instructed Theodore and Hugo, "Hurry. Clear the battlefield and release those women. We must leave this place immediately." Although the recent battle was fierce, it lasted only a brief 5 minutes. Hugo rushed to rescue the bound women of Middle-earth. Theodore, disregarding his own injuries, located his broadsword and began to stow the corpses of the slain beasts and dark offspring into a spatial pouch. The druid's transformed beast swiftly reverted to its human form upon death. Suddenly, Alan heard a commotion emanating from Hugo's direction. Filled with anger, Alan hurried over, only to find Hugo standing there, bewildered, while a girl of about 17 or 18 incessantly shouted, I don't want your help. I don't want your help. You are the enemy who killed my brother. I hate you. Alan, burdened by the weight of responsibility, felt uncomfortable and anxious about the imminent return of the Dark Offspring's reinforcements. As well as deeply concerned for Angelina, Daniel, and Katerina's safety, his mood was exceedingly irritable, yet he compelled himself to think rationally. Having just faced life and death, Alan was now confronted with someone who was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Anger surged within him, and without a moment's thought, he slapped the woman across the face. The enemy's allies will return shortly. We must leave at once if you do not wish to be rescued. Then remain here and await your demise. Hugo, quickly untie everyone. You must understand that we need to depart immediately. There is no time to waste. Alan was also slightly irked with Hugo. Hugo silently began to untie the ropes binding the 4 women. And the shouting girl ceased her resistance. The 3 injured men and the 4 recently freed women swiftly exited, disappearing into the vast jungle. After hastily traversing the forest for half an hour, Alan and his group of 7 found a relatively concealed and safe thicket to tend to their wounds. Alan assessed Theodore and Hugo's injuries. Theodore primarily sustained superficial wounds, although numerous, none were fatal. And his body, honed through martial training, exhibited remarkable recovery, having already formed scabs. Hugo, however, bore more severe injuries, with a large section of flesh torn from his side, exposing bone, and a 20-centimeter gash along his back. Alan reproached him. With such grave injuries, why did you not use Tears of Yara? Hugo, a bit embarrassed, rubbed his head and replied, Tears of Yara is too precious. I intended to save it for a true life-threatening situation. This injury is nothing. I have endured worse before, and I always heal naturally. Alan sighed. Although his time at the Southern Fortress had been brief, he had learned much, especially through his exchanges with Daniel. Many free practitioners came to the Southern Fortress, striving to earn military merit merely to exchange it for the meager cultivation materials deemed inconsequential by the noble families. Alan understood that this was the Empire's control, artificially inflating the prices and difficulty of obtaining cultivation resources, preventing the free practitioners from attaining excessive prowess. To acquire more and better cultivation materials. These practitioners often risked their lives in places like the Blood Red Corridor and the Black Forest, where they sought affiliation with powerful factions or prominent families. Yet gaining sufficient trust was exceedingly difficult, relegating them to the roles of henchmen or cannon fodder. Alan refrained from criticizing Hugo, although Hugo had also come to the Southern Fortress for adult training. It was evident that his family was merely a minor noble house. Reflecting on his own situation, Alan realized that if his father, Randall, had not leveraged his connections to provide Alan with some degree of support, his circumstances would likely mirror those of Hugo. Alan employed healing magic to mend Hugo's and Theodore's wounds. While not as instantaneous as the Tears of Yara, it proved effective, restoring Theodore's combat capabilities almost entirely and healing Hugo by about 70%. Alan then checked on the 4 rescued women. They appeared largely uninjured, but their inner strength seemed to be restrained by some peculiar substance, as they had only managed to endure the earlier sprint through the jungle by relying on their physical conditioning. Now, upon halting, they collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Alan called Theodore and Hugo together. Currently, these 4 women are hindered by the substance within them, which I cannot resolve. We can only make our way back to the Southern Fortress and devise a plan. However, I am worried about Daniel and the others. That Dark Offspring elder may possess formidable strength. Here is what I propose. Theodore and Hugo, you 2 should escort them back to the Southern Fortress at a steady pace, while I search for Daniel and the others. Theodore, feeling anxious, insisted, I want to go too. I cannot bear to leave Angelina behind. My combat strength is fully restored. Just as Randy intended to persuade him otherwise, a figure suddenly intruded within the range of his mental perception. It was the elderly Dark Offspring. No need to argue. The enemy has arrived. Prepare for battle. Chapter 45. Narrow escape from death. Alan, Theodore, and Hugo grasped their weapons, warily eyeing the elderly Dark Offspring as he approached them. Alan meticulously scanned the surroundings and noted the peculiar absence of any other Dark Offspring. The elderly Dark Offspring halted 5 meters away from Alan, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy, calmly stating, Did you kill Dido? Alan cautiously replied, If you refer to a young Dark Offspring in his 20s, then yes, I did. His head is still with me. I intend to take it back for military merit. Would you like to see it? The elderly dark offspring sighed. Dido was prideful and arrogant. I feared he might make a fatal mistake, so I personally oversaw him as he mingled in the blood-red corridor to gain experience. I never anticipated that my negligence would lead to his demise here. Such is fate. It cannot be forced. However, as Dido was my only nephew, since you have killed him, I have no choice but to kill you. Theodore sneered. To kill us, old man, you must first possess the strength to do so. The elderly dark offspring smiled faintly. Sometimes, one does not need to lift a finger to kill. Alan scrutinized the elderly dark offspring carefully. He bore no injuries nor signs of prior combat, all the while remaining alert to the surroundings. He wondered whether Daniel and the others had managed to escape or had met with misfortune. Alan then gazed at the elder's face, attempting to glean some information from his expression. The elder's dark, luminous eyes seemed to possess a magical allure, resembling a vast whirlpool that irresistibly drew Alan in. Alan found himself plummeting through an infinite void of darkness, desperately trying to scream, yet no sound emerged, as though trapped in an unending nightmare. Spotting a distant glimmer of light, Alan strained to swim toward it, drawing nearer and nearer until it grew brighter. Alan opened his eyes to find the light somewhat blinding, the scene slowly coming into focus. A pure white wall, pristine white bedding, and a spotless white coat. He was in a hospital. Turning to his side, he beheld his beloved family, his mother, father, sister, brother, nephew, and niece, all gazing at the awakening Alan with expressions of joy. Yet, a sense of unease lingered in Alan's heart. A hazy figure stood nearby, and Alan strained to discern her features, but they remained obscured. Her form was ethereal and graceful, her voice gentle and airy. I am Emma Vincent. I am Emma Vincent. Her voice grew more distant and ethereal. Alan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if he were on the verge of losing something profoundly significant in his life. He was about to lose her. He was about to lose her. No, Alan cried out in anguish. The surrounding scene shattered like broken glass, vanishing, and Alan found himself back in the thicket, the detestable elderly dark offspring standing before him. But I will kill you, Alan shouted, his eyes ablaze with fury. Unleashing the fire magic, black dragons break directly at the elderly dark offspring. Two young dark offspring, one tall and one short, appeared behind him to absorb the attack. Alan retaliated with the fire meteor magic, causing the two young dark offspring to spit blood and stagger back. Yet they stubbornly obstructed Alan's path, preventing him from targeting the elderly dark offspring. Fueled by intense rage, Alan was driven by an overwhelming desire to annihilate the elderly dark offspring before him and eradicate all dark offspring. Alan's body lifted into the air, and he yearned to unleash all his strength. Summoning every ounce of his mental energy, Alan initiated the most potent fire magic he could muster. A colossal fire cloud materialized in midair, its enveloping range continuously expanding. Alan observed as the two young dark offspring trembled beneath the pressure of his formidable fire magic, repeatedly begging for mercy. Alan relished the sensation of wielding such control. His previous life had felt stifled and cautious, but now he could finally release everything. Yet, it was still insufficient. He craved even greater power. Alan inwardly cried. Suddenly, a crack echoed, resembling a door shattering, and an overwhelming influx of images flooded Alan's mind. Expanding his mental perception range to 80 meters, Alan had broken through, ascending to the pinnacle of a novice grand sorcerer. The sudden surge of information caused his head to throb painfully, yet it also restored his clarity. With a sudden surge of mental clarity, the current scene became vividly apparent. Theodore and Hugo stood disconsolate on the ground, repeatedly shouting at themselves, I am Theodore Hugo. Alan, stop. Please, just stop. The elder son of darkness lay nearby, convulsing and spitting blood. 4 women of Middle-earth huddled together, trembling as they gazed skyward. Alan looked up, drenched in cold sweat, horrified to see the high-level fire magic, meteor shower, spiraling out of control, threatening the lives of all present. He immediately set about carefully constraining the magic, urging it to shrink gradually until it ultimately dissipated into nothingness. Descending slowly to the ground, Alan cast healing spells upon Theodore and Hugo, erasing their superficial wounds. He inquired, what exactly transpired? Have you both been injured? My memory is somewhat hazy. Theodore glared at Alan furiously, exclaiming, what madness has possessed you to suddenly attack us? A lethal strike, no less. Then you ascended into the air to unleash that fire magic, clearly intending to annihilate us. For reasons unknown, that old son of darkness suddenly began to cough up blood and collapsed. "Alan, what on earth is happening? Why have you gone mad and turned against your friends?" Hugo, having spent many years in the southern fortress and possessing considerable insight, interjected, "That elder son of darkness is likely a sorcerer skilled in mental magic. Alan must have fallen victim to his mind illusions or control spells. It appears he managed to break free from the mental magic, resulting in a backlash that severely injured the elder son of darkness." Reflecting on the events, Alan realized the truth. Everything he had experienced was merely an illusion. The important figures had not vanished, which brought him a sense of relief, but the sensation of loss he had felt in the illusion still haunted him. The sorcerer's mental magic was indeed treacherous. Striking unexpectedly, had he not broken through at the critical moment, they would all have perished beneath Alan's magic, and he himself would have succumbed to exhaustion from overextending his magical abilities, leaving him with a lingering sense of dread and gratitude. At that moment, Alan noticed Daniel, Angelina, and Katerina approaching from a distance. Though they appeared disheveled, their movements remained agile, suggesting they had not sustained any grave injuries. The group gathered and confirmed each other's safety. A wave of joy washed over them. Daniel succinctly recounted the events following their separation. They had been relentlessly pursued by 5 sons of darkness, avoiding confrontation while leading them on a chase. However, after half an hour, the elder son of darkness abruptly halted the pursuit and commanded all the dark sons to retreat at once. Daniel understood that Alan had initiated action on his end, yielding significant results to prevent the dark sons from returning unscathed. Daniel and his companions, displaying unusual determination, began to attack them fiercely. The elder son of darkness, seemingly anxious, managed to escape, leaving the remaining 4 dark sons to battle to the death. Ultimately, as Daniel reported, they paid a heavy price to eliminate the 4 dark sons. With palpable sorrow, Daniel stated, "We have used up 3 vials of tears of Yara. I am suffering considerable losses. Alan, you must compensate me well. By the way, have you all used your tears of Yara? If not, return them to me at once." Theodore kept exchanging glances with Hugo and Alan, interjecting before Daniel, "The dangers we faced here were no less than yours. Do you think we could have preserved our tears of Yara? They were used up long ago. Otherwise, you would not be witnessing the living versions of us, but rather the lifeless forms of Alan." Hugo and myself. Alan noticed Angelina casting worried glances over his body, and he reassured her, "Do not heed Theodore's exaggerations. While we did sustain injuries, they were not as severe as he claims." Daniel did not dwell on the matter of the tears of Yara any further, continuing to explain that during their recovery, they had sensed powerful magical fluctuations and had come to investigate, leading them to discover Alan and the group of 7. Daniel inquired with concern, "What is the situation on your end?" Theodore opened his mouth wide, recounting how valiantly he had slain a son of darkness, rescuing the 4 women of Middle-earth, and how he heroically intervened to stop Alan's rampage, ultimately saving him from dire peril and indirectly inflicting serious injuries on the elder son of darkness. Daniel expressed his surprise. "I had not anticipated that we would capture a sorcerer alive. This certainly mitigates our losses." Katerina discovered the antidotes for the 4 women of Middle-earth within the elder son of darkness's storage pouch. After consuming them, the women's strength gradually returned. Following the battlefield cleanup, Alan and his companions began their arduous journey back to the southern fortress, escorting the severely injured elder son of darkness. After 2 nights and a day of travel, the group finally returned safely to the southern fortress that morning. They parted ways at the fortress gates, agreeing to reconvene for dinner at Alan's residence. Angelina and Theodore took the captured dark prisoner to the military's merit exchange hall to redeem their achievements. Handling all the spoils of war, Daniel represented Alan's squad in escorting the 3 rescued women back home. Hugo returned Alan's hunter squad token to him before leading the reluctant Joanne to meet her sister-in-law, the enchanting tavern owner, Helen. Katerina expressed her gratitude once more, leaving her contact information before departing. Alan, returning alone to his residence, was greeted by Emma, who rushed towards him like a fledgling bird returning to its nest. The feeling of reunion was truly delightful. Chapter 46. An unfathomable warning. Alan took Emma's delicate hand and led her into the living room, noting the room's immaculate state, a clear indication that the young girl had frequently come to tidy up over the past few days. Emma, her cheeks flushed, replied, "I merely come over occasionally to clean when I have nothing else to do." Alan guided Emma to sit down and recounted the events of their recent mission to rescue the captured women of Middle-earth. Though he had simplified many details and glossed over numerous battles, Emma still found the narrative thrilling and perilous, her little face paling at the dangers described. Upon hearing that 4 women had ultimately been saved, she felt a genuine sense of pride and joy for Alan and his companion's success. However, upon learning that Alan had been injured, Emma immediately expressed her concern. "Where are you hurt? Let me see. I can heal you." Alan gently pressed Emma back into her seat, stating, "It's just a minor injury. I've healed already." Yet Emma remained unconvinced, insisting on checking for herself as he observed Emma's eyes, sparkling like rubies and filled with admiration as she gazed at him. A sudden wave of guilt washed over Alan. Was it truly ethical to take advantage of such a pure-hearted, gentle, and beautiful girl? Considering the cumulative ages of his past and present lives, it seemed rather inappropriate. Shaking his head, Alan sought to dispel that inexplicable sense of wrongdoing. Pure and innocent Emma required a strong protector. He resolved to safeguard her world, shielding her from the malevolence of the world outside. Alan silently reassured himself. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Emma inquired softly. "Because your face is so rosy and ripe, like a mature apple. I can't help but want to take a bite." Alan teased playfully. "How rude." Emma shot him an incredulous look, devoid of any real threat. "Oh dear, I forgot you must still be hungry for lunch. I'll prepare something delicious for you," Emma exclaimed, bouncing off to the kitchen. Watching her busy figure, Alan felt an overwhelming warmth wash over him. It reminded him of his mother, Jennifer, often bustling about the kitchen preparing delightful meals for the family in the Baron's castle, while his father, Randall, would leisurely read in the living room or play with Grace. Now, he imagined his father likely spent his time amusing his younger brother, Patrick. As Alan relaxed, he felt the fatigue of the past 6 or 7 days of relentless travel and combat weigh heavily upon him. The burden of responsibility had kept him in a state of heightened alertness. Now, having returned to a familiar and safe environment, with the mission accomplished and his companions unharmed, and someone caring by his side, he finally let go of his tension. His heavy eyelids surrendered to the embrace of sleep. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Alan felt a tickling sensation in his nose and ears. The irritating presence of bugs from the jungle. He swiftly reached out, only to grasp a soft, fragrant hand. Upon opening his eyes, he encountered a familiar, adorable face, with mischief still lingering in her eyes, as she held a small tuft of fiery red hair. "I simply came to wake you for a meal. You were sleeping like a log. I had no choice but to resort to this method," Emma explained, her cheeks reddening as she wriggled free and dashed out, not forgetting to call back, "Hurry up and get ready for lunch." The little girl had grown increasingly assertive, no longer the timid soul who merely responded softly. The once quiet kitten had begun to learn how to extend her claws. Alan rose, realizing he had been lying on the bed, likely placed there by Emma after he had fallen asleep. Through the window, he noticed that the sun had already dipped below the horizon, and he had been asleep for quite a long time, which explained the delightful refreshment he felt in his body. After a brief stretch, a series of cracking sounds emanated from within him. Closing his eyes, every scene within 100 meters projected vividly in his mind, as clear as if it were right before him. After ascending to the rank of a grand sorcerer, not only had his mental probing range doubled, but the precision of his detection had significantly enhanced as well. Alan observed Emma arranging food on the dining table, her eyes occasionally darting towards the bedroom door. The aroma wafting through the air was exquisite, rivaling the culinary standards of his mother. Sitting at the table, Alan indulged in the delicious meal crafted by Emma's hands. Showering her with continuous praise, Emma's face blossomed with joy as she busily served more food onto Alan's plate. Neglecting her own meal, as the pale moon ascended, its silvery light cascaded down upon the two figures, Alan and Emma. They exchanged not a word as they slowly traversed through the bustling streets, weaving past throngs of people, meandering through the lively thoroughfares, and finally arriving at the residence of the clergy, an imposing structure formed by the union of several castles. Emma turned to face Alan, exclaiming, "What a beautiful night." Alan understood that Emma was referring to the beauty of the moonlight, but undoubtedly, it was also due to his presence. Gently stroking Emma's red hair, he could not help but exclaim, "Your presence beside me is the true beauty." Suddenly, Emma playfully punched Alan and scampered into the castle. Watching her silhouette vanish within the castle walls, Alan caught a lingering scent of her hair on his hand. He turned to retrace his steps, arriving at a secluded street. "Come out, my lord, that you've been following me for quite some time, that don't you wish to meet?" He called out that a figure emerged from the corner of the street, gradually approaching Alan before halting 3 meters away. The individual was of similar height to Alan, with shoulder-length golden hair, appearing to be in his 20s, possessing well-defined features, and a cluster of short facial hair gracing his lips. A standard single-handed sword of the Church of Light hung at his waist. Alan scrutinized the stranger, who seemed equally intent on observing him. The man continued to advance until he bypassed Alan's form and halted. "I know you, Alan Taylor, son of the Bordeaux Baron. Your strength is commendable, and today your team managed to capture a sorceress. However, allow me to caution you. In the southern fortress, mere strength is insufficient. Keep your distance from her. She is not someone of your standing that you can provoke." With those words, the man departed. Alan was left bewildered, wondering if this individual was a rival, perhaps a secret admirer of Emma, or if she possessed some extraordinary identity. When he first encountered her, she was but a destitute wretch. Alan had always believed that she merely awakened her bloodline talents to train within the Church of Light. Presently, she was merely a gray-robed priestess, and the church imposed no restrictions on the marriage of its priests. Suddenly, a headache assailed him. It seemed prudent to consult Daniel for clarification upon returning to his quarters. He found Daniel, Theodore, and Angelina waiting for him in the living room. Daniel, with a teasing grin, remarked, "Did you escort a beauty under the moonlight? I intended to join you for dinner, but upon arrival, I found the room empty and the dining area bare. My stomach is still growling in hunger." Theodore and Angelina chimed in, expressing their grievances about being busy and missing dinner. Alan resolutely dismissed their pleas, stating, "No more scrounging for food and drink, that I've decided that Emma will only cook for me from now on. You might as well give up on that notion. Prepare your own meals if you wish to eat." They all scolded Alan for lacking brotherly affection, calling him selfish and ungrateful. After a light-hearted exchange, Angelina spoke seriously. "During the jungle mission, we killed 9 druids, captured a sorceress, and seized 15 bags of holding, which we returned to the 4 women. However, the bags belonging to their slain companions were taken by the druids and not returned to them." Angelina continued, "The 9 druids we dispatched earned us 1,400 military merits, while the captured sorceress, being alive, doubled our merits to 1,600, with the 400 military merits transferred from Hugo. We currently possess a total of 3,400 military merits." Now resembling a meticulous accountant, Angelina cheerfully added, "The materials we acquired that are useful to us, gold coins, crystal cores, magical potions, herbs, have been retained. Additionally, we have 2,000-fold bags and a self-protective magical array plate. Other items, such as the 100-fold bags, magical staves, and beast corpses, have been sold to other practitioners, merchants, and taverns, yielding a total of 35,432 gold coins. How do you propose we distribute this, Alan?" After contemplating, Alan noted that Daniel had contributed significantly, having used 6 vials of Moon Goddess's tears during their battle with the druids, while he had the advantage of a teleportation token. Theodore relied on his robust physique and Hugo's resilience, without consuming the tears for recovery. The other 3 had only managed to recuperate swiftly due to the tears. Currently, military merits exchanged at a rate of 1,000 points for a vial of Moon Goddess's tears, with a market value of approximately 10,000 gold coins per vial. Considering the overall contributions and sacrifices, it felt as though they had risked their lives with little reward. Alan stated, "For this jungle rescue mission, we must first compensate Daniel for his extensive use of the tears." Daniel interjected, "My tears were obtained from within the church at a cost of 2,000 gold coins per vial. Alan, please reimburse me at that price." Theodore exclaimed in astonishment, "Why such a discrepancy? We could resell them for a substantial profit." Angelina shot him a disapproving look. "Fool." Daniel regarded Theodore with disdain. "Do you think the church would overlook such a scheme? I can use them myself, but reselling is out of the question." Each member received 850 points of military merit. "Angelina, you will be responsible for transferring the merits to our respective insignias at the military merit exchange tomorrow. Give Daniel 12,000 gold coins first, then distribute 5,000 gold coins to each of us. The remaining coins will be held by Angelina as our team fund for future missions. The crystal cores will be evenly divided, while the potions and herbs will go to those in need. Daniel will receive one of the 1,000-fold bags, and Angelina will have the other, for future acquisitions. They will go to Theodore, and then to me." The self-protective magical array plate likely came from that young chieftain's son. Its protective capabilities are commendable, so it should be allocated to Angelina, as her personal defenses are the weakest and it would suit her best. Thus, Alan swiftly outlined the distribution of their spoils, and everyone seemed in agreement. Just as they concluded, a rumbling sound emerged. Theodore's stomach growled like a frog. With excitement, Theodore declared, "I still have that black tiger's tail here. It's a great delicacy. Who will take care of it? Let us head to Hugo's restaurant for a sumptuous feast." "It's on me," Alan proclaimed, waving his hand as the group made their way towards the bustling district where the tavern was located. Chapter 47. Internal team sparring. With a throbbing headache, a parched tongue, and an unsettled stomach, Alan awoke in the morning, feeling utterly miserable from indulging in too much alcohol the previous night that he gritted his teeth against the discomfort. Sitting cross-legged to adjust his body, expelling the remnants of alcohol while using his mental prowess to alleviate his discomfort, gradually, he felt somewhat better. Opening the window, he employed wind magic to clear the stale air from his bedroom. Breathing in the fresh air that flooded in, which helped to clarify his thoughts. It was then that he began to recollect the previous night's events. Alan and his companions had dined at the tavern owned by the enchanting Helen, who, as Joanna's sister-in-law, warmly welcomed Alan's team. The attentive service and enthusiastic demeanor made Alan feel somewhat overwhelmed. He only remembered that after dinner, they had indulged at the bar, reveling in their libations, releasing the pent-up fears, tensions, and anxieties accumulated from their recent harrowing experiences in the Blood Corridor. Having arrived at the southern fortress less than half a month prior, Alan's team had ventured deep into the Blood Corridor twice, claiming nearly 20 lives and sustaining severe injuries on 2 occasions. Although they had narrowly escaped death each time and had even improved in strength, the psychological toll weighed heavily on the young Alan. Theodore, Angelina, and Daniel, all in their mid-teens, harboring an unspoken rage and terror, the gathering at the tavern had allowed them to let loose. Alan distinctly remembered downing one drink after another, with someone always refilling his glass with fine wine. The other members of the team were equally rowdy, drinking and shouting in unison. He vaguely recalled a graceful young woman seated beside him, though the details were hazy. After inspecting his body and the garments upon him, he found nothing particularly amiss. All was well, and he had not engaged in any indiscretions that would betray Emma due to drunken revelry. The mere thought of Emma sent a wave of warmth coursing through Alan, causing his blood to rush towards a certain part of his anatomy, undoubtedly a consequence of the tiger's essence consumed the previous night. Indeed, the tiger meat and its accompanying essence, prepared by the chef at Barry's restaurant, were quite delectable. It seemed a long-term partnership with Barry's might be in order, allowing the team to sell their hunted beasts to the establishment. Alan retrieved a fresh set of attire, preparing to cleanse himself in the washroom and discard the stench of alcohol that clung to his clothes. Upon opening the bedroom door, he was met with a thunderous snore assaulting his eardrums, revealing Theodore sprawled in a starfish position on the living room floor, oblivious to the world around him. Mouth agape, his snoring reverberating against the ceiling. Stepping over Theodore, Alan made his way to the kitchen, quenching his thirst with a glass of cold water before placing a large pot upon the magical stove. He ignited the flames, filled the pot with water, and added an assortment of vegetables, minced meat, salt, and various seasonings, all of which had been prepared by Emma. Considering Theodore's hearty appetite, Alan concocted a substantial pot of rich vegetable soup. After washing up and changing into fresh clothes, Alan felt a refreshing sense of comfort, though Theodore's loud snores remained in irksome discord. Concentrating, Alan conjured a chilling orb of water and tossed it onto Theodore's face. Startled awake, Theodore looked around in confusion until his gaze settled on Alan, his expression gradually sharpening as he scrambled to his feet, wiping the icy water from his face and grumbling, "Alan, you are utterly ungrateful. It was I who carried your inebriated self home last night. Is this how you repay me, with a rude awakening of ice water?" Alan shot him a glare, silently urging him to hasten to the washroom and rid himself of the odor of alcohol. Theodore, sensing the unspoken command, reluctantly retreated to the bathroom. For some reason, Alan felt a shift in Theodore's demeanor since their rescue mission. He appeared somewhat intimidated, no longer daring to raise his voice in Alan's presence. Just as Alan arranged the plates on the kitchen table, Daniel and Angelina entered, seemingly drawn by the aroma, both wearing grim expressions and rubbing their temples. Familiar with the kitchen, they helped themselves to plates and utensils, then took their seats at the table, awaiting Alan's service. Theodore emerged from the bathroom, plopping himself down beside them. Alan ladled generous bowls of hearty vegetable soup for each person, accompanied by large chunks of white bread. Daniel took a sip of the rich soup, wrinkling his brow in distaste, commenting, "This craftsmanship pales in comparison to Emma's." Theodore gulped down several mouthfuls, exclaiming, "Ah, this is comforting. A meal is a meal, no matter the fuss." "Alan, pass me some more soup." He then shot a jibe at Daniel, unable to tolerate Daniel's frequent flirtations with women, often mocking him for his good looks. "Indeed, with a stomach like a pig's, everything is delectable," Daniel retorted, believing Theodore's disdain stemmed from jealousy over his appeal to women. Generally, Daniel considered himself magnanimous, above petty squabbles with Theodore. However, today seemed different. He found himself at odds with Theodore. Alan savored his own bowl of soup. Choosing to ignore the bickering duo as the warm broth settled in his stomach, he felt significantly soothed. Angelina, glancing at Alan, raised her eyebrows and whispered, "Aren't you going to intervene?" Overflowing with energy, they seemed to need an outlet. Likely a result of last night's indulgence. "You see, in this world, it is not merely about size. Looks are of little consequence," Theodore declared, raising his fist the size of a bowl. "Size does not equate to strength. Otherwise, we could resolve our grievances without combat. Merely measure our fists," Daniel countered, his nonchalant demeanor only serving to infuriate Theodore further. "Oh, you believe I could not reduce your handsome visage to that of a pig's head with a single blow?" Theodore threatened with a scowl. "Some faces require no punching to appear like pig heads. And besides, do you think your fist could reach me?" Daniel scoffed dismissively. "Boy, if you doubt, then try it," Theodore exclaimed, toppling his chair as he stood. "Let us try, then," Daniel retorted defiantly, both men glaring at each other across the table, their eyes ablaze with a desire to annihilate the other with a mere glance. "Very well, since everyone is so spirited. We shall head to the training room shortly to stretch our muscles, but for now, let us enjoy our breakfast," Alan commanded. Reluctantly, Theodore and Daniel resumed their seats, tearing into their bread as if it were the other man. They hastily finished their less than exquisite breakfast and made their way to the Southern Fortress arena, arriving early enough that no matches were yet underway. Alan spent 5 gold coins to rent a spacious, well-fortified private training room, ensuring privacy from prying eyes. They had an entire day ahead to spar and settle any disputes. "Who wishes to go first?" Alan inquired, noting that despite being on the same team, they had yet to engage in friendly competition. Theodore, brimming with confidence, strode to the center of the room, turned, and provocatively challenged Daniel. "Today, if I do not reduce you to a pig's head, I am no descendant of the Gaussen family." Daniel shed his outer garments, revealing a snug training outfit, indicating that today, a disgraceful scion of the Gaussen family was about to emerge. "Prepare to witness my prowess," Theodore roared as he charged at Daniel. Throwing a powerful punch, Daniel deftly evaded, raising his leg to strike at Theodore's thigh, which Theodore blocked just in time. Thus commenced their exchange of blows, each landing punches and kicks in a fierce contest. Angelina watched intently, her eyes never wavering from the combatants. "Alan, who do you think will triumph?" she asked. Theodore is direct and forceful in his attacks, while Daniel exhibits agility and cunning. It is difficult to predict. "Ultimately, it may come down to sheer willpower," Alan observed carefully. Theodore, caught off guard, received a couple of Daniel's swift punches, which, though not particularly painful, only fueled his irritation. Harnessing his energy, a faint white glow enveloped Theodore as he prepared to unleash his true strength. In response, Daniel steeled himself, ready to meet the challenged in a flash. Theodore closed the distance that had once been several meters between them, moving with such speed that he appeared directly in front of Daniel. Launching a powerful fist aimed at Daniel's chest. Alarmed, Daniel had no choice but to brace himself and retaliate with a punch. The impact echoed through the training room, sending a gust of wind that tousled their hair. Angelina expressed her concern. "What if they truly injure each other?" Alan reassured her. "Daniel's tears of elegance are numerous. As long as he draws breath, he shall not perish." Angelina shot him a disapproving glance for his seemingly irresponsible reassurances. Daniel felt the ache in his fist and the tingling in his arm. Quickly realizing he was outmatched in strength and energy, he attempted to retreat and rely on his agility, but Theodore, switching from punches to grappling, seized Daniel's fist and lunged forward, delivering a fierce left hook to Daniel's right cheek. Daniel arched backward, bending low and countering with a kick aimed at Theodore's chin. Forcing Theodore to relinquish his grip and retreat a few paces, Daniel, recovering his stance, gingerly touched his right cheek, noting a small cut, a consequence of not entirely avoiding Theodore's powerful punch. The two stood several meters apart. Resembling two ferocious beasts, glaring at each other with unyielding intensity. In unison, they surged forward, their fists and feet colliding in a cacophony of sound and fury as the air around them crackled with force. Suddenly, a tremendous thud reverberated through the room as one colossal figure crashed to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust and causing the floor to shudder. Theodore, unable to match Daniel's agility, had been caught off guard and knocked down. He sprang back up, his eyes blazing with rage, launching himself once more at Daniel. Daniel leaped into the air, unleashing a flurry of kicks aimed at Theodore's chest, pushing him back while leaving deep imprints in the ground. With a roar, Theodore caught Daniel's dual kicks, exerting his strength to slam Daniel down towards the earth. Daniel landed heavily, creating a crater-like impression in the ground. Theodore pounded his chest triumphantly, throwing his head back to howl at the ceiling. Angelina, exasperated, remarked, "Look at Theodore. He resembles a feral gorilla." Daniel, struggling to rise from his indented spot in the ground, shook his head to clear the haze, disregarding any semblance of dignity. With a primal shout, he charged at Theodore once more, only to be met with a brutal headbutt that sent him crashing against the training room wall, blood streaming down his face. Theodore gleefully proclaimed, "You wish for your face to be a pig's head. Consider it done." The two, like enraged bulls, rampaged within the confines of the training room, their fierce clash stirring the air and leaving the ground marred with craters. One moment Theodore would be down. The next Daniel would be slammed against the wall, and the cycle of chaos continued unabated. Overall, Theodore has been knocked down more times than Daniel, yet Theodore's resilience and ability to withstand blows far surpass those of Daniel. Angelina, watching anxiously from the sidelines, exclaimed, "Is this a fight? It resembles two brutes merely testing their strength, devoid of any technical finesse." Once again, Theodore and Daniel rose from the ground, breathless, locking eyes with one another. One decisive move to determine the victor. Very well. Chapter 48. Emma's identity. Theodore assumed a peculiar stance, adopting a wide-legged posture with his palms pressed together at the wrists, slowly pushing outward from his right hip. The white aura of his fighting spirit brightened with intensity, as if he were straining against a great mountain, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat pouring down. Daniel, raising his hands high above his head and muttering incantations, seemed to draw all the light in the training room towards his palms. Angelina grasped Alan's arm, urging, "They are about to unleash their ultimate techniques. You must intervene. This could end badly. Please, stop them, quickly." Alan summoned all his strength, prepared to act should either of them falter. Theodore shouted, "Fighting spirit technique. Explosive fist." With a powerful thrust, a sphere of fighting spirit, the size of a face, shot directly towards Daniel. In response, Daniel swung his joined hands downward, executing the night technique. Holy light slash. As a massive sword of light cleaved towards Theodore, the fighting spirit sphere and the sword of light collided between them, resulting in a tremendous shockwave that hurled both combatants against the walls. The violent impact causing the training room to tremble as if it might shatter at any moment. Alan activated 9 earth shields to protect Angelina and himself from the blast, clearing the dust stirred up in the training room with wind magic. Alan surveyed the scene. A 2-meter-deep pit lay in the center, revealing that those managing the training room had deemed it unnecessary to lay flooring, opting instead for a hard earth surface to accommodate any ruckus. Theodore and Daniel lay crumpled in the corners, disheveled and bruised, resembling two battered pigs. Using his mental prowess, Alan scanned both their bodies and reassured the worried Angelina, "They only have superficial injuries. They'll be fine. There's no need for tears of elegance. They were simply exhausted, which is why the final blow rendered them unconscious." With a wave of his hand, he conjured 2 spheres of icy water and directed them at their heads, rousing them from their stupor. Slowly, they propped themselves against the wall, glaring at one another with lingering defiance. "What's this?" Still not satisfied. "Shall we continue?" Alan inquired. Both men huffed in response, refusing to engage further. Angelina, both amused and exasperated, remarked, "You both still act like children, squabbling like this. Hurry up and recover." After stretching and moving about, they settled down to meditate, extracting crystal cores to replenish their depleted fighting spirit. Angelina provocatively suggested to Alan, "Captain, while they meditate, should we not practice ourselves?" Alan, eager to test his newfound powers as a grand mage, agreed. "Very well. Feel free to unleash your abilities. It will provide you with valuable experience in combat against mages. With daggers in each hand, Angelina darted around Alan like a phantom, her speed noticeably enhanced, indicating significant growth in her abilities during this time. However, to Alan, her speed was still insufficient, considerably slower than the shape-shifting druid's Shadow Panther form. Concentrating his mental energy solely on Angelina, she suddenly felt ensnared in a viscous substance. Her speed drastically diminished. This unexpected development alarmed Angelina, as her speed was her greatest asset. Without it, she felt utterly powerless. Channeling her fighting spirit, she countered the mental restraint, realizing that if she could not swiftly incapacitate Alan, her own defeat was imminent. With determination, she unleashed her assassin skill, Lightning Strike. 18 consecutive hits, her daggers striking from 18 different, bewildering angles towards Alan. The sound of clashing metal echoed as each of her strikes was thwarted by 18 ice shields. Depleted of her fighting spirit, Angelina collapsed to the ground. Following his advancement to Grand Mage, Alan noted significant improvements not only in the precision of his mental detection range, but also in the finesse and reaction time of his magical control. Realizing how fortunate they had been to defeat the Shadow Grand Mage that day, he felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Gasping, Angelina exclaimed, "Alan, you monster! How have you grown so powerful?" At that moment, Alan felt compelled to reveal the truth. During my confrontation with that sorcerer, I ascended to the rank of Grand Mage. Angelina's expression mirrored that of someone who had seen a ghost. Theodore and Daniel, equally astonished, ceased their meditative practices, rushing over to Alan, touching him and pinching his cheeks to confirm he was not an imposter. They then asked in disbelief, "How have you advanced so rapidly?" Alan, extricating himself from their probing hands, replied with a hint of resignation, "It was merely a fortunate coincidence, a breakthrough opportunity encountered in a life-or-death situation. Look at you two. Your training has also progressed well. Theodore and Daniel, you are now high-ranking Bronze Knights, and with just one opportunity, you could ascend to Black Iron Knights. Angelina is close to breaking through to High Warrior." Daniel, disheartened, lamented, "Such opportunities are rare. One could easily be stuck for years." Theodore, on the other hand, was brimming with excitement, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is through life and death experiences that one achieves great breakthroughs. Alan, in future perilous battles, allow me to take the lead. Let me also experience your prowess as a Grand Mage." Theodore was filled with fighting spirit once more. "Let us wait a moment until the three of you have fully recovered, and then we shall engage together." Alan replied confidently. An hour later, suspended in the air, Alan gazed down at Theodore, Daniel, and Angelina, who encircled him from 3 directions, and began to weave the spell he had long desired. The temperature around him dropped sharply as hundreds of ice swords coalesced in the vicinity. Previously, Alan could only shoot ice swords like arrows due to his lack of precise mental control. However, now that he had ascended to Grand Mage, he could deftly guide the flying swords, even allowing them to change direction. It felt reminiscent of flying swords in celestial fantasy novels, delighting him as he reveled in the ability to command such a multitude of ice swords. The ice swords divided into 3 groups, each encircling Theodore and his companions. The trio realized that each ice sword moved like a living serpent, swaying gently in the air and exuding a chilling aura, their tips aimed at the 3 of them. Ready to strike. A sense of unease washed over them. Unable to contain himself, Theodore raised his massive sword and cleaved at one of the ice swords, which effortlessly evaded his strike. Seizing the opportunity, the ice swords behind him lunged for his neck, back, and ribs, forcing him to turn and defend himself. Angelina and Daniel simultaneously engaged with the flying swords surrounding them. Their quick movements and reaction times allowed them to seize opportunities to shatter several ice swords after a few deft dodges. However, with each ice sword destroyed, Alan promptly conjured another to replace it. After a brief struggle, Angelina grew increasingly frustrated, noting that the previously stiff and predictable movements of the ice swords had evolved into agile and elusive maneuvers. They were now difficult to hit, and she had already sustained several painful strikes despite Alan's careful control over their force. That insufferable Alan is merely using us for practice. Meanwhile, Theodore was vocally distressed, cursing Alan for his underhanded tactics as the ice swords continually struck his vulnerable areas. Alan remained largely unfazed by Theodore's complaints, while Daniel, distracted by his own exposed vulnerabilities, also suffered several strikes. Angelina, her face flushed with embarrassment, found herself similarly afflicted. Theodore finally shouted, "No more? This isn't fair. We're the ones being relentlessly attacked. This isn't enjoyable. It's utterly frustrating. Alan halted his assault, chuckling at Theodore's plight. I am a real battle. Your opponent will not adhere to any rules. It is a matter of life and death. They will act solely in their own interest to defeat you. Dispersing the ice sword spell, Alan concluded. That will be sufficient for today. This is indeed a splendid training ground. We should return here often to hone our skills. Theodore muttered, if I come back, I certainly won't be joining you, you weirdo. Exiting the southern fortress arena, they found it was nearly noon when Emma approached them, beaming with a smile. I came by your place, but you were gone. I saw your message and decided to come here. Glancing at the disheveled Theodore and Daniel, Emma inquired curiously, Sister Angelina, what on earth happened to you two? Angelina said with a smile. Their spirits were quite indignant, and the two of them engaged in a contest. You should have seen their comical, pig-like expressions. It was truly amusing. However, their facial injuries are nearly healed now, which is a pity. Subsequently, Angelina chattered away to Emma about the four-person brawl. Daniel glanced at Emma, quickly stepped over to Alan, and discreetly handed him a piece of paper, whispering, this contains some information about Emma that you asked me to look into last night that I forgot to give it to you this morning. Alan cast a brief glance at the paper, and the contents captured his attention. Emma Vincent, Mother Labova Shia, Father Jin A. Vincent, born on July 15,975 of the Radiant Era. Her father passed away early, and she was raised by her mother on September 15,985 of the Radiant Era. In the city of Ander in the Bordeaux province, her bloodline talent awakened, revealing her aptitude for magic, and she was selected to study at the Holy Empire's Radiant Clerical School. In 991 of the Radiant Era, she advanced to the rank of Grey Robe Priest. On March 20,991 of the Radiant Era, she was dispatched to the southern fortress of the Radiant Church for training. Emma Vincent is the niece of Cardinal and current Prime Minister of the Gozan Empire, Winterburn Vincent. Winterburn was separated from his brother Gianna in childhood and reunited with Emma in 987 of the Radiant Era. Regarding her as his own, upon verification, there is no conspiracy here, and Emma is not an imposter. With a thought, Alan caused the paper to ignite, swiftly reducing it to ash that scattered in the wind. He nodded at Daniel in gratitude and addressed everyone. It's nearly noon, and it seems we haven't had much for breakfast. I'll treat everyone to lunch today. Let us go to a restaurant and indulge ourselves. Upon hearing the mention of food, Theodore immediately perked up, loudly insisting that they should go to the finest restaurant to treat Alan, in retaliation for being bullied in the training room. Daniel joined in the commotion. Emma gazed at Alan with admiration in her eyes, evidently having heard much about his remarkable qualities from Angelina since her arrival. Chapter 49. Dining together. Alan, Emma, and their party of 5 arrived at the Wayland French restaurant, an upscale establishment owned by the Imperial Wayland family, with locations in all major cities of the empire. Upon entering, Alan felt as though he had stepped into a resplendent palace. Exquisite magical light fixtures cast a dazzling yet gentle glow, and beautiful murals and elegant porcelain adornments were artfully arranged throughout the restaurant, making every corner a feast for the eyes. Alan and Emma were guided by the waitstaff to a corner table. Alan pulled out a chair for Emma, who accepted his courteous gesture with a radiant smile and sat down gracefully. Theodore also gallantly assisted Angelina in taking her seat before he and Daniel excused themselves to the restroom to change into fresh attire. Daniel returned in a well-tailored knight's outfit, radiating a charming aura akin to sunlight, drawing the attention of several noble women dining nearby. Meanwhile, Theodore, despite his imposing stature, found his lavish knight's attire somewhat ill-fitting. Alan opened the menu and quietly inquired of Emma, "What would you like to eat?" Emma replied softly, "You decide." After a moment's contemplation, Alan ordered a special grilled lobster set for Emma and a honey-glazed ribeye steak set for himself. The others also began to order their preferred dishes. Theodore pretended to be sophisticated as he closed the menu, yet remarked, "To be honest, I don't particularly enjoy dining in places like this. The food may be exquisite, but it never fills me up," Daniel retorted. "With that belly of yours, even a whole cow wouldn't suffice." He then turned to Alan, saying, "Alan, let's skip the wine here. The stuff we had last night was utterly dreadful. Let us drink some of the fine wine you brought." Alan produced 2 bottles of Jennifer's specially brewed wine and poured a glass for each person present. Daniel took a sip and sighed in satisfaction, declaring that compared to the wine they had last night, this was like nectar. Like nectar? After drinking so much last night, Theodore, who naturally clashed with Daniel, complained to Alan, "Alan, why didn't you bring out this wine for us to drink last night?" Had we been drinking this, we wouldn't have suffered from such dreadful hangovers. Alan casually replied. If we had drunk my wine the way you did last night, that would have been sacrilege. Given your approach to drinking, even if I had served you horse urine, you would have thought it was fine wine. The group burst into laughter, playfully chastising Alan for his crudeness, when Emma looked at Alan with a questioning gaze. He softly explained the events of their drinking escapade at the bar last night. Emma's gentle voice admonished, in the future, refrain from drinking so recklessly, it can really take a toll on your health. The concern she expressed warmed Alan's heart. The waitstaff gradually delivered the ordered meals, and as members of the imperial nobility, they all exhibited refined manners, having been trained in etiquette, and began their meal elegantly without any clattering of cutlery. Occasionally, someone's words sparked gentle laughter among the group, creating an atmosphere of harmony at the table. Emma, is that you? I thought I was mistaken. The group turned in response to the voice, and two handsome knights approached. Clad in the uniforms of the Radiant Church's guardian knights, Alan's gaze sharpened. He recognized one of them as the knight who had warned him that evening. Emma stood up to greet. Hello, cousin. I happened to have some free time today and came here for lunch with my friends. She then introduced to the group, everyone, this is my cousin, Oriel Petty, the squad leader of the Guardian Knights of the Radiant Church. Emma continued, cousin, let me introduce you to my friends. No need. I came over to convey a few words. Oriel cast a scornful glance at Alan and the others. Your uncle specifically wrote to me, asking me to look out for you. Emma, your status can easily attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. There are many interested parties at the Southern Fortress who will stop at nothing to approach you. You should be wary. In future friendships, allow me to vet them for you. If you find yourself bored, I can introduce you to some genuine noble young ladies. There is no need to associate with the likes of some minor baroness son. Oriel's gaze lingered on Alan when he mentioned interested parties. Emma's face flushed with anger. Cousin, you are being excessive. The choice of friends is mine, and you have no right to interfere. The friends I have chosen are all honorable and brave individuals. Just days ago, they went to the Crimson Corridor to rescue 4 women from the hands of the Dark Suns. Cousin, you must apologize to my friends. Emma's rare insistence was evident. Oriel responded as if lecturing an ignorant child. Emma, the complexities of the Southern Fortress are beyond your understanding. With many strange occurrences, it's possible that some individuals orchestrated events to showcase their own bravery. Otherwise, how could a small team that has only been here for less than a month accomplish what seasoned hunter squads in the Crimson Corridor have failed to do? Some matters are too complex to ponder deeply. You are still too young. You speak nonsense. Theodore, incensed, immediately stood up, pointing at Oriel and berating him. Oriel glanced at Theodore, then fixed his gaze on Alan. I am magnanimous and do not deign to acknowledge someone's rudeness. I recall advising someone that not all individuals are worth keeping in mind, yet it seems my words have gone unheeded. In the Southern Fortress, minor powers do not equate to unfettered freedom. Alan rose, calmly meeting Oriel's gaze. What others cannot accomplish, our team cannot ask for how I conduct myself. It is not for anyone to dictate. Oriel remained silent for a moment before suddenly laughing. Very well, Alan's team. I look forward to witnessing your prowess in the Crimson Corridor. Alan smiled in response. Lord Oriel, we too anticipate crossing paths with you in the Crimson Corridor. Oriel and his companion turned to leave. And before departing, Oriel said to Emma, Emma, I will report your affairs to your uncle truthfully. Damn it, if it weren't for the strict regulations against fighting in the fortress, I would have chopped him into pieces this morning. Theodore fumed, slamming his hand on the table. Emma's eyes turned red with anger as she cautiously explained to Alan, I didn't expect my cousin to be such a person. Normally, he is very caring towards me. But I dislike his meddling and often avoid him. Alan wrapped an arm around Emma's shoulders, gently comforting her. It's all right. Don't cry. It's not your fault. Oriel has a dark heart. He perceives everyone through the lens of his own nature. Alan couldn't resist making a jest at Oriel's expense. Emma, upon hearing this, lightly slapped Alan's arm, saying, Cousin isn't so bad. He just cares too much about me. Emma's words inadvertently left Alan feeling somewhat uncomfortable. 3 individuals approached from the restaurant. At the forefront was a middle-aged gentleman in his 40s, adorned in noble attire, followed by a robust man in his 30s, whose physique surpassed even Theodore's, and a demure young lady of 17 or 18, whose face seemed vaguely familiar as she occasionally cast furtive glances at Daniel. The nobleman greeted them with a warm smile, creating an atmosphere akin to a gentle spring breeze. Greetings, everyone. I am Noel Waylandsey, responsible for overseeing certain business affairs of the family at the Southern Fortress. This is Bayer, the captain of the family's bear hunter squad. I have come to express my gratitude that a couple of days ago, your esteemed squad rescued members of the bear squad, sparing them from the indignities inflicted by those wretched slaves. The Waylandsey family is most appreciative. Bayer then performed a deep bow. The bear squad is grateful to Alan's squad for rescuing Amanda. That I intended to express my thanks in person, yet I am fortunate to encounter you here today. Such a great favor cannot go unacknowledged. In the future, should you require anything in the southern fortress, do not hesitate to speak to me. He turned to Amanda. Come now, show your gratitude to our benefactors. Upon hearing Bayer refer to himself as me Bayer rather than the bear, Alan understood that he was claiming the credit for the rescue as his own rather than that of the bear squad. The young lady gracefully curtsied. Thank you, Alan's squad, for saving me. It turned out she was one of the 4 women, which explained her familiarity. In the tense circumstances at the time, all the women appeared anxious and disheveled. And Alan had not discerned their beauty, mistakenly believing them to be of peculiar taste. However, now that Amanda had been tidied up, she possessed a charming allure, presenting a distinct charm. Alan promptly responded on behalf of the squad. Such deeds are the duty of the practitioners of Middle-earth. We merely happen to be in the right place at the right time. There is no need for such extensive gratitude. Noel was quite pleased with Alan's humility, recognizing that in such dire circumstances, few practitioners would have acted as Alan's squad had. Here is my VIP card. Whenever you dine here, you will receive a 50% discount, a small token of my appreciation. Additionally, I have some news to share. Leaning closer to Alan, Noel whispered, I have reliable information that next month, the church and the military are planning significant operations, preparing to jointly launch a cleansing mission in the bloodied corridor. This information has not yet been made public. I urge you to keep it discreet and prepare accordingly. Stepping back, Noel raised his voice. Once again, thank you for your assistance. Please enjoy your meal. And I hope to see you all again soon. He turned to leave, with Bayer bowing deeply and taking a reluctant Amanda away. After these 2 parties departed, no one else approached to disturb Alan and his companions during their meal. Once they finished dining, Alan instructed the others to return to his room and wait for him while he escorted Emma back to the residence of the priests. That on the way back, Emma, keeping a watchful eye on Alan's expression, carefully explained, Alan, I do not possess any remarkable status. You know well that when you first encountered me, I was on the verge of starvation. However, at the priest school, a man suddenly appeared claiming to be my uncle. He revealed that he had studied at the priest school in his youth, but his family was assassinated. My father managed to escape during the attack while still a child. Wandered far, met my mother, and thus I came to be. My father, having suffered from hunger and hardship in his early years, passed away when I was quite young, and my mother raised me alone. My uncle has been building his career within the church, and once he gained prominence, he sought revenge against those responsible for the attack. He was unaware of my existence until I enrolled in the church school. Emma's face was filled with trepidation as she continued, My uncle is Winterbourne Vincent, the current cardinal and prime minister of the empire. Alan, observing Emma's nervous demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. Emma, last night on my way back after escorting you, your cousin found me and warned me to steer clear of you. Alan said apologetically to Emma, I had someone look into your situation last night. I am already aware of everything you just shared. In my eyes, Emma, you remain the same Emma, and my feelings for you will not waver due to your change in status. On the contrary, in a rather mundane sense, it is even better. Henceforth, I shall have an imperial prime minister and cardinal looking out for me as your uncle-in-law. How presumptuous! Who says I will marry you? Emma playfully scrunched her adorable nose and gave Alan a light punch before sprinting off. After running a few steps, she turned back, urging him, hurry back. Angelina and the others are still waiting for you. Chapter 50. The cleansing mission. Upon returning to the small building's living room, Theodore, Daniel, and Angelina were leisurely sipping tea. Soon as Angelina saw Alan return, she promptly poured him a cup. The tea in this world was not much different from that of Earth. However, due to the superior environment and lack of pollution, the aroma of the tea here was far richer. Alan drank the tea in one gulp and shared the news he had received from Noel with everyone present. The cleansing mission in the bloodied corridor, conducted jointly by the military and the church. Alan noticed Theodore and Daniel looked equally perplexed, so he instructed them, return and utilize your resources to gather more information. We shall reconvene here for breakfast tomorrow. Until we have clearer intel, refrain from spreading this news. Theodore, after leaving Alan's residence, pondered for a moment and decided not to return home, but instead headed directly to the Southern Legion's outpost at the Southern Fortress. It was a vast complex of stone buildings, with soldiers of various ranks frequently coming and going. Theodore produced a token and passed through several checkpoints, arriving at a quaint little castle. The guards at the entrance approached him and said, "Young Master Theodore, the Legion commander requests your presence." Theodore adjusted his attire and strode confidently into the castle, making his way to a study located on the third floor. In the center of the room was a massive sand table depicting the terrain and geography of the Southern Fortress and the bloodied corridor. An energetic elderly man in his 60s sat behind a cluttered desk, reviewing documents. The old man glanced at Theodore and said, "Sit, I'll be with you shortly." After finishing the document he was working on, the elder stood, stretched, and ambled over to sit across from Theodore, who knew better than to be overly familiar with him, recognizing that this man was a high-ranking Silver Knight, and he had not escaped the consequences of his youthful mischief. Only when the elder was seated did Theodore cautiously take his own seat. The elder lifted his teacup, took a sip, and remarked, "Young Theodore, several days ago, your squad prompted my magical airship fleet to take to the skies in search of you. Fortunately, the church stepped in to cover the costs, compensating for my crystal core losses. It has barely been a few days. Are you here because you've stirred up yet another significant debacle?" Theodore wore a smile full of flattery. "Uncle Marshall, I simply missed you and wished to pay you a visit. Is that so?" The elder chuckled. "You used to be the type to run away as soon as you saw me. You miss me. When you first arrived at the fortress, if I hadn't sent someone to find you, you wouldn't have even thought to pay me a visit. Now, speak up. What brings you here? While I still possess some influence, let me assist you with what I can." Theodore awkwardly grinned. "Primarily, I came to see you and incidentally, to inquire about some news." The elder, not accepting Theodore's flattery, retorted, "Inquiring about news is the main purpose. While visiting this old man is just a side note, isn't it? Now, what do you wish to know?" Theodore leaned in and whispered, "Today, I learned from a friend that, whether true or false, the military and the church plan to jointly announce a cleansing mission in the bloodied corridor next month." The elder seemed taken aback, straightening up and asking quickly, "This news, do people in the Southern Fortress know about it?" Theodore refrained from revealing Alan and Noel's identities, answering, "No, my friend simply has some connections. Our squad has some past dealings with him, and he discreetly informed us." The elder sighed. "Your friend is quite well informed. I just received orders from the capital yesterday, and he learned of it today." Theodore cautiously inquired, "Uncle Marshall, what is this cleansing mission about?" The elder took another sip of tea, set down the cup, and explained, "Let me tell you. Essentially, every few years, the church orchestrates such an event. Our Southern Legion merely assists. However, this year the capital has ordered the Southern Legion not only to assist, but to deploy at least half of our forces to help. The capital seems oblivious to the fact that, under the pretext of the tense situation at the Northern Fortress, the Southern Fortress has been deprived of supplies for years, and now they are even delaying military pay. How can we be expected to cooperate with the church's actions? Every few years, the church sends out the Knights of the Faith to attack the southern mainland, claiming to eliminate the living forces there and deplete their capacity to launch assaults on the northern mainland. I suspect this year's offensive is related to the newly appointed Cardinal Matt. That I heard that a cardinal in Holy Emperor's Hill is nearing death, and it seems Matt aims to accumulate merits to compete for the soon-to-be vacated position. Before each offensive by the church, it is imperative to cleanse the blood-soaked corridors of the southern practitioners, which gives rise to the extermination mission. All free practitioners in the Southern Fortress are to be conscripted to undertake this task. You will be uniformly assigned and allocated, responsible for purging the Southern practitioners within designated areas. This will pave the way for the subsequent advance of the church and military forces. Initially, I had intended to bring this matter to your attention, but it seems you have beaten me to it. In addition to the extermination mission, all free practitioners will be organized into a unified team, accompanying the church and military forces to campaign against the southern continent. Thus, your position as a free practitioner places you in considerable peril. What are your plans? Theodore scratched his short hair and replied, "Uncle Marshall, you are aware of my aspirations. I merely seek to pursue the pinnacle of combat energy cultivation. Therefore, I shall not retreat. Rather, this mission presents an opportunity for me, a chance for honing my skills." The elder sighed and remarked, "Only through enduring the trials of wind and rain can a fledgling eagle thrive. Perhaps your choice is the best course for the prince. You should also be cognizant that under the pressures from the emperor and the princess, The prince's situation grows increasingly dire, with no retreat left. Theodore gazed steadfastly at the elder. I will strive to excel and not disappoint, grandfather. The elder rose and patted Theodore's shoulder. Just do your best. Do not burden yourself excessively, for we old men are still here. Stay this evening and share a drink with me in a grand hall within the southern continent. Several elder sons of darkness were engaged in discussion. The intelligence has been confirmed. It originated from an insider. What are your thoughts? The northerners are overly arrogant, seeking to come here to pillage and wreak havoc. This time, we must deliver them a severe blow. We cannot retreat any longer. A slender old man in black, visibly agitated, pounded the table. Given this, let us now vote to decide whether to deal the northerners a heavy blow. Agreed. 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 Seeing that all 6 elder sons of darkness present were in agreement, the eldest spoke up. Since we are all in accord, let us issue a war summons. Additionally, order all chieftains, great and small, to convene in this hall to discuss matters of war. If the northerners desire war, then we shall grant them war. The following morning, the Allen squad gathered in Allen's dining area for breakfast, prepared by Angelina herself. Daniel, frowning as he ate, lamented, Angelina, eating your breakfast makes me long for the meal Allen made yesterday. Angelina, incensed, retorted, is it truly that unpalatable? I put in a great deal of effort this time, arriving an hour early. Look at Theodore. He is enjoying it immensely. Allen, speak truthfully. Is it good or not? Allen, struggling to swallow a slightly burnt egg, quickly replied, it is edible. Indeed, as practitioners, we should not overly indulge in our gustatory desires. This is something you, Daniel, need to reconsider. Allen is right. Then eat more. Here, have another fried egg. Angelina cheerfully transferred one from her plate to Allen's. Daniel, witnessing Allen's grimace, struggled to suppress a laugh. Allen, incessantly fiddling with the egg on his plate, said, let us report on the intelligence we've gathered. Theodore relayed the information he had acquired the previous day in detail, to which Daniel concurred, sharing his own findings. Allen set down his utensils and stated, it appears we are on the brink of facing a large-scale, regiment-level war. In such a conflict, individual strength bears negligible influence on the outcome. Our primary objective must be to survive. Angelina, in the coming days, utilize all our funds to procure the necessary crystals, magical potions, and equipment from the market. Acquire as much as you can. Allen then addressed Daniel. Daniel, leverage your influence within the church to procure additional tiers of elegance to safeguard against unforeseen circumstances. I suspect that once the church and military announce their intentions, prices will soar. We must capitalize on this window to enhance our capabilities. Every little improvement increases our chances of survival. The group nodded in understanding. Suddenly, Daniel interjected, Allen, I have some insights regarding that Oriel fellow. He hails from the petty family of the Holy Emperor's Peak and is 27 years old. The petty family possesses a modicum of power within the church, having produced a cardinal and several archbishops. However, they have experienced a decline in recent decades, with only his uncle, Emma's father, currently serving as a cardinal. This may explain Oriel's keen interest in Emma. Daniel continued, at the age of 10, Oriel's bloodline talent awakened, revealing exceptional potential in combat energy cultivation. He received significant nurturing from his family, rapidly advancing his cultivation level. And at 25, he became a Black Iron Knight, regarded as the hope of the petty family and a prime candidate for the Protectors of the Faith. He wields some influence among the protectors stationed at the southern fortress. It is likely he will exploit this extermination mission to target us, particularly you. Allen pondered for a moment before responding. For someone like Oriel, who has been closely nurtured by his family, he would resort to using underhanded tactics to assign us arduous tasks. He would not dare overly harm us. Is this not what we desire? To use formidable opponents to inspire and refine ourselves? If he oversteps his bounds, I trust you will not stand idly by. Allen then inquired curiously, Daniel, as a prominent figure within the church, how is it that Oriel does not recognize you? Daniel replied with disdain, I operate at a different level than he does. Moreover, I tend to maintain a low profile at the Holy Emperor's Peak. Allen dismissed the credibility of this response and suddenly recalled a pressing concern. Daniel, with the church launching such a significant offensive, is Emma in danger? Daniel smirked mischievously. Only now are you concerned for your little sweetheart. Fear not. The priests are typically the last to arrive and the first to depart during military operations. If they were in danger, it would imply that all the church knights had perished. Thus, You should be more worried about yourself than Emma. Alan nodded in acknowledgement, affirming his understanding of the extermination mission's details. Now, let us commence our preparations. Additionally, this information must remain confidential. We shall disperse. Alan, you still have a fried egg left uneaten. Do not waste my heartfelt intentions, Angelina insisted, trailing after him persistently. Chapter 51. The Great War approaches in recent days. The southern fortress appeared as bustling as ever, yet beneath the surface, tumult brewed. Those with keen insight were quietly acquiring substantial quantities of cultivation materials. Attuned free practitioners had already sensed the impending upheaval from the surging prices. And many began preparations, heightening the atmosphere of tension throughout the fortress. That evening, Angelina entered Alan's residence's living room. Disregarding Alan, Daniel, and Theodore, she seized Alan's teacup from the table and gulped down several mouthfuls. Wiping her mouth as she exclaimed, "Damn it, these unscrupulous merchants are outrageous. Prices have surged within mere moments. Alan, I have spent every last coin we had, and now I am left with not a single copper piece. You had better have some private funds, for I shall be relying on you for meals during this period." "Not a problem. I have plenty of plain water and bread," Alan replied. "What did you purchase?" "I acquired 2 self-defense magical array discs, in addition to Daniel's and the one we confiscated. This way, each of us can carry one. I also secured 4 standard high-grade crystal cores to serve as the energy source for the self-defense magical array discs. That alone cost us 40,000 gold coins. Furthermore, I procured 3 vials of furious magical potions for emergencies, along with a vial of advanced mental recovery potion. I also bought some antidotes and transformation potions. Additionally, I acquired a military camping tent suitable for our 4-person outdoor lodging. The remainder of our funds went toward purchasing cured meats, smoked meats, and bread, enough provisions to last us a month. Thus, all our money has been spent," Angelina said while rummaging through her storage bag. Alan surveyed the array of items on the table, expressing his approval. "Excellent. These purchases are precisely what we urgently need for the impending conflict." "Angelina, you have done remarkably well." Upon hearing Alan's praise, Angelina felt that her recent efforts had not been in vain. Alan picked up 2 self-defense magical array discs, square in shape and palm-sized, made from black crystal material. With a high-grade crystal core already embedded in the center, capable of autonomously defending against attacks from Grand Magicians or Black Iron Knights and below, this object is astonishingly energy-consuming. A single high-grade crystal core can withstand only one attack from a Grand Sorcerer or a Black Iron Knight. Alan tossed a shard to Theodore before fastening his own piece to his waist. There was no other choice. Alan's neck was already adorned with 3 tokens, one a teleportation medallion, another a nameplate signifying his identity, and the last a pendant from his grandfather that aids in mental meditation. Daniel also produced 3 vials of Tears of Elegance, stating, "The church has implemented strict control over these coveted substances. Given my status, I've only managed to acquire 4 vials. This conveniently allows each of us to have one. Let us use them sparingly, though I hope none of us will need to rely on them." After a brief exchange, they dispersed. During this time, Emma heeded Alan's advice and refrained from visiting daily, dedicating more time to her training. The 2 would share lunch every other day to soothe their yearning for each other. That evening, Alan reluctantly dragged Angelina to the bustling downtown area for dinner at Barry's restaurant. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Angelina had recently developed a fascination with culinary arts. Each mealtime, she would showcase her newfound skills in Alan's kitchen, much to his dismay as he was reluctantly cast as her test subject. Unable to endure any longer, Alan brought Angelina to the restaurant to treat his beleaguered stomach. The bar area of Barry's restaurant remained crowded. For certain practitioners and ordinary warriors who often battled in the bloodied corridor, seizing the moment was their guiding principle. A young waitress spotted Alan and immediately beamed, approaching them with enthusiasm. "Brother Alan." "Sister Angelina, you have arrived. Would you prefer the bar area or the dining section?" Alan felt as though he had developed prosopagnosia. The girl's smile seemed vaguely familiar, yet he could not place her, leading him to awkwardly reply, "We'd like to sit in the dining area. Please bring us 2 signature steak sets." "All right, I'll note that down. You and Sister Angelina can find a table, and I'll have the chef prepare it right away." The young girl dashed to the kitchen, settling at an available table in the dining area. Alan, with a hint of curiosity, inquired of Angelina. "Angelina, that girl seemed quite familiar with us. I can't recall her at all." "In a way, Alan," Angelina exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. as if she had never met him before. You don't know who she is? That might hurt her feelings. Angelina. Please, I genuinely don't remember her. I only recognized her smile as somewhat familiar. Seeing that Alan truly did not recall, Angelina ceased her teasing and earnestly stated, that girl's name is Nina. She is one of the 4 women we rescued from the Son of Darkness, part of the same hunter squad as Joni. She spends most of her time helping out here at the restaurant. Do you remember the last time we came here for drinks? It was Nina who stayed by your side, pouring you drinks and offering you tea. I can't believe you have no recollection of her. You wouldn't forget me one day, would you? Alan recalled a hazy memory from that day when he awoke, realizing there had indeed been a graceful girl tending to him while he drank. It was Nina. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he replied to Angelina, I drank too much that day. How could I remember someone I wasn't very familiar with? My bond with you has weathered life and death. I could never forget you. As they spoke, Nina returned with their dinner. Alan graciously thanked her. Nina, thank you for your care that day while I was drinking. I hope I didn't cause you any trouble. Nina flashed a smile. Brother Alan, you're quite endearing when you're drunk. It was no trouble at all. I was more than happy to assist you. With that, Nina turned to attend to other patrons. Savoring the long-awaited delicious food, Alan felt a wave of happiness. Glancing at Angelina, who was enjoying her meal, he softly suggested, Angelina, the chef here is quite skilled. Since you love cooking, perhaps I could speak to Helen about you learning a few techniques from him? Angelina shot him a glare. I've suddenly lost interest in cooking. From now on, I'll just eat what you make. Alan silently chewed on his steak, pondering, it must be a cyclical discomfort. It's best not to provoke women at times like this. After dinner, Alan and Angelina moved to the bar area, each ordering a glass of red wine, and found a relatively quiet corner to sip slowly. Just then, Hugo approached with a bottle in hand. Hugo sat beside Alan, set down the bottle, and leaned in to whisper, things have been a bit off lately. The Southern Fortress may be gearing up for significant action, so stay vigilant. Alan was taken aback. By now, most individuals connected to the Southern Fortress were aware of the Purge mission, yet Hugo appeared unaware. It seemed his time in the military's practitioner ranks had not been particularly fruitful. Without intending to keep him in the dark, Alan shared all he knew about the current situation. Hugo finally grasped the entirety of the matter. Alan, thank you for informing me. The military will also be deploying half of its forces for this operation. Given my credentials and connections, I cannot escape involvement. Knowing in advance allows for better preparation. Alan, there is one more thing I need you to relay to Daniel regarding the Tears of Elegance. They've been with me for some time. I plan to purchase them at market price, but with this upcoming operation, I need to postpone that financial obligation until after the mission. I feel somewhat embarrassed about this. Hugo rubbed his hands together. Visibly awkward. Alan was quite satisfied with Hugo's conduct, smiling as he replied, when Daniel distributed 1 vial to each of us, it was intended for healing our injuries in preparation for battle. You bore your wounds without utilizing your vial. It rightfully belongs to you. You saved it for yourself, so there is no need to feel uncomfortable about it. Hugo's eyes reddened slightly. For him, that vial of Tears of Elegance was akin to an extra life on the battlefield. Then I want to be coy that I do indeed need this vial. If you ever require anything, just come to me. Alan, I have one more favor to ask of you. Joni and Nina should also fall under the scope of this purge. You know their strengths are somewhat lacking, so please keep an eye on them. Alan took a sip of his wine and replied, it's said that this time, the military and the church are jointly dispatching all unregistered practitioners. Which means we may not be together with them, but if possible, it would be best to help them leave the Southern Fortress. Sigh, do you think I wouldn't want that? Joni refuses to heed my or Helen's advice. Although she has softened towards me after the last incident, she is now fixated on training, intent on finding her brother's killer. As for Nina, she is here for her adult trials and can't just leave. Hugo lamented, taking a sip of his drink. Alan, Angelina, and Hugo exchanged a few more idle words until they felt it was getting late. Alan and Angelina rose to take their leave. Upon seeing them prepare to depart, Nina eagerly came over to bid them farewell. As the trio stepped out of the restaurant, Alan gazed at the jade-like moon hanging in the sky and at Nina, who radiated a pure, moonlit smile. He could not bear to leave without saying something. Nina, the current situation is tense, and you must have sensed it. The church and military are poised for significant actions, forcibly conscripting all free practitioners to wage war on the southern continent. This is exceedingly perilous. I urge you to consider leaving the Southern Fortress within the next few days. Remember, as long as you have life, everything else is secondary. Titles and ranks are mere illusions. Nina bowed her head for a moment before looking up with a bright smile. Thank you, Brother Alan. I understand that you speak from a place of genuine concern for me. However, I have my reasons to stay. I came here for my adult trials with a mindset of confronting death to seek life. Observing Nina's newfound resolve, Alan recognized that everyone has their own convictions and chose not to press further. He turned to leave with Angelina. 2 days later, the church and military simultaneously issued a purge order for the bloodied corridor. This decree was posted in various crowded areas of the southern fortress, commanding all registered free practitioners to report to the military and church by the 5th of May for reassignment. Those who refused would face joint pursuit by the church and military. Simultaneously, a war mobilization order was issued, prompting all personnel from both the military and church to spring into action. The southern fortress, the largest military stronghold on the northern continent, awakened like a slumbering dragon. Coming to life, soldiers are stationed everywhere, and the knights of the church are engaged in activities, operating with the precision of a finely tuned clock, amidst a tense yet orderly environment. Chapter 52. Road Clearance on the morning of May 6, 991 in the era of light. At the Southern Fortress Military Headquarters Magical Airship Base, torrential rain fell, and the heavy, dark clouds seemed to press down upon everyone. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, followed closely by the deafening rumble of thunder approaching from afar. Alan, Theodore, Daniel, and Angelina stood drenched in the rain, lined up in a long queue awaiting orders. The previous day, the military had briefed them on the mission details to remove obstacles from the roads and ensure unhindered passage for the church and military forces, while eradicating any potential dark forces lurking along the roadside. During past holy wars and military operations from the northern continent to the southern continent, a broad road spanning 500 to 600 kilometers had been carved through the blood corridor, leading directly to the southern continent. However, years of disuse and neglect, compounded by the destruction wrought by battles and the rapid growth of tropical vegetation, had rendered this road nearly impassable. Alan and another hunter team, along with a military representative, formed a group of 10, tasked with clearing 3,000 meters of roadway. Alan's team was directly assigned the military representative, Hugo, through Theodore's influence. Alan observed that approximately 2,000 practitioners were waiting in the downpour at the base, where 20 magical airships were docked. These airships resembled large, black cocoons, elliptical in shape, over 30 meters in length and more than 10 meters in height. Occasionally, in the flash of lightning, one could glimpse the intricate magical engravings densely etched upon their surfaces. The rain showed no signs of abating, yet the thunder and lightning seemed to recede. Suddenly, the entire team began to move. Alan followed the flow of people towards one of the magical airships. He scrutinized the sleek, dark vessel, noting its seamless magical patterns, and sensed the energetic elements coursing through its engravings, truly a masterpiece of a magical civilization from another realm, a testament to the ingenuity of its people. Entering the interior of the airship, Alan found a spacious area that could comfortably accommodate 100 individuals without feeling cramped. The operations room was likely on the second floor, guarded by soldiers who barred entry to unauthorized personnel. Alan, Theodore, and the others used magic or fighting energy to dry themselves off and approached Hugo to take a moment of rest. Soon after, Alan felt a jolt through his body, indicating that the airship was about to take flight. Through the porthole, he noticed the surrounding buildings growing smaller, gradually vanishing from sight. The distant dark clouds appeared to connect with the earth, resembling a giant pot turned upside down, occasionally illuminated by a flash of lightning that tore through the darkness. The airship was remarkably soundproof. The thunder outside was inaudible, and the flight was exceptionally smooth, with only a gentle vibration felt throughout the vessel. Just as Alan intended to close his eyes and rest, he was suddenly tugged by Angelina, who pointed out two familiar faces, Gale and Gordon. They, too, recognized Alan and his companions, their gazes evasive. The events of the past had long since faded, and in the face of life and death, their choices had been justifiable. Yet, the possibility of rekindling their friendship had dissipated. Alan glanced at them, then at Angelina, Theodore, and Daniel. Feeling grateful for the unwavering bond he shared with these three, he mused that having 3 good friends was sufficient. He need not wish for more. After more than 5 hours of flight, the airship gradually descended in both speed and altitude. The rear hatch opened, and 10 individuals jumped out every 10 minutes. Alan turned to Theodore, who appeared visibly anxious, his face pale and fist clenched. "What's wrong? Are you afraid? Do you need me to accompany you down?" Theodore forced a smile. At this height, It's not like we'll die from a fall. Why would I be scared? Alan recognized Theodore's evident acrophobia, but decided to let him be since he clearly did not want assistance. Alan, take me down. Angelina unexpectedly clutched Alan's arm. Hugo turned to the 9 individuals behind him. It's our turn, jumped quickly, and leaped from the airship. Alan followed suit with Angelina, descending from the vessel, only about 10 meters above the ground, landing gently. After a brief moment, Theodore leaped from the airship, flailing like a large stone crashing to the ground. When Alan and Angelina reached Hugo, the other 7 had already gathered around him. Angelina couldn't help but chuckle at Theodore, who had landed face first on the ground. While everyone else stood upright, the rain continued to pour. The group allowed the rain to drench them, knowing they would have to wait until evening to dry off. Hugo pointed ahead. Our task is to move in this direction and clear the road. Let us divide our responsibilities. I will team up with Alan, while the 5 of you will form the Brave Warriors team. One team will keep watch while the other clears the road. After every 200 meters, we will rotate. The Brave Warriors will start clearing the road first, while Alan's team will stand guard. Alan followed the direction of Hugo's arm and noted that this path was distinctly different from the surrounding dense woods, approximately 10 meters wide. Relatively flat, primarily overgrown with grass, and the trees were noticeably sparse. The Brave Warriors team consisted of 5 burly fighters, led by Herbert, a man in his 30s whose physique was slightly smaller than Theodore's but whose muscles were considerably more developed. Upon hearing Hugo's instructions, Herbert wasted no time, leading his team to stand side by side, drawing their greatswords. With a swift swing, they severed everything in their 2-meter radius, whether grass or trees. Advancing swiftly, as Alan stood guard, he contemplated the challenges of clearing the road. Without the rain, fire magic would have sufficed, but the downpour complicated matters. They could not simply follow the Brave Warriors' lead and hack at the underbrush with swords. If only they had a road roller to crush everything in their path. Alan suddenly had a brilliant idea. An hour later, the Brave Warriors had cleared 200 meters of the road. While they had not exhausted much fighting energy, swinging their great swords continuously for an hour had left their arms sore. It was now Alan's team's turn to clear the road. Hugo retrieved a broad-bladed axe, while Theodore unsheathed his great sword, preparing to tackle the task with brute force like the Brave Warriors. Angelina and Daniel, however, remained still, watching Alan intently. Angelina clung to Alan's arm, playfully pouting. Alan, dear Captain, how could you possibly expect me, a delicate girl, to do this rough work? Her tone was so sweet it sent shivers down Alan's spine. Daniel bore an expression that clearly stated he would rather not participate at all. Theodore, observing the 3 in action, snapped, You can't expect Hugo and me to do all the work. Alan frowned, feigning difficulty. I do have some ideas, but there are quite a few challenges. Everyone's eyes lit up. And Angelina immediately chimed in. We are all part of the same team. The captain's challenges are ours to share. We will help you solve them, right? The others nodded in agreement. Alan thought for a moment. We've been eating smoked meat and bread for days. I have little appetite. Theodore immediately replied. I'll go hunting soon. I'll make sure the captain enjoys some fresh roasted meat tonight. Roasted meat sounds delightful, but what about good wine? Daniel added. I have a few bottles of exquisite wine brought from St. Emperor Esrich. After a long day, we'll need something to ease the aches and pains tonight. Angelina offered. How about I give you a full body massage? With her strength, Alan was concerned she might break his bones, and he quickly waved his hands. No, that's not necessary. I was just joking. All right, I'll begin now. Alan waved his magic wand, and to everyone's astonishment, the surrounding water seemed to gather with sentience, coalescing in front of Alan to form a water column 3 meters in diameter and 10 meters long. Lying across the path to be cleared, with another movement of his wand, everyone felt a chill as the water column transformed into a pillar of ice. Alan pointed his wand at the roadway that needed clearing, and the ground began to undulate like waves, burying the grass and trees beneath the upheaved soil. This was Alan's intermediate magic, earthquake technique. Following this, the heavy ice pillar thundered forward, creating a smooth surface behind it. The earthquake technique cleared the underbrush and trees, while the ice pillar crushed everything in its path. The group advanced behind the ice pillar, occasionally encountering large boulders or decaying logs obstructing the road, which Theodore shattered with his fighting energy. The efficiency of this method far surpasses the clumsy approach of the 5 warriors, leaving them wide-eyed and inwardly musing that when they eventually have children, they must be afforded the opportunity to learn magic in just a single morning. and even allowing for a half-hour respite for Alan to recuperate his mental energy, the 3,000-meter path was cleared. Level and smooth, albeit submerged by the incessant rain that transformed it into a river. Hugo surveyed the results of the road's clearance with great satisfaction and remarked to the group, "We were allotted 2 days for this task. Yet we have completed it with such swiftness." The primary focus now lay in purging the surrounding area of the Children of Darkness. Alan's squad was assigned to the left side of the road, while the 5 warriors would handle the right. It was imperative not to stray too far from the path, and should any insurmountable issues arise, they were to report immediately. Hugo and Alan conducted several patrols within a 5,000-meter radius on the left side of the road. Discovering no signs of the Children of Darkness, as night fell, they returned to rendezvous with the 5 warriors, seeking a high ground free of standing water for their encampment. Alan felt grateful that Angelina had purchased a relatively large military camping tent prior to their departure, which was both waterproof and rainproof. Hugo and the 5 warriors, seasoned travelers, were equally well prepared. In no time, 3 tents of varying sizes were erected on the modest elevation. At the center of the tent's ceiling lay a moonstone, casting a gentle glow that illuminated the entire interior. Alan, Daniel, and Theodore had dried off and were comfortably ensconced within the tent, listening to the soothing sound of raindrops pattering against the fabric. They couldn't help but wish for a sumptuous dinner accompanied by fine wine, though they knew such thoughts were mere fantasies under the current circumstances. Angelina was preparing dinner, simply slicing the assorted cured meats and bread she had previously stored. Placing them on plates as for the wine, they remained vigilant against the potential appearance of the Children of Darkness, as indulging in drink at this juncture would be exceedingly reckless. Alan accepted the platter of food from Angelina, silently affirming to himself that this was a grand feast, and quickly devoured his portion. As night finally descended, the rain persisted unabated. Chapter 53. The plague of the black-scaled python. The night was deepening, yet the rain showed no signs of relenting. Angelina discarded the scraps of cloth she had stuffed in her ears and kicked Theodore's backside twice with some force, awakening with a bemused expression. Theodore gazed at Angelina in confusion. "Your snoring is thunderous. How can anyone else rest?" Angelina complained. Theodore, looking quite aggrieved, replied, "Snoring is beyond my control. I shall remain awake on watch while you rest well." Both Alan and Daniel had also refrained from resting. They were engrossed in a popular game of military flags, having played 5 rounds, with Alan winning 2 and losing 3, while Daniel held the upper hand, with such an auditory disturbance beside them. Meditation was out of the question, prompting them to seek other distractions to pass the time. Suddenly, Alan heard a distinct chime in his mind, realizing it was the mental alert system woven throughout their surroundings that had been triggered. Instantly, he unleashed his mental energy to scan the area, detecting that a torrent of water had surged to a height of 2 meters just 70 meters south of their encampment, with numerous dark shapes thrashing within the waves. "There's no time to rest. Prepare for battle," Alan informed the others, letting out a sharp whistle to alert the 5 warriors and Hugo. As the 4 emerged from their tent, they found the 5 warriors and Hugo hastily arming themselves and rushing to Alan's side. Gazing southward down the road at his direction, all are cultivators. Their features are markedly more defined than those of ordinary folk. Even at this late hour, through the rain, we can still discern the white, frothy waves surging toward us, accompanied by a cacophony of water crashing, ominously drawing nearer. Black-scaled pythons, hundreds of them. Prepare for combat. Alan finally discerned the shadows within the waves. Each was as thick as Theodore's thigh and extending over 10 meters in length. Their bodies adorned with coin-sized black diamond scales, entwined together, generating 2-meter-high waves as they advanced relentlessly toward the high ground of their encampment. The black-scaled python is a ferocious and immensely powerful serpent that thrives in the blood-red corridor in the southern continent. Known for its predatory nature, immense strength, and formidable defense, favoring large beasts such as wild cattle and porcupines as prey. Alan, you need not intervene. These black-scaled pythons are perfect for me to hone my skills," Theodore declared, gripping his great sword with fervor, his eyes ablaze with eagerness as he gazed upon the approaching serpents. This fellow, eager to ascend to the rank of Bronze Knight, craved every opportunity for battle. Relishing each encounter that promised sufficient pressure, turning his gaze to the 5 warriors and Hugo, Alan saw their eyes gleaming with anticipation, all of them a veritable band of battle enthusiasts. He levitated slightly above the group and advised, "Approach with caution and do not let your guard down." I shall oversee the fray from above. As he spoke, the mass of pythons had already come perilously close. Suddenly, several dark shapes leapt from the towering waves, propelling themselves toward Theodore and the others, with mouths agape to their fullest extent, revealing elongated fangs and flickering tongues. The snakes became increasingly discernible through the rain, their nauseating stench wafting into the air. Theodore raised his great sword, stepping forward to meet a black-scaled python hurtling through the air, shouting, "Kill!" He sidestepped to avoid the serpent's head, bringing down his sword with all his might upon its body. However, upon striking, he found his weapon sunk 10 centimeters into the python's flesh, but unable to penetrate further, forcing him to shove the creature away and swiftly parry another python's head that attempted to ambush him. What formidable physical defense, Theodore thought to himself, realizing that even without employing his battle energy, the weight of his sword should have easily cleaved through the serpent's body. He cast aside his earlier underestimation and began channeling his battle energy, fully committing to the fray against the black-scaled pythons. With the enhancement of his battle energy, each swing of his sword now carried the force of thousands of pounds, cleaving through the python's body with ease, leaving severed heads and bodies strewn about him. Even after losing its head, a python would still thrash and writhe on the ground, spewing forth a torrent of blood that mingled with the acrid scent of its flesh, creating an overwhelming stench that left one lightheaded. Alan, observing the chaos from above, caught a whiff of the pungent odor, feeling slightly dizzy and sensing something amiss. That he quickly warned the engaged fighters, "Beware of the toxic nature of the python's blood and foul stench. Seal your senses and drink the antidotes." Heeding Alan's warning, Theodore and the others endeavored to minimize their inhalation of the noxious fumes while hastily consuming their antidotes to guard against any unforeseen consequences. From above, Alan noted that the fighting styles of the 5 warriors, Hugo and Theodore, were strikingly similar, aggressive and straightforward, relying predominantly on slashing, striking, and smashing techniques. The pythons often succumbed to their onslaught, cleaved in twain, resulting in a gruesome spectacle. Due to their background as a hunting squad, the 5 warriors coordinated remarkably well, as if they had trained in a formation. While one would attack, another would defend, maintaining a strategic rhythm that effectively kept the pythons at bay. Daniel danced among the serpents, each thrust of his sword yielding immediate results as he pierced a python's mouth, emerging from its skull. The pythons he felled lay in equal numbers to those taken down by Theodore and the 5 warriors. Yet the carnage he left behind was notably clean and efficient. Angelina moved with the grace of a sprite, darting around the black-scaled pythons, her dark daggers effortlessly plunging into and withdrawing from their heads, dispatching the creatures with an ease that belied the ferocity of battle. Alan monitored the unfolding conflict from above, noting that the black-scaled pythons were rapidly losing ground, with each passing moment claiming more of their lives. Strangely, these serpents exhibited no fear of their formidable opponents, relentlessly pressing their attacks. A nagging unease settled over Alan. He felt a chill creeping down his spine, as if some predatory beast were fixing its malevolent gaze upon him. Logically, such a large assembly of black-scaled pythons should include a king or some other dominant serpent, yet he had yet to encounter any particularly formidable or conspicuously large specimen. This realization heightened his vigilance as he scanned the surroundings. With the numbers of black-scaled pythons dwindling, the remaining dozen or so seemed undeterred, charging recklessly toward the group as if prepared to sacrifice themselves. Theodore, caught up in the thrill of battle, deliberately allowed a robust python to coil around him. Ensnared in the python's grasp, Theodore found himself wrapped tightly, with only his head remaining free. The constricting serpent tightened its grip, producing a disconcerting sound as its scales rubbed together, while Theodore emitted pained groans under the pressure of its embrace. The blood coursing through Theodore's body seemed to be entirely concentrated in his head, causing his face to flush a deep crimson and his eyes to burn with a furious red. As if, in the next moment, his head might burst from the pressure, Alan felt a twinge of concern. It appeared that Theodore had grown overly complacent, and he hesitated, contemplating whether he should intervene immediately. Theodore felt as though his body were being crushed. He could scarcely breathe under the vice-like grip on his chest, his head throbbing with congestion, and his vision blurred with a crimson haze, rendering the scene before him indistinct. At that moment of impending retaliation, Theodore took a deep breath, and the constricting coils of the obsidian-scaled python loosened slightly, with his muscles taut. The combat energy surging within him erupted outward like a deluge. Alan observed a flash of white light envelop Theodore, and the python coiling around him shattered into dozens of segments, scattering in all directions. Theodore, as if reborn, inhaled deeply several times, raising his arms in triumphant shouts. At that instant, the others dispatched the remaining struggling obsidian pythons, and the fierce battle between man and serpent finally drew to a close. Expressions of victory adorned their faces as they prepared to cleanse the battlefield. Alan descended slowly from the sky, poised to join in their celebration, when he suddenly sensed an anomaly. Not far off, a shadow surged toward them with astonishing speed in the air. The shadow expanded and elongated until it transformed into a colossal obsidian python. As thick as a barrel and over 30 meters long, the massive serpent writhed its lengthy body, barreling toward the group. Alan barely had time to hastily conjure a dozen water shields between the python and the others when he heard the crackling sound of the shield shattering. A dark figure lunged at him, and he was sent flying by a tremendous force. Alan tumbled through the air, flipping several times before managing to regain control and float a few dozen meters back. Fortunately, the self-protective magic array he carried absorbed much of the impact, leaving him merely feeling a bit dizzy and disoriented. The others, however, were not so fortunate. Alan noticed deep gouges on the ground that stretched into the dense forest. Accompanied by the sound of trees snapping under pressure, he cautiously approached the massive serpent, which coiled its lower half while its upper body remained erect, its two fist-sized red eyes coldly fixed on the approaching Alan. The rain continued to pour, droplets cascading onto the python's head, tracing down its sleek, glossy scales and spiraling around its form. The forest echoed with the sound of snapping branches, and several figures emerged from the underbrush. Theodore, Hugo, and the 5 warriors stepped forth, forming a line beneath Alan, weapons at the ready, their gazes locked on the coiled giant. Alan noticed the absence of Angelina and Daniel, surmising they must be hiding nearby. Poised to deliver a lethal blow to the serpent, that a bolt of lightning cleaved through the sky, illuminating the pale faces of the group, revealing faint traces of blood at the corners of their mouths. Rainwater dripped from their arms onto their swords, pooling on the ground below. Alan concentrated, conjuring a shard of icy spear, a mid-level offensive spell aimed directly at the serpent's body. The python remained unmoving, its eyes reflecting disdain. The icy spear struck with the force of a hammer against steel, sparks flying at the point of impact, but the spear shattered upon collision. Alan observed, to his dismay, that the scales at the point of impact bore no marks whatsoever. Chapter 54. United to slay the python, the mid-level spell had inflicted no damage upon the python, tightening the tension among the group. Such formidable resilience reminded Alan of the strength comparable to that of a high-level black iron knight. They were undoubtedly facing a grueling battle ahead. With the mid-level magic proving ineffective, only high-level spells remained. Now a novice Grand Mage, Alan could unleash one high-level spell. With great effort, he could manage a second. But doing so would deplete his capacity for resistance and escape. It seemed he had no choice but to fight with all his might. Did he address the others? I will gather my strength for a powerful spell. If it proves effective, follow up with all your might. If it fails, we shall leave our fates to chance and fleet. Be prepared. As he spoke, Alan meticulously inscribed thousands of elementary lightning magic symbols in the surrounding space with his mental energy. Feeling his mental capacity dwindle rapidly, Daniel and the others could see sporadic flashes of lightning around them, their hair standing on end, a chill creeping down their spines. The atmosphere seemed charged with the promise of an impending energy storm. The python's gaze finally reflected unease, its body vibrating with alertness. Lightning strike. Alan pointed his staff at the serpent, releasing the high-level lightning attack spell. That a tremendous bolt of lightning rent the heavens, its blinding brilliance threatening to blind all present, followed by a deafening explosion that resonated in their ears. The colossal lightning struck the python's head repeatedly, causing it to convulse violently. Smoke billowed from its cranium as blood erupted like a fountain from the wound. The python let out a roar, its upper body crashing heavily to the ground. Theodore, Hugo, and the 5 warriors were jolted awake by the splash of rainwater as the massive body collided with the earth. And they raised their weapons, charging toward the serpent. At that moment, Alan had nearly exhausted his mental energy and fell to the ground, retrieving a vial of ordinary mental recovery potion from his storage pouch. Drinking it as he sat cross-legged in the rain, slowly regaining his strength. With a powerful swing, Theodore brought down his sword, only to be astonished to find that it merely left a white mark on the python's body behind its head. The rebound nearly caused him to lose grip of his greatsword. Hugo and the 5 warriors similarly found their attacks to have minimal effect. Growing anxious, Hugo exclaimed, "The python must not have been slain by Alan. It's merely stunned." We must capitalize on this moment to finish it off that we cannot hold back. Let us all unleash our combat skills and strike the same spot, that I shall go first. Hugo raised his broad-bladed axe, shoving Theodore aside, and leaped, shouting, "Axe of destruction." A massive shadow of an axe struck the exact location Theodore had targeted, scattering broken scales and revealing a 10-centimeter deep wound. The 5 warriors followed suit, unleashing their combat skills in a series of powerful sword strikes at the same wound. The python's injury widened with each strike, its body cleaved nearly in half. Exposing its vertebrae, only one final blow was needed, and victory was within grasp. Exhausted, Hugo and the 5 warriors, having depleted their combat energy, dragged their weary bodies to the side, retrieving crystal cores to slowly recover. Only Theodore remained with the strength for one final strike. He dashed toward the python, his combat energy coalescing around his great sword, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique. Suddenly, a soft, wet tendril ensnared his waist. Yanking him off balance, his sword veered off course, and his combat skill struck the ground instead, creating a deep gash and sending mud flying. Frustrated, Theodore realized that the binding was not a rope but the python's elongated tongue. The serpent had awakened, pulling Theodore toward its gaping maw with relentless force. Having exhausted his combat energy, Theodore felt weak and helpless, watching helplessly as his body drew ever closer to the python's fetid jaws. With escape seemingly impossible, despair sank in as Theodore closed his eyes, resigned to his fate within the serpent's belly. Suddenly, Daniel appeared like a specter beside the python's mouth, swinging his sword at the serpent's tongue. But his single-handed strike rebounded without severing it. With no time to ponder, Daniel swiftly executed the knight's technique, cross-slash, his radiant sword slicing through the resilient tongue, finally severing the 3-meter-long appendage. At that moment, Angelina emerged like a ghost above the python, plunging her daggers into its 2 fist-sized crimson eyes. The enraged python thrashed violently, its head swinging across the ground, sending Theodore, Daniel, and Angelina hurtling away. Nearby, Hugo and the 5 warriors, who had been meditating to recover, were also struck by the serpent's flailing tail, sending them flying. The massive serpent writhed across the earth, uprooting trees the size of a thigh with its chaotic movements. After considerable effort, the colossal python gradually calmed down, raising its head slightly. Blood tears flowed from its 2 eyes, still embedded with daggers, rendering its visage even more fearsome. The python continuously expelled half-formed flicks of its tongue, emitting a hissing sound as it began to meticulously search the battlefield, seemingly intent on locating and devouring the adversaries that had dared to strike it. Suddenly, it sensed an overwhelming magical disturbance that sent shivers through its massive form. A howling sound approached, and instinctively, as it attempted to evade, an irresistible force propelled its head into a deep pit. The python's head was crushed into a mushy pulp by a colossal meteorite, while the majority of its elongated body writhed outside the pit, twisting and contorting, until it finally succumbed to tranquility at long last. Alan unleashed his desperate resolve, casting another advanced earth magic spell, Meteor Strike, summoning an immense meteor the size of a cart from the heavens to descend upon the already blinded and severely wounded python, obliterating its head into a gruesome mess. Alan lay in the rain, allowing the downpour to drench his face, feeling as if this body were no longer his own. Unable to even move his fingers, the slender figure approached, lifting Alan from the puddles. The familiar scent of her body reassured him that it was Angelina. Her arms exuding a soft warmth. Their previous campsite lay in ruins, utterly decimated by the preceding battle, the ground pockmarked, and the tents reduced to tatters. Angelina carried Alan to a dry rise, gently placing him down. She swiftly gathered several long branches to construct a makeshift shelter, draping tattered tent fabric overhead to shield them from the relentless rain. Placing Alan within the shelter, she unabashedly removed his wet garments and donned him in clean attire. Then, she positioned him on a mat, arranging him in a meditative posture, and retrieved a vial of ordinary mental recovery potion from his bag, helping him to drink it. After tending to these tasks, Angelina ventured back into the downpour. Throughout this ordeal, Alan's face burned with embarrassment, yet he could not control his body and remained passive as Angelina fussed over him. After a spell, Angelina returned, each hand grasping an individual she tossed into the shelter before darting back out. Thus, after several trips, Theodore, Daniel, Hugo, and the 5 warriors were all crammed into the narrow confines of the shelter. Angelina commenced her examination of each person's injuries, mending broken bones, bandaging wounds, administering healing potions and distributing crystal cores to everyone. Once her tasks were complete, a weary Angelina dried herself off with her energy, retrieving a crystal core, and sat cross-legged beside Alan to quietly restore her strength. After more than 2 hours, Theodore, Hugo, and the others gradually regained control over their bodies. In the previous battle against the Python, they had expended all their energy, yet their injuries were relatively minor. The most severely affected was Theodore, who had fractured 3 ribs. The remaining injuries were mainly superficial, with only a few broken bones among them. For cultivators, these were mere trifles. Once they could independently channel their energy, their recovery accelerated significantly as dawn broke. Theodore appeared revitalized. Alan, however, still felt somewhat lethargic. The toll on his mental energy had been severe. And unlike energy cultivators who could hasten recovery with crystal cores, the high-grade mental recovery potions were exorbitant, while the ordinary ones yielded subpar results, leaving him to recuperate at a natural pace. Finally, the torrential rain that had ravaged the region for 2 to 3 days ceased. As the sun emerged, it unleashed its formidable power, causing moisture to rise in the air. Alan despised such weather. Although he was now a cultivator and less affected by temperature fluctuations, he instinctively recoiled at the oppressive atmosphere. Having regained most of their strength, the group began to clean the battlefield, carefully skinning the python. The hide of a black-scaled python could be fashioned into exquisite full-body armor for knights, worth a fortune. With over 100 black-scaled pythons, Alan and his companions stood to gain significantly. Theodore approached, holding a fist-sized object exuding a pungent odor, presenting it to Alan. Python gall, highly nourishing. I specifically sought out a large one for you. Alan felt a wave of nausea. He had always harbored a fear of serpents in his past life, and this aversion persisted in this new world. Noticing Alan's reluctance to accept his offering, Theodore grumbled, opening his mouth wide and consuming the gall himself. Angelina, who had just arrived, looked on with regret. Alan, that giant python was a druid, likely of a higher tier. It could have been exchanged for considerable military merit, but alas, its upper body was obliterated by your meteor, rendering its identity unrecognizable, and thus, the opportunity for merit is lost. Angelina had just retrieved her daggers from the pit. Remarkably, they remained intact despite the meteor's immense force, indicating their extraordinary quality. To have salvaged a life is a blessing in itself. Military merit can always be acquired in due time. Alan approached Angelina, leaning closer to her and softly expressing, "Thank you for last night." Angelina's face flushed with an uncharacteristic hue. "We are a team. Naturally, we must assist one another. Moreover, your contributions in this battle were indispensable." Alan leaned closer, whispering, "I recall the individual who transformed into the giant python leaping from behind that boulder 50 meters southwest. He may have hidden his belongings there." Angelina's eyes brightened, disregarding Alan momentarily as she feigned cleaning the battlefield, traversing the area of conflict several times before heading in the direction he indicated. After a while, she emerged from behind the boulder, her expression unreadable, before returning to Alan's side, excitement glimmering in her eyes as she winked at him. Utilizing the entire morning, the battlefield was cleared, yielding a total of 116 sets of python hide. Hugo and the 5 warriors each claimed 10 sets, while the remainder was generously allotted to Alan's team. As for the druid, its body had been so thoroughly mangled that nothing could be done. The group then spent over an hour repairing the road damage during the battle. Now, all hoped for no further incidents, awaiting the arrival of the military and church forces the following day. Chapter 55, The Southern Army. By midday on the 3rd day, the Imperial and church forces had yet to appear. Fortunately, there were no incursions from the Children of Darkness. Alan's team, the 5 warriors, and Hugo had fully restored their strength and combat capability. Suddenly, Angelina exclaimed, "The army is approaching." Following the direction of her outstretched arm, the group discerned 5 black dots lined up in the northern sky. Drawing closer, these were likely the magical airships of the vanguard. After approximately 10 minutes, a magical airship, appearing about 2 meters in size from the ground, thundered overhead, continuing its journey southward. After another half hour, Alan felt a subtle tremor beneath his feet, signaling the impending arrival of the army. Alan and his companions stood alongside Hugo, waiting patiently for the southern fortress army to pass. The sound of rapid, chaotic hoofbeats echoed, and a squadron of knights, riding 4 abreast, emerged from the forested northern road, advancing toward Hugo and the others. This was the vanguard of the church and imperial forces. At the forefront were 100 church knights clad in silver chainmail. Their faces obscured by iron helmets revealing only their eyes. In their right hands, they wielded 4-meter-long lances, while their left hands grasped the reins. Their steeds were adorned in armor, primarily protecting their heads and forelegs, with a rectangular shield hanging on the left side and a 2-meter-long greatsword on the right. Following them were 100 military knights, garbed in black leather scale armor, wearing black leather helmets. They held lances exceeding 3 meters in length in their right hands and reins in their left. A round shield was affixed to the left side of their mounts, while a 1.5-meter-long greatsword hung on the right. This pattern continued, alternating between 100 church knights and 100 imperial knights, creating a stark contrast of silver and black, radiating an air of ironclad lethality. Facing such a well-armed army, Alan questioned the efficacy of individual cultivator strength. A knight clad in imperial black armor broke away from the formation, galloping towards Hugo and the others. Upon reaching Hugo, who wore military attire, he reined in his horse and called out loudly. "Are there any unusual reports?" Hugo replied robustly. "Last night, a druid launched a surprise attack and was slain. No other anomalies have occurred. The 3,000-meter stretch of road has been cleared for the army's passage." "Excellent." The Imperial Knight surveyed the individuals behind Hugo, raising his voice. "By order of the Southern Fortress Military Command, all free cultivators who participated in the extermination task will be integrated into the Imperial Southern Army's Cultivator Division and will accompany the army southward into battle. Military merits will be calculated at double the usual rate, and rewards will be granted according to military regulations. Those who refuse will be eliminated on the spot." The Imperial Knight's hand rested upon the hilt of the great sword at his steed's right side. His gaze fixed warily upon the crowd. It seemed that the moment anyone from Alan's team or the 5 Warriors team displayed any sign of dissent, he would unsheath his sword and strike them down without hesitation. Alan's team had already received this news earlier and, upon hearing it again, exhibited no signs of surprise, merely nodding in acceptance. In contrast, the 5 Warriors team was visibly taken aback by the military command. Yet, upon glancing at the formidable Imperial Knight Brigade before them, they felt compelled to acquiesce to the orders and comply with the arrangements. Once the vanguard is passed, someone will come to receive you. Remain here and do not act recklessly. The Imperial Knight expressed his satisfaction with their obedient demeanor before spurring his horse away, melding back into the flowing tide of cavalry. It took a full 5 minutes for the 2,000 knights to pass before the gathered assembly. Approximately 10 minutes later, a longer yet seemingly chaotic cavalry unit approached. A practitioner clad in standard imperial military attire rode forth, accompanied by 10 empty steeds, and addressed Hugo. "Hugo, you and your team shall mount your horses and follow the brigade. We will discuss all matters in detail during the evening encampment." "Yes, Captain," Hugo responded loudly, then mounted his horse along with Alan's team and the 5 Warriors team, joining the advancing practitioner's contingent headed southward. Alan, atop his steed, reminisced about the magnificent horse that had carried him from the baronial castle in Bordeaux to the southern fortress. Due to the difficulties in feeding it at the southern stronghold, he had gifted it to an ordinary soldier on the day of his arrival. He wondered if it was being well taken care of. Turning his head to survey the surroundings, he was pleasantly surprised to spot several familiar faces: Bayer and Amanda from the bear hunter team, the courageous Katerina, who had once fought alongside them after being rescued, and Nina and Joanna. These individuals also recognized Alan and his companions. Amanda's eyes lit up upon seeing Daniel, and after exchanging a few words with Bayer, she hurried over to Daniel, riding alongside him and engaging in cheerful banter. Nina glanced at Joanna, whose face was taut with frustration, and offered Alan an apologetic smile without approaching on horseback. Katerina managed to squeeze her way over to Alan. "Captain Alan, it has been some time since we last met. How have you fared? This impending battle is fraught with peril, and I find myself lacking in strength. I hope that Captain Alan will look after me." Alan had a favorable impression of Katerina's past actions, and given the uncertainty of the upcoming conflict, he recognized the necessity of uniting their strengths. He responded promptly, "I have been well enough after that encounter. I remained at the southern fortress. It is only because of this mission that I have returned to the bloodied corridor. This task demands our vigilance and support for one another. It would be ideal if we could act together, as my team is also few in number and lacking in strength." Without hesitation, Katerina agreed. "As long as the military does not enforce strict divisions, I am willing to follow the plans set forth by Alan's team." sharing both fortune and adversity. Alan had thus secured a steadfast ally for his team, yet he knew that in the event of a large-scale conflict, their combined strength, including Katarina, might still fall short. However, if they could unite with the Five Warriors team and Hugo, even if they could not prevail, a safe retreat would be plausible. Alan pondered this while on horseback, recognizing the need to have a thorough discussion with the Five Warriors team that evening. The army of practitioners continued to advance steadily along the newly cleared road, with new teams joining in from time to time. Alan also noted the arrival of Gale and Gordon, who had recently joined their ranks. As evening approached, the practitioner brigade finally reached a vast, open valley, which marked the current destination of their journey. The valley was flanked by small hills rising less than 100 meters in height. With narrow exits to the north and south, at its center lay a lake spanning nearly 10,000 square meters, and the underbrush had been cleared from the valley, making way for a large encampment that had been constructed beside the lake. This encampment covered approximately 6 square kilometers, surrounded by sturdy 5-meter-high earthen walls, with tall watchtowers at each corner. Occasionally, magical airships would dock and take off at the center of the encampment, above the valley. Several magical airships circled continuously, surveilling the ground below. The free practitioners were divided into 2 groups. The military's free practitioners were stationed on the eastern side of the valley, while the church's free practitioners set up camp on the western side. The valley soon became bustling with activity as the practitioner teams settled in. Alan's team and Katarina collected 2 military tents from the logistics division, finding a flat, elevated patch of ground upwind to pitch their tents. Alan, Daniel, and Theodore shared one tent, while Angelina and Katarina occupied a smaller one. As Alan surveyed the busy scene around him, he estimated that the military's practitioner contingent numbered over 2,000, while the church's side boasted approximately 3,000. This likely comprised all the free practitioners available at the southern fortress. Alan, I'm going to scout outside the valley and see if I can catch some game. Eating cured and smoked meat all day gets monotonous. Theodore volunteered. After reminding him to be cautious, Alan consented. Captain Alan, do you have a moment? I'd like to talk. Alan turned to see Herbert, the captain of the Five Warriors team, approaching. He had intended to seek him out. Alan invited him into the tent and offered him a cup of wine. Herbert accepted the glass and drank it in one gulp. I'm a simple man, not well versed in the nuances of wine. I hope you won't take offense. I'll get straight to the point. What are your thoughts on this southern campaign? Alan appreciated Herbert's straightforwardness and, without reservation, expressed his plans in the heat of battle. The individual strength of us practitioners is negligible. A moment of carelessness could spell disaster. My only desire is for Alan's team to withdraw unscathed. I do not seek glory. So Captain Alan thinks as I do. I can candidly tell you that I have no interest in the victory or defeat of the Empire or the Church. My concern is that we might be used as cannon fodder. Therefore, I have come to propose an alliance with Alan's team. During the battle against the Serpent Horde, Alan's team did not falter, nor did you abandon us afterward. In fact, you saved our lives and shared the spoils with us. We Five Warriors trust in Alan's team's character and strength. I wish to stand together with Alan's team in this battle. What do you say, Captain Alan? Herbert's large eyes were fixed intently upon Alan. Captain Herbert, you have voiced exactly what I was thinking. Alan's team is willing to share risks and support the Five Warriors team, Alan replied, and their hands clasped firmly, sealing a temporary alliance in the face of war. As the blood moon rose, Theodore unexpectedly returned with a wild bull. A massive bonfire was ignited, and large pieces of beef were skewered on branches and roasted beside the flames, the sizzling of dripping fat resonating in the air. The aroma of roasted meat wafting throughout the encampment. Alan, Angelina, Theodore, Katarina, Daniel, Amanda, Hugo, and the members of the Five Warriors team gathered around the bonfire, feasting heartily, drinking merrily, and sharing laughter, reveling in the moment. Hugo informed the group that the entire military faction of free practitioners had been organized into the 2nd Division of Military Practitioners. Comprising 20 battalions, each with 10 squads, Hugo was to serve as squad leader, with Alan's team, the Five Warriors team, and Katarina as his comrades to end this grand conflict. Their lives would be intertwined. This arrangement suited Alan perfectly. Should any danger arise, he was confident in his ability to command their actions effectively. That night, Theodore noticed Daniel entering the tent and quipped, I thought you had disappeared with that girl. The tent would be so spacious with just me and Alan sleeping here. Why have you returned? Did she refuse you? Or has your charm waned? Daniel ignored him. How can one rest well with such loud snoring at night? Alan, I've heard that those who snore can be rendered unconscious. And then they stop snoring. Shall we give it a try? Alan stroked his chin in contemplation. It could be worth a shot. Theodore instantly adopted a pitiful demeanor, pleading for mercy. Both Daniel and Alan chuckled. I'll set up a soundproofing magic array beside you. Even if you cause a ruckus, it won't disturb us. Chapter 56. Provocation and challenge. The next morning, the entire encampment was swarming with numerous troops from the Empire and the Church. With an unending stream of reinforcements pouring into the valley to occupy the constructed earthen city, Alan and Daniel climbed to the summit of a small hill overlooking the valley, where a dense collection of mushroom-shaped tents filled the landscape. And countless figures moved busily within. The air was thick with the scent of smoke rising from cooking fires, and a long line of troops marched like a massive chain connecting the earthen city at the valley's center to the boundless forests to the north. Within the earthen city, a colossal magical airship was docked at the airship base, evidently 3 times larger than a standard airship, indicating that the military commander had already taken residence in the city. Daniel, what is the objective of this campaign? Do you have any news? Surely, it cannot be to conquer the Bondalara stronghold on the southern continent. Banbera is a native tongue of the southern continent, signifying as steadfast as steel. The Banbera stronghold, constructed on the southern side of the Bloodshed Corridor, serves as a bastion against the incursions from the northern continent, though referred to as a stronghold. It has evolved over centuries into a formidable military fortress. The Southern Army, boasting a claim of 300,000, is, in reality, known by Alan to comprise merely 40,000 Church Guardian Knights, 3,000 priests, and 40,000 Imperial soldiers, supplemented by forcibly conscripted free practitioners, totaling around 100,000. That with such a force, breaching the Banbera fortress is implausible, but a surprise attack seems unlikely, given the grandiosity of their approach. Even the most isolated inhabitants of the southern continent must be aware of it. Thus, Alan harbors doubts regarding the strategic intentions behind this southern campaign. Daniel remained silent for a moment before speaking. The proclaimed intent of this campaign is to fulfill the edict of the God of Light, to eradicate the children of darkness, and to obliterate the potential for the southern continent to threaten the north. However, both the Church and the Empire's elite understand that the true aim is to abduct the populace of the southern continent. As you know, the robust black slaves from the southern continent are highly coveted in the north. Moreover, every few years, the Church of Light hosts a grand sacrificial event for the God of Light, necessitating numerous children of darkness for offerings. Hence, the purpose of this campaign is to capture as many of the robust children of darkness as possible. Additionally, this campaign is ardently advocated by Cardinal Matt, who has recently arrived at the fortress, seeking to accumulate merit for his candidacy for the position of Cardinal. The Southern Army's ostentatious march likely aims to prepare the southern continent for an impending confrontation, gathering a formidable force to meet them head-on. As the northern continent has consistently outmatched the south in terms of personnel, strength, and weaponry, you are aware that the Southern Army poised for battle will undoubtedly consist of their finest warriors, gathering a robust military to prevent the northern forces from plundering their tribes and strongholds one by one. As Alan listened to Daniel's calm yet chilling account, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Gazing at the bustling scene within the valley, he realized this was a massive slave-catching operation orchestrated by the Church's upper echelons for their own selfish gains, suddenly devoid of any desire for a lofty perspective. Alan and Daniel retreated to their camp, choosing to remain in their tent, meditating and honing their skills, indifferent to the clamor outside. As afternoon descended, the increasingly raucous sounds from outside jolted Alan from his meditative state, only to hear Theodore's booming voice calling out, "Captain, that fellow Oriole wants to challenge us to a duel." Stepping out of the tent, Alan discovered Oriole, adorned in the garb of the Church's knights, standing arrogantly at the tent's entrance, confronting Theodore. Behind Theodore stood Daniel and Angelina, while Oriole had 3 fellow knights at his back, surrounded by a throng of curious free practitioners. Upon noticing Alan's emergence, Oriole haughtily addressed him. "Alan, we meet again. This upcoming war is far from ordinary. A single misstep could cost you your life, particularly for those weaker squads of practitioners that I have brought 3 friends with me, hoping to spar with your team and impart the wisdom that there are always stronger individuals beyond your ken, lest you become overconfident after slaying a few children of darkness and recklessly endanger your life in this conflict." Theodore, incensed, retorted, "You little brat, who among us is being overconfident? If you want to fight, I'm more than willing to oblige that I can take all 4 of you on myself. He brandished his greatsword, ready for combat. Alan hastily approached, restraining Theodore's eager shoulders. After hearing Daniel's words that morning, he had been harboring a simmering anger toward the church, and now, seeing Oriel's infuriating face, he felt an overwhelming urge to punch him. However, Alan knew he must restrain himself. Not only was fighting strictly forbidden in the camp, but with the impending battle on the horizon, he had no desire to defy military orders and risk being punished like a sacrificial lamb. Moreover, despite Theodore, Angelina, and Alan all hailing from noble backgrounds in the Empire, their current status as free practitioners placed them far beneath the Church's Orthodox knights, should a conflict arise and they be apprehended by the military or church enforcers. Alan and his companions would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Suppressing his anger, Alan leaned closer to Oriel and whispered, "I would be honored to spar with the knights of the church to uncover my own shortcomings. However, I trust you do not wish for this to become a spectacle for onlookers. Moreover, should we attract the attention of the church and military enforcers, it would be no easy task for you to evade punishment." Given your status, Oriel glanced at the increasing number of practitioners gathering around and frowned, casting a questioning look at Alan. Alan softly continued, "Earlier this morning, I ascended the nearby hill and noticed several open spaces within the dense forest on the other side of the valley, including a small pond where we can spar without reservation. We can meet there in 2 hours." Emphasizing the term "without reservation," Alan understood Oriel's intent to teach him a harsh lesson, and he too desired to see his rival suffer while venting his frustrations toward the church. Oriel squinted, nodded, and turned away with his 3 companions. Alan then addressed the gathering crowd. "We've had a minor misunderstanding with our brothers from the church, but it has been resolved. Everyone may disperse now. Let us not attract the ire of the military enforcers." Leading Theodore and the others back to their tent, the onlookers gradually dispersed, having lost interest in the spectacle. How infuriating! "Alan, why did you let that scoundrel Oriel go so easily?" "I wanted to teach him a lesson," Theodore exclaimed, slapping the tent pole in frustration. Alan, eyeing the wobbling tent, shot Theodore a glare. "I have scheduled a meeting with Oriel in 2 hours at an open space on the other side of the valley. That will be your chance to teach them a lesson." "Fantastic. Finally, we can have a proper fight. I've been itching to take down that Oriel." Theodore clapped his hands in delight. Alan, Daniel, and Angelina chose to ignore him, settling into meditation. Seeing their indifference, Theodore too began to sit cross-legged on the mat, focusing on his cultivation. An hour later, under Alan's lead, Theodore, Daniel, and Angelina emerged from the tent and began to ascend the small hill on the valley's edge. Shortly, they reached the summit, where Alan pointed to a pond reflecting the brilliant sunlight like a mirror. "That pond is where I agreed to meet Oriel." With those words, the 4 figures vanished from the summit, swiftly traversing the dense forest below, arriving at the pond just 15 minutes before their appointed time. Upon reaching the pond's edge, they discovered it was quite expansive, covering at least 1,000 square meters, with numerous animal tracks and droppings visible around its perimeter. However, not a single creature was in sight, and the surrounding forest was eerily silent. Angelina voiced her concerns. "Have you noticed how quiet this forest is? There isn't even a bird song." Prompted by Angelina's observation, Alan listened intently and realized something was indeed amiss. It was too quiet. Theodore grinned. "It's likely that the army is stationed on the other side of the valley, and many practitioners have come to hunt, scaring the animals away. Just last night, I caught a wild buffalo here. Yes, those scoundrels have arrived, over there by the pond." Alan indeed spotted Oriel and his 3 companions on the opposite side of the pond, clearly having noticed Alan and his group as well. The 2 parties approached each other along the water's edge until they met at one side of the pond. "Alan, to be honest, your team has performed quite well since arriving at the southern fortress. If you were to leave Emma and join my church's Patey family, I could grant you a lifetime of glory. You must have heard of the power and status my Patey family holds within the church. In this Legion-level war, making a few individuals mysteriously disappear would be all too easy for me. So, what will it be? Life or death?" Oriel sought to entice and intimidate. Upon hearing this, Alan scoffed internally. Why would he abandon the powerful leg of the Pope's grandson, Daniel, to cling to Oriel's slender arm? Only a fool would entertain such thoughts. Moreover, he could never forsake Emma. With a look of incredulity, Alan gazed at Oriel. "Leaving Emma is out of the question. Joining your family, are you sure you're not dreaming? My life and death are not for you to decide. Now, if we are to duel." Let us not waste any more time. Oriel, enraged, pointed at Theodore and retorted, "Isn't your confidence merely derived from this oaf's identity as the prince's grandson? I can assure you, a prince who has fallen out of favor is hardly worth mentioning, let alone one who has been relegated to the southern fortress and deemed insignificant. Since you refuse to recognize the situation, I shall teach you a lesson today, so you understand the consequences of provoking me." "Allow me to teach you a lesson first." Theodore, nearly driven to madness, charged forward with his greatsword raised high towards Oriel. Chapter 57. Mental Transformation. "Your opponent is me." A figure emerged from behind Oriel, wielding a greatsword to block Theodore's strike, exuding confidence. Upon closer inspection, Theodore saw that this individual was a church knight of similar stature. "You are not worthy." Theodore forcefully swung aside the knight's sword, and in his fury, he advanced like a heavy elephant, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. He raised his greatsword high and brought it down with tremendous force, as if intending to cleave the mountains and split the earth, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Alan, Oriel, and the others watched Theodore intently. Oriel furrowed his brow, secretly alarmed. The power behind that strike was formidable, akin to a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains or a massive boulder crushing down, rendering escape impossible. The church knight had no choice but to raise his sword in defense, and with a clang, he was pushed back several meters. Theodore quickly followed up with another strike. His steps were both heavy and swift, relentlessly pursuing the retreating knight. Each strike was faster than the last, a continuous barrage of blows. 8 strikes in rapid succession, accompanied by Theodore's furious roars, fell like meteors upon the church knight, with no option to evade. The knight was forced to block repeatedly, sliding backward, leaving a deep trail in his wake. Clang, clang, clang. 8 resounding clashes of great swords echoed. In the end, the knight could no longer withstand the onslaught. His great sword was sent flying several meters, quivering as it embedded itself in a large tree. The knight's face flushed crimson, disbelief etched upon it as he gazed at his bloodied hands. With a rush of heat to his chest, he expelled a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. "You see, when I say you are unworthy, you truly are. Who's next? Come forth. I shall continue to cleave," Theodore declared disdainfully, leaning on his greatsword as he faced Oriel and his companions. Alan swiftly approached Theodore, placing a hand on his trembling shoulder, discreetly casting a water restoration spell to aid Theodore's body. Theodore, though he spoke lightly, was acutely aware that the 9 consecutive strikes had drained much of his fighting spirit and energy. The church knight possessed considerable strength, at least equal to Theodore's, but he had been caught off guard and forced to endure, which led to his defeat. However, Theodore had also sustained some injury to his arm from the immense recoil. Given Theodore's stubborn nature, he would not easily concede. Alan recognized this, and, while healing Theodore, said, "There are 4 of us on our side, and 4 on Oriel's. It's clearly 1-on-1. Theodore, let Daniel take the next turn. We can't let our teammates sit idle while you bear the brunt alone." "Fine. Daniel, I've set a good precedent. Don't embarrass our Alan Hunter squad." Theodore cleverly used Alan's words to step down, allowing himself to recover while still encouraging Daniel. Daniel, paying no heed to Theodore's bluster, unsheathed his one-handed sword, performing a flourish before addressing Oriel's trio. "I am Daniel, of Alan's Hunter squad. Which of you wishes to spar?" A slender knight stepped forth from behind Oriel, wielding a one-handed sword and bearing a small round shield on his left arm. He stood silently before Daniel, his hawk-like gaze fixed on Daniel's right arm, which was busy twirling the sword. As Daniel met the knight's gaze, his heart raced, reminiscent of his own past. He recalled how, years ago, he had trained with such intensity, focusing on each falling leaf, striving for perfection with every thrust, spending 5 years honing his lethal skill. To encounter a knight who shared his path today was unexpected. Aware that this battle would be perilous, Daniel understood he had only one opportunity to strike. One sword thrust would determine life or death for both opponents. He felt a sweat forming in the palm of his right hand, a sign of his rising nerves. To think that, despite his past encounters with death, he now felt fear before this seemingly minor church knight. Was it merely because they practiced the same sword technique? Yet Daniel knew it was more than that. In previous assassination attempts, he had felt secure, knowing someone was covertly protecting him. But now, as he glanced at Alan, Theodore, and Angelina watching from a few meters away, and faced the knight before him, The short distance felt insurmountable, but in this moment of life and death. He was utterly alone, needing to confront this crisis single-handedly. In self-mockery, he realized he was not as fearless as he had imagined. His earlier bravado stemmed from confidence in his survival. Now, confronted with the reality of mortality, he felt his courage faltered. He had once been reluctant to accept Alan as the leader of their hunter squad, but reflecting on Alan's calm recounting of perilous rescues, he questioned whether he could have fared better than Alan. Amused by his own thoughts, Daniel recognized that he was on the brink of battle, yet preoccupied with trivialities. If his opponent chose to strike now, he would surely fall victim to a lethal blow due to his distraction. He needed to remain composed. Perhaps this confrontation would purge the cowardice lurking within him. Daniel tightened his grip on the sword hilt, continuously performing the flourish, his gaze sharpening once more. The slender knight noticed the change in Daniel's demeanor. The air around him grew dense with resolve, realizing he had squandered the perfect opportunity to attack. Understanding that this standoff could not continue, the slender knight's figure flickered as he lunged forward. Sword like lightning, a dazzling thrust that seemed impossible to evade aimed at Daniel. Alan perceived a blur before his eyes as the knight and Daniel intertwined like the wind, their movements too swift to discern. Moments later, they stood several meters apart, backs facing each other. Alan sharply observed blood beginning to drip from Daniel's left arm, trailing down his fingers to the ground. Had Daniel been defeated? Why? The slender knight rasped. "You are a formidable opponent. I hope you can vanquish many dark suns," Daniel calmly replied. "I have lost in a few years. I shall challenge you again." "Very well. Having an opponent like you is indeed a fortunate encounter." The slender knight stepped back to stand behind Oriel, reverting to his silent demeanor, arms crossed as he closed his eyes to recuperate. Daniel approached Alan, allowing him to assess the injury. His left arm had been pierced, but fortunately it had only grazed the flesh and spared the bone. As Alan cast a healing spell, he looked at Daniel with questioning eyes. Daniel quietly explained, "I evaded his lethal strike but ended up injuring my own arm." He could not evade. "I pierced his clothing but did not strike to kill." Once the wound was treated and bandaged, Daniel ambled over to Theodore, raising a finger to indicate that he had defeated his opponent with a single strike while Theodore had unleashed 9. This infuriated Theodore, causing him to stomp in frustration. Alan watched Daniel approach Theodore and remarked to Angelina, "I feel like Daniel has suddenly changed. He seems more mature." Angelina, observing Daniel's gesture towards Theodore, turned to Alan and replied, "Is this what you mean by maturity?" "I take it back. Perhaps it was merely my imagination." Neither Alan nor Angelina could fathom that the brief encounter had been the most thrilling battle Daniel had ever faced, elevating his mental fortitude to new heights. With 2 victories under their belt, Alan's team was elated. Meanwhile, Oriel was on the verge of madness, having intended to teach Alan a lesson, but instead found himself humiliated with 2 consecutive defeats, one by 9 strikes and another by a single blow. Had it not been for the familial ties between their clans, Oriel would have suspected that these 2 were spies sent to embarrass him at this juncture. Oriel could only hope that the upcoming duel would restore his honor. He gazed at Alan and Angelina across the way, and then at the lone knight on his side yet to compete, his confidence wavering. After much contemplation, Oriel resolved to take matters into his own hands. Decisively defeating Alan and Angelina with his prowess as a junior black iron knight, he strode to the center of the arena, fixing his gaze upon the duo. Alan restrained Angelina, who was eager to enter the fray. Having previously sparred with his father, Randall, a black iron knight, Alan was acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by the black iron knights, although they were merely a tier above Theodore and Daniel's bronze knights. Their capabilities had undergone a transformative leap. The black iron knights could now project their aura at will, no longer relying on techniques or knightly skills to manifest their energy as the bronze knights were, who, after expending their skills, would be left drained and vulnerable. Furthermore, the black iron knights could envelop their bodies in a protective aura, rendering them immune to moderate attacks. Gazing at Alan, who stepped onto the battlefield, Oriel declared, "I concede, I underestimated Alan's team. However, I shall make it abundantly clear that you remain inconsequential before me. With but a single strike, I shall leave you in disarray." Alan, unfazed, drew forth his staff, derisively countering. Anyone can boast that it is only after a confrontation that one can determine who truly falters. Chapter 58. A tumultuous contest. Oriel stifled his burgeoning fury, forcing himself to take several deep breaths to regain composure. He clasped his fists before his chest, tracing circular motions as the aura around his fists intensified, coalescing into a luminous sphere that seemed to house a small white tiger, roaring with ferocity and exuding overwhelming power. Oriel's mastery had reached a level where his aura could take form. Alan, taken aback, felt a surge of apprehension, prompting him to conjure several protective shields around himself while summoning all available elemental energies to arrange a fire magic formation. He prepared to unleash an upgraded version of the Black Dragon Break, Hellfire. The atmosphere was charged with an unsettling energy, felt by Theodore, Daniel, Angelina, and the three knights accompanying Oriel. The sphere of aura before Oriel grew larger and brighter, drawing the light from the surroundings as colossal shadows of a white tiger flickered, the echoes of its roars resonating within the minds of all present, instilling a sense of helplessness, suspended in midair. Alan was enveloped in black flames, a spectral black dragon coiling around him, poised to incinerate anything that dared to impede his path. Hellfire, roar of the tiger. With these twin exclamations, a black fire dragon and a white tiger collided violently between Alan and Oriel. A blinding brilliance erupted, followed by a deafening explosion, propelling everyone backward. Angelina struggled to blink against the blinding light, her eyes stinging, tears streaming down her cheeks, while her ears rang with a thunderous silence. After what felt like an eternity, the light dimmed, and the surrounding scenery gradually came into focus, accompanied by the sound of cracking branches. Rising to her feet, Angelina realized she had been thrust several meters away by the shockwave. With a deep trench before her, concern for Alan surged within her, prompting her to rush towards the epicenter of the explosion. The sight that greeted her was astonishing, a gaping pit, over 10 meters deep, from which black smoke billowed incessantly. Trees within a 10-meter radius lay shattered, while others leaned precariously. Yet, there was no sign of Alan or Oriel. Expanding her search, Angelina scoured the area, yet found no trace of Alan. "Alan! Alan! Alan!" she called out, her voice echoing unanswered. Panic gripped her heart. Had Alan been obliterated? Weakly, she sank to the ground, tears streaming down her face. "Hey! Are you shedding tears because you can't find me?" Looking up, Angelina saw Alan descending from the air. His clothes tattered, revealing patches of skin. "Alan, you scoundrel. I knew you wouldn't perish. These tears are not for you. They are merely a reaction to the blinding light." Embarrassed, she wiped her eyes, her heartwarming smile emerging at the sight of Alan's disheveled state. Sounds emerged from the forest as Theodore, Daniel, and the three knights Oriel had brought appeared, none the worse for wear, albeit somewhat disheveled. Moments later, the three knights Oriel had summoned emerged from the thicket. "Where's that rascal Oriel? Surely he wasn't caught in the explosion?" Theodore inquired as he regarded the approaching knights with confusion. Suddenly, the surrounding forest erupted into chaos. Trees swayed violently, and the cacophony of wild beasts echoed like crashing waves. A shadow dashed forth, pursued by hundreds of ferocious creatures. Flying tigers, raging bears, spotted leopards, and wolves, followed closely by a swarm of dark children. "It's Oriel," Theodore exclaimed, bewildered. "How could there be so many dark children here?" "Run, run. There's an ambush. The army of dark children is upon us," Oriel shouted as he sprinted toward them. Before Alan, Theodore, Angelina, Daniel, and the three knights could react, they were overtaken by a frenzy of beasts and dark children surging in pursuit of Oriel. What in the world is happening? Before Alan could comprehend the situation, he found himself being pulled along by Angelina, with Daniel and Theodore sprinting behind them, closely followed by Oriel and his three knightly companions. A throng of beasts and dark children were hot on their heels. From above, the 8 figures raced desperately toward the valley, trailed by hundreds of beasts and thousands of dark children, an endless horde of shadows. "What on earth is going on? Where did these dark children come from?" Theodore shouted to Oriel as they fled. "How the hell should I know? I was blasted dozens of meters away, and when I opened my eyes, I was surrounded by dark children. If I hadn't reacted quickly and dispatched a dozen of them, I would have been overwhelmed." Oriel cursed vehemently, incredulous that a mere contest had spiraled into a confrontation with the lair of the dark children. "Alan, this situation is dire. So many dark children are hiding right under the Southern Army's nose, indicating the use of numerous concealment magic formations. How could there be so many magical arrays in the Southern continent? This is bad. The Southern Army is in peril. Such a close ambush aims to eradicate the entire Southern force." Daniel analyzed the enemy situation as they ran, instead of worrying about the Southern Army. You should focus on how to escape this immediate crisis, Alan remarked as they encountered 8 shadow leopards blocking their path. Damn it, they've reached us so quickly. 36 ice swords materialized around Alan. A result of his recent practice in manipulating them, he discovered that 36 was the optimal number for precise control while maintaining enough mental energy for other contingencies. Daniel, Oriel, and the others noticed the presence of the shadow leopards. Realizing they faced a formidable obstacle ahead while being pursued from behind, they could only press onward, weapons raised, charging toward the leopards. The leopards vanished, reappearing suddenly at their sides, poised to strike before darting away. Alan observed their cunning. They merely harassed without launching substantial attacks, inevitably slowing their escape. The pursuers drew closer, but a leopard abruptly appeared beside Alan, attempting to retreat, only to find itself ensnared momentarily by his mental focus. Subsequently pierced by several ice swords, after dispatching the troublesome leopard, he shifted his attention to his companions. Daniel had already pierced a leopard's heart with a swift strike, dispatching it effortlessly. Angelina had also managed to stab one through its jaw with her dagger. Though she bore a wound on her left shoulder, presumably inflicted by the leopard in its dying moments, only Theodore remained engaged in combat with the leopard. Daniel, assist Theodore, Alan called out, rushing to Angelina's side. Casting a mid-level healing spell on her injured shoulder. Alan, now is not the time to waste mental energy on minor injuries, Angelina chastised. Less chatter. How can you fight effectively with an injury to your shoulder? Alan retorted, intending to say more when a flurry of javelins suddenly rained down upon them. Dodge, as Alan had just issued a warning. A spear whizzed overhead. In a moment of desperation, he embraced Angelina and deftly maneuvered through the trees using levitation. Whoosh, spear after spear narrowly missed him, embedding themselves in the ground and the trunks around them, with a few even piercing through the trees. Once the rain of spears ceased, Alan intended to release his tight hold on Angelina, only to be confronted by a massive shadow that surged towards them, accompanied by an acrid stench. Damn it, the ferocious beasts had finally caught up, Alan cursed inwardly as his ice soared, under the command of his mental prowess. Moved with unparalleled swiftness, the shadow lunged directly in front of him, motionless. It was a striped flying tiger, which had been impaled by Alan's ice sword mid-leap. Yet, more colossal shadows were rushing toward them. Alan swiftly erected a defensive perimeter with his ice sword, relentlessly dispatching the encroaching beasts, and urged Angelina, "We must regroup with Theodore and Daniel." With that, Alan and Angelina swiftly made their way towards Theodore and Daniel, leaving behind a gruesome trail of slain beasts, all felled by Alan's ice sword. Meanwhile, Theodore and Daniel were besieged by a horde of beasts. Theodore swung his great sword, sending a charging bear flying, shouting 13, while Daniel nonchalantly withdrew his single-handed sword from the jaws of a wolf, casually uttering 15. Suddenly, several of the beasts surrounding them fell, howling in agony, as Alan and Angelina broke through. Theodore, Daniel, and I will engage the enemies, while Angelina supports us from the center. We must burst through towards the valley, Alan commanded, positioning himself as the vanguard, with Theodore and Daniel flanking him, and Angelina at the center, hastening toward the valley. The sheer number of beasts was overwhelming and undeterred by death, causing their advance to slow considerably. With each step taken over the corpses of the fallen. As the vanguard, Alan suddenly noticed a bright light ahead. The beasts that had been obstructing their path had vanished. It was then he realized that the relentless attackers had retreated. Yet this did not bring joy, for they were now encircled by thousands of children of darkness. Unbeknownst to them, having been completely surrounded by numerous foes. Chapter 59. A fight for survival. Alan gazed at Oriel and his 3 companions, who had also ceased fighting, their bodies smeared with blood, uncertain whether it was that of the beasts or their own, or perhaps a mixture of both. Alan exchanged glances with Oriel, surprised that they found themselves fighting side by side. If we both survive this ordeal, I will allow you to pursue Emma with me. Damn it, I don't require your permission for matters concerning Emma, Alan retorted angrily. This time, Oriel ignored him, taking a deep breath and raising his great sword high. For the god of light, the 3 knights behind him echoed his call. Brandishing their great swords and shouting in unison, "For the god of light," they charged towards the encroaching children of darkness. Damn it, charge together and eradicate this horde of darkness, Alan commanded, controlling 36 ice swords that surged forward with him. Theodore, Daniel, and Angelina, The ice swords struck like venomous serpents, each assault piercing the vitals of a child of darkness, causing them to fall in droves. The enemies flanking them either met Theodore's cleaving sword or Daniel's piercing thrusts. Angelina remained vigilant, intercepting the occasional thrown spear and other projectiles aimed at them, ensuring Alan was shielded from threats to his rear and flanks. The efficiency of their slaughter was undeniably high. Although their pace had diminished from their earlier frantic dash, they continued to advance steadily, leaving hundreds of fallen children of darkness in their wake. The ranks of their adversaries thinned, and the small hill ahead came into view. Beyond it lay the northern military base. Theodore swung his sword at an approaching child of darkness, only for it to be blocked by a spear, thwarting his attack. Before he could react, a powerful shockwave from the impact forced him back several steps. Dragging Daniel along with him, in an instant, they found themselves surrounded. The formation of Alan, Angelina, Theodore, and Daniel shattered. Angelina leaned against Alan's back, feeling the warmth radiating from him and the rhythm of his heavy breaths. This man had consistently stood at the forefront, caring for them, slaying beasts and children of darkness alike, carving a bloody path for their escape. Now it was her turn to do something for him. Like a gust of wind, Angelina swirled around Alan, her movements a blur. As she passed, it was as if the specter of death swept through the battlefield. The once ferocious children of darkness, who had been attacking with wild abandon, now stood frozen in time, slowly beginning to bleed from their throats, foreheads, and chests. The crimson stains grew larger, and one by one, those within a 5-meter radius of Alan collapsed. Alan held on to Angelina's somewhat weakened form, thinking, "Foolish girl, this is not the time to exhaust yourself." Seizing the moment while the surrounding children of darkness remained stunned, he hastily administered a restorative potion to Angelina and took one for himself to replenish his mental energy. As the surrounding children of darkness regained their senses, they charged once more, weapons drawn. Alan commanded the ice swords encircling him to begin spinning rapidly. Countless children of darkness rushed forward, only to be mercilessly shredded by the whirling blades, their blood and entrails splattering across the battlefield. Many could not bear the carnage, fleeing with dismembered limbs and cries of terror. In an instant, the area around Alan and Angelina was cleared, witnessing the rout. The remaining children of darkness soon followed suit, and in a matter of moments, those encircling Alan had completely dispersed. In this gruesome scene littered with corpses, 7 figures remained standing: Alan, Angelina, Theodore, Daniel, Oriel, and 2 knights, a tall and a small one, who had stood behind him. While the lone knight who had not engaged in battle with Alan's group had vanished, presumably fallen, the ground was strewn with approximately 300 to 400 children of darkness. The 4 of them regrouped with Oriel's trio. With the small hill directly ahead, beyond which lay the base, hope was within reach. Yet, at the foot of the hill stood around 200 robust soldiers from the south, their presence imposing, adorned in peculiar attire consisting solely of leather skirts, their bodies covered in strange tattoos, and their faces painted in white and red like grotesque masks. As chaos erupted behind them with shouts of panic and pleas for mercy, the sounds of blades piercing flesh and dying wails echoed. Turning to look, they saw the fleeing children of darkness being mercilessly slaughtered by their own kind. In the blink of an eye, hundreds had met their end at the hands of their allies. A group of approximately 30 to 40 figures accompanied the hundreds of southern soldiers, the foremost among them clearly being southern practitioners, druids. Alan and Oriel exchanged weary smiles, realizing that this new group was not to be underestimated. They likely belonged to the formidable southern force known as the Totem Warriors or Berserkers. With wolves ahead and tigers behind, they were compelled to fight for their lives. Alan observed the panting Theodore and Daniel, and the now weakened Angelina in his arms. Both Theodore and Daniel bore fresh wounds, clearly sustained during the chaos of their disrupted formation. Alan assessed his own condition, although he bore no visible injuries. The unrelenting pursuit of the children of darkness had drained his mental energy significantly. The 36 ice swords had suffered considerable damage, with at least 100 shattered beyond repair. Each time one broke, he had to reconstitute it, maintaining a constant barrage against their foes. The relentless focus required to control the swords had left him mentally fatigued, and now both his body and mind were nearing exhaustion. "We cannot afford to stop. The enemy will only grow in number. We must push through with all our might. The valley lies just beyond that small hill." Alan spoke to the trio of Oriel, who found themselves in equally dire straits. The plight of Oriel and his companions was far more grievous than that of Alan's group. Oriel, a novice black iron knight, bore several gruesome wounds, both on his chest and back, while the two knights accompanying him were even more grievously injured, one of whom had a spear piercing through his left shoulder. Oriel recognized that there was only one path forward, to break through the formidable warriors blocking their way. Should they allow the druids behind them to ensnare them, it would spell their doom and a swift return to the embrace of the god of light. Oriel nodded to Alan, retrieving a vial of potion from his storage bag and consuming it. His aura surged rapidly, and the wounds on his body began to heal at a visibly accelerated rate. Alan also produced the sole vial of high-grade mental recovery potion from his storage bag, which could rapidly restore a great mage's mental energy to half its capacity. Upon consuming the potion, Alan felt the mental energy that had been on the brink of depletion rejoicing within him, coalescing into a rapidly expanding sphere of energy. Previously, Alan's mental energy had felt ethereal, but now he could distinctly perceive a small gray orb forming within his mind. This revelation astonished him, though there was no time for further contemplation. Alan distinctly sensed that the surroundings were now clearer, more detailed, and more vividly reflected in his mind. It was as though he had grasped all the information contained within this space, restoring his confidence and composure. He halted Angelina, Theodore, and Daniel from consuming their berserk potions, stating that those were their last resort. If we do not break through this time and find ourselves completely surrounded, then you may drink them. He instructed, Theodore, carry Angelina, Daniel, ensure their protection. After entrusting Angelina to Theodore and issuing his commands, he turned to Oriel and declared, we shall lead the charge and break through their ranks. Everyone else, follow our lead. For the god of light, for the god of light, the others echoed, rallying behind Alan and Oriel as they surged toward the totemic berserk warriors at the foot of the hill. The totemic warriors, standing at the hill's base, raised their arms high and let out fearsome roars. With each roar, their originally dark eyes transformed into a menacing red, almost bulging from their sockets. Their facial muscles twitched and contorted grotesquely. The raised arms and powerful thighs of the totem warriors were now rippling with muscle, appearing at least 3 times thicker than before. Their upper bodies seemed inflated, with their chests and backs swelling. Particularly the 2 pectoral muscles, which resembled iron plates, with deep grooves evidencing the immense power contained within in mere seconds. The already robust totem warriors transformed as dramatically as if they had consumed magical mushrooms. Becoming brawny giants, over 200 berserk totem warriors formed an impenetrable wall as Alan and Oriel, leading a group of 7, pierced toward this ironclad barrier like a razor-sharp dagger. Chapter 60. The prelude to battle. The now berserk totem warriors approached Alan and Oriel with heavy footsteps. Strangely, the once dreadful sounds of their march were replaced by the sensation of trudging through a muddy swamp, their transformed bodies feeling significantly heavier. Several totem warriors, caught off guard, stumbled and fell into the mire. It was then that the warriors realized that the previously solid ground had become soft, muddy, and slippery, with their feet sinking deeply, making progress arduous and their movements cumbersome under the weight of their transformation. Silently, Alan unleashed swamp and gravity spells in their path, ensnaring the totem warriors within and rendering the enemies before Alan and Oriel sparse and sluggish. Overjoyed, Oriel and his companions hastened forward, traversing a path where the swampy ground was rapidly frozen by Alan's extreme cold magic. They walked upon it as if on solid ground, while the totem warriors blocking their way found their feet and bodies frozen in place. The heavy totem warriors, unable to resist or evade, were swiftly dispatched by Oriel, Daniel, and the others in a matter of seconds. Alan, Oriel, and their companions had penetrated the steel barricade established by the totem warriors, achieving what they had thought would be the most brutal and perilous clash with astonishing ease. Oriel's 2 accompanying knights had even prepared to sacrifice themselves for him, but they had not anticipated passing through so effortlessly. Gazing back at the totem warriors struggling in the mire, Oriel, filled with reluctance, suggested, perhaps we should return and eliminate these totem warriors while we have the chance. Alan pointed to the druids, who were encircling them from both sides of the swamp. Do not be greedy. Our priority is to escape. With a resigned sigh, Oriel quickly ascended the hill. The sound of explosions echoed behind them, causing the group to glance back. Clouds of smoke billowed up between the pursuing druids and totem warriors as massive explosions scattered them. 2 small magical airships hovered above, each featuring cannon ports the size of bowls, intermittently firing orbs of light at the ground where the druids and totem warriors congregated. The druids and totem warriors were forced to flee, desperately evading the aerial onslaught. Finally, salvation arrived. Theodore, Daniel, and the two accompanying knights collapsed onto the ground, exhausted and drained of all strength. Oriel gazed at the formidable airships overhead, voicing his frustration. Why is it that aid never arrives when it is most needed? Alan, observing the relentless tide of dark suns surging from the distant thicket, noted the sheer volume of their numbers, akin to a ceaseless ocean, and spotted several shadows hurtling toward them from the sky. The two airships, perceiving the dire situation, hastily unleashed a few magical projectiles before swiftly retreating. Alan, with a wry smile, urged the weary group, "Quickly, get up. We have not yet escaped danger. We must continue our flight." The group muttered curses at the dark suns, but begrudgingly began to crawl toward the hilltop. "Alan, it's us." As they neared the summit, several figures suddenly emerged, startling the group. Upon hearing familiar voices, they realized it was Hugo and the 5 warriors. With the support and assistance of their allies, Alan, Oriel, and their companions finally reached the hilltop, where numerous free practitioners had already gathered, with more rushing from the camp in the Valley Point 20 minutes ago. "Major General Walter ordered us to urgently establish a defensive line here to repel the Dark Sun's assault from the east. What happened to you? You look utterly battered and wounded," Hugo inquired. Bewildered, Alan and Oriel must have stirred up quite a commotion on the other side of the hill. "Surely, the leaders in the Earth City are now aware," he continued. The southern continent had long been prepared to welcome the northern army. And how to respond was a matter for the military and church leaders. Alan and Oriel were too exhausted and overwhelmed to concern themselves with such matters. Their immediate need was for healing and recovery. Alan briefly recounted their harrowing ordeal to Hugo. Though he was concise, the peril they faced left Hugo and the 5 warriors incredulous. Simultaneously, the military and church remained oblivious to the Dark Sun's significant movements in the south, casting shadows of doubt over Hugo's seasoned heart. Gazing at the continuously gathering dark suns at the foot of the hill, Hugo suddenly harbored a grim foreboding about the outcome of this campaign. The valley was alive with the cacophony of chaos, the resounding calls of bugles, shouts from soldiers, reprimands, clashing weapons, the whinnies of war horses, and the thunderous roars of magical airships intertwined. All airships from the Earth City, except for the largest, ascended urgently, scattering toward the valley's periphery. The free practitioners from the military on the eastern side advanced rapidly toward the small hill, while the church's free practitioners galloped toward the western summit. Alan noticed that a contingent of several thousand knights had formed a line at the southern valley's exit, evidently preparing to confront the enemy advancing from the south. Meanwhile, a contingent from the north was rapidly gathering at the valley's northern entrance. Could it be that the Dark Suns had laid ambushes with substantial forces in all 4 directions? Alan was taken aback. If the situation unfolded as he suspected, the southern continent had invested such substantial resources. It was clear they sought not trivial skirmishes, but rather aimed to engulf the entire northern army, in the shadow of a collapsing nest. How could one expect to find unscathed eggs? Alan couldn't help but worry for the survival of his small team, yet he realized that pondering such matters was futile at this moment, that a great battle was imminent, and lacking strength rendered all else meaningless. He must first regain his own power. Accompanied by Oriel, Alan led his companions to a relatively secluded spot within the valley to focus on healing and recovery. They assisted one another in tending to their wounds and properly bandaging them. Alan then cast a mid-level healing spell on each individual, including Oriel. Meanwhile, Oriel, Theodore, and others consumed the healing potions they had prepared earlier, allowing their injuries to gradually mend with the aid of the elixirs. Clutching numerous crystal cores, Oriel and the others began to fervently absorb the energy encapsulated within them. As the impending battle drew near, every bit of restored fighting spirit could enhance their chances of survival. Alan settled into a meditative posture, seeking to replenish his mental strength while meticulously exploring the grayish fog of mental power within his mind. He discovered that this fist-sized nebulous mass of mental energy resided at the center of his consciousness, perpetually interacting with the intangible mental energy surrounding it. Occasionally, wisps of mental energy would dissipate from the edges of the gray mass, while simultaneously, more strands of gray energy would form. The entire gray fog slowly expanded at an imperceptible rate. To Alan's delight, he noted that the recovery speed of his mental energy had increased by 30% compared to before. He distinctly felt his range of mental perception extend slightly further, now reaching 100 meters. Moreover, the precision of his mental control had improved as well. Alan estimated that if his mental energy were fully restored, he could accurately control 54 ice-congealed flying swords. Unbeknownst to him, Alan had advanced to the rank of intermediate archmage, a mere fortnight since his last promotion. Overjoyed yet aware that rapid advancement could jeopardize his foundational stability, Alan understood that this might impede future progress. What he needed now was to consolidate his current power, ensuring a solid foundation to prevent any degradation of his magical training level due to excessive mental energy expenditure or severe injuries during the forthcoming war. Overall, in the face of the impending conflict, any increase in strength was a boon, bolstering Alan's confidence in leading his team to safety. With his current capabilities, and provided his mental energy was fully restored, Alan could effortlessly unleash 2 high-level spells, 3 if he pushed himself, and 4 at the cost of his very life. This endowed him with the means to contend with true masters after a moment of exuberance. Alan quickly composed himself, redirecting his focus to the massive mental energy in his consciousness. He mused that as the fog continued to expand, his strength would inevitably rise in tandem. If the rate of absorption and transformation accelerated, his power would surely increase swiftly. Gradually, he encouraged the nebulous mass to begin rotating, only to find that it flattened as it spun, resembling a galaxy in the starry sky or a whirlpool in water. Disappointingly, he noticed that instead of growing larger, the mass had significantly shrunk, and the rate of intangible mental energy converting into wispy strands had not improved. Fortunately, his range of mental perception remained at 100 meters, and his overall strength did not diminish. The changes within the realm of his consciousness, led by Alan, did not yield the results he had hoped for, prompting him to proceed with caution rather than recklessness. Devoting himself entirely to recovery, Alan immersed himself in focused meditation. He failed to notice that the galaxy-like mental energy within his consciousness had abruptly quickened its spinning, doubling the speed of his mental recovery. On the eastern mountaintop, the sounds of clashing swords and battle cries began to echo. The war between the northern and southern continents had finally commenced. Chapter 61. The Valley Battle. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the evening glow stained the western sky a blood-red hue. The valley was engulfed in a cacophony of battle cries and swirling smoke. To the east of the valley, over 2,000 military free practitioners were scattered across a small mountaintop nearly 10 kilometers long, with each individual tasked to defend a 5-meter stretch. Fortunately, a particularly steep ridge rendered it unsuitable for the Children of Darkness to mount an assault. Major General Walter, recently appointed commander of the Southern Fortress 2nd Division, found himself scrambling to extinguish crises, wishing he could divide himself into several pieces. Upon witnessing the Children of Darkness retreating like a tide, leaving behind a multitude of corpses, Walter let out a sigh of relief. Yet another wave of attack had been repelled. Just as he was about to order his subordinates to regroup, he spotted a mass of dark clouds approaching and immediately shouted, "Pike formation! Evade! Pike formation! Evade!" His voice boomed across the battlefield like rolling thunder, and no sooner had he finished speaking than a rain of pikes descended from the sky. In previous skirmishes, the mountaintop's trees had been felled to serve as makeshift projectiles, and all movable boulders had been hurled down. There was no longer any cover on the summit. Those with ample fighting spirit brandished their weapons to block the onslaught, while some clever souls used the corpses of the Children of Darkness as shields, and magic practitioners conjured varying degrees of protective barriers before them. Many practitioners, caught off guard, were struck by the pikes, with some even pinned to the mountaintop. Cries of pain resounded throughout the summit. After the rain of pikes subsided, Walter observed that over 1,000 druids had transformed into various ferocious beasts, nearly scaling the summit. He shouted, "Druids are attacking! Fight to the death! Fight to the death!" The call echoed as those who had evaded the pike barrage rallied, forming a fragile human wall to confront the surge of beasts. The black tide of beasts finally crashed against the human barricade, sending crimson splashes into the air. The warriors wielded great swords, one-handed swords, hammers, and massive axes, engaging in a grueling struggle against the beast's claws and fangs, resolutely holding their ground to prevent any beast from breaching their line. Behind the fighters stood over 100 magic practitioners, unreservedly unleashing their most potent spells. This was a brutal clash, a manifestation of centuries-old racial hatred, where only life or death remained. No mercy, no lament. Beasts were occasionally decapitated, their bodies convulsing as they reverted to human form, while practitioners met their demise with necks torn open, blood spraying in torrents. The mountaintop was a scene of glaring carnage. An exhausted high-level fighter, drained of fighting spirit, was caught unawares as a flying tiger clawed open his abdomen. Spilling his entrails. In his last moments, he turned to glimpse the beautiful magic apprentice behind him, regretting not having mustered the courage to ask her name. Casting aside his great sword, he drew a dagger from his belt. Embracing the oncoming flying tiger as he plunged the blade into its neck, both tumbling down the mountainside in a chaotic roll, the magic apprentice, bereft of the energy to cast spells, sprinted a few steps to take the place of the fallen fighter. Bracing herself against a ferocious wolf charging toward her, Joanne, lacking the mental energy to unleash magic, nevertheless seized the great sword abandoned by the fighter, raising it with unwavering resolve to face the imminent threat. In the skies above, elemental energies surged, coalescing into a swirling mass of dark fire clouds that radiated intense heat and pressure. These fiery clouds descended upon the beasts, engulfing dozens in a searing blaze. Their anguished roars echoing as they rolled in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames, ultimately reduced to ash. This was the high-level fire magic, meteor fire rain, unleashed by Alan. Hearing the horrific sounds of battle atop the summit, he abandoned his recuperating companions, Theodore and Oriel, and ascended the mountain alone. Faced with dire circumstances, he had no choice but to cast this powerful spell, depleting the mental energy he had just begun to restore. Joanne watched as the wolf before her howled and writhed until reduced to ashes, then turned to Alan with a complex expression. Alan, swaying precariously, glared at Joanne, feeling a surge of frustration that she did not come to his aid. Overwhelmed, he could no longer maintain his stance and leaned back against a soft body. Alan, you must sit and rest immediately. A familiar voice reached my ears, and upon turning my head, I beheld Nina. Presently, Nina's face was smeared with blood, her appearance weary and disheveled, her garments torn and tattered. Her left thigh bore a wound, hastily wrapped with strips of cloth, which were already thoroughly soaked in blood. Following the resolution of their adversaries by Alan's advanced magic, numerous cultivators rushed to assist their comrades. At that moment, a few abrupt blasts of a bullhorn echoed from the distant eastern thicket, prompting the druids' transformed beasts to retreat in unison. The surviving military cultivators did not pursue, lacking the time to gather their fallen comrades' remains, instead choosing to sit and recover their combat energy on the spot. Dozens of aggressive magical airships circled above, refraining from approaching the ground too closely, merely hovering aloft to launch magical missiles at the gathered dark children below. These magical missiles were either intercepted mid-air by the cultivators of the dark children or landed in uninhabited areas. The contribution of these magical airships to the ground battle was negligible, inciting the warriors engaged in the fierce skirmish below to curse vehemently, wishing they could devour the operators of those airships alive. To the south of the valley, thousands of well-equipped church guardian knights raised their long spears, bolstered by the radiant light of the divine, charging collectively against the ceaseless tide of dark children. These dark children were poorly equipped, clad only in simple leather breastplates, wielding flimsy knives, swords, or wooden spears. They could scarcely withstand the impact of the church knights. Each charge sometimes pierced through 4 or 5 foes at once. The only ranged assault from the southern forces was the throwing of javelins, which could scarcely penetrate the armor of the war horses. Only a few unfortunate church knights met their demise from javelins striking their eyes. Nevertheless, the southern army was innumerable, akin to a swarm of locusts, seemingly endless in their numbers. The relentless onslaught left the church knights utterly fatigued, the muscles of their steeds trembling under the strain. As they recognized that their mounts could not endure much longer, the few accompanying priests had also exhausted their ability to cast enhancing spells. The commander of the church guardian knights was compelled to divide his forces into 3, 1 to engage, 1 to remain vigilant, and 1 to recuperate. This was a battle of endurance. Whoever faltered first would face defeat. To the north of the valley, the road connecting to the southern fortress had been severed by the army of dark children. The troops that had escaped from the northern route, along with the imperial forces that had arrived earlier, had established a defensive line at the valley's northern end. This comprised a heavy infantry spear brigade. Numbering a full 10,000, they formed 10 square formations, each fronted by shields of half a man's height, upon which numerous 4-meter-long spears were erected, resembling a formidable hedgehog. Behind the spear brigade stood a line of 5,000 archers, arranged in 10 long rows. Armed with finely crafted powerful bows and feathered arrows, They awaited the command to release their arrows, ready to claim the lives of their adversaries. Opposing this force was another army of dark children. In contrast to the attacking dark children to the south, this contingent was well-equipped, with each soldier clad in full leather armor, and the officers even donned iron armor. The soldiers wielded standardized weaponry. In stark contrast to the thunderous clamor of battle to the east, the situation here was one of eerie stillness and tension. The mountaintop to the west witnessed fierce combat as well. However, the church cultivators stationed here numbered over 3,000, alleviating some of the defensive pressure. The attacking dark children were merely common soldiers. Although the din of battle was intense, the church cultivators' ranks had yet to face a true test. Wandering within the valley was a contingent of several hundred high-level military cultivators, comprised of fighters and above, tasked with exterminating any dark children that might slip through from 4 directions, while also preventing any unforeseen occurrences within the valley itself. The sun had completely descended below the horizon, and the blood moon had just risen overhead, casting a faint crimson glow. The valley was permeated with a potent stench of blood and profound sorrow. As the ethereal hymns of priests resonated above, soothing the souls of the departed, after the sun set, dark children from all directions retreated into the thickets, leaving behind mountains of corpses. The church and military forces found themselves too exhausted to continue the fight. This hasty response had resulted in significant losses, and lacking sufficient reserves, all participating units were compelled to rest and remain vigilant on the spot. Both the church and military dispatched numerous personnel to clean the battlefield and handle the corpses. In such sweltering heat, failure to manage the bodies promptly would lead to rapid decay, posing a great risk of plague. The disposal of dark children's corpses was rather straightforward, after a brief search for valuables. The bodies were tossed into a large pit for incineration. Conversely, the remains of their own fallen were cremated separately, their ashes stored in specially crafted small boxes, alongside the deceased's belongings, meticulously recorded for safekeeping. To be returned to their families after the conflict. Was that advanced magic you just unleashed? Alan, meditating in a seated position, lifted his gaze to see a weary face of over 40 years. Clad in the garb of an imperial major general, blood-staining his attire and robbing it of its former luster, this was our division commander, Major General Walter. Nina gently reminded Alan in his ear. Greetings, Commander. I am Alan, the captain of the Hunter Squad. The magic just now was unleashed by me. Alan struggled to rise and saluted Major General Walter. To have advanced to the rank of Grand Sorcerer at such a young age is indeed remarkable. You performed admirably. It can be said that your advanced magic saved the Eastern Front today. Once this conflict concludes and we return to the Southern Fortress, I shall commend you for your efforts. Here, take this potion and recover swiftly. We will still rely on you in the ongoing battle. Without hesitation, Alan accepted the potion handed to him by Major General Walter, an advanced mental recovery elixir, a precious item that was precisely what he required at that moment. Hunter Squad, you say? That name sounds familiar, murmured Major General Walter, as a nearby attendant quietly reminded him that the recent assault by the Dark Children was said to have been instigated by Alan's squad and a contingent of church knights. Commander Marshall had ordered them to report promptly to the command post in the Earth City to detail the situation. Where are your companions? It appears you are the sole survivor. Major General Walter realized that this individual was indeed the root cause of the current turmoil. He commanded Alan, you must go find them immediately. I shall personally escort you to meet Commander Marshall. Leading the group, Alan spotted some blood-soaked bandages abandoned on the ground, with a glint in his eye. He picked them up and began binding them around Angelina. Theodore and Daniel, emulating him, also picked up bandages to wrap around themselves. Don't go overboard, Oriel remarked, half amused and half annoyed. Yet, despite his words, he too gathered 2 strips, binding one around his arm and the other around his thigh. Major General Walter's gaze fell upon the near-wrecked forms of Theodore, Daniel, Angelina, and Oriel, all 6 of them bearing the marks of battle. Chapter 62. Military Inquiry. Under Major General Walter's guidance, Alan, Oriel, and their group of 7 underwent several rounds of scrutiny before entering the central military tent of the Earth City. Sitting at the central table was a sprightly elder in his 60s, who pointed at Oriel and spoke with a gentle yet authoritative tone. Please recount the events in detail. Oriel cleared his throat. I am Oriel Petty, squad leader of the 2nd Division's 9th Brigade of the Southern Fortress Guardian Knights of the Church. "I greet you, esteemed lords." The situation unfolded as follows. Oriel possessed a remarkable eloquence, clearly articulating how they had ventured into the open area beyond the eastern hillside of the valley, the ensuing confrontation, their discovery of the dark children's presence, and how they had been pursued, ultimately escaping. Though he refrained from excessive embellishment, he deftly highlighted the courage and resourcefulness of their group in service to their country and faith. Coupled with the blood-stained bandages adorning their bodies, Oriel's narrative painted them as valiant heroes who, due to an unexpected turn of events, had unearthed the lurking dark children's forces, compelling the Southern Army to come to their aid. Alan mused that Oriel's oratory skills would be wasted if he did not pursue a career as a storyteller. He wondered if such a profession existed in the Central Lands. While the assembly focused intently on Oriel's account, Alan discreetly utilized some of his mental energy to survey the individuals within the tent. The one who had just spoken from the central position was undoubtedly General Marshall, while several generals seated to his left appeared to be the primary division leaders of the Southern military contingent. Alan also noticed that the individual sitting to the immediate left of General Marshall was an elderly man clad in a simple wizard's robe, his head crowned with white hair, deeply etched with wrinkles. His face pale and beardless, rendering it difficult to ascertain his actual age. He could easily have been in his 60s or even 90s without raising any suspicions that it seemed that Alan had sensed the gaze of scrutiny upon him. With his eyes slightly ajar, he glanced at Alan, who felt as though his mental energy had plunged into an expansive and profound ocean, causing him to hastily withdraw his focus in fright. Seated to the right of General Marshall was a middle-aged gentleman clad in the garb of a cardinal, with a resolute visage and sharply defined features. This must be the detestable Cardinal Matt. Next to Cardinal Matt sat an elderly priest in silver robes, followed by a middle-aged knight of the church radiating an imposing aura. Was what Oriel had said true? Upon Oriel's conclusion, General Marshall shifted his gaze towards Alan. Under the watchful eyes of numerous dignitaries in the room, Alan felt an invisible weight pressing upon him, causing his back to moisten slightly. He mused that this must be the formidable presence cultivated by those long accustomed to power. After careful consideration, Alan remarked, aside from Oriel's solo incursion into the lair of the Children of Darkness, all other events were shared experiences. Everything Oriel has stated is indeed true, without a hint of exaggeration or fabrication. General Marshall and several others proceeded to inquire about specific details from everyone present, to which Alan and the others responded with meticulous answers. After a full half-hour, seeing that no further questions remained, General Marshall kindly addressed Oriel, Alan, and the others, saying, "You have fortuitously uncovered the lair of the Children of Darkness and thwarted a significant conspiracy of theirs. Each of you shall be duly recognized for your contributions. And once we return to the southern fortress, rewards will be conferred accordingly. For now, you may retire to recuperate. Wait a moment. Your accomplishments for the church and the military cannot go unacknowledged," he continued. Oriel and his companions, being members of the clergy, would receive their rewards as per the established regulations as for Alan's hunter squad. Each member would be awarded a vial of tears of the moon goddess. Cardinal Matt called to the group, bestowing upon each member of Alan's hunter squad a vial of the precious elixir, renowned for its life-saving properties in battle. The group gratefully accepted the gift. Alan thought to himself that he now possessed 3 vials of tears of the moon goddess. Upon returning to the southern fortress, he intended to exchange them on the black market for military merit, though achieving 100,000 merits still seemed a distant dream. Since that is the case, I too shall express my gratitude. The elderly priest seated beside Cardinal Matt spoke up, conjuring a dazzling white light that enveloped the group. This was the advanced healing spell, Radiance of Light. Alan felt as if he were basking in the warm sunlight of early spring. Cradled in the comforting embrace of a mother, with every cell in his body rejoicing and greedily absorbing the energy, all his minor injuries were completely healed, and even his depleted mental energy was partially restored. Indeed, it was the most effective healing spell, far surpassing the effects of his own advanced wood magic, the Life's Praise. Fully restored and invigorated, the group solemnly thanked the old priest and then bowed to the officers present in the tent before being escorted out. As soon as they exited the large tent, Alan pulled Oriel aside, saying, "Oriel, please inquire about the accompanying priests. Has Emma arrived? If she is here, could we possibly meet?" Oriel's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Alan, who met his gaze without flinching. "If you don't go, I will personally seek information from the clergy." With a sudden sigh, Oriel replied, "I genuinely care for Emma, and my concerns for her are no less than yours." Wait here for me. Alan observed Oriel turn and depart with 2 accompanying knights, reflecting that this fellow was merely spoiled by his family, believing himself superior, though not inherently bad, however, as a destined rival. Friendship was out of the question. Alan then addressed Daniel and Theodore beside him. Utilize your connections to gather information. I suspect our situation may be dire. The more we know, the better prepared we shall be. Daniel and Theodore nodded in agreement and vanished into the blood-tinged shadows. Angelina watched with some concern as Alan frequently glanced toward the direction Oriel had gone, suddenly feeling a twinge of jealousy towards Emma for her apparent good fortune. Noticing Alan's fatigued expression and furrowed brow, she felt a pang of sympathy. He seemed to bear more worry than the rest of the team. Alan, I was promoted to senior fighter today. Angelina joyfully announced that it happened during our entrapment on the hill when I executed Shadow Kill, breaking through to a new realm. Excellent, truly excellent. Congratulations, Angelina. This is the fruit of your perseverance. Who knows, you may surpass Theodore and Daniel in reaching the next grand level. Alan replied, his brow relaxing as he felt genuine happiness for Angelina. Yet, recalling her impulsive actions earlier that evening, he felt compelled to caution her. Angelina, as a practitioner specializing in thievery and assassination, maintaining composure is essential. Your actions this evening were rather rash. We were not in an absolute deadlock, and there was no need to utilize such a draining ultimate skill that I understand you acted out of concern for my safety. But remember to always conserve your strength regardless of the circumstances. Understood, Captain Alan. I will keep that in mind, Angelina replied, adopting a dutiful demeanor. Yet, this overly compliant attitude left Alan uncertain as to whether she was genuinely attentive to his words or merely placating him. A shadow approached, and Alan promptly moved forward to greet Oriel. Emma did not come here. Initially, the clergy intended to wait until the southern troops were fully assembled before traveling by magical airship the day after tomorrow. However, the situation has changed, and the exact timing of their arrival is yet to be confirmed. I will inform you once I have more precise information. Oriel conveyed this news to Alan before preparing to depart. Alan, I have just heard a whisper of intel. The southern continent is exceptionally well prepared this time, and the enemies we face are unusually formidable. You must be cautious. Thank you for the warning. We shall be vigilant. You too must take care. I do not wish for Emma to be saddened by any ill tidings regarding you. Alan expressed gratitude for Oriel's considerate warning, though the latter part of his statement had slipped out unexpectedly. Rest assured, I would not perish even if you did, Oriel replied without turning back, waving a hand dismissively before departing. Watching Oriel disappear into the night, Alan felt relieved to have received definite news about Emma and turned to Angelina, saying, let us return. Daniel and Theodore will not be back anytime soon, and we can wait for them in the camp. Brigadier General Walter, seeing the hunter squad's injuries from the evening's skirmish, compassionately refrained from scheduling their night watch duty. Thus, Alan felt secure allowing Daniel and Theodore to gather information. Together, Alan and Angelina returned to the military's free practitioners camp, slipping into their tent to meditate and await Daniel and Theodore's return that a young officer approached. Handing a parchment to General Marshall, who sat at the central position within the large tent, the clergy had all departed, leaving only the military's high-ranking officials present. General Marshall glanced at the contents of the parchment, his brow furrowing even tighter. This was the freshly compiled tally of casualties among military and clergy personnel. Please, take a look, he urged. As the parchment circulated around the table, it returned to Marshall's hands. During the evening's battle, our 2nd Division of military practitioners suffered a loss of 1/4, 500 men gone. The Southern Infantry's 2nd Brigade was scattered. Only a little over 1,000 arrived at Earth City, while the remaining 8,000 were either killed, captured, or fled into the dense forest, or returned to the southern fortress. 1 Night Brigade of the Church was also trapped in the northern woodlands, with their condition still unknown. Currently, our Earth City base has 25,000 military personnel engaged in combat, alongside 35,000 from the Church. The army of the Children of Darkness besieging us has been confirmed to consist primarily of the 4 major tribes of the southern continent, with approximately 50 to 80,000 troops in each direction. As for whether there are any additional preparations from the southern continent, we remain uncertain. However, based solely on the current enemy numbers, it is clear that they have come well prepared and with formidable intent. Chapter 63. Glory of the Beast God. In the large tent of the Earth City military camp, another attending knight approached General Marshall and whispered a few words in his ear. Marshall's face contorted with anger as he slammed his hand on the desk before him. The enemy's strength is not what frightens me. What terrifies me is the blade that strikes from behind by our own comrades. General Scene, explain why so many enemies lay in ambush right under our noses, while your magical reconnaissance airship detected nothing. General Scene, who had been restless, wiped the sweat from his brow. Alan and Oriel just reported that the enemy must have deployed a significant number of concealed magical formations. Thus, the airship could not perceive the hidden foes within the dense forest from above. With a scoff, Marshall retorted, "Are you taking me for a fool who knows nothing of magic? I recall that the reconnaissance airship is equipped with specific detection arrays for hidden magical formations. The extensive deployment of concealed magical arrays on the ground should indeed heighten the vigilance of the reconnaissance airships. Do not tell me that the southern continent has already acquired the capability to craft magical arrays that surpass our own?" General Sean awkwardly replied, "What you say, General, is not without merit. It is indeed possible that a prodigy of magical arrays has emerged from the southern continent. It is also conceivable that the monitoring arrays aboard the airships have been damaged and rendered ineffective. I shall instruct my mages to conduct an inspection shortly." "No need for an inspection," interjected another voice. "All 3 mages responsible for magical reconnaissance aboard the airships have been slain, as reported by the guards just moments ago." Astonishment rippled through the tent, and the assembled generals stood, casting furious glares at General Sean. He too was taken aback, exclaiming, "How could there be traitors among us, committing such heinous acts? I shall return at once to command a thorough investigation." As he turned to exit the command tent, 2 guards obstructed his path, compelling him to turn back and demand, "General Marshall, what is the meaning of this?" General Marshall, seething with anger, retorted, "At this point, Sean, do you still intend to play act? See Sean and search his storage pouch." General Sean was forcibly subdued by the guards, who twisted his arm, as he cried out in terror, "I am a brigadier general of the military, a count of the Empire. You have no authority to apprehend me." One of the guards paid him no heed, unfastening his storage pouch and presenting it to General Marshall at the table. Marshall examined the pouch and retrieved a finely crafted scroll. Upon opening it, he discovered a royal decree issued by the Empire, which clearly stated that upon receipt of this order, General Sean was to immediately relinquish command and return to the imperial capital for reassignment. Upon seeing the royal seal, General Marshall appeared to age a decade. In an instant, he circulated the decree among those present, his grip tightening around it until it crumbled into powder, cascading to the ground. Turning to the pallid Sean, Marshall declared, "This was your attempt to escape the snare, was it not? Who could have foreseen that fate would intervene? Alan, Oriel, and their companions inadvertently stumbled into the lair of the Dark Ones, precipitating the clash. Now, you too find yourself ensnared." General Marshall then addressed his secretary, "Report to the Empire. Brigadier General Sean, commander of the Southern Legion's magical airship fleet, has unfortunately fallen in battle after mistakenly entering enemy territory. He was a true exemplar of the Empire, and I request that his descendants be duly honored." Upon hearing this, Sean collapsed to the ground, crawling to Marshall's feet in desperation, pleading, "Please, do not do this. I am a victim of circumstance, forced into this situation. You understand? You must seek retribution against her." General Marshall regarded Sean with disdain, gesturing dismissively as a surge of energy struck Sean's chest, shattering his heart. Silencing him instantly. 2 guards approached to remove Sean's lifeless body from the command tent. General Marshall turned to the assembled generals, his expression grave. "Many of you have followed me for a decade or more. My loyalty to the Empire is well known. The actions of certain individuals within the Empire are indeed disheartening, and this may very well be our final battle for the Empire. However, the failings of a few do not reflect upon the Empire as a whole. For the Empire, for the people, we must unite and fight valiantly to overcome this crisis." The generals rose in unison, shouting, "For the Empire, we shall fight valiantly, unyielding in our resolve. Very well, so long as we stand united. We need not fear the Dark Ones," Marshall responded. "Let us deliberate on how to confront the impending assault from the southern forces." Deep within the dense forest, dozens of chieftains bowed respectfully to the envoy of the Beast God Temple. As a diminutive elder in a black robe approached, flanked by 100 fierce totem warriors, the elder's robe bore the emblem of the Beast God, intricately embroidered in gold thread, representing the divine incarnation of the Beast God as proclaimed by the temple. Upon closer inspection, the emblem resembled a chimera, featuring the heads of various beasts: a dragon, a deer, a lion, a tiger, a bear, a serpent, a horse, an eagle, and the tail of a leopard, each symbolizing the totems revered by the main tribes. The chieftains knelt in deference to the envoy of the beast god. May the beast god bless us all. Rise, for we must discuss how to further strike against the northern invaders. Time is of the essence. The envoy urged, waving for them to stand. Despite his slight stature, the elderly envoy possessed a surprisingly powerful voice that resonated in the ears of every chieftain, who quickly discerned his impatient demeanor. They followed the envoy into a brightly lit grand tent. Before all the chieftains had even settled, the envoy, unable to contain his eagerness, directly inquired, "Tiger Chieftain, what is the meaning of this? Your tribe initiated an attack prematurely, forcing the other tribes to follow suit. This has completely disrupted our original strategy and resulted in significant losses among the common warriors of the Elephant and Wind tribes, despite being one of the most powerful tribes on the southern continent." The Tiger Chieftain was visibly sweating and nervously stammered an explanation. "Our hiding place was inadvertently discovered by a few northern youngsters. Although our warriors fought valiantly, they were too cunning and powerful, managing to break through our encirclement, and my fifth son was killed in the pursuit. Thus, we had no choice but to launch an attack earlier than planned." The Wind tribe chieftain, having suffered considerable losses that afternoon, could not resist mocking. The tribe that claims to be the most powerful and numerous among the Druids was unable to handle a few northern brats, and one of your own sons was slain, allowing them to escape unscathed. What a disgrace to the four great tribes. Furious, the Tiger Chieftain shot back, "The Wind tribe has no right to deride my people, while other tribes may fear your griffin riders. We do not." "Enough, Tiger Chieftain, take your seat," the envoy commanded, slamming his hand on the table. "That we face a formidable enemy. Now is not the time for infighting. You can settle your grievances later." The envoy then turned to the Iron tribe chieftain. "While other tribes engage the northern forces, why does your contingent merely stand in confrontation? You must explain the reason." The Iron tribe chieftain, appearing disinterested and lethargic in his 30s, languidly sipped water before responding. "Explain? Why should I explain?" the envoy retorted. "You must explain why you have not engaged the northern forces. Are you colluding with them? Or have you forgotten your tribe's assigned task?" The Iron chieftain continued to feign indifference. "What was the task assigned to my tribe by the temple?" The envoy's anger flared anew. "Your tribe's task was to sever the supply routes between the southern stronghold and the northern forces in the valley, preventing the northern troops from retreating. Such a crucial task. How could you forget?" The Iron chieftain raised an eyebrow, glancing at the envoy. "I have not forgotten, nor would I dare forget the task assigned to my tribe by the beast god temple. Perhaps it is some others who have forgotten. Is it not true that my tribe has successfully completed its mission? Has the route not been severed? Have the northern forces in the valley not retreated to the southern stronghold? Envoy, can you not see that my tribe has executed its task flawlessly? Why then must we explain ourselves?" The envoy's fury was effectively quelled by the Iron chieftain's retort, leaving him at a loss for words. Turning his attention to the Elephant tribe chieftain, seated to the right of the Iron chieftain and seemingly indifferent to the proceedings, the envoy asked, "When can we expect the Elephant tribe cavalry to arrive?" The Elephant tribe chieftain stood respectfully, replying, "Orders have been dispatched for them to march through the night. They should reach the designated frontline position before dawn." "And the Wind tribe's griffin riders?" "They have already taken position and are lying in wait before nightfall." "Excellent. Since the forces from each tribe will converge by morning, we must strike decisively to eliminate the enemies in the valley, leaving no opportunity for the northern forces to recover. Though they may be fewer in number, a complete victory over them would be a rare triumph for the southern continent in recent decades. I declare that at dawn tomorrow, we shall launch a full-scale assault. Should any tribe falter or resist, they shall bear the consequences." With just a few words, the envoy had determined the details of the upcoming offensive. Casting several stern glances at the Iron chieftain, "Glory to the beast god," the envoy proclaimed, rising and placing his right fist over his heart in reverence. "Glory to the beast god," the gathered chieftains echoed. The chieftains rose in unison, their voices echoing with fervor as they chanted their battle cries before departing the tent, returning to their tribal forces to prepare for the impending assault at dawn. Chapter 64. A lengthy night. General Marshall, aflame with anger, stormed into his central command tent. The remaining generals, witnessing his tempestuous demeanor, quickly gleaned that the discussions had not unfolded favorably, quenching his thirst with a glass of water. Marshall erupted, "That scoundrel Matt has been blinded by today's fleeting victories in the south and west, utterly dismissing my counsel. Consumed by his desire for greater glory, he remains oblivious to the fact that the main forces of the southern tribes have yet to mobilize. Loosening the collar of his uniform, he continued, "That fool Matt refuses to agree to the strategic withdrawal of our primary forces to fortify the earthen city, still harboring the delusion that he can persuade me to launch a full-scale assault. To hell with him, a simpleton who only knows how to climb the ranks, completely unaware of the perilous situation we find ourselves in." The assembled generals, burdened with concern, voiced their apprehensions. "General, what shall we do?" Years of unbroken success have bred a dangerous arrogance within the church regarding the southern continent. Cardinal Matt likely perceives the southern armies as mere numbers, lacking in true combat prowess. The moment the church's knightly order engages, the southern forces will surely crumble. Yet, as the overall commander of this coalition, his disapproval of our retreat could lead to dire consequences. After a moment of contemplation, General Marshall declared, "We must prepare for the worst and hold our ground. I hereby command the 1st Heavy Infantry Division, from the 1st to the 7th Battalions, and the 1st to the 3rd Archer Battalions to secure the northern exit of the valley, under the full command of Major General Alvin. Construct defensive fortifications at once. Should the situation become untenable, you are permitted to act as you see fit. The 8th to 10th Battalions of the 1st Heavy Infantry Division, along with the 4th and 5th Archer Battalions, and the 2nd Division of Practitioners, are to defend the eastern summit of the valley, under the command of Major General Walter. Immediately commence the construction of defensive structures at the eastern peak. Should the situation warrant, you too may act as necessary. The Magical Airship Battalion will be overseen by Major General Lyonder. I expect a thorough reorganization overnight, ensuring the removal of Sean S. sycophants and those who are cowardly and indolent. I do not wish to witness any further incidents like those that transpired on the battlefield this afternoon within the Magical Airship Battalion, the 1st Night Division, comprising the 1st to the 5th Battalions, the 1st Practitioner Division, and the gathered soldiers of the 2nd Heavy Infantry Division shall serve as our reserve force, stationed at the Earthen City, under my command, simultaneously reinforce and widen the northern and eastern walls of the Earthen City that we must defend. Upon receiving orders, everyone is to commence action immediately. Do not entertain thoughts of rest tonight. Understood. Rest assured, General." The generals hastily exited the command tent, returning to their respective troops to issue orders. Soon, the entire military encampment, followed by the entire valley, was filled with a bustling energy. Moonstone lamp posts illuminated the valley as brightly as day, transforming it into a grand construction site. Shadows flitted about, with teams excavating trenches, others felling trees, and yet more crafting antler barricades, chevaux de frise, and wooden palisades. The army worked in concert, busy yet unperturbed, exhibiting remarkable efficiency. Emerging from his tent, Alan beheld the bustling valley, where numerous figures were busily traversing the walls of the Earthen City. And he could not help but reflect, sweat more in peace, bleed less in war. The more prepared we are, the greater our chances. Well said, Alan. Why is it that your words are often so succinct, yet profoundly wise? Alan turned to see Theodore and Daniel returning. Upon hearing Alan's musings, Theodore was quite impressed. That's because your mind is dull, only knowing how to act without thinking. You belong to the clumsy and boorish type. Angelina teased Theodore from the side. Theodore, feeling dejected, lowered his head. Angelina, refrain from such remarks. Theodore is simply straightforward, while I tend to have a more active mind. Now that you've returned, let us hurry back to the tent and share what intelligence you've gathered. Daniel, seated cross-legged on the mat within the tent, expressed gravely, the situation is exceedingly dire. From our reconnaissance, we are encircled by a coalition led by the 4 largest tribes of the southern continent, each boasting populations exceeding 10 million. The combined forces besieging our tribe range from 200 to 300,000. To the east lies the Iron Tribe, which encompasses the largest open iron mine on the southern continent, making them the most affluent tribe. Their armed forces are well-trained and equipped, with the average warrior's strength ranking first in the southern continent. Theodore interjected, the tribe to the east is the Tiger Tribe, the very one we engaged this afternoon. They are reputed to possess the most powerful and numerous druid practitioners in the southern continent, said to have a druid legion composed entirely of druid warriors numbering 10,000. The exact number of druids they have dispatched to besiege us remains uncertain. To the south, the tribe is the Elephant Tribe, which boasts the most formidable heavy cavalry, the Elephant Cavalry. Each elephant carries a rider and 6 to 8 spear throwers. Their massive size and immense strength coupled with their thick hides, render them resistant to conventional fire attacks, making them veritable moving fortresses and formidable adversaries to the church's cavalry units. Daniel continued. To the west lies the Wind tribe, which possesses the strongest aerial cavalry in the southern continent. The Griffin Riders. Griffins are unique beasts of the Wind tribe, with the head of an eagle and the body of a lion. Equipped with eagle talons and lion legs, along with a pair of wings spanning 7 to 8 meters, they are ferocious and prefer fresh meat. The Wind tribe raises griffins from the moment they hatch, maturing them over 3 years. Thus, the bond between the griffins and their riders is exceptionally harmonious, making them agile in aerial combat. They have historically been our greatest aerial adversaries, almost a nemesis to our magical airships. Theodore anxiously recounted the last of the 4 great tribes. All 4 of the most powerful tribes of the southern continent have gathered. It seems that the southern continent's appetite is insatiable, seeking to impart a profound lesson upon us. However, organizing 4 tribes to besiege us indicates substantial backing. What intelligence can we uncover? Alan inquired. Theodore appeared unaware of the situation. After some deliberation, Daniel suggested, "It must be the Beast God Temple." Over the past few decades, the Beast God Temple has experienced rapid growth, as the worship of beast gods is readily embraced in the southern continent. With a broad base of followers, druids are regarded as the favored and cherished ones of the beast gods, the very embodiment of their presence on Earth. Daniel's sources of information evidently surpass those of Theodore. It appears that in the future, the light god in Middle-earth will face not only the dark god but also the beast god of the southern continent. A 2-on-1 scenario spells trouble for the light god. Theodore jested towards Daniel. Daniel shot Theodore a fierce glare. "Theodore, do not jest about the church and matters of faith," Alan admonished seriously. Alan understood the gravity of the church and faith issues, particularly in the High Forest Empire, where divine authority often supersedes secular power. That a moment's carelessness could result in being branded as a heretic or sinner, bound to the pyre. Alan had inquired and learned that each year, at least a dozen heretics are burned at the stake in the holy imperial heights. It is said that 200 or 300 years ago, tens of thousands were executed annually for questioning the light god. The impending battle commencing tomorrow is likely to be more intense than we can imagine. For now, everyone should rest well and conserve their strength. In the valley, countless soldiers toiled tirelessly, marking this as a sleepless and laborious night for them. Conversely, the encampment of free practitioners remained comparatively tranquil. After leading the soldiers to the summit, Major General Walter instructed all the station practitioners to return and rest. His reasoning was twofold. First, they were neither inclined nor skilled in fortification work. Second, Major General Walter understood that the practitioners would be the main force against the warriors of the Tiger tribe, and allowing them to recuperate would enable them to slay more druids. The blood moon hung high in the night sky, and the central command tent within the earthen city remained brightly lit. Similarly, in the depths of the dense forest, a few large tents experienced a flurry of activity. For them, this was also an exceedingly long night. As dawn approached, the blood moon sank in the west, leaving the sky a pale blue adorned with a few lingering stars. The earth appeared shrouded in a silvery haze. The valley, once alive with activity, returned to a serene stillness. Across the entire valley, silence reigned, with the ground strewn with the Empire's warriors, sprawled in slumber. After a night of relentless toil, the weary soldiers, granted permission to rest, collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion, scarcely making it back to their tents. The troops assigned to guard duty handled their weapons with utmost care, moving with a delicate tread, fearful of disturbing their comrades' peaceful slumber. 2 reconnaissance airships, akin to dark fish slicing through the water, swiftly approached from the distance. Before they even reached the valley overhead, a piercing and resonant military horn sounded from the airships, echoing throughout the entire valley, a sequence of 2 short and 1 long note, signaling the assembly of enemy forces and an imminent attack. The entire valley erupted as if a drop of water had fallen into boiling oil. The slumbering soldiers instinctively awoke, rising to adjust their attire and weapons. A cacophony of military calls, slogans, and assembly orders filled the air as waves of imperial and ecclesiastical soldiers darted through the valley, hastening to their designated positions. Even Alan and his companions, who had been meditating in their tents, were roused by the sound of the horns. Alan, Daniel, and Theodore exchanged glances, then swiftly exited the tent to join Angelina and Katerina, making their way to the summit of the small hill to the east. In just one night, Through the relentless labor of the soldiers, the entire mountaintop had undergone a remarkable transformation. Along the ridge of the small hill, a 2-meter-high and 1-meter-thick earthen defensive wall had been constructed. Magically fortified, with battlements, watchtowers, and arrow slits every 2 meters, the wall was stocked with an abundance of stones and heavy beams, while behind it, massive boulders and logs were placed every 3 meters. Alan's gaze swept over the scene. And he even spotted 2 excavated chambers within the mountain, secured with wooden beams, earth, and stone. A safe refuge. Each battlement stood 2 pikemen and 1 archer, their weary faces betraying fatigue, yet their postures remained resolute. Alan couldn't help but feel a profound respect for these ordinary soldiers who had crafted such impressive fortifications with their own hands overnight, astonishing even the seasoned practitioners. At that moment, Hugo arrived, having received military orders from his superiors. Upon seeing Alan's hunter squad, the 5 warriors team, Katerina, and the 2 others, he immediately addressed them. "We are responsible for guarding this section of the wall, which spans 80 meters. Let me assign duties. The 5 warriors will cover the southern 30 meters. Alan's squad will take the northern 30, while Katerina, Joanne, Nina, and I will hold the central 20 meters. Our primary focus will be on the southern practitioners. The ordinary soldiers advancing from the south will be handled by the Imperial troops. However, given the dire situation, we must also engage in defense." "Understood." Seeing no objections, Hugo led the 5 warriors, accompanied by Katerina, Joanne, and Nina, southward. Hugo intended to look after Joanne and Nina. Remembering Nina's smile as she turned back to Alan earlier, he gently said to Angelina, "When the battle commences, please keep an eye on Nina and Joanne. They are relatively weaker. I will take responsibility for our section of the wall." Angelina regarded him for a moment, then replied with a hint of jealousy, "You certainly know how to cherish the delicate. Very well, I will ensure their protection, but you must also exercise caution. This battle will not be resolved swiftly." Meanwhile, the practitioners atop the mountain took their positions for defense. As dawn broke, Alan stood atop the low wall, gazing down the slope, his vision unimpeded. The trees on the opposite side had been entirely felled, and the great stones that once obscured the view had vanished. At the foot of the mountain, Southern soldiers formed in orderly array, with more troops continuously emerging from the dense forest, seemingly endless. A tremendous, intangible pressure weighed heavily on the hearts of every soldier atop the summit. Alan observed that the Imperial soldiers around him appeared visibly tense and fearful, their lips pale, their eyes fixed on the vast, dark throng below, their grip on their pikes tightening, veins standing out on their hands. Alan felt a wave of concern wash over him, fearing that these Imperial soldiers might buckle under the strain before the battle had even begun. In truth, Alan himself felt a sense of dread. Tens of thousands of soldiers stood before him, weapons raised toward the heavens, reflecting cold glints of light. It was a sight he had never witnessed before. Akin to a mountain pressing down on his chest, leaving him breathless. "Citizens of the High Forest Empire, my brothers," a voice thundered, resonating in the ears of every Imperial soldier and practitioner atop the mountain. It was the voice of Major Walter. "Did I see in your eyes the same fear that grips my heart? Perhaps one day, the people of the northern continent will grow feeble and cowardly, forsaking friends and severing bonds of friendship. But that day is not today. Perhaps one day, the children of darkness will breach the defenses of the northern continent, enslaving its people. But that day is not today. Today, we vow to fight to the death. In the name of all that you hold dear, I command you to stand against the enemy, warriors of the northern continent." The voice seemed to possess a magical quality, igniting Alan's blood with fervor, his breath becoming unrestrained and invigorating. The dark army at the foot of the mountain no longer instilled fear, but rather disgust. The Imperial soldiers atop the summit brandished their weapons, their spirits ignited, repeatedly shouting, "For the Empire! For the God of Light!" Their voices resonated through the heavens. Finally, the first rays of sunlight pierced the gray sky, infusing it with vibrant color. A thunderous drumbeat reverberated from below, accompanied by the roars of numerous beasts. This time, hundreds of squads of dark soldiers appeared, and in front of them were thousands of ferocious creatures: white tigers, rhinos, porcupines, bears, lions, wolves, leopards, and more. The army of the children of darkness drove the beasts forward, rapidly advancing toward the summit. The enemy was finally preparing to launch a full-scale assault. At that moment, Alan unexpectedly found himself remarkably calm, devoid of the panic he had anticipated. He checked his gear, placing healing potions within easy reach. Standing behind the city wall, wielding a magic staff, I awaited the enemy's approach in silence. The Southern Army had ascended to within 50 meters of the mountain's peak when they abruptly halted, restraining their ferocious beasts as well. While Alan pondered this development, a vast cloud suddenly billowed up from the dense woods ahead, hurtling towards us at an alarming speed. As the ominous mass drew closer, it became apparent that it was a large flock of avian beasts, comprising numerous species such as black-feathered eagles, falcons, red-tailed herons, and sky tigers, totaling in the thousands. Each creature was formidable in size and temperament. With wingspans exceeding 10 meters, their sheer numbers obscuring the sun, the avian beasts circled above the mountain peak, casting a shadow over the land. Countless dark shapes descended from the sky, growing larger with each moment. To my astonishment, they were indeed massive boulders and logs. The Southern Army had learned to employ these avian creatures for aerial bombardments. In response, the Dark Suns and their beasts, lying in ambush on the mountainside, surged forward with unprecedented speed towards the summit. I will handle the threat above. You focus on the enemy below. Alan bellowed. A wind vortex, nearly 100 meters in diameter, materialized above the crowd, hurling the falling boulders and logs down upon the Southern forces and their beasts. This was Alan's intermediate spell, Gale Force, amplified in both range and intensity. The squads of Dark Suns and their beasts assigned to this offensive were thrown into disarray by the ensuing chaos, their assault lagging behind that of their counterparts in other sectors. After the Raptors released their burdens from the skies, they swooped down to attack the Imperial soldiers stationed at the summit. The soldiers behind the wall engaged with their spears and bows. Some of the diving raptors were struck fatally by direct shots from arrows, spiraling down with mournful cries, inadvertently crushing several Dark Suns upon landing. Others, unable to evade, were impaled by 4-meter-long spears, the force of their charge sending both spear and soldier flying several meters away. Yet, many soldiers were seized by the powerful talons of the raptors, dragged aloft, and subsequently flung into the abyss below. That moment, the Dark Suns and beasts charging from the mountainside had breached the sparse defenses of the Imperial soldiers atop the summit. Howling as they reached the city wall, the 2-meter-high barrier no longer loomed as an insurmountable obstacle for the Dark Suns and their beasts, but had transformed into a tempting prize. The Imperial soldiers relinquished their spears and bows, drawing their swords and axes as the two sides clashed in a melee upon the wall. The Imperial cultivators faced off against the clearly transformed druidic beasts. The mountaintop became a battleground teeming with the sounds of combat, shouts, roars, the cries of wounded beasts, and the clashing of weapons. The cacophony and dust from the battle enveloped the entire summit. Chapter 66. Unexpected victory around Alan. A multitude of ice shards began to coalesce, launching towards the descending raptors with ferocity. As one volley of ice spikes was spent, another batch formed in quick succession, within a 100-meter radius around Alan. The ground lay strewn with the corpses of the fallen raptors. The Imperial soldiers behind the wall were wholly absorbed in countering the threats below, under the relentless assault of boulders, stones, and sharp arrows. The enemies and beasts on the mountainside found themselves unable to advance. Occasionally, a nimble druidic beast would slip through the onslaught, but before it could reach the wall, it would be annihilated by a barrage of Alan's ice shards. As a grand sorcerer, Alan's mental energy had yet to be exhausted. Unless the Southern Army deployed higher-tier cultivators to confront him, ordinary druids were little more than fodder before his might. The segment of the wall overseen by Hugo's squad remained the only section unbreached by the Southern forces and their beasts. However, the other segments were plunged into dire peril. The amalgamation of Dark Suns and their army on the mountaintop was deafening, and the military could no longer maintain control over the situation on the mountain face. The commander of the Southern Army at the mountain's base recognized this as an opportune moment to seize the summit and ordered a full-scale assault. Countless Dark Suns began to surge towards the peak, their formation dense, with tens of thousands of troops descending upon the relatively narrow slope. A single boulder cast down could easily crush dozens, yet the Imperial soldiers and cultivators atop the summit, embroiled in combat with the Dark Suns and avian beasts, could no longer muster the strength to repel the overwhelming tide of the Southern Army. Alan took to the skies, targeting other defensive positions atop the summit, shooting down the raptors. Wherever he flew, the once mighty raptors plummeted from the heavens like dumplings. After spiraling through the air, Alan had effectively cleared the northern sector of raptors, leaving only a handful that, in fright, cried out and fled into the distance. Upon returning to his designated area, Alan spotted Major Walters soaring from the south. Noticing that the aerial threat had been eradicated by Alan, Walter cast a grateful glance in his direction, nodded, and turned back towards the south, occasionally dispatching a beam of light to fell the beasts engaged with Imperial soldiers. The fierce battle atop the summit raged on, observing that his section of the wall faced no imminent danger. While the adjacent sectors were embroiled in brutal combat, Theodore and Daniel eagerly charged into the nearby northern sector, ruthlessly slaying several druids to stabilize the situation. In the remaining wall sections, the absence of aerial threats allowed the soldiers to gradually regain the upper hand through their fearless assaults and powerful counterattacks against the enemy. However, the Dark Sun's army below drew ever closer, and the true crisis loomed ominously. Having fought tirelessly, Alan felt his energy waning. Ignoring the imminent threats, he leaned against the inner side of the wall, closing his eyes to recuperate. Suddenly, he sensed the sky above darkening once more. The accursed avians had returned. Just as he prepared to retaliate, he looked up and froze. Dozens of small magical airships soared overhead, having crossed the mountain peak. Their flat undersides protruding several magical cannon barrels, their mouths shimmering with red light, indicating that the magical cannons were charging. Several airships opened their bellies, dropping dozens of dark canisters. Upon landing amidst the Dark Sun's forces, the canisters erupted in explosions, igniting a vast inferno. The Southern army was so densely packed that a single canister's explosion could kill dozens, engulfing hundreds in unquenchable flames. The airships continued their bombardment of the Dark Suns at the mountainside and foot. Requiring no precise targeting, a single magical cannon shot could claim dozens of lives. From the ranks of the Southern army, at least 7 or 8 silver knight-level experts soared towards the airships. The Southern commander's despair deepened as each airship side released several magical crossbows, raining down bolts upon the approaching experts. In an instant, 2 of them were struck and obliterated mid-air, while the others fled back to the safety of the jungle. Too terrified to show themselves again, some skilled experts among the Southern forces attempted to detonate the magical cannonballs and dark canisters mid-air, while the cannonballs caused minimal damage upon detonation on the ground. Detonating the black canisters resulted in catastrophic consequences, unleashing torrents of fiery rain that rained down upon the Dark Suns. Those engulfed in flames writhed in agony, collapsing and trampling their fellow soldiers in their frantic attempts to escape. Increasing numbers of Dark Suns began to turn and flee, their ranks descending into chaos. Above, the magical airships wreaked havoc, while the tightly packed Dark Suns below jostled each other in a desperate bid for survival. All seeking refuge in the dense foliage, as the front ranks of the Dark Suns fell, countless feet trampled upon them, leaving no chance for recovery, in their frantic bid to escape the aerial onslaught. Some Dark Suns resorted to drawing their weapons against their comrades, blocking their path. Several clearly high-ranking Dark Suns hovered in the air, shouting commands and executing those who resisted, yet they could not quell the rising tide of disorder. Suffering their own share of spear attacks from the panicked throng, the Southern army was thrown into a state of utter disarray. Seeing this, the Imperial soldiers and cultivators atop the summit summoned the last of their strength, fiercely slaying the Dark Suns and beasts around them. Meanwhile, the Dark Suns who had already reached the summit found their morale plummeting. Many turned to flee over the city wall, heading towards the now chaotic mass of their own troops. In this ebb and flow, the Southern invaders atop the mountain were swiftly purged. At the base of the mountain, the Southern army, besieged by the aerial bombardment of the magical airships and ravaged by trampling and infighting, left behind countless layers of corpses on the mountainside and slopes, countless thousands, perhaps even 30 or 40,000 dead. The surviving Dark Suns fled in terror into the dense woods. The Imperial soldiers atop the summit stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Utterly spent, with no strength left to pursue the enemy, even as they witnessed their foes, now thoroughly demoralized, offer no resistance whatsoever, behold the magical airship soaring through the sky, relentlessly pursuing the retreating enemy. While the soldiers stationed atop the mountain brimmed with newfound vigor, erupting into thunderous cheers of victory. We have triumphed, exclaimed Alan, as he observed the Imperial squad leader beside him embracing each of his comrades. Celebrating with exuberant leaps and shouts, their infectious joy sweeping over him. Indeed, they had won this battle, yet another campaign awaited their valor. Alan, I have returned, Angelina announced, her face etched with fatigue as she approached him. Nina and Joanna have sustained only minor injuries, and I believe I have successfully fulfilled the mission you entrusted to me. Alan scrutinized Angelina from head to toe. Her warrior garb was stained with blood. Yet a narrow streak of crimson marring her left cheek sent a shiver down his spine. Surely, she had not been disfigured. In a sudden panic, he raised his hand to touch her face, causing Angelina to freeze, startled by his gesture. His fingers brushed against the bloodied mark, and to his relief, it was merely the remnants of battle, not a wound jaw. It feels rather slick, he mused, almost involuntarily pinching her cheek again. What have I done? Alan stood there, flustered, attempting to explain. Angelina, I meant no harm. That I noticed the blood on your face and thought you were injured. Upon touching it, I realized you were unharmed. That it simply felt so smooth that he regretted his words. Wishing to silence his own foolishness, with a blush creeping across her cheeks, Angelina averted her gaze toward the valley below, hastily declaring, I shall go tend to the battlefield. Like a nimble rabbit, she leaped over the city wall, darting among the numerous corpses of the dark children and beasts strewn below. Alan watched as Angelina deftly navigated the corpse-laden slope, occasionally bending down to collect various items or the carcasses of the beasts to stow in her bag. According to the customs of practitioners, the spoils belonged to the slayer. However, with so many dark children and beasts having perished, many crushed underfoot or obliterated by the magical airship, it became a matter of whoever gathered them first. As other practitioners observed Angelina's actions, enlightenment struck, prompting them to rush down the mountainside to join in the frenzied collection of spoils. Meanwhile, the disciplined imperial soldiers remained steadfast under the command of their officer, tending to the wounded, repairing the damaged fortifications, and organizing weapons and supplies. The contrast between the regular army and the irregulars was stark, with the former exhibiting impeccable discipline. At that moment, the fire brigade delivered steaming meals. Simple yet hearty, each soldier receiving a large bread roll filled with a generous portion of braised meat, accompanied by a bowl of rich vegetable soup. Looking up, Alan realized the sun had already passed its zenith. He had gone without sustenance since morning, too preoccupied with the Southern Army's assault to notice the passage of time. The sight and aroma of food caused his stomach to rumble audibly. He first sipped half a bowl of the salty vegetable soup, followed by a hearty bite of bread filled with meat, the flavor satisfactory. This was Alan's inaugural battlefield picnic, set against the grim scenery of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, evoking the audacity of feasting on the flesh of foes and quenching thirst with the blood of Huns. Having finished his simple yet ample lunch, Alan intended to seek out Theodore, Daniel, Hugo, and the others, as the intensity of battle had precluded any opportunity for interaction. However, now that the conflict had subsided, he found no sign of Theodore or Daniel. Circling the mountaintop, he was fortunate to spot Hugo. The 5 warriors, Katerina, Nina, Joanna, Bayer, and Amanda, all safe and sound, yet Theodore and Daniel remained elusive. Anxiety crept in. Where could those 2 wretched souls have wandered off to? Suddenly, Alan recalled the team token of the hunter squad. He retrieved it and infused it with a bit of energy, only to find no signals from Theodore or Daniel, save for a small red dot representing Angelina, blinking in response. He directly contacted Angelina. Angelina, have you seen Theodore or Daniel? I cannot locate either of them. That Angelina's voice resonated through the token. I just saw them heading toward the dense forest. Surely they are not pursuing the Dark Children's army?